This is a world where online gaming intertwines with reality, and every individual possesses the potential to ascend and awaken. Catastrophic disasters are frequent, and monstrous creatures roam rampant. Only the strong can hold dominion over the high halls. Having endured immense suffering in his previous life, Zhou Jun has been reborn, vowing to forge a path unlike any other. At the outset, he defies fate and awakens dual talents. Though the first talent is merely rated D, the second soars to an astounding SSS level. SSS level infinite sublimation, capable of elevating all things. Thus, Zhou Jun promptly sublimates his first talent. You have successfully utilized infinite sublimation, reallocating your D-level talent to SSS level once more. You have received an additional 1 million attribute points. Henceforth, an invincible numerical behemoth, rich in resources, emerges. Drinking top-notch elixirs as if they were water, wearing one piece of immortal equipment only to discard another, and an endless array of skills and attribute points. What do you possess to challenge me? At the universe's edge, having fought to the pinnacle among the myriad races, Zhou Jun gazes at the trembling deity before him, revealing a smile that is both benevolent and chilling. Chapter 1. The Weeping of the Goddess of Time. Name: Zhou Jun. Level: LV2, 99. Strength: 30. Agility: 25. Spirit: 43. Constitution: 31. Talent: Unawakened. In the Happy Garden community, after examining his attribute panel, Zhou Jun finally confirmed the reality of his rebirth. Prior to his rebirth, he had painstakingly reached level 54, qualifying to join the core guard of the Star Ring group, anticipating a resplendent future. However, due to a moment of carelessness, he was betrayed by his kin, Zhou Wang, who stabbed him from behind in the perilous North's dungeon, leaving him to perish in the vast snowy mountains, his bones lost to the cold. He can never forget the moment before his death, when Zhou Wang wielded a bloodied bone knife, stabbing him mercilessly in a grotesque tableau. The excruciating pain still sends shivers down his spine, even in his reborn form. Zhou Wang, you have taken everything from me, yet why do you still pursue my annihilation? Memories surge forth, causing Zhou Jun's eyes to blaze crimson as he grits his teeth. He was originally a scholar from Earth, whose life was tragically cut short by cancer, only to be reincarnated into a world that bears a striking resemblance to Earth. In this realm, everyone can upgrade and awaken, becoming formidable celestial slayers, gaining extraordinary power and status. In this life, his reincarnated identity is of unparalleled nobility. He is the legitimate heir of the Zhou family, the foremost clan in the city of Linyuan within the Great Xia of the Human Federation. The Zhou family is a prestigious lineage that has flourished for centuries, commanding a domain of great renown. Zhou Jun's father, Zhou Xianrong, is the eldest son of the clan's patriarch and possesses a rare S-level talent. He is regarded as the primary heir of the Zhou family. As Zhou Jun, the legitimate grandson, destined to be the future young clan leader, he has enjoyed opulence since childhood. His peers can only gaze up in admiration. Wherever he goes, he is surrounded by stars, attended by many. Undoubtedly, when he matures, Zhou Jun will become the next prodigy of the Zhou family, poised to inherit the patriarchal position and bear the weight of the clan. However, fate is unpredictable. Just after celebrating his 15th birthday and on the cusp of embarking on his cultivation journey, a dire piece of news abruptly reached the Zhou family. Zhou Jun will forever remember that day. On that day, the elite enforcement agency of the Federation, the White Tiger Hall, forcefully entered the Zhou residence. They publicly declared the eldest son, Zhou Xianrong, and his wife, Dan Taijing, guilty of betraying humanity and allying with dark creatures on the starry battlefield. The announcement sent shockwaves through the community. In this world, humans wielding extraordinary powers are sworn enemies of the dark creatures. Dark creatures, having emerged from the depths of the universe, sustain themselves by devouring star realms. For millennia, they have coveted Blue Star. The so-called starry battlefield refers to the front line where humanity confronts these dark beings. According to Federation regulations, any celestial slayer above level 100 who willingly steps onto the starry battlefield to fend off external threats will be generously rewarded, receiving numerous honors and accolades. The Zhou family's ascendance and dominance in Linyuan are inextricably linked to their generations of sending clan members to battle dark creatures on the starry battlefield. This time, it was Zhou Xianrong and his wife representing the family in combat. The patriarch placed great importance on this expedition, as Zhou Xianrong was the most gifted descendant of the Zhou family in centuries. Rumors had already begun circulating within the family that upon Zhou Xianrong's triumphant return from the starry battlefield, the patriarch would hold a grand ceremony to designate him as the heir, allowing him to assume control of the Zhou family. Unfortunately, no one anticipated that after years of waiting, the family would not celebrate the return of their prodigal son, but instead receive the shame of betrayal. According to the commander of the White Tiger Hall, Zhou Xianrong and his wife had turned against humanity on the starry battlefield, slaughtering their fellow human kin before vanishing into the depths of space. The Federation's upper echelons have issued an SSS-level arrest warrant, which will soon echo throughout Blue Star. This grave betrayal of humanity should have implicated the family. However, considering the Zhou family's long-standing contributions to the starry battlefield, and the fact that the insurrection was born solely of Zhou Xianrong's volition, the Federation refrained from imposing substantial penalties on the Zhou family, opting instead for a 3-month confinement investigation. Regardless of the family's acceptance of this outcome, the die had been cast. After the departure of the White Tiger Hall, the patriarch sat alone in the hall for an extended period. Several months later, the venerable clan leader announced his retirement, ceasing to involve himself in familial affairs, while the new clan leader was Zhou Jun's second uncle. Although Zhou Jun was still in his youth, his soul was that of 2 lifetimes, and he had already discerned the peculiarities of the situation. His father, Zhou Xianrong, was a man of integrity and would never betray humanity. His mother, likewise, hailed from a prestigious family, possessing impeccable character. Her death in battle among the stars will be far more credible than any allegiance to dark entities. Regrettably, despite Zhou Jun's awareness of the underlying secrets, he found himself utterly powerless. After all, he was merely a 15-year-old boy at that time. With little influence and no opportunity to meet with the higher echelons of the Federation, the dynamics within the Zhou family were subtly shifting. Following the retirement of the old clan leader and the ascension of Zhou Jun's second uncle, Zhou Jun's identity as the young master of the Zhou family began to teeter precariously. It was important to note that his uncle also had children. That individual, in fact, was Zhou Jun's cousin, Zhou Wang. Zhou Wang had once merely been Zhou Jun's shadow, obediently adhering to his every command. However, it was only later that Zhou Jun realized this entire facade was merely a charade. Zhou Wang had harbored jealousy for everything Zhou Jun possessed since childhood. This jealousy had seeped deep into his very bones. Yet, he understood that as long as their uncle Zhou Xianrong remained steadfast, Zhou Jun would always be his elder cousin, the leader of their generation, and the future successor of the Zhou family. Consequently, he could only endure in silence, bowing and scraping, suppressing any hint of ambition, until the incident concerning Zhou Xianrong transpired and his father ascended to the position of clan head. Zhou Wang finally cast aside his pretense. He brazenly revealed his fangs before Zhou Jun, attempting to reclaim the dignity he had once lost. Moreover, he employed various overt and covert tactics to seize everything that rightfully belonged to Zhou Jun. The other members of the Zhou family, however, turned a blind eye, with none daring to intervene. After all, it was evident to any discerning observer that the current Zhou Wang was the true young master of the Zhou family, while Zhou Jun was but the son of a sinner, unworthy of comparison to the resplendent Zhou Wang. The harsh realities of life and the fickleness of human affection were starkly illuminated in that moment. In the vast expanse of the Zhou family, after his father's unjust accusation, a mere 15-year-old child found himself homeless. Ultimately, a weary Zhou Jun distanced himself from the clan, relocating to the old district to reside alone. In my previous life, I had believed that leaving the Zhou family would allow me to soar to the heavens. Little did I anticipate that my dear cousin had long since orchestrated a scheme, secretly concealing a mythical grade artifact, the Falling Star Stone, within my rented abode. This ultimately led to a significant degradation of my awakened talent, resulting in the mere awakening of a degradability reallocation, thus condemning me to eternal stagnation. Had it not been for a stroke of fortune that later bestowed upon me certain opportunities, I fear I may never have surpassed level 30. Nevertheless, despite this, Zhou Wang continued to regard me as a thorn in his side, obstructing my path to advancement at every turn, ultimately cruelly ending my life within the dungeon. Alas, my dear cousin, you could never have anticipated that I possessed a rare, singular, immortal grade artifact, the tears of the goddess of time. An echo of past shadows flickered in Zhou Jun's mind, yet a cold smile suddenly graced his lips. The immortal grade artifact, the tears of the goddess of time, was an accidental acquisition during one of his explorations into a secret realm. This object possessed a singular effect, the ability to reverse time and space. This was also the reason for Zhou Jun's rebirth. Upon being slain by Zhou Wang, the tears of the goddess of time passively activated, allowing his consciousness to return to the present day. Now, at the age of 18, he was on the verge of completing his first awakening, poised to become a celestial slayer. Equipment levels: bronze, silver, gold, exquisite, mythical, epic, immortal. Chapter 2, Awakening. In this life, I am determined not only to uncover the mystery behind my parents' disappearance, but also to reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me from the Zhou family. Within the confines of the room, Zhou Jun fixated on his status panel, which was a mere point away from reaching level 3, his eyes igniting with a fervent desire for vengeance. In this world where anyone can cultivate and ascend, achieving level 3 automatically triggers an awakening, granting one a formidable talent. In his previous life, Zhou Jun was unaware that a star-dimming stone was concealed within his home, resulting in his awakening of only a D-grade talent. Now reborn, he is resolute in not repeating that folly. In truth, given Zhou Jun's lineage, even awakening an S-grade talent would not be surprising. After all, his father, Zhou Xinrong, shone brightly as the sole SS-grade talent holder in the family for centuries. His mother, equally distinguished, possessed a powerful S-grade combat talent. Scholars within the Federation have long established a significant correlation between the talent awakening levels of children and those of their parents. Thus, with such illustrious parents, Zhou Jun's talent could hardly be ordinary. The immediate task at hand is to locate the star-dimming stone, the source of his misfortune, which Zhou Wang has hidden away. Memories surged in his mind as Zhou Jun hurried to the bathroom. In truth, the star-dimming stone was not hidden deeply. In his previous life, shortly after his awakening, he discovered it nestled within the toilet tank. To this day, he vividly recalls the fury and despair he felt upon finding the stone. After all, the level of one's talent dictates the trajectory of their life. Zhou Wang's actions effectively severed his future, leaving him with not a shred of hope. Such treachery was truly insidious. Now, as Zhou Jun lifted the toilet lid once more and retrieved the bean-sized red gem from the water reservoir, a smirk of derision graced his features. This so-called star-dimming stone was of mythic quality, capable of significantly lowering the awakened talent level of those nearby during their awakening process. With an effective range of 50 meters, it encompassed the entirety of the dilapidated rental he occupied. Zhou Wang, oh Zhou Wang, what elaborate schemes you concocted to thwart my rise. Yet, you could never have anticipated my rebirth. I shall graciously accept this star-dimming stone. A cold smile played at the corners of Zhou Jun's mouth. As a mythic-grade artifact, the star-dimming stone held immense value, easily fetching tens of millions of federal coins on the black market. Even if Zhou Wang had become the scion of the Zhou family, procuring such a sum would pose a significant challenge, likely requiring the liquidation of considerable assets. Yet, at this moment, it all conveniently fell into Zhou Jun's hands. After all, nothing could surpass tens of millions of federal coins as a gift for rebirth. With a mere thought, he stowed it away in the space backpack of the Heaven S Chosen. This space backpack, a gift from the world's will to humanity, functions similarly to the storage treasures found in novels, creating a realm of its own. Even mythic-grade artifacts cannot penetrate the confines of the space backpack to affect reality. Thus, the threat posed by the star-dimming stone has been neutralized. Having completed this task, Zhou Jun returned to the sofa with a sense of relief. Sitting cross-legged, he resolved to break through to level 3 and complete the awakening ceremony today. In this world, there are two methods to acquire the experience points necessary for leveling up. The first method involves slaying wild monsters and absorbing the energy they possess. The second method consists of meditative breathing, allowing one to naturally increase their energy by harmonizing with the forces of the universe. The first method is undoubtedly the most convenient and rapid, albeit fraught with peril. The might of monsters is not something an ordinary person can contend with. Prior to awakening, few would choose to gain experience through monster hunting unless accompanied by a protector, commonly referred to as a power leveler. Were Zhou Jun still the scion of the Zhou family, many formidable experts would be eager to accompany him outside the city to hunt monsters. Alas, in reality, there are no ifs, having departed from the Zhou family. Zhou Jun must rely solely on himself. Thus, he opted for the second method to level up. Since the age of 15, Zhou Jun has diligently practiced breathing exercises every day after school. Now, at 18, he has finally reached the threshold of level 3 awakening. This is not due to a lack of effort on Zhou Jun's part. Rather, the experience points gained from meditative breathing are minuscule in comparison to those obtained from slaying monsters. Ordinary individuals without the guidance of powerful mentors accumulate experience little by little in this manner. Fortunately, once one reaches level 3, they can undergo the awakening ceremony and subsequently acquire a formidable talent. If the talent is of a high-tier combat nature, it could launch them to great heights. Even without a protector, they would possess the means to venture outside the city and hunt lower-tier monsters. However, high-level talents are rare. The majority of individuals awaken only average C-grade or D-grade talents. Awakening an A-grade talent is sufficient to elevate one to the ranks of elites among humanity. Therefore, talents like those of Zhou Jun's parents, starting from S-grade, are already light years ahead of 99% of the Federation's populace, rightfully earning the title of geniuses. With such illustrious lineage, Zhou Jun eagerly anticipates the talent he will awaken. As he continued his breathing exercises, time slipped away unnoticed. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, while Zhou Jun was immersed in his meditative state, a brilliant white light suddenly enveloped him. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 3. Talent awakening initiated. A series of notifications echoed in his mind, and as the white light dissipated, an even more intense golden radiance surged forth. Zhou Jun immediately opened his eyes, his expression betraying an unmistakable anticipation. He understood that this was a sign of his talent awakening after reaching level 3. Even having experienced this once in his previous life, he felt an exceptional tension at this moment. Within his consciousness, the golden light shimmered, enveloping his entire being. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until suddenly, a notification rang out. Congratulations! You have awakened a D-grade talent, reallocation. You have gained an additional 100 attribute points. Upon hearing this announcement, Zhou Jun's expression shifted dramatically. The talent of reallocation was precisely what he had awakened in his previous life under the influence of the star-dimming stone. However, in this life, he had effectively nullified the stone's impact. Why, then, was he still awakening the talent of reallocation? Could it be that regardless of the star-dimming stone's influence, his innate talent was destined to be degrade? Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, grappling with disbelief at this conclusion. Yet, reality presented itself with undeniable clarity. The D-grade talent of reallocation was widely regarded as a useless talent. It belonged to the combat category, but merely provided an extra 100 attribute points upon awakening, which could be freely allocated among the 4 primary attributes. This ability was akin to a double-edged sword, offering no potential for growth. Those additional 100 attribute points would prove negligible in terms of combat effectiveness in the later stages. In his previous life, Zhou Jun had reached level 54 solely due to his intellect, with no connection whatsoever to reallocation. Yet in this life, awakening this seemingly redundant talent left him feeling utterly vexed. Just as he took a deep breath, striving to adjust his mindset to confront this reality, he was suddenly astonished to realize that the golden light enveloping him continued to persist. This was, at the moment when Zhou Jun was engulfed in uncertainty. The intense golden radiance emanating from him unexpectedly transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, radiating boundless brilliance that illuminated the entire small room with a divine aura. Simultaneously, an overwhelming and supreme aura surged forth from within his being. Congratulations! You have awakened your second ability, SSS level Infinite Sublimation. Your first ability has automatically been sublimated. Your D-level ability has been perfectly sublimated to SSS level ability once more. You have gained an additional 1,000,000 attribute points. As this series of notifications cascaded down, the astonishment on Zhou Jun's face was swiftly replaced by profound joy. Chapter 3. I am a genius. To have awakened the second ability of Infinite Sublimation, and to have upgraded my first ability to the SSS level. Zhou Jun's breath became increasingly labored. As all previous feelings of resentment were swept away, he repeatedly checked the system panel's notifications, ultimately confirming that he had not misread anything. He was a rare dual ability possessor. Although his first ability was merely D-level, his second ability soared to an impressive SSS level. It also forcefully elevated the first ability to SSS level. The sheer improbability of this sudden enhancement left Zhou Jun deeply astounded, even in light of his 2 lifetimes of experience. He was so engrossed that he hardly had time to consider how extraordinary the 1,000,000 attribute points granted after the sublimation was. All his attention was captivated by the introduction of the Infinite Sublimation ability. Moments later, Zhou Jun took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. He had truly hit the jackpot. This so-called Infinite Sublimation was unheard of because it was a rare ability possessing the unique trait. In other words, he was the only individual in the world to have awakened it. Its capability, as the name suggests, was to elevate all things to a higher state. The opportunity for sublimation was singular and would randomly trigger at one of 4 levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. Each of these levels had an equal probability of occurrence, precisely 25%. Among them, perfect sublimation yielded the highest rewards, guaranteeing astonishing effects upon activation. Just moments ago, he had experienced the automatic sublimation of his first ability following the awakening of Infinite Sublimation. By sheer fortune, Zhou Jun had directly drawn the perfect level. This caused his previously D-level ability to leap several ranks instantaneously, transforming into a formidable SSS level ability. It was indeed a leap akin to crossing the Dragon's Gate. Only at this moment did Zhou Jun finally muster the energy to examine the effects following the redistribution to SSS level. You have gained an additional 1,000,000 attribute points. That dazzling string of numbers prompted Zhou Jun to scrutinize it repeatedly, confirming he was not mistaken. It truly amounted to a full 1,000,000. This astonishing figure made Zhou Jun's eyelids flutter uncontrollably. The redistribution itself was merely a D-level ability and did not possess any remarkable extraordinary powers. It simply provided additional attribute points for free allocation. Therefore, following the Infinite Sublimation, it did not introduce new effects, but merely increased the available attribute points. But the question remained, was this not an exorbitantly large number? To Zhou Jun's knowledge, even among the formidable beings of the human race, whose levels soared into the hundreds, their total 4-dimensional attributes likely did not reach 1,000,000. With such a plethora of attribute points at his disposal, if he were to fully allocate them, even at just level 3, devoid of any combat capabilities, he could easily topple the entire Zhou family relying solely on his physical strength. Of course, this was merely a thought experiment for Zhou Jun. He could not allocate all his attribute points in their entirety. Scholars from Blue Star had long verified that there existed limits to the four-dimensional attributes at each level. However, the precise limits for each level remained unclear, as no one had ever managed to max out their four-dimensional attributes within a single level. Researchers could only estimate a rough approximation, suggesting that the four-dimensional attribute limit for level 3 should be around 250 for each attribute. Each individual's physique varied, resulting in different four-dimensional attributes. Besides the portion received upon leveling up, the remainder could only be increased through rare items or personal physical training. Furthermore, the higher the four-dimensional attributes at the same level, the more solid the foundation. Striving to maximize four-dimensional attributes in the early stages was a pursuit for every formidable being. I recall that throughout the history of the Federation, records of the highest four-dimensional attributes were maintained for every 10 levels. The first decile marked the conclusion of the novice phase, holding significant importance. Thus competition was fierce, with individuals striving daily to break the highest records. Currently, the holder of the level 10 record is Yen Lai, the possessor of the SSS level ability, Fiery Body, who emerged 50 years ago and is now a 500-level God King. At level 10, his average four-dimensional attributes reached an astounding 3,000 points, truly unparalleled. The title of God King is the highest honor within the Human Federation, bestowed only upon those who achieve level 500. Each God King possesses the prowess to shatter stars with their bare hands. They can delve into the cosmos, battling dark creatures across vast distances, serving as the true pinnacle of human combat strength. Yen Lai, the Fire God King, remains the record holder for the highest four-dimensional attributes at level 10. It is utterly terrifying. How could he possibly have trained to achieve such numbers? It seems almost divine. Zhou Jun mused with admiration while his hands were busily navigating his personal panel, selecting attribute allocation, and began allocating points with fervor. Every plus sign next to his basic attributes was clicked with fervor. In that moment, his four-dimensional attributes skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. His previously frail physique visibly transformed, his stature becoming increasingly upright, with muscle definition growing more pronounced, and an ominous, solid strength coiling like a dragon beneath his sinews. Your strength has reached its maximum value at this level. Your agility has reached its maximum value at this level. Time seemed to lose meaning as a series of notifications suddenly echoed in his ears. Zhou Jun halted his thoughts, gazing at his personal panel, discovering that all four-dimensional attributes had attained 300 points. The remaining plus signs had turned gray at that moment. So, it turns out that the maximum for four-dimensional attributes at level 3 is only 300? Zhou Jun stroked his chin thoughtfully. The four-dimensional limit that scholars from Blue Star had been unable to ascertain had been empirically tested by him. Looking once more at the remaining free attribute points yet to be allocated, he found there were 800 points left. At this moment, Zhou Jun fell silent. Such an abundance of attribute points was sufficient for him to mindlessly max out every single level. The sheer terror of accumulating four-dimensional attributes to their maximum across all levels was something Zhou Jun himself could scarcely fathom. However, one thing was certain: he would be incredibly powerful in the future. Reflecting on this, Zhou Jun smiled wryly, a sense of relief washing over him. The events of this night had been tumultuous. From rebirth to the awakening of D-level followed by redistribution, he had at one point doubted his own aptitude. Such doubt would have rendered his quest for revenge against Zhou Wang and uncovering the truth behind his parents' unjust fate exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, the emergence of his second ability had turned everything around. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. He had not brought shame to his father, Zhou Xianrong. In fact, he had far surpassed him. After all, possessing dual SSS-level abilities, it would not be an exaggeration to claim he was the only one of his kind in the world. I am a genius, unparalleled in the world. Zhou Jun rose to his feet, an inexplicable thought surging within him. As this notion took flight, an unprecedented aura emanated forth. It was an overwhelming sense of confidence, the brilliance in his eyes far surpassing that of his days as the young master of the Zhou family. Chapter 4: Epic Equipment. In the early morning, the residents of the old city began to stir. The Harmony community gradually came alive, with elderly individuals seen engaging in morning exercises. Zhou Jun jogged along the cobblestone path, acclimatizing himself to his body, now invigorated by a surge in his four-dimensional attributes. He halted only upon passing a breakfast shop, ordering 2 baskets of large meat buns and a bowl of savory tofu pudding. Finding a secluded table in the corner, he toyed with an inconspicuous red stone, the Starfall Stone. He contemplated whether to part with this item. After all, as a mythical-grade artifact, selling the Starfall Stone to a shop could fetch him between 10 to 20 million federal coins. Auctioning it would yield an even greater sum. Such vast financial resources would undoubtedly provide significant support for Zhou Jun's initial path of advancement. However, after awakening his second talent, he began to entertain other thoughts. Infinite sublimation could elevate all things. Given the Starfall Stone's mythical quality, what might it transform into upon sublimation? Could it potentially evolve into formidable epic equipment? Or even into the legendary immortal artifacts? With this tantalizing prospect, Zhou Jun felt an irresistible itch in his heart. The immortal grade represents the pinnacle of all equipment and artifacts in this realm. All immortal level entities are priceless and could easily incite fierce battles among two top-tier powerhouses. For instance, the one immortal grade artifact that facilitated his rebirth, the Tears of the Goddess of Time. If this were to be revealed, it would likely drive all the divine kings in the world into a frenzy. Of course, artifacts like the Tears of the Goddess of Time, which rank among the finest even within the realm of immortal artifacts, are extraordinarily rare. Thus, Zhou Jun did not dare to wish for the Starfall Stone to ascend to such dazzling heights. As long as it could evolve into epic grade, he would be thoroughly satisfied. With this thought in mind, Zhou Jun no longer hesitated and resolved to take a gamble. Silently invoking sublimation, he activated the ability of his second talent. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of profound mystery surged from within. Zhou Jun felt a thunderous crash in his mind, as if much of his vitality had been siphoned away, accompanied by a brief bout of dizziness. At this moment, he realized that activating his second talent, infinite sublimation, also came at a cost. Even with an average attribute level soaring to 300 points, he experienced waves of dizziness. If his attributes had remained in the double digits, he might have fainted outright. Shaking off the disorientation, Zhou Jun focused his gaze expectantly at the center of his palm. Congratulations! Your Starfall Stone has been advanced to the Starfall Pendant. Before him, the once humble red gem had transformed into a delicately crafted, somber-hued pendant. Its matte texture gave it an air of the extraordinary, akin to a luxury item. Name: Starfall Pendant. Grade: Epic. Type: Accessory. Agility: 66. Mentality: 102. Active skill: Starfall Blade. Consumes 5 mental power to unleash an assured strike, with a 1 chance of permanently reducing the opponent's talent level, racial tier, or any of their 4-dimensional attributes. Gazing at the description of the pendant in his hand, Zhou Jun couldn't help but gasp. Though the Starfall Stone had not evolved into an immortal artifact, its newly acquired effects were nothing short of extraordinary. After all, an equipment skill capable of actively diminishing an opponent's talent level was something Zhou Jun had never encountered in his 2 lifetimes. Just imagine, if his adversary possessed an S-grade talent, and during their confrontation, Zhou Jun's strike triggered this special effect, reducing the opponent's talent to A-grade. Wouldn't that leave them utterly devastated? Moreover, the effects of this Starfall Pendant clearly extended beyond mere humans. The mention of racial tiers in the description indicated its applicability to monsters. Monsters, unlike dark beings, descended upon Blue Star alongside dungeons and secret realms, having battled against humanity, who wielded upgrade panels for millennia. Monsters exhibit a rich diversity in races and possess a rigid hierarchy. Notably, those that serve as bosses in dungeons are typically among the elite, boasting high racial tiers and a plethora of formidable skills. Thus, the effect of this Starfall Pendant could be said to be a natural counter to all Lord-level monsters. Once triggered, it would directly reduce their racial tier by 1 level. The undead tyrant would be reduced to a mere skeleton foot soldier. The Goblin King would be downgraded to a common goblin. Which monster could withstand such a terrifying effect? It would be far more unbearable than death. Truly, he had struck gold. The Starfall Pendant could easily command billions at auction. As Zhou Jun donned the Starfall Pendant, he silently reflected. He certainly would not engage in the folly of selling it for money, as this Starfall Pendant would not only greatly assist him in dungeon expeditions, but also serve as a potent weapon against Zhou Wang. In his previous life, Zhou Wang had ruthlessly diminished his awakening talent using the Starfall Stone. In this life, he would wield the sublimated pendant to systematically strip Zhou Wang of his talent, strike by strike. If he recalled correctly, Zhou Wang's talent was a rare S-grade. The lowest tier in talent grading is E-grade. The gap from S-grade to E-grade spans 5 levels, providing Zhou Jun ample opportunities to strike. He could only imagine how spectacular Zhou Wang's expression would be during that time. Zhou Jun indulged in this fantasy, eagerly anticipating that day. Of course, all of this hinged on his own need to grow stronger first, thus enabling him to stand against Zhou Wang. Half an hour later, Zhou Jun, feeling satiated, stood before the entrance of the 5th high school in Linyuan City. Having returned from rebirth at the age of 18, he was still a senior student. Gazing up at the gilded plaque of the school, he was momentarily overcome with emotion. Linyuan City boasts 6 high schools, ranked simply by their prestige, the 1st high being the strongest, while the 6th high ranks the lowest. Zhou Jun's current school, the 5th high, naturally fell into the latter category. However, he had once been a student of the 1st high, as the most prestigious academy in Linyuan City. The 1st high students were either commoner prodigies or scions of the city's elite. Zhou Jun, being a direct descendant of the Zhou family, initially attended the 1st high. However, after Zhou Wang rose to power, he lost his eligibility to continue his studies there. In his 2nd year, he was forced to transfer to the 5th high. In his previous life, he had harbored resentment over this matter for quite some time. Yet, now that he had a second chance, he found the 1st high to be less significant in his eyes. High school was ultimately just high school. What truly determined one's future was college. In his previous life, Zhou Jun had enrolled in an unremarkable university. In this life, he had but one goal: to gain admission to Kunlun University, renowned as the strongest institution in the Federation. Kunlun University, nestled in the Kunlun Mountains of the Great Xia Kingdom, has stood for over a millennium. Not only does it boast the most elite faculty in the entirety of Blue Star, but it has also nurtured numerous individuals who have ascended to the rank of level 500 Divine Kings. The aforementioned SSS level flame body, Yin Lai, is a proud alumnus of this institution. Gaining admission to Kunlun University is tantamount to stepping into the true sanctum of cultivators, bestowing one with the means to challenge the Zhou clan. Zhou Jun's eyes sparkled with determination. Regardless of the Zhou family's power, they remain merely a local force within Linyuan City, utterly incomparable to a prestigious institution like Kunlun University, which stands tall on the global stage. Should he secure a place at Kunlun, it would be akin to soaring to great heights. Upon returning to the Zhou family, he would possess the freedom to act as he pleases, for he would always have Kunlun's formidable backing. Chapter 5. Class Supervisor Chu Shuyan. Jungo. Just as Zhou Jun pondered his thoughts regarding Kunlun University, a jubilant voice suddenly emerged from beside him. Turning his head, he beheld a tall and imposing figure striding toward him with great haste. Standing at an impressive height of nearly 6.5 feet and weighing over 300 pounds, Yi Changshan's robust silhouette was quite conspicuous at the school entrance. Zhou Jun immediately recognized him. In his previous life, Yi Changshan had been one of his few confidants, with their friendship forged during their time at the 5th high school. Even after learning that Zhou Jun had only awakened a D-level talent, Yi Changshan had never distanced himself from him. In fact, he had remained by Zhou Jun's side even until the moment of his demise in the exceedingly challenging dungeon in the northern region. At your age, why are you still running about like a child? As Yi Changshan approached, Zhou Jun chuckled lightly and playfully punched his shoulder. The towering man, in that moment, revealed a goofy grin. Jungo, I'm just so happy. I awakened yesterday. You awakened successfully yesterday? Zhou Jun interjected. And you awakened A-level talent? Zhou Jun exclaimed in disbelief. How do you know everything, Jungo? Yi Changshan's expression turned to one of astonishment as Zhou Jun interrupted him twice. Zhou Jun merely smiled in silence. As a reborn individual, he not only knew that Yi Changshan had awakened an A-level talent the previous day, but he was also aware that its name was Furious Buddha Rao. Even among A-level talents, it was of the highest caliber. In his former life, Zhou Jun's ascent to level 54 was greatly aided by Yi Changshan. Without his support, Zhou Jun would have struggled to defeat even the weakest monsters with his D-level talent. Noting Zhou Jun's air of mystery, Yi Changshan chose not to pry further, assuming it was merely a fortunate guess. His face still alight with excitement, he said, Jungo, I remember you're about to awaken too, right? We should take the college entrance exam together. In a world where cultivators were the mainstream, the college entrance examination differed significantly from that of the past Earth. Besides cultural written tests, the martial arts assessment carried the heaviest weight. This martial arts evaluation was essentially an appraisal of the cultivator's levels, awakened talents, and overall prowess. The minimum requirement to register was to have completed the awakening ceremony at level 3. Failure to awaken before the exam would result in having to repeat the year. Thus, for students on Blue Star, their school years were incredibly precious. Besides daytime cultural lessons, they also needed to devote their evenings to training and leveling up. Otherwise, they would not even qualify to register for the college entrance examination, which would be a tremendous embarrassment. With only half a month remaining until this year's exam, everyone was racing against time to reach level 3. It was no wonder Yi Changshan had said such things to him. It was a subtle reminder to hasten his progress. However, Zhou Jun had completed his awakening ceremony the previous day, and he merely smiled as he revealed his level panel. Name: Zhou Jun level, LV31. He only displayed the first 2 pieces of information, keeping his 4-dimensional attributes concealed. After all, having a single attribute at 300 points was rather astonishing. Having lived a second life, Zhou Jun understood the importance of keeping some cards close to his chest. Moreover, 4-dimensional attributes were considered personal privacy, and many chose to keep them hidden. Thus, Zhou Jun's actions were entirely justified. Congratulations, Jungo. It turns out you've awakened too. By the way, what is your talent? Yi Changshan, seeing that Zhou Jun had also reached level 3, felt genuine happiness for him and was curious about his talent. As a close friend, he was well aware of Zhou Jun's past. Whether Zhou Jinrong had betrayed humanity was a matter for another day. When it came to talent, Zhou Jun was indeed an extraordinary prodigy, once standing above all in Linyuan City. With such a father, Yi Changshan had always believed Zhou Jun would not fade into mediocrity. Even if he was expelled from the Zhou family, it was merely a fleeting hardship. A divine dragon could never be confined to a shallow pool. One day, it would soar amidst the clouds. My talent is quite formidable. You'll find out once we register for the test later. Zhou Jun teased, smiling as he stepped toward the campus. To participate in the college entrance exam, one must undergo official testing to verify if they met the awakening standards. It was also necessary to register the awakened citizens' information. This had been the federal custom for centuries and could not be altered. Within the 5th high school, there was a designated area for students taking the college entrance exam to register, which opened every noon. Upon hearing this, Yi Changshan's face lit up with anticipation as he followed Zhou Jun into the classroom. Zhou Jun's academic performance was commendable, and he was in the key class of the 3rd year, Class 8. However, it was merely a focus class within the 5th high school, which would pale in comparison to the 1st high school. Fortunately, in the context of Blue Star's college entrance examination, the martial arts assessment was the main event, and as long as the cultural assessment was satisfactory, it would suffice. Upon entering the classroom, Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan found that many students were already present. Most had completed their awakenings, as they were in a key class and dedicated to their cultivation. Of course, there were also some wealthy students who directly hired experts to train on their behalf. In comparison, Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan were relatively late in their awakenings. When the other students noticed Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan entering together, they did not pay them much attention. However, in the back row of the classroom, 2 boys cast knowing glances in their direction. Suddenly, one tall boy with dyed red hair, exuding a brazen demeanor, shouted, "Oh, isn't this young Master Jun? It's been a weekend, and you haven't awakened successfully, have you? How about this? If you kneel and call me sir, I'll take you out to level up in the wild. How does that sound?" As his words fell, all eyes in the class turned to him. The other muscular boy, also with dyed hair, chimed in with a mocking tone. "Peng, you've gone too far. After all, he has still the heir of the Zhou family. Why would he need lowly commoners like us to lead him? Oh, I almost forgot. The current heir of the Zhou family is young Master Zhou Wang, and he is just a stray dog now." They laughed raucously, their taunting gazes unabashed. The rest of the class frowned in distaste, glancing at the 2 boys with disdain, but dared not speak out. One was named Peng, and the other Wang Tong. Both were notorious bullies at the 5th high school. It was said that both had transferred from the 2nd high school, but the specific reasons remained unclear. Undoubtedly, coming from prestigious families, they were not the kind of students that the average student at the 5th high school could provoke. Thus, the classmates could only harbor resentment toward their bullying, except for Yi Changshan. Upon hearing that Peng and Wang Tong dared to speak insolently to Zhou Jun, Yi Changshan immediately rolled up his sleeves, his eyes blazing with fury. "You little brats, dare to step outside and spar with me? If I don't tear your mouths apart, I'll take your surname." Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Yi Changshan resembled an iron tower, exuding an imposing presence. In that moment, when he spoke, both Peng and Wang Tong fell momentarily silent. However, they were not entirely intimidated by Yi Changshan, for both had long completed their awakening rituals and had ascended to level 5 as skybreakers. Should a fight ensue, even if Yi Changshan showcased his awakened strength, he would likely suffer considerable losses. Thus, Peng scoffed repeatedly. "Yi Changshan, today I shall let you witness the stark contrast between a true skybreaker and an ordinary person." The atmosphere grew tense, charged with unspoken hostility. The other students in the class fell into a hushed silence, while Zhou Jun, the subject of the confrontation, remained remarkably unperturbed. Indeed, in his previous life, Peng and Wang Tong had caused him no small amount of trouble during high school. At the time, he could not fathom why they were so fixated on him, as they had no prior interactions or conflicting interests. Eventually, he realized that it was Zhou Wang who had been orchestrating everything from the shadows. The so-called bullies of Class 5, Peng and Wang Tong, were merely pawns under Zhou Wang's command. They had been transferred from Class 2 to Class 5 through Zhou Wang's machinations, their sole purpose being to vex Zhou Jun. He intended for Zhou Jun's high school experience to be marred by incessant ridicule and scorn. Such petty schemes, however, were of no consequence to Zhou Jun, who had returned from rebirth. Possessing 2 SSS-level talents, and with all 4 attributes maxed out at 300 points, he knew that if he truly decided to confront the 2, despite their early awakenings and elevated status, they would be no match for him. "What are you arguing about? Are we still having class?" Just as the tension escalated within the classroom, a sharp reprimand echoed from the doorway. Accompanying it was an overwhelming aura of authority. All students hurriedly lowered their heads to their textbooks. Both Peng and Wang Tong's expressions shifted dramatically, and they begrudgingly returned to their seats. Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan followed suit, turning their gazes toward the source of the formidable pressure. There stood a young female teacher, around 25 or 26 years old, clad in professional attire, a pristine, fitted white blouse paired with a form-fitting black skirt and stockings, accentuated by a pair of deep purple high heels. With a stern expression, she surveyed the entire class. She was none other than their homeroom teacher, the level 61 skybreaker, Chu Xiuyan. Chapter 6, Talent Registration Class 8, Senior Year. With one hand resting on her slender waist, and the other wielding a ruler as a pointer directed at the blackboard, Chu Xiuyan patiently elucidated the key points of knowledge. The origin of the upgrade panel, the must-answer questions from previous years. Mastering these would mean free points. "Xiaoya, please elaborate." In the front row, a petite girl stood up, her demeanor serious as she recited, "A millennium ago, the wills of the 7 goddesses of Blue Star awakened. The Earth Goddess expanded the landmass of Blue Star 1,000-fold. The creation goddess bestowed the upgrade panel upon all of humanity, and the forging goddess created countless divine artifacts. Only the fallen goddess deviated from the path, crafting dungeons and rifts, summoning innumerable monsters with the intent to devour Blue Star and the other 6 goddesses. In a bid for survival, humanity retaliated against the monsters, igniting a millennium-long conflict. Chu Xiuyan nodded approvingly, encouraging, "Well done. Now explain the relationship between skybreakers and dark creatures." "Certainly. Dark creatures are pure cosmic locusts. No one knows their origin, only that they survive by devouring star realms. When humanity first discovered them, they had already reached the edge of the Milky Way, moving at astonishing speeds, threatening to arrive in the solar system soon. The intense life and death crisis united humanity like never before. Our ancestors constructed steel fortifications on the surface of Blue Star, forming the Human Federation. Countless level 100 experts, undeterred by death, bravely ventured into the depths of the cosmos to engage in unprecedented battles with the dark creatures. This war lasted for 200 years and has yet to fully conclude. Known as the War of the Skybreakers, it is from this that the awakened ones were dubbed Skybreakers. Listening to the well-rehearsed information, Zhou Jun found himself somewhat bored. He absently twirled a pen, his gaze inspecting their homeroom teacher, Chu Xiuyan. His teacher was no ordinary individual. At merely 26 years of age, she had reached level 61. In his previous life, he had been oblivious to her prowess, only later realizing the immense difficulty of each subsequent level of advancement once he embarked on the path of cultivation. Chu Xiuyan's talent was such that she could easily have been a homeroom teacher for an elite class even at the top school. Was she perhaps from the Chu family of Tianyuan City in the northern region? Zhou Jun, having paid little attention to Chu Xiuyan in his past life, now reflected on the fragmented information he recalled about her, speculating about her origins. Tianyuan City in the northern region was a far more substantial city than Linyuan City, where Zhou Jun resided. The Chu family was a dominant force in Tianyuan, with strength rivaling that of the Zhou family. If Chu Xiuyan truly belonged to the Chu family, why had she come to Linyuan City, thousands of miles away? The distance between Tianyuan and Linyuan was indeed vast. Thousands of miles was no exaggeration, particularly since the landmass of Blue Star had expanded 1,000-fold, resulting in a corresponding expansion of the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom. This made Chu Xiuyan's actions all the more suspicious. Zhou Jun stroked his chin, feeling he should pay closer attention to this beautiful teacher, for it might yield unexpected rewards. Just as Zhou Jun was lost in thought, 2 classes swiftly passed. At noon, with the final bell ringing, a throng of students poured out of the teaching building, chattering and laughing as they headed toward the gymnasium across the playground. This was where the Federation had set up talent registration on campus. With the college entrance examination approaching, students who had awakened their talents were busy registering for the test. Those who had already registered came to observe daily, curious to see if any peers had awakened any top-tier talents. As for the first and second-year students, their presence was purely out of curiosity, eager to witness the spectacle. Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan found themselves among the crowd, both having completed their awakenings just the day before and naturally heading to register. From a distance, they could see a massive black platform erected at the center of the venue. Atop the platform, a white orb of light floated gently in the air. Name: Divine Connection Pearl. Quality: Mythical. Type: Identification type item. Passive skill: upon contact with a skybreaker, it can automatically identify talent levels and match them with recorded talents. The Divine Connection Pearl radiated a sacred glow. Beside it stood a middle-aged man in a suit, guiding each level 3 student who came to register. When Zhou Jun arrived at the scene, a boy from a neighboring class was undergoing testing. He placed his palm upon the Divine Connection Pearl, which then shimmered with a purple light. After a few breaths, words coalesced in midair. The middle-aged man glanced at it, his expression unreadable, as he announced flatly, Class 7. Lu Xiaodian, Level 3, Awakened Talent C-Level Battle Roar, meets the criteria for the college entrance examination. Lu Xiaodian, upon hearing this, couldn't help but exuberantly pump his fist. After countless days and nights of relentless effort, I finally attained the qualification for the college entrance examination. Though my talent is merely classified as C-level, which disqualifies me from the prestigious institutions, with diligent endeavor, there remains hope for a 2nd or 3rd tier university. Meanwhile, below the stage, a multitude of observing students lost interest upon hearing Lu Xiaoyan's talent level. After all, a C-level talent is exceedingly commonplace, despite the fact that most of them possess similar abilities. Will our 5th high school witness the emergence of 1 or 2 S-level prodigies this year? Do you think this is a first high school? Even producing a few A-level talents would be considered a stroke of luck. Indeed, as of today, the most gifted talent registered at our 5th high school is Senior Liang Yu from Class 2 of the 3rd year, and she is only at B-level. Alas, high-level talents are notoriously difficult to awaken. The gathered students engaged in animated discussions. Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan absorbed these remarks. Yi Changshan's lips visibly curled into a smile, his eyes brimming with pride. Did you hear that, Jun? The most talented this year, Liang Yu, is only B-level. I am A-level. When it's my turn for the test, I will undoubtedly astonish them. Yi Changshan exclaimed, gesticulating with excitement. Certainly, when your awakening results are announced, I shall be the first to cheer for you. Zhou Jun responded with a smile, though he harbored unspoken thoughts. That is, Yi Changshan is not the individual with the strongest talent this year. According to my memories from my previous life, 5th high school has indeed produced an S-level genius this year. If I recall correctly, that girl is also registered for the college entrance examination today. Upon considering this, Zhou Jun found it quite intriguing and began to anticipate the outcome in silence. Simultaneously, outside the gymnasium, Peng Yu and Wang Tong peered in with grim expressions. Brother Yu, that Zhou Jun never comes to the gymnasium. Could it be that he has ascended to level 3 and completed his awakening? Wang Tong, robust in stature, appeared somewhat anxious. Peng Yu shot him a cold glance, snorting. Are you frightened? Regardless, Zhou Jun is the son of that individual. Wang Tong wore a troubled expression, finally voicing his concerns. As the saying goes, a dragon produces dragons and a phoenix produces phoenixes. What if Zhou Jun awakens an S-level talent? How will we account for it later? Does young master Zhou truly wish to protect us? At these words, Peng Yu fell silent. After a moment, he suddenly clenched his teeth. There's no turning back now. We've already offended him, so we must see it through to the end. Besides, didn't young master Zhou say he has taken measures to ensure that Zhou Jun is unlikely to awaken any top-tier talent? Once this was said, Wang Tong, who had been hesitant, resolved to proceed. The two strode menacingly towards the gymnasium. Chapter 7, Wei Duo. Next, from Class 8 of the 3rd year, Yi Changshan. As the voice of the middle-aged man resonated, Yi Changshan stepped forward from the audience. His imposing figure, reminiscent of an iron tower, elicited gasps of astonishment from the surrounding junior students. Even the middle-aged man could not help but steal a few more glances. This appearance is quite impressive, he privately commended, his expression softening. Student Yi, please place your hand on the orb. Certainly, teacher, Yi Changshan replied excitedly, nodding as he pressed his sturdy palm against the divine connection orb. Although he already knew his talent, showcasing it in front of such a crowd was a first, and thus he felt a surge of exhilaration. At that moment, as his hand made contact, the orb radiated a magnificent brilliance. The violet glow was more intense than anyone before, casting a hazy light throughout the gymnasium. This spectacle surely indicates at least an A level. The middle-aged man was jolted by the sight. He was not a teacher from 5th high school, but a civil servant affiliated with the Lin Yuan City Federation, specially invited for the purpose of registering the college entrance examination materials. Additionally, seeking out talented students was one of his responsibilities. The Federation never hesitates to support young prodigies, a key reason for the prosperity of humanity. Moments later, the violet light gradually dimmed. The middle-aged man joyfully announced, from Class 8 of the 3rd year, Yi Changshan. Level 3, Awakened Talent. A-level, Fury Buddha. Eligible for the college entrance examination. As his voice fell, an uproar erupted in the audience. Heavens! A-level talent. How enviable. Isn't Senior Yi the first A-level prodigy from our 5th high school? Indeed. Moreover, the Fury Buddha talent ranks among the best even within A-level, and can rival S-level to some extent. Yi Changshan has brought honor to our 5th high school. Listening to the astonishment from the crowd, Yi Changshan stood tall, his back straighter than ever, exuding confidence. Student Yi, this is the Federation's reward for young heroes. Make sure to train diligently and live up to the Federation's trust in you, the middle-aged man stated with a smile, handing Yi Changshan a card. This is a universal bank card from the Federation, with a limit of 2 million. Thank you, sir. Yi Changshan's face lit up with joy. Clearly surprised that registering a talent would come with a reward, he bowed and, under the kind gaze of the middle-aged man, descended from the platform. I must be the second most talented person in 5th high school after Jun, right? Yi Changshan thought to himself, returning to Zhou Jun's side, his face alight with triumph. Zhou Jun simply smiled and remained silent, gesturing for Yi Changshan to continue watching the platform. For as Yi Changshan departed, the figure from Zhou Jun's memory seemed to take the stage in succession. It was a somewhat slender girl, standing just over 5 feet tall, with twin ponytails, dressed plainly in a black hoodie, casually sucking on a lollipop as she approached the divine connection orb with her hands in her pockets. From Class 1 of the 3rd year, Wei Duo. The most significant interaction Zhou Jun had with her was serving as flag bearers together. However, this did not diminish his strong impression of her. After all, she was the only S-level talent recorded at 5th high school in his previous life. Moreover, she completed her registration immediately after Yi Changshan left the stage, stealing away all the astonishment generated by the A-level talent, leaving Yi Changshan so enraged that he devoured 8 bowls of rice that night to calm down. At this moment, Wei Duo raised her delicate hand high, touching the bottom of the divine connection orb. Unsurprisingly, a brilliant red light erupted from it. Many students were captivated by the scene. Why is this senior's orb red? Aren't they all purple? The crowd remained unaware that the red glow indicated the orb had detected an S-level talent. The middle-aged man responsible for the registration was now utterly flabbergasted. An S-level talent. 5th high school has produced an S-level. He could hardly believe it. It should be noted that even among the 1st high school, Only two S-level talents have been registered up until today. Yet, the historically unremarkable 5th high school has produced such a genius. What a remarkable stroke of fortune. Meanwhile, in the air above the gymnasium, a sudden and intense fluctuation rippled through the space. Then, an elderly man in his 50s appeared out of thin air, landing directly before the divine connection orb without uttering a word. Principal Sunday. The middle-aged man was taken aback. He never anticipated that the registration of a senior high school student would even stir the venerable principal of the esteemed class of 80 at 5 high. The old principal made a gesture for silence, indicating that he should not disturb Wei Duoer. His seasoned gaze was fixed on the orb of divination above. After a few breaths, they finally discerned the talent information of Wei Duoer's grade, Shadow. In that instant, the middle-aged man inhaled deeply. The usually impassive principal also revealed a rare expression of astonishment. The reason was simple. This S-grade Shadow was a talent born purely for combat. Its growth potential was extraordinarily high. If properly developed, its effectiveness could even rival that of SS-grade talents. To illustrate its strength, among the many divine kings safeguarding the starry skies for humanity at this very moment, one of them is indeed an owner of the S-grade Shadow talent. Student Wei, this is a congratulatory gift from the Federation for your awakening of the S-grade talent. Utilize these resources wisely and strive to cultivate diligently, aiming to produce another divine king for our Federation. The middle-aged man stepped forward and retrieved 3 cards from his spatial backpack. One was a Federation bank card with a limit of 5 million. Another was a VIP card for Lingyuan City, which granted priority access to many commodities within the city. The last card bore no name, but could be exchanged within the Federation for a set of exquisite quality equipment suitable for level 20. Faced with such generous rewards and the gasps of astonishment from her peers, Wei Duoer did not display the same pride as Yi Changshan. Instead, she maintained her serene demeanor. With a lollipop nestled in her mouth, she raised her 2 fingers in a victory sign before her forehead and chirped, "Thanks, uncle. When I become a divine king, I'll treat you to hot pot. Ha ha ha, I'll hold you to that." The middle-aged man replied with a smile. At this moment, the old principal cleared his throat and approached as well. With a wave of his hand, he produced a resplendent belt. With a warm smile, he remarked, "Little girl, this mythic quality, Dragon's Roar Shining Belt, will double the experience you gain from hunting magical beasts for 5 days. It is our gift from 5 high for your awakening of the S-grade talent. Be sure to level up and strive for excellent results in the college entrance examination." The old principal's gesture immediately showcased his distinguished stature. The mythic quality belt elicited gasps of awe from the surrounding students. After all, the opportunity to even glimpse such high-tier equipment was a rarity for many. Senior Wei has truly risen to great heights. Who would have thought that our humble 5 high would produce such a true phoenix in Wei Duoer? S-grade, a sight one might only witness once in a lifetime. Senior Wei has a chance to enter Kuan University. The countless students of 5 high were stirred, filled with pride and excitement. Yi Changshan, wide-eyed, glanced at the array of lavish rewards in Wei Duoer's hands, then down at the tightly clenched bank card in his grasp, suddenly feeling its allure diminish. Zhou Jun, witnessing his good friend's flustered demeanor, found it amusing. Just as he was about to tease him, the middle-aged man's voice rang out. Last one, Class 8. Zhou Jun. Chapter 8. Zhou Jun's talent inside the gymnasium. Upon hearing his name called, Zhou Jun took a deep breath and stepped slowly out of the crowd. "Brother Jun, dazzle them with your brilliance," Yi Changshan urged with a knowing grin. Although Zhou Jun had not disclosed the nature of his awakened talent, Yi Changshan had no doubts about his genius. As Zhou Jun made his way forward, pairs of eyes converged upon him. Not far away, Peng Yu and Wang Tong were fixated on the unfolding scene. One of the tasks assigned by Zhou Wang was to closely monitor Zhou Jun's awakening level. According to Zhou Wang, he had employed certain measures, and Zhou Jun would not awaken any top-tier talent. Yet, despite this, Peng Yu and Wang Tong dared not relax until they had witnessed Zhou Jun's talent level with their own eyes. Is this the son of Zhou Xinrong? As Zhou Jun approached, the old principal's murky eyes sparkled with intensity. After all, the name Zhou Xianrong resonated profoundly. He was a prodigy who had dominated an era, renowned not only in Lingyuan City, but across the entire human federation. As Zhou Jun, the son of Zhou Xianrong, stood before them, his talent level was undoubtedly the subject of immense anticipation. Perhaps he was the true strongest student of this cohort at 5 high, the old principal mused inwardly. "Little brother Zhou, place your hand upon it." The middle-aged man was evidently aware of Zhou Jun's background. The prospect of this young man potentially awakening a talent surpassing S-grade prompted an unexpectedly cordial demeanor from him. Zhou Jun did not respond. He merely raised his hand high. The moment his palm made contact with the orb of divination, an enigmatic energy surged into his body, coursing through him. Simultaneously, the surface of the orb radiated with an extraordinary brilliance. A light far surpassing that of any previous awakening erupted, and it was neither purple nor red, but a dazzling array of colors. The 7-colored radiance cascaded like a galaxy descending from the heavens, enveloping the scene in an overwhelming, supreme aura. In that moment, It swept across all directions. Countless students in the audience had never witnessed such a spectacle. They stood speechless, mouths agape. Yi Changshan, brimming with excitement, raised his fists in jubilant cheers. Meanwhile, in a corner of the elevated platform, Wei Duoer, standing with her hands in her pockets, exhibited a rare moment of gravity on her otherwise nonchalant face. She watched Zhou Jun, enveloped in boundless light, and instinctively took 2 steps back. If one were to observe closely, they would notice the fine hairs on her exposed skin standing on end, akin to a cat reacting instinctively to a perceived threat. Damn it, didn't Tizhou say he had employed measures to prevent this kid from awakening a top-tier talent? Wei Duoer's peculiar reaction went unnoticed. But Wang Tong in the crowd could not help but curse. Peng Yu, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, remained silent, fixated on the stage. The 7-colored radiance. This was undeniably an SSS-grade talent. The usually composed old principal now bore a look of shock, visibly trembling with excitement as an esteemed level 80 skybreaker. The middle-aged man, needless to say, was utterly astounded. Throughout his tenure in this position, he had traversed countless universities, registering innumerable talents. An S-grade was already regarded as the pinnacle, and he had only encountered one SS-grade talent before. Yet now, he was about to register an SSS-grade talent. How could he possibly remain composed? An SSS-grade prodigy would undoubtedly reach level 500 in the future. The middle-aged man swallowed hard, his face displaying a myriad of emotions: shock, delight, pride. Given his position, he was more than just a registrar. He bore the responsibility of scouting talent for the Federation. Discovering a genius of S-grade or higher under his purview would not only grant him early connections, but also yield additional rewards during the annual performance evaluations. The prospect of registering a talent as rare as SSS-grade was even more extraordinary. Simply the commission from the registration alone could amount to several million Federation coins. Thus, the middle-aged man was filled with exhilaration, eagerly yearning to uncover which SSS-level talent Zhou Jun had awakened. He was not alone in his anticipation. The old principal and all the onlookers surrounding him mirrored his fervor. What exactly had Zhou Jun awakened? Each individual was consumed by insatiable curiosity. At that moment, the ethereal radiance illuminating the venue, reminiscent of a celestial realm, gradually subsided, revealing a line of text on the divine pearl. The instant they discerned the words, the cacophony of voices in the room vanished in an instant. There, emblazoned in resplendent golden letters, stood a proclamation: SSS level, reassigned. Beneath the prism of 7 colors, the SSS level talent shone forth. Yet, rather than erupting in cheers, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, confusion etched upon their faces. Had the divine pearl aired? Reassignment. Was that not indicative of a D-level talent? When had it transformed into an SSS level? The spectators erupted into fervent discussions. The Federation had long catalogued every known talent in textbooks, leaving nearly everyone intimately familiar with the various levels of abilities. Among them, the compendium of D-level talents was a staple for final exams in higher grades. Reassignment. This talent was the very nadir of D-level abilities. Yet now, the Divine Pearl had presented it as SSS level, leaving many in a state of perplexity. The middle-aged man on the platform was equally taken aback. His expression shifted continuously, a mix of astonishment and uncertainty lining his face. Even the old principal transitioned from anticipation to disbelief. The atmosphere became palpably strange. Meanwhile, Peng Yu and Wang Tong in the crowd, witnessing the unexpected turn of events, exhaled in relief. Peng Yu couldn't help but mock openly. What a laugh. With such a grand display, I thought you had truly turned your fortunes around, but it turns out to be merely a D-level talent. Zhou Jun, you have utterly disgraced your father, Zhou Xianrong. Hearing his piercing jeers, those around fell into a heavy silence. Had Zhou Jun genuinely awakened an SSS-level talent, they would have cheered, rallying to support him. Yet, with the current ambiguity, no one dared to be the first to speak out against the injustice. After all, Peng Yu and Wang Tong possessed genuine B-level talents and hailed from families of some influence. Who among the ordinary could afford to offend them? In the crowd, only Yi Changshan appeared furious, glaring at the two with simmering rage. What are you so smug about? With my brother's lineage, how can you be certain that the latter half of the Divine Pearl's display is not erroneous, showing other SSS-level talents as reassignment? Although Yi Changshan was equally unclear about the situation, it did not hinder his loyalty to defend his friend's honor. Stop dreaming, Peng Yu retorted coldly, piercingly asserting. High-level talents possess myriad profound abilities. If he truly had an SSS-level talent, he could easily demonstrate it in public. Do you think he dares? The crowd buzzed again at this remark. Indeed, high-level talents were often accompanied by astonishing capabilities, such as fire manipulation or lightning summoning, exhibiting stunning displays. Yet, Zhou Jun stood alone on the platform. Aside from the fleeting display of colorful light from the Divine Pearl, he had nothing else to show. He appeared remarkably ordinary. Was it possible that the Divine Pearl had truly erred? The assembled students, reflecting on this, felt a twinge of regret. They had hoped that among their ranks, a true prodigy would arise, only to find themselves the butt of a cosmic joke. On the platform, Zhou Jun paid no heed to the commotion below. He was fixated on the evaluation provided by the Divine Pearl, deep in thought. While others believed there was a malfunction, he alone understood that the Divine Pearl's assessment of the first talent was indeed accurate. What intrigued him more was why the second talent, infinite sublimation, had not manifested. Could it be that an SSS-level talent with a unique attribute fell beyond the detection capacity of the Divine Pearl? Or was there a delay of some sort? Just as Zhou Jun grappled with these uncertainties, the middle-aged man's hopeful voice broke through. Young Zhou, do you have anything you can demonstrate? His gaze was fervent, clearly unwilling to let his prospects slip away in vain. Even the old principal turned his attention towards Zhou Jun. As a mythical grade artifact, the likelihood of the Divine Pearl malfunctioning was minimal, but not entirely impossible. In such a scenario, the individual involved needed to provide evidence of their talent. A slight demonstration of ability would suffice for all to discern. No, Zhou Jun replied decisively, shaking his head. After all, his first talent merely amplified the effects of his prior D-level ability, offering nothing remarkable to display. It would be absurd to inform them that his reassignment possessed a staggering 1 million attribute points. Such claims, without proof, would be met with disbelief. Observing Zhou Jun's reaction, the middle-aged man's heart sank further. How unfortunate. You've truly dampened my spirits. The fervor in his eyes faded, and he muttered a complaint just loud enough for Zhou Jun to hear. Then, with a cold demeanor, he stated, Zhou Jun, D-level, you may step down. The tone was markedly more distant than before. Fortunately, having lived 3 lives, Zhou Jun had grown accustomed to the caprices of human relationships and felt little anger. He calmly descended from the platform, disregarding the gazes of curiosity, pity, and schadenfreude directed at him. He did not leave the venue but instead returned to stand quietly beside Yi Changshan, for he knew that the old principal had an important announcement to make. As expected, after casting a deep glance at Zhou Jun, the old principal sighed but said nothing further. He deliberately sidestepped the matter, raising his hand to silence the crowd. After considering his words carefully, he began, Students, my appearance today is not only to celebrate the emergence of a student of S-class caliber, Wei, but also to announce another piece of joyful news. Just now, the Federation has granted our school a new beginner's secret realm to prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination. This realm can only be accessed for 3 hours. Therefore, the third-year students need not attend classes this afternoon. All registered students, please gather on the playground. We will enter the secret realm for training in 20 minutes. Chapter 9, Preliminary Sequence. Heavens, did I hear that correctly? The principal has actually secured a new beginner's secret realm for us. Wasn't it reported that the supply of beginner-s secret realms was extremely tight this year? It seems even the second high school couldn't secure one. The throngs of excited third-year students in the sports field buzzed with exhilaration, their heads spinning from this unexpected surprise. It was no wonder they were so thrilled. Secret realms were indeed a rare commodity. Or rather, beginner secret realms were exceptionally scarce. On Blue Star, countless dungeons and secret realms had emerged over the millennia, each varying in difficulty. Dungeons were fixed in the wild and open at all times, while secret realms were difficult to create, requiring special artifacts to summon them. In comparison to dungeons, the experience gained from vanquishing monsters in the secret realms is significantly greater, as is the probability of acquiring equipment. Most importantly, within these realms, there exists a one-time immunity to death. Consequently, the items that summon these secret realms are exceedingly popular on Blue Star, with demand far outstripping supply. This is particularly true for novice realms, where the monsters cap at a mere level 10, making them ideally suited for newly awakened individuals to hone their skills. The only drawback is the ephemeral nature of these realms. They typically dissipate after just a few hours. Among the countless universities across the Federation, those that can boast a secret realm are indeed rare gems. In Linyuan City, such treasures are usually prioritized for allocation to the first and second high schools. Unexpectedly, this time, the fifth high school has been granted one. For the current cohort of seniors at the fifth high school, this is truly a once-in-a-century boon. More than 10 minutes later, the students in the gymnasium had largely dispersed. The first and second-year students returned to their classes, while the seniors convened on the playground. The entire sports arena was left with only a middle-aged man responsible for registration. After confirming the gathered information on his tablet once more, he intended to reach out and retrieve the floating Divine Pearl, thus completing his duties for the day. However, when his gaze returned to the Divine Pearl, he was suddenly struck dumb. Almost immediately, a visibly trembling voice broke the silence. What is happening? The middle-aged man struggled to articulate, his astonishment evident as he pointed at the Divine Pearl, his pupils uncontrollably dilating. Before him, the pristine Divine Pearl was emanating a dazzling 9-colored radiance, unparalleled in its brilliance, while the gradually revealing text above it commanded utmost attention. Student name, Zhou Jun. Second talent level, SSS. Talent information, unmatchable. Talent attribute, unique. The 3 keywords, though inscribed with light strokes, now weighed heavily in the air. For the SSS level signifies the pinnacle of talent. The term unmatchable indicates that the Divine Pearl cannot detect the specific details of this talent. The word unique asserts that this talent is singular, possessed by no other in existence. With a resounding thud, the sound of the middle-aged man's tablet crashing to the ground echoed. It was inconceivable that the Divine Pearl could malfunction twice in such a short span. Thus, he realized that. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he gradually regained his composure, though the shock on his face remained palpable. This is bad. The next moment, he appeared to recollect something, his expression shifting dramatically as he hurriedly dashed towards the exit of the gymnasium. Meanwhile, in the center of the playground, a spatial rift, towering over 3 meters high and exuding an air of danger, loomed ominously above the ground. This was the entrance to the novice secret realm summoned by the old principal. Under the guidance of the teachers from the 5th high school, a throng of senior students was lining up to enter. Remember, the secret realm can only exist for 3 hours. During this time, strive to defeat monsters and level up. Weaker students may form teams, but be sure not to venture too deeply into the heart of the realm, for the closer you get to the core, the higher the monster levels will be. At the deepest point, there are even level 10 monsters, which are beyond your capacity to handle. If you inadvertently trigger a death immunity, make sure to exit the realm proactively, for if you die again, it will be the end. The head of the department, holding a loudspeaker, reiterated with urgency. Amidst the bustling crowd, Yi Changshan and Zhou Jun also edged closer to the entrance of the secret realm. Brother Jun, did the Divine Pearl really malfunction? Yi Changshan inquired in a hushed tone. Even now, he found it hard to believe that Zhou Jun had awakened with a D-level talent. Zhou Jun, noticing his brother's concern, offered a gentle smile. Mythical-grade artifacts don't malfunction so easily. You only need to know that my talent is indeed SSS. As for the rest, there's no need for you to worry. Upon hearing this, Yi Changshan's face lit up with joy, his worries dissipating. I knew it. How could my brother possibly have a D-level talent? SSS level, our future God King. His excitement grew, and a silly grin spread across his rugged face. Haha. My brother will be a God King in the future. My brother is invincible. Zhou Jun sighed inwardly, thinking to himself how he had ended up with such a foolish younger brother. He placed a hand on Yi Changshan's shoulder, and together they walked into the secret realm. At that very moment, the middle-aged man responsible for registration dashed toward them like a whirlwind. Principal's son. He disregarded the teachers from the 5th high school who greeted him along the way, panting as he stood before the old principal, his face still marked by a deep sense of regret and astonishment. The Divine Pearl has lit up again. Young Zhou possesses a second talent, and it is an SSS unique talent. What? The old principal, initially puzzled by the man's frantic demeanor, reacted even more strongly upon hearing the full statement. Quickly, tell me what transpired. The middle-aged man, unable to conceal the truth, hurriedly recounted the earlier events. Then, with a note of concern, he added, Principal's son, you know that whenever an SSS talent holder of the human race enters a secret realm, the attributes of all the monsters within automatically double. If young Zhou hasn't entered yet, I would like to send him 2 pieces of equipment for protection and sincerely apologize for my earlier misjudgment. It's too late. The old principal interrupted bluntly. Just a second before you arrived, Zhou Jun just entered the realm. The middle-aged man's expression soured instantly. But the other students are still unaware of this news. He seemed to contemplate whether he could somehow cancel the secret realm. However, the old principal scoffed. There's nothing to fear. Consider it a preemptive training for these youngsters. After all, there's still a death immunity. His words revealed a lack of concern regarding the doubling of monster attributes within the realm. His true focus was on Zhou Jun's dual talents. A smile spread across his face that he could not suppress. An SSS talent with a unique attribute. I never imagined that our 5th high school would one day produce such a genius. I always said that Zhou Xianrong's lineage could not be so mediocre. Humph. Those old fools from the 1st high school still look down upon us. With their paltry S levels, they aren't even worthy to carry young Zhou's shoes. The old principal wore an expression of triumph, as if years of pent-up grievances had finally found release. By the way, have you registered young Zhou's second talent? After his moment of joy, the principal inquired with a serious tone. A mistake in registering awakening information for the senior students would be considered a serious incident. Most importantly, it could potentially damage Zhou Jun's reputation. The old principal did not wish for a trivial matter to tarnish Zhou Jun's impression of the 5th high school. Upon hearing the principal's inquiry, the middle-aged man's expression grew exceedingly complicated, tinged with disbelief. To be honest, I had already reported young Zhou's situation to the higher-ups of the Federation on my way here. Just received a response. And the higher-ups conveyed that the Divine Pearl would never air twice in a short span. They urged me to verify thoroughly. If Brother Zhou's talent is indeed authentic, he will be directly included in the Federal's preliminary candidate list, with his personal profile encrypted to the Azure Dragon level. Furthermore, in light of this mix-up, the Federation shall provide compensation, distributing it alongside the rewards for awakening to the SSS level. From the tone of the leadership, it appears that besides the usual resource cards, an additional set of mythical-grade beginner gear has been specially prepared for student Zhou. Listening to the words of the middle-aged man, The old principal seemed momentarily frozen, his astonishment rendering him immobile. The federal preliminary list. Ordinary individuals might not comprehend its significance, but as the principal of the 5th high school, a veteran who has toiled in the educational realm for decades, he fully understood the weight these 5 words carried. The concept of a sequence was introduced by the federal hierarchy a century ago. It symbolizes the ticket to the realm of top-tier powerhouses. Every 20 years, the Federation selects a single individual for this honor, granting them unparalleled authority and boundless resources to aid their ascension to humanity's supremacy. The competition for this sequence has always been brutal, with countless prodigies falling along the way. Yet, they persist in their relentless pursuit, striving to carve out a path to greatness. However, let alone the sequence itself, even the threshold for becoming a preliminary candidate is astronomically high. Ordinary talents are simply not qualified to contend. Only those truly transcending millions can vie for the honor. This is no exaggeration. Among the 500 billion humans in the Federation, the number of preliminary candidates in each cohort does not exceed 50. What a staggering ratio. Truly, 1 in a billion. Not to mention, in the city of Linyuan, which is considered a significant city in the southern territory of the Great Xia, only one preliminary candidate has emerged in the past 5 centuries, Zhou Jun, the dragon of the Zhou family. Now, with the Zhou family producing another extraordinary talent, Zhou Jun has been directly listed as a candidate for the preliminary sequence. How astonishing is that? It is no wonder the old principal reacted so fervently. Moreover, the Federation has not only conferred an identity, but has also generously bestowed a complete set of mythical-grade beginner gear. This matter is worthy of careful contemplation. It is important to note that while the Federation does offer rewards for the awakening of talents above S level, they are nowhere near as bountiful. The significance of mythical-grade equipment is self-evident. What is particularly rare is the term set. The distinction between individual pieces and a complete set is immense. Sets are difficult to assemble, yet once formed, they possess additional attributes. The enhancement to combat power is not something to be taken lightly. Top-tier sets can wield considerable influence even in the starry battlefields governed by the God King. The Federation's decision to provide a complete set of beginner-appropriate mythical-grade gear is truly a remarkable gesture, far beyond the old principal's expectations, granting him a fresh perspective on the value of the unique SSS talent. Chapter 10. The Shadowy Forest. Bang! The dull sound of a punch echoed through the shadowy forest, accompanied by the anguished wails of a beast. A wild boar-like creature, towering over 2 meters and as robust as a small mountain, collapsed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust around it. Killed a level 4 beast, Savage Boar. Experience gained, 26. 2 notification boxes floated before Zhou Jun, who casually dusted off his hands and calmly stepped over the beast's carcass, continuing his forward journey. This marked the 3rd beast he had slain since entering the secret realm, 2 of which were level 3 and 1 level 4. Perhaps due to Zhou Jun's exceptionally high attributes, he encountered little difficulty along the way. With a staggering speed of 300 points, before these low-level beasts could even react, his heavy fists had already struck down upon them. Moreover, Zhou Jun targeted their weaknesses, and if fortune favored him with a critical hit, a second punch was entirely unnecessary. His experience dwarfed that of other students entering the secret realm, placing him in an entirely different dimension. After all, Zhou Jun had reached level 54 in his previous life, making him more than capable of handling these lowly beasts. He wondered where Old Yi had gone and if he needed assistance. With his hands tucked in his pockets, Zhou Jun strolled, glancing around. Upon entering the secret realm, all participants randomly appeared at various locations on the periphery, so Zhou Jun had not been alongside Yi Changshan. However, he was not concerned. The secret realm was not extensive, and the peripheral area was limited. As long as he moved toward the core, he would inevitably encounter others. Unfortunately, lacking any skills, he could only rely on his attributes to brute force his way through. Otherwise, even if he encountered level 5 or 6 elite beasts, he could dispatch them in a single blow. After defeating a level 4 striped tiger that attempted to ambush him with 2 punches, Zhou Jun shook his head. In this world, the methods employed by the celestial warriors against beasts were certainly not limited to merely relying on awakened abilities. Much like in an online game, defeating beasts not only grants experience points, but also yields loot. Various quality equipment, items, elixirs, and even skill books could potentially drop, albeit with a lower probability. Low-level beasts below level 5 are not destined to drop loot, except for elite-level creatures, which have a slight chance. Fortunately, the novice secret realm Zhou Jun had entered did indeed contain elite-level beasts. This secret realm was known as the Shadowy Forest, which is relatively common among novice secret realms. Therefore, information regarding it had long been thoroughly explored. The periphery of the Shadowy Forest is quite safe, inhabited by low-level beasts below level 5. As one moves further from the periphery toward the core, the levels of the beasts increase accordingly. The minimum standard for elite-level beasts is level 5. Thus, by venturing deeper into the core of the secret realm, there is a significant chance of encountering elite-level beasts. Given Zhou Jun's prowess, he could not possibly linger at the periphery. His objective was clear: penetrate the core, and slay monsters beyond his level. This would not only yield considerable experience points, but also present opportunities for loot, two birds with one stone. As Zhou Jun delved deeper toward the core, at a certain point on the outskirts of the shadowy forest, Peng Yu, surrounded by an eerie blue fire, casually flung a fireball that vanquished a level 3 beast before turning to Wang Tong. Any sign of that kid? Before him, Wang Tong, wielding a deep purple longbow, with red glimmers in his eyes as if piercing through the dim forest to the distant end, shook his head after a moment. Not yet, however. As long as he remains within this secret realm, even if he retreats to the depths of the core, I will eventually locate him. Peng Yu nodded in response, a glint of greed flashing across his face. Young Master Zhou has already instructed that as long as we can keep Zhou Jun forever trapped in this secret realm, we shall each be rewarded with a silver-grade weapon upon our return. Both you and I are endowed with B-level talents and have already reached level 5. Zhou Jun is merely a D-level waste. Even with that A-level protector Yi Changshan by his side, he won't make it out alive today. Peng Yu and Wang Tong hailed from second-tier families in Linyuan City, awakening earlier than others and achieving higher levels. Among them, Peng Yu possesses a B-grade talent known as Azure Ghostfire, which allows him to restore a certain state each time he employs a flame attack. Conversely, Wang Tong wields a similarly rated B-grade talent called Spirit Eye, which grants him vision akin to that of a hawk and an X-ray-like ability to penetrate obstacles. Since Spirit Eye is primarily a support-type skill, Wang Tong has gone to great lengths to procure a bronze-grade bow and arrow to compensate for his combat prowess. With their combined strength, the two can traverse the periphery of this secret realm with impunity. They even harbor confidence in daring to venture into slightly more central areas. As for Zhou Wang's knowledge of the initiation of the novice secret realm at Wuzhong, it was undoubtedly the result of their clandestine communication. In fact, after Zhou Jun's registration revealed a D-grade talent, the astute Peng Yu promptly reported this to Zhou Wang. Even through a phone call, they could distinctly sense Zhou Wang's ecstatic joy and fervor. Only at that moment did they realize that Zhou Wang's alleged influence on Zhou Jun's talent awakening was, in fact, attributable to the use of a star-diminishing stone. In an instant, both of them couldn't help but marvel at Zhou Wang's audacity. To ensure his cousin would never rise again, he dared to employ a star-diminishing stone valued at several million Federation coins as a ruse. Offending young Master Zhou Wang inevitably sealed Zhou Jun's fate. So be it. Let me, Peng Yu, send him on his way. The two initially expressed their sentiments, only to break into cold laughter. Filled with murderous intent as they plunged into the dense forest, they harbored no fear of the repercussions of killing within the secret realm. After all, peace had never graced Blue Star. Countless lives were extinguished daily in dungeons and secret realms. Not to mention that no one would concern themselves with the life or death of a D-grade waste. Even if Wuzhong wished to investigate, they would find themselves powerless. The crime scene lay within the confines of the secret realm, where once the realm was sealed, all evidence would vanish. They could easily shift the blame onto the monsters, and even the Federation's laws would be rendered impotent. The secret realm was indeed a prime location for murder and plunder. Should they consider seizing the opportunity to eliminate Peng Yu and Wang Tong? As Zhou Jun approached the path leading to the core area, he pondered with his hand resting on his chin. As a reincarnator, he was well aware of the true nature of Peng Yu and Wang Tong. In his previous life, after the opening of the Wuzhong secret realm, these two had relentlessly pursued him within its depths like rabid dogs. Had it not been for Yi Changshan awakening an A-grade talent and risking his life to protect him, Zhou Jun might have perished in that cursed forest. Now, having returned, he was determined to avenge that grudge. However, he had no time to specifically seek out these two. The secret realm was only open for 3 hours, and maximizing monster kills was of utmost importance. When he eventually encountered Peng Yu and Wang Tong, he would slay them without hesitation. After all, he was no longer the defenseless individual he had been in his previous life. Chapter 11. Skill, Bone Shatter. Within the secret realm, time flowed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. During this time, Zhou Jun had made considerable gains. He focused solely on slaying monsters of higher levels than his own, and the speed at which he garnered experience points was akin to riding a rocket. He was now merely 5 experience points away from reaching level 4. Just one more monster kill would suffice. Fortuitously, before him lay a magical python coiled upon a tree trunk. As Zhou Jun's gaze fell upon it, he noticed the letters LV5 floating above its serpentine body. It seemed he had indeed entered the core area of the secret realm. Yet, he had yet to encounter Yi Changshan. The two had agreed prior to entering the secret realm that regardless of where they were teleported, they would make their way towards the core together. Since the dark forest was circular in shape, the further one ventured towards the center, the smaller the area for movement became. As long as they both advanced towards the center, they would inevitably cross paths. This old Yi, could he be grinding on the outskirts? Zhou Jun internally scoffed at Yi Changshan's unreliability while simultaneously seizing a fist-sized stone and hurling it at the magical python's vital spot. Whoosh! The seemingly mundane stone flew from his hand like a bullet from a heavy sniper rifle, generating a fierce gale as it struck the python's weak point with great force. The massive tree shuddered, showering the area with a cascade of grayish-white leaves, as the python's health bar diminished by 1/5. Zhou Jun let out a soft exclamation. He hadn't anticipated the magical python to be so resilient. This world was peculiar, although it bore some resemblance to a blend of online gaming and reality. The integration was not entirely seamless. Humans possessed upgrade panels and visible four-dimensional attributes, yet no matter how high their levels rose, there was no concept of job changes. Furthermore, the panels did not display health bars. Conversely, the magical creatures resembled wild monsters in online games, with their health clearly visible. According to years of research conducted by federal scholars and experts, they had deduced a set of conclusions. Although humans lacked visible health bars, their damage resistance was most closely related to their physical constitution within the four-dimensional attributes, excluding considerations of equipment and talents. If one were to quantify it in terms of health bars, a human's health was roughly double their constitution attribute. The evaluation of damage, however, was considerably more complex, as it involved numerous factors. In layman's terms, physical damage was linked to strength attributes, while magical damage was tied to mental attributes. Of course, the calculation of specific damage levels was not solely based on the height of one's four-dimensional attributes. The talents one possessed, the quality of their weapons, and even their skills, all exerted significant influence on the damage inflicted upon magical creatures. Additionally, these creatures themselves had various resistances, defenses, immunities, and so forth. Although Zhou Jun possessed dual SSS-grade talents, the infinite sublimation was not a combat-oriented ability. The redistribution of powers merely grazed the edges of combat prowess. Moreover, he had yet to master any skills. Thus, Zhou Jun currently relied solely on his remarkable four-dimensional attributes and physical strength to dominate. He could effortlessly annihilate monsters below LV5. However, once he encountered those above LV5, he would need to exert some effort. The magical python before him served as an excellent example. With a single strike, it had only lost 1/5 of its health. This meant he would need to land 5 punches before it would perish. It was somewhat disheartening for him, given his SSS-grade talents. He lamented the lack of skills. Zhou Jun sighed deeply, increasingly yearning to uncover a skill book. Subsequently, he forcefully kicked the ground with his right foot, sending a shower of debris flying as he repelled the magical python, which had attempted to dive at him. In the next instant, Zhou Jun, whose speed attribute soared to 300, appeared like a flash of lightning, landing an elbow strike on the python's head that cleared its health bar entirely. Kill LV5 Elite Magical Creature, Dark Magical Python. Loot dropped, X1. Experience points, 58. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 4. A series of prompt boxes flashed before his eyes, accompanied by a radiant glow enveloping him. Zhou Jun felt all his fatigue dissipate. He performed a few simple stretches and then turned his attention to a sphere of white light beside the magical python's corpse. Loot. This magical python was indeed an elite-level creature, which explained its impressive resilience. Moreover, it had dropped a piece of loot. Although there was only one, it was still quite commendable. Zhou Jun eagerly reached out towards the orb of white light, until the loot dropped by magical creatures was picked up. Its contents remained a mystery. What emerged from the treasure bag, be it equipment, elixirs, or skill tomes, was entirely left to fortune, akin to the thrill of unboxing a mystery gift. Consequently, scavenging for loot was undeniably the most favored activity among all the celestial raiders of Blue Star, a pursuit marked by exhilarating suspense. As Zhou Jun placed his hand into the bag, the unique radiance enveloping the spoils dissipated, revealing a tattered, thin tome before him. To his delight, it was a skill book. Zhou Jun's expression brightened, realizing that his desires were manifesting with uncanny precision. Any combat-oriented skill book would suffice, for with his extraordinary attributes, even the most mediocre skill would yield unparalleled results. After all, his casual toss of stones could rival the awakening abilities of other raiders of the same level. At that moment, the true form of the skill book unveiled itself. Name, Powerful Kick. Tier, Bronze. Type, Melee Skill Book. Effect, concentrates power to deliver a formidable low kick to the enemy, inflicting double the damage of the user's strength attribute. Cooldown, 300 seconds. The simplicity of the skill's description sparked Zhou Jun's interest, for it was a melee skill devoid of any weapon requirements. Although it was merely a bronze tier, one must remember that even the ominous dark magic python was only level 5. The rarity of obtaining loot from such novice tier monsters was already remarkable, so one could hardly expect a higher tier. Furthermore, bronze tier was not to be underestimated during the novice phase. Most individuals had yet to even glimpse what a skill book looked like. It was evident that many were still teaming up to grind monsters at the outskirts of the secret realm. Thus, mastering a bronze tier skill at this stage placed him above the majority. As for the 5-minute cooldown, it was not only reasonable, but rather quite brief. One must bear in mind that Blue Star was a realm of reality. Traversing a dungeon was not as simple as sitting before a computer, typing away to complete the map. A typical dungeon run would demand at least 3 to 4 hours to navigate fully. In fact, Some high-level supersized secret realms could take days to exit. The vastness of the area and the sparse distribution of monsters meant that encountering a creature could take a considerable amount of time, making the cooldown time of skills far longer than the mere seconds found in fast-paced computer games. Legends spoke of the most elite immortal skills having cooldowns of over 10 minutes, sometimes even starting at half an hour. Shaking his head slightly, Zhou Jun dismissed such thoughts, resolved to apply his sublimation power to the skill book. Infinite sublimation could elevate all things. The moment he awakened this talent, it was destined that Zhou Jun would never possess inferior equipment or items. The same applied to skill books. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he activated his ability on Powerful Kick, a sensation akin to having his insides hollowed out washed over him, and the skill book underwent a remarkable transformation. The tome was no longer tattered but appeared brand new. Zhou Jun gazed at it with anticipation. Name: Shatterbone. Tier: Gold. Type: Melee skill book. Effect: concentrates power to deliver a formidable low kick to the enemy, with a certain chance to breach their defenses. A successful attack can repel the enemy and create a shockwave, damaging multiple foes ahead. Cooldown: 120 seconds. In an instant, the sublimation was complete, elevating the skill from bronze to gold, an impressive leap of 2 tiers. The value of this skill book had also doubled. If Powerful Kick could fetch several tens of thousands of federal coins in the market, then Shatterbone could easily command a price of 1 million or more. Such was the scarcity of gold-tier skill books. A satisfied smile graced Zhou Jun's face. This time, he was finally ready to learn. Waves of radiant light flickered around him, and an abundance of martial knowledge flooded his mind. His sturdy, powerful legs felt as if they had trained in kicking techniques for years, becoming remarkably agile. Skill Shatterbone LV1 acquired. The system notification appeared before him, and joy sparkled in Zhou Jun's eyes. At last, he possessed a skill to call his own. Oh, he still had attribute points to allocate. Remembering that he had just leveled up to LV4, which increased his attribute cap significantly, he wasted no time in accessing his personal panel, eagerly maximizing each attribute. Moments later, an extraordinarily lavish personal panel unfolded before him. Name: Zhou Jun. Level: LV4 2. Strength: 700. Agility: 766. Mentality: 700, 102. Constitution: 700. Skill: Shatterbone LV1. Equipment: Starfall Pendant Epic. Talent: SSS level redistribution, SSS level infinite sublimation. After leveling up, each of his 4 core attributes had increased by an additional 400 points. With the newfound freedom to allocate his attributes, Zhou Jun, brimming with confidence, filled each one to the brim. His agility and mentality were further enhanced due to the epic equipment, Starfall Pendant. Should this panel be revealed, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire Federation. After all, at merely LV4, his total attributes reached nearly 3,000 points. While it may not be said that no one could follow in his footsteps, it could certainly be claimed that none had ever walked this path before. Chapter 12. A reunion with Wei Duoer. As Zhou Jun stepped into the core area of the dark forest, the atmosphere thickened with peril. Level 5 monsters were plentiful, and he had already slain numerous foes along the way, skyrocketing his experience points by 20, a meteoric rise indeed. In his previous life, he would have never dared to dream of such progress. After once more utilizing the skill, Shatterbone, to vanquish a lion-like monster, a dark, cold pond came into view before him. Was this the territory of the bloodthirsty crocodile, a leader-level monster? With his vast experience, Zhou Jun instantly recognized his surroundings. For the Dark Forest was a popular novice secret realm. Having spent considerable time in the novice phase in his previous life, he was well acquainted with the environment and the information regarding the monsters within. The bloodthirsty crocodile was a level 8 monster and a leader-level threat, boasting formidable defenses and high attributes. Monsters were categorized into 7 tiers based on their strength: ordinary, elite, leader, lord, king, supreme, and demon god. The higher the tier, the greater the monster's prowess. Within the Dark Forest, the highest tier monster was the Lord-level boss, the multi-eyed lizard, residing in the central core. The bloodthirsty crocodile was the only other leader-level monster in this realm, aside from the multi-eyed lizard. For most newcomers, facing a level 5 elite monster was already a daunting challenge. To recklessly seek out the leader-level bloodthirsty crocodile would be tantamount to courting death, as it not only possessed formidable strength, but also commanded numerous lower-level monsters within its lair. This implies that in order to conquer the bloodthirsty crocodile, one must be adequately prepared to confront a multitude of monstrous entities. The 5th grade students who have recently awakened their powers are the only ones permitted entry into the secret realm this time. Even when battling monsters at the periphery, they must form teams, let alone venture into the core region. Thus, an hour into the secret realm's activation, the surroundings of the icy pond remain eerily silent. With no one in sight, Zhou Jun stretches his limbs, contemplating whether to challenge himself to an extreme feat, single-handedly overcoming this icy pond. With his formidable attributes, he possesses confidence in battling this level 8 boss-level creature, even without any equipment. However, He knows that after such a confrontation, his condition would significantly decline, hindering further exploration of the central core. Unless, of course, the experience points provided by the bloodthirsty crocodile could propel him to level 5 in one fell swoop. Refreshing his state. Just as Zhou Jun deliberates whether to take the plunge, he suddenly senses something, swiftly darting 5 or 6 meters away. While his gaze remains fixated on the spot he had just occupied, there, a little girl with dark twin tails, clad in a black hoodie and knee-length denim shorts, casually chewing on a lollipop, appears as if from thin air. She stands there with her hands in her pockets, gazing at him with a pair of placid, deadpan eyes. Wei Duoer. Zhou Jun instantly recognizes her, his heart filled with astonishment, for he had sensed none of her presence prior to her sudden appearance. Would you like some candy? Wei Duoer speaks in a flat tone, pulling out a string of lollipops from her pocket and tossing one towards him. Zhou Jun, somewhat bewildered, catches it and hesitantly places a piece in his mouth. Ugh, strawberry flavor, truly unpalatable. He grimaces, about to inquire about her intentions, when Wei Duoer interjects. Let us team up and clear the icy pond. You'll take the lion's share of the experience points, and if any loot drops, you can choose first. Just nod if you agree, and I'll charge in with you. Wei Duoer, savoring her lollipop, states this calmly, leaving Zhou Jun momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of hesitation, he asks, are you sure you want to team up with me, considering I'm only a D-grade talent? Upon hearing this, Wei Duoer bursts into laughter. A D-grade talent made it this far? You must be at least SS grade, perhaps even SSS grade. Don't play games with me. I'm quite astute. As she speaks, Wei Duoer tilts her delicate chin upward, her small eyes gleaming with pride, as if to showcase her cleverness. Yet, regrettably, at just 1.6 meters tall, she resembles a petite potato, and despite her efforts to elevate her gaze, she cannot see the top of Zhou Jun's head. Moreover, Wei Duoer's unwavering confidence in Zhou Jun's exceptional talent stems not from her so-called cleverness, but rather from her awakened ability, Shadow, which includes a passive skill called danger perception. This skill allows her to sense the presence of targets stronger than herself. During the registration in the gym, she had felt an overwhelming aura of ferocity amidst the crowd. Once Zhou Jun took the stage, the source of that unsettling aura became unmistakable to her. When she saw the words D-grade talent displayed on the divine orb, disbelief flooded her mind. They were all merely high school seniors who had just awakened. Being endowed with an S-grade shadow talent, she was far ahead of her peers. Yet even with her formidable prowess, she could not suppress the activation of her danger perception when confronted with Zhou Jun. It was evident that his talent surpassed her own. Zhou Jun remained silent, casting a peculiar glance at the twin-tailed girl before him, quietly contemplating her proposal. After a moment, he nodded in response to her eager expression. All right, I agree to team up with you. Wei Duoer's strength is commendable. She would indeed make for a valuable ally. In his previous life, Zhou Jun had not interacted deeply with Wei Duoer, yet he had heard whispers of her reputation. It seemed that after the college entrance examinations, she had gained admission to a notably prestigious university. Additionally, Zhou Jun harbored another motive for joining forces with Wei Duoer. He aspired to conquer the secret realm. It is widely known that the most bountiful rewards in any dungeon or secret realm are always bestowed upon those who successfully complete the final challenge. In time-limited secret realms like the Dark Forest, failure to clear the dungeon within 3 hours results in everyone being automatically expelled as the realm closes. To Zhou Jun, this was an utter waste, a squandered opportunity to delve into the secret realm. Thus, he had entered with the intention of completing it from the very beginning, which also explains why he had made arrangements to rendezvous with Yi Changshan. As for why Zhou Jun did not attempt to clear it solo, the risks posed by his current strength were too great, with a considerable chance of failure. Despite his maxed-out attributes making him appear superhuman, he was devoid of any equipment, and his magical resistance was virtually non-existent. In a realm teeming with monsters, this was exceedingly perilous. Moreover, his level 4 status presented a significant drawback. The final boss of the Dark Forest, the multi-eyed demon lizard, was a formidable level 10 lord-level creature, surrounded by countless level 9 and 10 minions. The disparity in overall strength was stark. Even though having 2 SSS-grade talents could somewhat bridge this gap, the inherent risks remained. From years of navigating various dungeons in his past life, Zhou Jun had come to understand a crucial principle. Anything could happen within a dungeon, until one possesses overwhelming strength. Caution is the only avenue to survival. One should not wait until the moment of death to grasp the heavy price of hubris. By then, it would be far too late for regrets. Chapter 13. The useful duo in the core area of the Dark Forest, amidst the grassland surrounding the icy pond. Zhou Jun and Wei Duoer lay concealed, their eyes wide as saucers, scanning the icy pond intently. 1, 2, 3, 4. With her ever-present lollipop, Wei Duoer counts on her fingers, and after a time, she exclaims, there are a staggering 16 level 5 magic pythons. The bloodthirsty crocodile has quite the strategy, recruiting so many elite-level monsters to do its bidding. 16? If we eliminate them all, 1T that provide enough experience points to elevate me to level 5? Zhou Jun's thoughts drifted entirely off course upon hearing this. Wei Duoer, taken aback, furrows her beautiful brows. Hey. Are you really considering killing all the magic pythons? Are you serious? We could just go after the bloodthirsty crocodile. Once the leader falls, the pythons will scatter on their own. There's no need to engage them directly. As she speaks, Wei Duoer's eyes convey an expression of disbelief, as if she were looking at someone lacking intelligence. Had he never played a game before? Who starts a dungeon by fighting the minions? To expedite the process, one must first slay the boss. Wei Duoer fails to comprehend, even rising on her toes. As if she could pry open Zhou Jun's skull to examine the inner workings of his mind. How could anyone be so greedy for experience points? Is he courting death? However, Zhou Jun appeared oblivious to the underlying issues, confidently proclaiming, "These magical pythons are hardly formidable. A punch for each one. 16 pythons. Merely 16 punches. What is so difficult about that?" Wei Duoer was taken aback by his words, her lollipop dropping from her mouth. "Can you refrain from boasting?" she exclaimed. Her expression one of disdain and disbelief. "Even if you possess an SSS level talent, I might believe you if the attributes of the beasts within the secret realm had doubled. But now, each of those ghastly creatures seems to have their health patched up. You seriously think you can take them down with a single punch?" Though this was Wei Duoer's inaugural venture into the secret realm, she had learned in her classes about the expected health points of various magical creatures. Yet, upon entering today, she immediately sensed something was amiss. Regardless of whether they were level 3 or level 4, every magical creature she encountered had its health doubled. Other attributes, such as attack power and resistance, were similarly inflated, each one exhibiting an absurd level of enhancement. Were it not for her formidable shadow talent, she doubted she could even access the core area of this secret realm. Yet here stood this man, claiming he could defeat them with a mere punch. Did we enter the same secret realm? Wei Duoer found it utterly unbelievable. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Jun's thoughts were even more chaotic. The attributes of the magical beasts have doubled? Why was I unaware of this? He picked up a shard of stone from the ground and discreetly flicked it towards the nearest magical python. Upon being struck, the creature's health bar appeared, revealing that the elite-level magical python, which should have had just over 1,700 health points, now had a staggering 3,400. The attributes of these creatures truly had doubled. How had he only just discovered such crucial intelligence? Yet, it was not entirely his fault, until now. Every magical creature he had encountered had been dispatched with a single strike. Checking health bars? They simply vanished before his eyes. Contemplating this, Zhou Jun found himself at a loss, caught between laughter and tears. If the attributes of the magical creatures had doubled, did that not imply that the final boss would be far stronger than anticipated? This could prove quite troublesome. He needed to locate old Yi quickly. Despite possessing only an A-level talent, Yi Changshan's capabilities were extraordinarily potent, leading many to claim that Angry Buddha Luo was a concealed S-level talent. Particularly in the context of secret realm expeditions, his abilities were indispensable to the team. While Zhou Jun mulled over these matters, Wei Duoer could no longer contain herself. Seeing Zhou Jun remain silent, she assumed he was embarrassed after being called out for his boasting. With a carefree pat on his shoulder, she said, "No worries, buddy. A little bragging won't earn you any mockery." As she spoke, she retrieved a lollipop from her pocket and thrust it into Zhou Jun's hand, unwrapping one for herself to suck on. With a bold gesture, she declared, "You'll be responsible for drawing the monsters away, creating a one-on-one situation with the bloodthirsty crocodile. I'm confident I can take it down within 10 rounds." Though crouched in the grass, her petite waist stood straight, exuding an air of authority. Zhou Jun, however, resolutely shook his head. "No, you'll be the one to draw the monsters, luring them all towards me. After I take them out with a flying kick, we'll together slay the bloodthirsty crocodile. As long as you can bait out its magical skills, I'm confident we can finish it in 5 rounds." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Duoer turned to him, her head spinning as a question mark slowly appeared above her. "What on earth are you talking about?" Zhou Jun's words sounded like an incantation from a foreign script, leaving Wei Duoer utterly bewildered. She desperately wished for him to tone down his bragging. However, before she could voice her thoughts, a voice rang out beside her. "Go for it. Twin tails." Suddenly, her small figure was propelled from the underbrush like a cannonball. She stood dazed at the edge of the cold pool, facing a row of magical pythons that were hissing and staring her down. Clearly, the multitude of pythons were far from welcoming of this unexpected intruder. "Zhou Jun, I swear." Realizing the danger, Wei Duoer's instincts kicked in, and she turned to flee without hesitation. As she moved, a dozen stout pythons, as thick as water barrels, began to writhe and slither rapidly, sensing the disturbance. An unusual scene unfolded. A petite girl, a lollipop clamped between her teeth and her dark twin tails streaming behind her, dashed around the cold pool in a panic, pursued by monstrous serpents reminiscent of prehistoric behemoths. As she ran, she shouted curses, shadows beginning to emanate from her body as she sprinted, clearly activating her awakening ability in her frantic state. "Come on, twin tails." Zhou Jun crouched in the grass, eagerly cheering her on. At that moment, Wei Duoer had completed her second lap around the cold pool, successfully drawing all the magical pythons in her wake. Zhou Jun, if you don't make your move soon, just be prepared for me to haunt you. Panting heavily, Wei Duoer's speed began to wane, her cheeks flushed. Behind her, the swiftest python was nearly at her heels, ready to snap at her clothing. Fortunately, the concealment of the grass was drawing near. Zhou Jun, no longer hesitating, lunged forward. With his left hand, he caught Wei Duoer, who was barreling towards him, and tossed her behind him for protection, while his right leg executed a powerful side kick. The immense force erupted like a mountain. Bone Shatter. Chapter 14, Perfect Coordination. Crack. The first magical python met Zhou Jun's side kick head-on, its skull shattering instantly. The overwhelming power of 700 points of strength surged within the creature's body, and combined with his golden-level skill, the magical python's health bar visibly evaporated. Yet, the assault was not over. Bone Shatter, as a golden-level skill, possessed multiple bursts of power. Upon striking the first magical python, powerful shockwaves radiated outward in all directions, enveloping the gathered group of pythons. The next moment, boom. A resounding crash echoed through the forest as the magical pythons disintegrated into clouds of blood under the ferocity of the attack. Only a few managed to escape, left with mere fragments of health. At that moment, a shadow darted from behind Zhou Jun. She resembled an assassin from the netherworld, or perhaps a reaper walking among the living. In the blink of an eye, she swept past the surviving pythons. Shadows swirled, dark mist engulfing the area. The surviving pythons shrieked in horror, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Zhou Jun's expression stiffened upon witnessing this scene. With his keen eyesight, he had just caught a glimpse of how Wei Duoer executed her attack. A dagger. She wielded a pitch-black dagger that appeared quite extraordinary, seemingly a formidable piece of equipment. With every swing of her dagger, the shadows entwined around her would simultaneously strike. That was the Shadow Ghost, a passive ability of her shadow talent, executing a slash in sync with her every attack, dealing approximately 130 of the damage she inflicted. Perceiving Zhou Jun's bewilderment, Wei Duoer flicked away the strands of hair that fell over her forehead and spoke with undeniable pride. Suddenly, she lowered her face, glaring at him with a ferocious intensity against the backdrop of shadows. From now on, you must never throw me like a bowling ball again. Understood. I promise it won't happen again, Zhou Jun replied nonchalantly, though his keen eyes suddenly drifted past the numerous serpentine corpses, landing on the icy pool. There, an astonishingly large crocodile had stealthily emerged, silently closing in on the two. It was none other than the LV-8 chief-level monster, the bloodthirsty crocodile. Without needing Zhou Jun's warning, Wei Duoer, endowed with a sense of danger, had already sensed the creature's presence. The shadows surrounding her grew denser, and she gripped her dagger tightly. Both were LV-4 hunters, and despite having just slain a dozen magical pythons, the vast experience points shared between them still left them a fraction short of ascending to level 5. Zhou Jun felt a pang of regret. Although he was entitled to the bulk of the experience points as per their agreement, he still fell slightly short. Had he reached LV-5, confronting the bloodthirsty crocodile would have been a trivial task. Now, with Bone Shatter on cooldown, he could only rely on Wei Duoer to assist. Without hesitation, Wei Duoer crushed the lollipop in her mouth and swallowed it, discarding the stick as her demeanor instantly sharpened. Cloaked in shadows, she darted forward like a bolt of lightning, appearing before the bloodthirsty crocodile in an instant. Shadow Slash of Annihilation. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed her awakened shadow ability. In an instant, countless shadow clones surrounded her, all launching an assault on the giant crocodile. Swish, swish, swish. Blades of light flashed, reminiscent of a god of slaughter descending upon the earth. Roar. The bloodthirsty crocodile let out a thunderous roar, its massive jaws snapping wildly. Yet it failed to graze even the hem of Wei Duoer's garment. Simultaneously, its health bar plummeted by a third. Zhou Jun watched from the sidelines, a twinge of envy rising within him. This was the essence of a high-tier combat talent, born solely for battle, with not a single skill rendered superfluous. If she unleashed Shadow Slash of Annihilation twice more, Wei Duoer could likely solo this monstrous crocodile. Well, having hunted monsters for 2 lifetimes, it was time for him to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Just as Zhou Jun contemplated slacking off, he saw Wei Duoer swiftly return. Beads of sweat rolling down her delicate face, and the shadows enveloping her had considerably thinned. I can't go on any longer. It's your turn, she gasped, squatting down to rest. Zhou Jun was immediately filled with questions. After such a fierce display, he had assumed Wei Duoer was capable of soloing the beast, only to see her falter so abruptly. Seemingly sensing Zhou Jun's unvoiced thoughts, Wei Duoer replied with irritation, "That was my awakened technique. It's quite draining to use. I've already taken down a third of its health. You're strong. The remaining portion should be a piece of cake for you." Zhou Jun glanced at his nearly cooled down Bone Shatter, sighing, "Merely whittling down its health is futile. You must coax out its ultimate ability." Chief-level monsters had already crossed into the realm of high-tier beasts and possessed ultimate skills. The bloodthirsty crocodile's ultimate was particularly vicious and dealt magical damage. Lacking any equipment, Zhou Jun's magic resistance was virtually non-existent. Relying solely on his health and resistance derived from his physique, he wouldn't withstand the crocodile's ultimate. Dodging it would also be a challenge, as the ultimate manifested as a lightning-fast laser breath expelled from its maw. Thus, he needed someone to lure it out. Of course, his suggestion for Wei Duoer to lure it was not a disregard for her safety. In his previous life, while he and Wei Duoer had not interacted closely, he had heard tales of Shadow's formidable reputation, knowing that within this talent lay a unique ability to substitute for a fatal blow. Hence, he proposed this strategy. Upon hearing his plan, Wei Duoer wore an expression of exasperation and snapped her fingers. The shadows surrounding her expanded, and a tendril of darkness descended onto Zhou Jun's shoulder. Go. When faced with a lethal strike, my shadow substitute will teleport you back to me, absorbing the blow in your stead. Zhou Jun was taken aback by this revelation. The shadow's death substitute skill could indeed be utilized by others. How convenient. Without further hesitation, he launched himself forward like a released arrow, engaging in a fierce battle with the ferocious crocodile. The creature's attacks were primarily bites, but its massive size rendered it unable to match Zhou Jun's speed. Utilizing his formidable strength and agility, each punch he delivered resonated with earth-shattering force, swiftly reducing the bloodthirsty crocodile's health to a third within mere moments. With a piercing roar, the crocodile could no longer withstand the onslaught, entering a frenzied state. It opened its mouth wide, unleashing a breath akin to a laser cannon. Zhou Jun barely had time to register the bright flash before he found himself beside Wei Duoer. Above the icy pool, the laser's onslaught dissipated, and the shadow substitute Wei Duoer had conjured was obliterated, a glaring damage notification appearing before him. 2,700. Zhou Jun's heart sank. With his 700 constitution, as calculated by the Federation scholars, his health barely reached 1,400. Without any resistance gear, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand that hit. Indeed, once a monster's species ascended to the chief level, there was a qualitative transformation. Reflecting on this, Zhou Jun's movements remained swift. He delivered a powerful kick that soared through the air. Bone Shatter. The Golden Tier skill activated. Stripped of its ultimate ability, the bloodthirsty crocodile became akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, emitting a pained howl as a shattered shield icon appeared above its head, a testament to Bone Shatter's unique effect of breaking defenses. In its broken defense state, the bloodthirsty crocodile required no further effort from Zhou Jun. The scattered shockwaves alone obliterated its health bar. Wei Duoer, witnessing from afar, her eyes sparkling with delight, thought, "This guy truly possesses remarkable prowess. One skill's damage rivals that of my awakened technique." Just as she marveled at this, the reward for slaying the chief-level monster was promptly delivered. A cascade of white light shimmered around the two, signifying their simultaneous ascension to LV5. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 5. A series of notifications illuminated before them. Zhou Jun felt a surge of white radiance enveloping him, restoring his states to their peak due to the level increase. In a moment, he stood revitalized, gazing down at the monster's remains, the dazzling light of the loot drawing his attention. Behind him, Wei Duoer hummed a cheerful tune, bouncing over to join him. Although she received only a fraction of the experience points as per their agreement, she bore the mythic-grade equipment, Dragon's Roar Shining Belt, which doubled her experience gain, ensuring she remained competitive with Zhou Jun in terms of level. Furthermore, having previously vanquished several magic pythons, the accumulation of immense experience points surprisingly enabled both individuals to level up simultaneously, both stepping into level 5. "How's your luck, Twin Tails?" Zhou Jun inquired, casting a glance at Wei Duoer, who had upgraded, without any sense of astonishment, as he remained fixated on the luminous loot orb. The girl tossed her glossy black hair and slowly inserted a chocolate-flavored lollipop into her mouth, her cherubic face radiating with pride. "Naturally, it's excellent. Let me put it this way. It's like winning the lottery 9 times out of 10. Is that for real?" Zhou Jun responded with skepticism, yet he obediently stepped aside. Pointing at the orb shimmering with white light, he teased, "Go ahead, touch it. If you don't find anything good, I'll mock you for eternity." "Humph." Wei Duoer scoffed, unconcerned, as she boldly approached the loot orb. "I'll touch it, I will." With that, she extended her fair hand into the orb. In an instant, the dazzling white light diminished, revealing 2 pieces of equipment that glimmered with a chilling brilliance. Zhou Jun's gaze sharpened as he quickly examined them. Name: Shadow Conqueror Boots. Grade: Silver. Type: Leather Armor, Footwear. Restrictions: Level 5, Level 20. Agility: 32. Strength: 27. Physical Defense: 329. Description: A trophy from conquering the bloodthirsty crocodile, signifying your entry into the heart of the shadowy forest. Wearing it enhances skill damage by 1. The first piece of loot was a leather armor. In this realm, all armor is categorized into 3 types: heavy armor, leather armor, and light armor. The distinctions among these types are most vividly experienced through the allocation of attributes. For instance, heavy armor provides the highest overall attribute boosts, but comes with a significant drawback: it is exceedingly cumbersome. Wearing it creates a palpable sense of weight, severely affecting agility, and is typically donned by robust individuals with high physique attributes. Leather armor, on the other hand, imposes no burdensome weight, though its defensive capabilities are considerably inferior to heavy armor. However, it offers substantial enhancements to agility and strength, making it ideal for those seeking high burst damage. As for light armor, it strikes a delicate balance between the two, possessing neither glaring flaws nor remarkable advantages. Upon seeing the attributes of the boots, Wei Duoer could hardly tear her eyes away, her excitement almost palpable. If one were to describe her in gaming terms, it would be fair to say that with her shadow talent, she resembled an assassin geared towards high burst damage. Zhou Jun, however, felt little interest in the boots. He had mindlessly maxed out all his attributes at each level, destined for a path of physical sanctity. If he were to choose an armor type, heavy armor would undoubtedly be his preference, as it is the most superior in terms of attribute enhancement among the three. The burden of weight, which might pose a significant issue for an ordinary individual, was rendered negligible in the face of Zhou Jun's fully maximized attributes. Collecting armor was still a distant concern for him. His attention was now captivated by the second piece of equipment. It was a pitch-black saber. Name, refined crocodile tooth saber. Grade, silver. Type, blade weapon. Restrictions, level 5, level 20. Agility, 31. Strength, 47. Physical attack, 211. Description, forged from the teeth of the chief-level bloodthirsty crocodile. Capable of slicing through iron like mud, with a 5 chance to unleash chain lightning on each attack, potentially stunning up to 3 targets and inflicting a corresponding amount of damage. Gazing at the seemingly unremarkable attributes, Zhou Jun's eyes shimmered with barely contained excitement. This, refined crocodile tooth saber, was genuinely a remarkable item. In his previous life during the novice phase, he had overheard discussions about this weapon on numerous occasions. It was not merely its damage that was noteworthy, but rather its chaining lightning feature that could incapacitate foes, rendering it a formidable control tool. Once triggered, it could secure at least 3 seconds of hard control, an invaluable asset for novices who are often starved for both offensive and survival options. On the black market, its price had soared to 30,000 federal coins, and even then, it was often unavailable. Zhou Jun had lingered in the novice phase for an extended period, yearning to possess such a weapon. Unfortunately, the drop rate for this saber was notoriously low. Even a strong player had to grind through 100 runs of the cold pool to obtain just one. By the time he transitioned out of the novice stage, he had never once laid eyes on this saber, a regret that lingered for many years thereafter. Yet, astonishingly, upon being reborn, he had effortlessly acquired this coveted weapon during his very first run of the cold pool. He found himself at a loss, pondering whether it was sheer fortune or merely Wei Duoer's extraordinary luck. Ahem, little Junzi, my dear, I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you choose first. Just as Zhou Jun was engrossed in the dark saber, Wei Duoer's exaggerated voice broke through his thoughts. Zhou Jun's eyelids twitched involuntarily, clearly exasperated by her endearingly pretentious term of little Junzi. He glanced at Wei Duoer, who barely reached his chest, and whose dual ponytails bobbed amusingly. It baffled him how she dared refer to herself as sister. First of all, I called dibs on this saber. Secondly, according to our team agreement, all loot should be mine to select first. Zhou Jun stated calmly, pointing out her clumsy attempt to curry favor. Wei Duoer, caught red-handed, flushed with embarrassment. After a huff of indignation, she picked up the gleaming boots and found a quiet spot to examine them with delight. Seeing this, Zhou Jun seized the pitch-black saber, his eyes sparkling with determination. The infinite enhancement of his talent activated. In an instant, a familiar void sensation washed over him. Yet the dark saber was enveloped in a wondrous divine light, transforming before his eyes. Apart from its deep black hue, intricate deep purple patterns adorned the blade, as if a peerless warrior had embedded the very thunderbolts of the heavens within it. Congratulations. Your refined crocodile tooth saber has been perfectly transcended into the extreme blade of Thunderbolt Cataclysm. Name, Extreme Blade of Thunderbolt Cataclysm. Grade, mythical. Type, blade weapon. Restrictions, level 5, level 20. Agility, 69. Strength, 101. Physical attack, 498. Description, a mythical equipment that has transcended from the refined crocodile tooth saber, retaining its lightning attributes. Now, each attack has a 30 chance to unleash chain divine thunder, potentially stunning up to 8 targets and inflicting damage equivalent to this attack's power. As the new panel appeared, Zhou Jun's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. Clearly, he had not anticipated that he would trigger another perfect transcendence. Chapter 16, The Fury of Flora. At the edge of the cold pool, Zhou Jun stood tall atop a pile of monster corpses, holding the pitch-black saber, now crackling with violet electricity, steadily before him. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he scrutinized it closely. The perfectly transcended ancient saber bore a striking resemblance to its former self, yet it had undergone a remarkable transformation. The streaks of violet lightning, both domineering and extraordinary, unmistakably showcased the prestige of a mythic-grade weapon. Each attribute value not only saw a significant enhancement, but the effects bore a stark contrast to their original form. The probability of triggering chain lightning surged to an impressive 30, while the number of immobilized targets increased to as many as 8. It even had the potential to trigger equivalent damage. If the original, refined crocodile tooth saber was merely a plastic toy, then the transcended, extreme blade Thunder Calamity was nothing short of tempered steel, forged through countless trials. Anyone who beheld it would inevitably exclaim in admiration at the beauty of such a blade. Zhou Jun inhaled deeply, his face alight with exuberance. With a mere thought, he equipped the weapon. Following the customary procedure, he allocated all the enhanced attribute limits to their maximum. To his astonishment, upon reaching LV5, his attribute limit correspondingly increased by 500. It appeared he had discerned a pattern regarding the attribute limits at each level. Of course, this was merely a preliminary observation. Whether the trend would hold at levels 10 or 20 remained to be seen. Moments later, Zhou Jun's personal panel underwent a resplendent upgrade. Name: Zhou Jun level, LV5, 10. Strength, 1247. Agility, 1297. Mentality, 1200, 102. Constitution, 1200. Skill, Bone Crushing, LV1. Equipment, Falling Star Pendant, Epic. Extreme Blade, Thunder Calamity, Mythic. Talent, SSS level Redistribution. SSS level Infinite Sublimation. Although he was only at level 5, Zhou Jun's panel surpassed that of a level 10 Skybreaker. His 4 core attributes were outstanding, undoubtedly eclipsing all prodigies throughout history. No one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him at the same level. His formidable strength attribute signified that his attack power was extraordinarily formidable, even without mastering swordsmanship skills. His sheer brute force could unleash the astonishing effects of his mythic quality Thunder Calamity. At this moment, Zhou Jun truly felt equipped to confront the final boss at the heart of the secret realm. Even if that boss doubled all its attributes, he harbored no fear. It could be said that everything was in place. They merely awaited the gathering of comrades to commence the assault. With a sense of determination, Zhou Jun stowed the Thunder Calamity into his backpack and turned to Wei Duer, who was engrossed in examining her new shoes, and called out, "Are you interested in conquering the secret realm?" His booming voice carried an indescribable confidence, reaching the young girl's ears. She paused momentarily, raising her round little head with a look of surprise. "Little Junzi, are you serious? How can the illustrious S-rank, Shadow, hesitate to tackle a mere novice realm boss?" Feigning disdain, Zhou Jun shot her a glance. It turned out that goading her, despite its clumsiness, proved effective. Wei Duer's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, hands on her hips. "Who said I'm afraid? Just to be clear, it's not that I'm scared. I simply think that with just the two of us, it might be a bit presumptuous. As Skybreakers, we should approach things with a degree of caution." Hearing her deliberately mature tone, Zhou Jun couldn't help but smirk. "Fear not. I've also invited Yi Changshan. You must be aware of his A-grade talent, right?" Yi Changshan. Wei Duer paused. A vivid image of the towering figure sprang to mind. Though she had never interacted with him, she vividly remembered him as the sole A-grade awakener in her class, leaving a lasting impression. Most importantly, Yi Changshan's talent, Furious Gaze of Buddha, endowed him with exceptional damage resistance. In gaming terms, he was a top-tier tank, with certain crowd control capabilities. If Yi Changshan joined them, they could indeed challenge the final boss of the Dark Forest. Resolutely, Wei Duer declared, "Since you managed to recruit Yi Changshan, I'll accompany you on this venture." After a brief pause, she magically produced a lollipop from her pocket and tilted her head, "But you'll have to wait a moment. I need to take care of something first." "What is it?" Zhou Jun inquired instinctively. "What is it to you? Am I not allowed to have my own affairs?" Wei Duer suddenly flashed a cunning smile, her eyes narrowing like a sly fox intent on sowing discord. Zhou Jun was momentarily speechless, then shook his head in resignation. "Whatever you need to do, I hope it's quick. The secret realm will close in at most an hour and a half." "You're really quite dull." Wei Duer pouted, discontented with Zhou Jun's lackluster response. She crossed her arms and huffed. "Actually, it's fine to tell you. Besides leveling up, I'm also looking to acquire some agility-enhancing potions. These potions can only drop from the LV6 monster, Thousand-Legged Demon Centipede, in the Dark Forest. So, I'm going to try my luck. However, rest assured, regardless of whether I obtain the potion or not, I will find you within the hour." Zhou Jun regarded Wei Duer with curiosity. He didn't ask, yet she began to explain on her own. Human nature was indeed fascinating. Nodding in understanding, he chose not to elaborate further. Opening the secret realm was no easy feat. If one had the capability, they ought to maximize their combat potential. Zhou Jun's attributes were at their peak, leaving him with no pressing needs. Thus he focused solely on leveling up. Others, however, were not so fortunate. To establish a solid foundation during the novice phase, they strained every nerve to enhance their base attributes. Wei Duer's talent, Shadow, was particularly compatible with agility, making her quest for agility-enhancing opportunities perfectly reasonable. After a moment of contemplation regarding the time, Zhou Jun resolved to act. "All right, we'll split up. I'll seek out Yi Changshan while you hunt for monsters. Let us regroup in the central area of the core zone in an hour." "Okay." Wei Duer flashed a spirited gesture, and in the blink of an eye, she seemed to meld into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Truly a natural assassin, Zhou Jun murmured, somewhat astonished by her stealthy prowess. Without further delay, he discerned the direction and swiftly advanced into the depths of the forest. The range of movement within the core zone was increasingly restricted compared to the periphery. Logically, as long as Yi Changshan had also entered the core zone, they would soon encounter one another. However, in reality, after nearly half an hour of traversing the area, Zhou Jun had yet to sense Yi Changshan's presence. What could be the matter? Zhou Jun frowned, a sense of unease creeping in, just as he pondered whether to return to the outer area. A thunderous roar echoed in his ears. Following the sound, he beheld, approximately 200 to 300 meters away, towering trees crashing down one after another, accompanied by resounding tremors. As if a terrible battle were unfolding. Could this be? Zhou Jun's expression shifted, and he immediately surmised the situation. Rushing toward the source of the commotion. The distance of 200 to 300 meters was nothing for Zhou Jun. He could reach it in the blink of an eye. However, before others could arrive, a sinister laugh echoed in the air. Yi Changshan, weren't you intent on ending my life? Why has it come to the point where you must reveal your transformation? Yet, even with your metamorphosis, it is futile. I have made it abundantly clear. I intend not only to slay you today, but also your elder brother. The arrogant voice reverberated through the woods, startling flocks of birds into flight. Zhou Jun's gaze pierced through the dense foliage, revealing the scene before him. On a relatively spacious clearing stood Peng Yu and Wang Tong, exuding an air of arrogance, their expressions rich with mocking amusement as they cast derisive glances ahead. Confronting them was a remarkable giant, towering at approximately 5 to 6 meters. With dark red skin, 6 arms sprouting from its back, eyes resembling copper bells, a chest adorned with golden patterns, and a necklace of skull beads. It appeared as if a malevolent deity from the west had descended, or perhaps an evil monk had emerged from the depths of hell. At first glance, it instilled a sense of dread. Were it not for the glimmer of human wisdom in its gaze, few ordinary souls would dare to stand before it without trepidation. Yet Zhou Jun was no stranger to this colossal figure. Indeed, he felt an intimate connection, for this was none other than his good brother, Yi Changshan. Chapter 17. The pressure intensifies. Furious Buddha, an A-grade transformation talent. Upon activation, it transforms its wielder into an ancient malevolent Buddha thrice their original size. Simultaneously, it grants a staggering 60 damage reduction, doubling the resistance of one's attributes, and an unparalleled enhancement of strength. This astonishing transformation feature has earned Furious Buddha the title of the most formidable tank. Among A-grade talents, it ranks at the forefront, even rivaling S-grade talents to a certain extent. For those frequently delving into dungeons, a tank with exceptional damage absorption capabilities is undoubtedly a highly coveted asset. When Yi Changshan awakened the Furious Buddha, it was destined that his life would not be mundane. Even if he could not reach the pinnacle, his existence would surely be more prosperous than that of 99% of the populace on Blue Star. Yet in his past life, Yi Changshan forsook such a privileged existence. Driven by unwavering loyalty and righteousness, he steadfastly followed Zhou Jun, never abandoning this brother whom he held dear. Zhou Jun's ascension to level 54 was in no small part due to Yi Changshan's contributions. Time and again, had it not been for Yi Changshan's selfless protection in dungeons, Zhou Jun would have long since perished. This debt of gratitude, Zhou Jun could not repay in his previous life, nor did he possess the means to do so. But in this life, he would not allow Yi Changshan to suffer even an ounce of injustice. Just as memories enveloped Zhou Jun's mind, the battle before him shifted once more. Tell me, where is Zhou Jun? A basketball-sized orb of deep blue flame ignited in Peng Yu's hand, his countenance fierce as he hurled it with great force toward the massive form of Yi Changshan. The searing fireball soared through the air, crashing heavily against the latter's colossal frame. A sound akin to sizzling meat filled the air as Yi Changshan's chest, having endured Peng Yu's fiery assault, visibly charred, emanating plumes of smoke. Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end. Remain silent, and I shall rain arrows upon your bones, torturing you to death. With eyes glinting with malice, Wang Tong, armed with a bronze-grade longbow, tightened the string, aiming at Yi Changshan with a cruel smile. The two resembled hunters certain of victory, toying with their prey. Meanwhile, before them, Yi Changshan, transformed into the ancient malevolent Buddha, glared with blood-red eyes, seething with rage. You dare to entertain thoughts of killing me? How audacious! Were it not for your ambush, you would have been corpses the moment you approached me. Yi Changshan's voice reverberated like thunder, shaking the dense forest. 10 minutes prior, he had been locked in combat with a level 7 elite monster. Just as victory was within his grasp, Wang Tong's hidden arrow struck, preventing him from evading the monster's dying retaliation, leaving him severely weakened. Peng Yu and Wang Tong then employed a relentless wheel of assaults, gradually sapping Yi Changshan's strength, leading to the current predicament. Otherwise, with Yi Changshan's A-grade talent, despite being of a lower level than Peng Yu and Wang Tong, he would never have been forced into such circumstances. Sharp-tongued. In this world, there are no what-ifs. Quickly inform me of Zhou Jun's whereabouts. and perhaps I might spare your life in a moment of good humor." Peng Yu scoffed heavily, his patience evidently wearing thin, as he conjured a fiery serpent in his hand, advancing menacingly toward Yi Changshan. Yet, Yi Changshan threw his head back and laughed heartily, unperturbed. "You think you can make me betray my brother? You are unworthy. To kill Brother Jun? You are even less worthy. Brother Jun is a peerless genius, destined to shake the world. How could he fall to your petty hands? If you dare strike, let us see if I can take one of you down before I perish." As he spoke, Yi Changshan's 6 arms slowly spread wide, despite his grievous injuries. He exuded an indescribable aura of blood and might, as if a deity or demon loomed over the mortal realm. The expressions of Peng Yu and Wang Tong shifted, momentarily paralyzed with fear, unwilling to advance. Witnessing this, Yi Changshan's lips curled into an unabashed sneer, his laughter growing louder. Realizing they had been played, the 2 men turned pale with fury. "Damn it! If I don't kill you today, I am not Peng Yu." With a face as cold as ice, Peng Yu hurled the fiery serpent, which transformed into a streak of rainbow light, hurtling toward Yi Changshan's heart. "Come on!" Yi Changshan bellowed, readying himself for battle. Yet, just as the 2 sides were about to clash, the air abruptly cracked open, an indescribable force surged forth, colliding violently with the blue fire serpent, obliterating it in midair. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. Then, a voice, laced with both fury and authority, emanated from the depths of the forest. "Changshan, take a rest. As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on you." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yi Changshan's tense expression instantly softened, and a wave of joy washed over him. At the same moment, Peng Yu and Wang Tong straightened, fixated on the source of the voice. There a figure, not particularly robust, but exuding calm confidence, strode forth. One hand nestled in his pocket, the other gripping a pitch-black long knife, his gaze deep and tranquil. He came to a halt before Yi Changshan. "Brother Jun." In an instant, Yi Changshan's defiance evaporated, replaced by a profound sense of relief. His immense form vanished, reverting to his human guise. With a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground, a simple, honest smile gracing his lips as he gazed skyward. He needed not worry about anything anymore, for his elder brother had arrived, his brother with the SSS grade talent. "Zhou Jun, you have finally chosen to show yourself." Peng Yu and Wang Tong exchanged glances, their faces betraying an uncontainable joy. "I have never hidden. What do you mean by showing myself?" Zhou Jun's gaze was as frigid as ice as he scrutinized the 2. These 2 clowns had been provoking him since his transfer to the 5th school. In this lifetime and the last, spanning 3 years, it was time to collect the interest on their reckless words. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Jun's expression grew increasingly frigid. However, Peng Yu and Wang Tong were evidently oblivious to the unfolding events, continuing to insult him as usual. "You, with a D-grade talent, still dare to put on airs? I was initially inclined to grant you a swift end, but now I have changed my mind. I shall butcher you piece by piece to feed the monsters." Peng Yu's eyes glinted with malice as he flicked his wrist, conjuring another fire serpent, ready to impart a lesson to Zhou Jun. Meanwhile, Wang Tong, standing aside, pulled out his phone and activated the recording mode, eagerly capturing the moment. This was not out of any malicious amusement, but rather to provide an account to Zhou Wang. Without tangible evidence, even though they had accompanied Zhou Wang for many years, the latter might still refuse to acknowledge their claims. After all, offering 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment as compensation was no trifling matter. Both individuals, each harboring their own intentions, were already daydreaming about the promised equipment they would receive from Zhou Wang after dispatching Zhou Jun, completely forgetting who had just effortlessly destroyed that formidable fire serpent with a mere whip of his arm. Only Yi Changshan, lying on the ground, revealed a satisfied smile at that moment. Chapter 18, To Slay You Like a Dog. "Since you so desperately wish for my demise, come and try." In the heart of the dense forest, Zhou Jun stood calmly at the center of the clearing, his gaze lowered, entirely disregarding the 2 B-grade talent experts, Peng Yu and Wang Tong. Before him, the fire serpent conjured by Peng Yu coiled around his wrist, its intense heat causing the surrounding air to ripple. His cold eyes were fixed on Zhou Jun. "Kid, I truly cannot fathom where you derive your confidence. If you were still the young master of the Zhou family, I would turn and leave. But now, you are merely the offspring of a sinner, a stray dog, with a talent that is nothing more than D-grade. What right do you have to challenge me?" The Peng family, considered a second-tier family in Linyuan City, had Peng Yu, though not of direct lineage, awaken a B-grade talent. Azure Ghostfire, ranking among the top of the younger generation within the clan, holding a status not inferior to that of the direct descendants. Coupled with his early awakening, he had reached level 5 before entering the secret realm. As their journey progressed, he and Wang Tong had coordinated impeccably, achieving consecutive victories and successfully advancing to level 7. Therefore, he simply could not understand how Zhou Jun, with a mere D-grade talent, could dare to engage him in conversation with such audacity. Perhaps this kid had been frightened into foolishness by Brother Yu, still believing himself to be the young master of the Zhou family? Alas, he did not comprehend the true terror of Brother Yu. Wang Tong, witnessing this scene from behind, also wore a mocking smile. Being able to collaborate with Peng Yu, Wang Tong evidently understood him better. Many believed Peng Yu to be a mere debauched school bully, yet few recognized his meticulous mind and ruthless methods. For the purpose of completing Zhou Wang's task smoothly, he had specifically procured a bottle of silver-grade secret potion before entering the secret realm. This potion, named Demon Lure Incense, was not intended for humans, but for monsters. By sprinkling the liquid on the ground, it would incite all monsters within a 2-kilometer radius into a frenzied state, triggering a beast tide. The original purpose of this potion was to draw monsters during dungeon expeditions for high-tier demon slayers. However, Peng Yu, fearing that Zhou Jun had the protection of the A-grade expert Yi Changshan, decided to use this as a contingency plan, attempting to incite the monsters within the secret realm to do his dirty work for him. Yet Brother Yu was overthinking. Dealing with that foolish giant Yi Changshan did not require the use of the demon lure incense. Wang Tong cast a derisive glance at the incapacitated Yi Changshan, shaking his head inwardly. He had prepared for half a day with Peng Yu for this, even placing the potion into his archer's backpack. Yet, Yi Changshan proved to be so utterly ineffective, allowing events to proceed far more smoothly than anticipated. Now that their greatest obstacle, Yi Changshan, was severely injured and exhausted, killing Zhou Jun, a mere D-grade talent, would be a piece of cake. Not only Peng Yu, but even Wang Tong could easily shoot him down with a single arrow. Brother Yu, I have begun, Wang Tong thought, feeling a sudden disinterest, and promptly pressed the recording button, eager to complete this tedious task. As the phone began recording, the camera captured an even more sinister grin from Peng Yu. He no longer spoke, his gaze towards Zhou Jun akin to that of a man staring at a corpse, unleashing the robust fire serpent in his hand. The Azure Ghost Fire, albeit only B-grade, was a rare natural combat talent. This category of talent provided the highest damage amplification. Any single attack wielded immense destructive power. Although Peng Yu was merely level 7, this fire serpent attack would be sufficient to instantly obliterate a level 9 ordinary monster. In his eyes, Zhou Jun, with his meager D-grade talent, even if he had fortuitously leveled up a few times after entering the secret realm, would possess little combat prowess. Being struck by this attack was tantamount to a guaranteed death sentence. It's over. Wang Tong scoffed from behind, his boredom becoming increasingly apparent. Now he merely hoped to uncover some valuable spoils from the corpses of Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan after their demise. After all, he was once the young master of the Zhou family. As the saying goes, a thin camel is still larger than a horse. He must possess some treasures. Brother Jun. As the fire serpent writhed wildly, Yi Changshan, lying incapacitated on the ground, felt a surge of anxiety. Although he held great confidence in Zhou Jun's strength, he had never witnessed his combat abilities since awakening. He was entirely unaware of what Zhou Jun's SSS-grade talent entailed, inevitably feeling a twinge of worry. All this seemed lengthy, yet transpired with extraordinary swiftness. Just as the thoughts of the three individuals emerged, the thick fire serpent had already closed in within half a meter of Zhou Jun. The once calm Zhou Jun finally moved. He stepped forward, seemingly indifferent, as the dark horizontal blade in his hand transformed into a streak of lightning within the shadowy forest, decisively cleaving towards the front. Swish! The violently fierce blade light, enveloped in thunderous radiance, stirred up gusts of wind, howling as it descended from the air. Did he intend to sever my fire with a blade? At the moment Zhou Jun made this move, a thought flickered through Peng Yu's mind. This absurd notion. To sever fire with a blade. How could that be possible? If fire could truly be extinguished in such a manner, what kind of strength and speed would be required? Even those divine kings of level 500 in their youth would find it hard to execute such an attack, right? And Zhou Jun, a discarded scion of the Zhou family with a D-grade talent, what audacity did he possess to attempt such a feat? Peng Yu was just about to mock Zhou Jun for his overreaching ambition, but in the next instant, his lips could no longer curl upwards, for he bore witness to an unforgettable scene. He saw his once invincible Azure Ghost Fire, upon crossing paths with the seemingly unremarkable black horizontal blade, extinguished in midair as if a gust of wind had blown out a candle. He had truly managed to sever fire with a blade. This is impossible. How could you be so strong? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Peng Yu stumbled backward in shock, his expression one of utter horror, as his face turned pale. The recent strike, while still in the form of the fiery serpent, was executed with utmost seriousness, representing his strongest offensive maneuver. Upon its release, his mental energy was nearly depleted, yet it was effortlessly extinguished by Zhou Jun, who approached with a leisurely demeanor, his expression remaining unchanged, as if the stunning blow had merely been an inconsequential swipe of his hand. There was nothing astonishing about it. Zhou Jun approached with neither joy nor sorrow. Each step taken instilled fear in Peng Yu, who retreated repeatedly until he found himself sitting on the ground. In the distance, Wang Tong, who had previously found the situation tedious, was now utterly dumbfounded, his phone, which had been recording, clattering to the ground unnoticed. Could this truly be the Zhou Jun who was merely thought to possess a D-class talent? Wang Tong could hardly believe it, yet reality forced him to accept the truth. Should anyone dare to assert that Zhou Jun was of D-class talent, he would respond with a resounding slap. This was a mistake. Surely, the divine pearl had malfunctioned. Zhou Jun was undoubtedly of S-class talent or higher. An unprecedented sense of helplessness engulfed Wang Tong, sending chills throughout his body. What compounded his despair was the sight of Zhou Jun, once perceived as a mere joke, now standing before Peng Yu, wielding a long knife. The blade gleamed coldly, instilling dread. As Peng Yu sat on the ground, faced with the inevitability of death, he began to comprehend the entirety of the situation. His eyes turned crimson with rage as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You are clearly so powerful, yet you have remained restrained. You are even more terrifying than Zhou Wang. Now you revel in the prospect of finally slaying two long-standing adversaries. But let me tell you, young master, Zhou Wang will avenge us." He was unwilling, he was humiliated. Yet, in the face of Peng Yu's hysteria, Zhou Jun maintained his calm demeanor. He merely shook his head gently. "You think too highly of yourself. From the beginning, you and Wang Tong have been nothing more than mere jesters in my eyes, serving only to add a touch of amusement to my otherwise mundane existence. Adversaries, you are not worthy. If I truly wished to slay you, it would be no different than dispatching a stray dog on the roadside." His words fell like a sharpened blade, piercing through Peng Yu's self-righteous dignity. He forced a smile, gazing at the approaching blade until his vision spun and consciousness succumbed to darkness. Peng Yu was dead. Chapter 19, The Beast Tide Rises. Peng Yu was dead. In the shadowy depths of the forest, his severed head rolled to Wang Tong's feet, his blood-red eyes remaining wide open, staring vacantly ahead. Although everyone within the secret realm was granted a single immunity to death, such a privilege held no weight in the face of overwhelming power. Even 10 times would be futile. For Zhou Jun, it was merely a matter of delivering an extra blow. Witnessing the demise of the once mighty Peng Yu struck fear into Wang Tong, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, stripped of any remnants of his former arrogance. Particularly as he beheld the figure of Zhou Jun, wielding the knife like a demon, approaching him, he crumbled entirely. "Zhou Jun, brother Jun, I beseech you, do not hold my past transgressions against me, spare my life. I will obey you in all things from now on. My family is wealthy, and I can offer you much. Look, I even have a bronze-level bow and arrow. If you desire, I shall give it to you now. I beg you, spare me. I do not wish to die." Enveloped by overwhelming terror, he knelt before Zhou Jun, begging for mercy. All notions of dignity and pride were cast aside in that moment. "Spare your life? Very well, let me first hear you bark like a dog," Zhou Jun said with a playful smirk. Wang Tong, upon hearing this, immediately complied without hesitation. "Barking away. Very good. Alas, I am not particularly fond of dogs," Zhou Jun commented with a grin, before swiftly altering his stance. The horizontal blade in his hand slicing towards Wang Tong at an increased speed. "Zhou Jun, you have forced my hand." Realizing he had been toyed with, Wang Tong's visage contorted in rage as he bellowed, scattering the prepared secret medicine, demon-luring incense, across the ground. "Ha ha ha, if I die, you shall not live either." In a fit of madness, Wang Tong met the same fate as Peng Yu, being swiftly dispatched by Zhou Jun. Meanwhile, the scent of the incense permeated the air, spreading in all directions. Zhou Jun's brow furrowed. His extensive experience in previous realms allowed him to immediately recognize the origin of this substance, causing a spark of irritation within him. He had not anticipated that Peng Yu and Wang Tong would resort to such insidious tactics, even while holding the advantage in strength. Triggering a beast tide within the realm was exceedingly perilous. Without proper preparation, an ordinary team of adventurers would struggle to withstand it. Wang Tong's actions had indeed created significant trouble for Zhou Jun. After all, they were now situated deep within the heart of the shadowy forest, and the creatures attracted by the incense would at least be of level 6 or 7, with some even reaching 8 or 9. A tide composed of such formidable beings would be cataclysmic, a force that few novices could withstand alone. Zhou Jun's gaze sharpened. Despite having been a slayer of beasts in 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a scenario. However, he was not alarmed. Rather, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him, urging him forward. The beast tide, while a crisis, also presented an opportunity. In the secret realm, the distribution of magical creatures was typically scattered. For top-tier warriors, the challenge often lay not in slaying the beasts, but in locating them. The beast tide would forcibly gather creatures within a certain radius. Thus, from a certain perspective, it could be viewed as an exceptional opportunity for leveling up. What others sought to avoid, Zhou Jun perceived as a walking experience package. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Zhou Jun eagerly anticipated, the ground beneath him began to tremble, small stones being propelled into the air. In the dense thicket ahead, towering trees swayed, and countless birds took flight, the scene reminiscent of an impending cataclysm. Roar. Accompanying this terrifying spectacle were the bone-chilling roars of feral beasts echoing all around. Subsequently, an innumerable multitude of magical creatures emerged, charging towards Zhou Jun from every direction. The sheer might of the oncoming horde was awe-inspiring, enough to instill paralyzing fear in an ordinary person. Yet, Zhou Jun remained unfazed, raising his blade, thunderstorm, high. his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. "Come on," he shouted, advancing boldly into the tide of beasts. At that very moment, Yi Changshan, who had been incapacitated on the ground, suddenly sat up. A team invitation from Zhou Jun appearing before him. "Brother Jun," Yi Changshan rasped, his voice hoarse, instantly grasping Zhou Jun's intention. In his current injured state, drained of energy, the only way to recover swiftly was through leveling up. Zhou Jun's invitation was a clear offer to share experience, aiding his recovery. Upon this realization, the towering figure found himself with tears in his eyes. Meanwhile, the battle had already commenced. Kill! With a thunderous roar, Zhou Jun's blood surged, his attributes exceeding 5,000 points, transforming him into a whirlwind of destruction amidst the beast tide. With a swift kick, he unleashed the Shattered Bones skill, sending the LV-8 demon-horned rhino staggering backward. The accompanying shockwave effect engulfed a multitude of surrounding monsters, causing their health bars to plummet drastically. However, Zhou Jun was determined not to grant these bloodied creatures a moment's respite. He immediately closed the distance, wielding his blade with a dance of lethal precision, leaving a gruesome spectacle of carnage in his wake. The anguished cries of the monsters reverberated through the dim sky, as the mythic quality of thunderous cataclysm was far beyond their capacity to withstand. Each strike delivered a palpable dimensional blow, especially with the chain lightning effect triggering on average every 3 strikes, not only inflicting tremendous damage, but also inducing a staggering effect. The sheer number of affected targets, totaling 8, caused the frenzied beast tide to experience an eerie halt. Kill LV-5 Elite Monster, Dark Python. Experience points, 58. Kill LV-7 Demon Horned Rhino. Experience points, 71. Kill LV-8 Elite Monster, Venomous Bee Beast. Experience points, 99. Loot dropped, X1. A cascade of notification panels danced before him, flooding the screen. Yi Changshan, seated at a distance, gazed in awe at the unfolding scene. In his eyes, Zhou Jun appeared as a war deity wielding the power of thunder, invincible amidst the horde of beasts. Every swing of his blade conjured a deep blue electric net around him, rendering every monster powerless against his onslaught. Is this the strength of Brother Jun? Yi Changshan was overwhelmed, finally grasping the essence of what it meant to be a prodigy. At this moment, Zhou Jun was indeed terrifyingly formidable. As long as no leader-level monsters appeared, every other creature, whether LV-5 or LV-10, was merely a matter of a single strike to him. In this fleeting moment, a significant amount of loot began to coalesce at his feet. Yet, Zhou Jun was entirely focused on the slaughter, his sole intent being the annihilation of monsters. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 6. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped him. Zhou Jun had leveled up. His fatigue vanished, and his attribute points cap expanded once more. Without a moment's hesitation, he multitasked, slaying monsters while summoning his personal panel to allocate points. Each of his 4 core attributes surged by an astounding 600 points, reaching an impressive total of 1,800. His overall attributes now approached a staggering 7,000. This only fueled Zhou Jun's vigor, rendering him unstoppable amidst the beast tide. Behind him, shortly after Zhou Jun's upgrade, another radiant white light illuminated the area. Clearly, Yi Changshan had also leveled up. He executed a powerful leap, his substantial form crashing heavily onto the ground, fully restored to peak condition. Notification: Yi Changshan has exited the team. Zhou Jun saw a notification appear before him. He glanced back in surprise, only to find the towering figure of the man sporting a sincere smile. Brother Jun, you are dispatching enemies too swiftly. I cannot take advantage of your experience points and hinder your leveling speed. Moreover, I am fully recovered and wish to grind monsters and level up on my own. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun felt a warmth in his heart. Regardless of past or present, this man remained steadfastly genuine, treating others with unwavering sincerity. He nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further as he intensified his onslaught, each swing of his blade claiming multiple monster lives. Little Junzi, the monsters are going berserk. We must hurry. Just as Zhou Jun was reveling in his rampage, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ears. A glance from the corner of his eye revealed a shadowy figure darting through the dense forest, eventually materializing into Wei Duoer. However, upon arriving at the scene and grasping the situation, she found herself speechless, swallowing the unfinished words. How have you become so powerful again? She exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, a beam of radiant light fell from the heavens, capturing her attention. Instinctively, she turned to see a towering Buddha, 6-armed and formidable, materializing out of thin air, plunging into the beast tide. Is that the wrathful Buddha? Wei Duoer blinked, observing Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan who, instead of fleeing from the beast tide, charged fearlessly into the fray, relishing their upgrades. Excitement bubbled within her, her cheeks flushing with exhilaration. With a path cleared, what was there to fear? A smile graced her lips as she popped a chocolate-flavored lollipop into her mouth. With a flick of her wrist, a dagger appeared. And in the next moment, she transformed into a shadow, plunging into the chaos of the beast tide. Chapter 20, Ascending to Level 10. Unbeknownst to them, 2.5 hours had passed since the secret realm opened. In the principal's office of the 5th high school, the elderly principal sat serenely, brewing tea, while a middle-aged man occupied the sofa opposite him. Before them stood a charming young woman, her face a picture of astonishment. "Principal, did you say our class has produced an SSS-level talent?" The woman's voice was filled with incredulity, seemingly unable to fathom that a small school like 5th High could cultivate such prodigious talent, especially in her class. The elderly principal chuckled and, without hesitation, brewed a cup of tea for the teacher before him. Xiao Chu. To be precise, he possesses dual talents. Though Zhou Jun's first talent is not particularly remarkable and can be overlooked, the woman summoned to the principal's office was none other than Chu Xiuyan, the homeroom teacher of Class 8 in the senior year and Zhou Jun's instructor. She accepted the cup of tea brewed by the principal, her eyes still brimming with disbelief. Zhou Jun awakened an SSS-level talent? Chu Xiuyan murmured in astonishment, her surprise deepening. Zhou Jun had transferred to her class in the second year, and in her memory, he was a reticent student, akin to a tightly sealed bottle, with only Yi Changshan being close to him. His academic performance was unremarkable. To sum it up, he neither stood out as an academic star nor left a lasting impression like the mischievous students in the back row. Such a student was, in fact, the easiest to overlook throughout the high school years. Teachers struggled to remember him, and classmates did as well. Thus, Chu Xiuyan never imagined that the most talented student in her class would turn out to be him. "Congratulations, Xiao Chu. This year, the title of outstanding teacher undoubtedly belongs to you," the principal exclaimed, stroking his beard with a hearty laugh, before revealing another significant piece of news, which completely convinced Chu Xiuyan. Normally, even if Class 8 were a key class, the Outstanding Teacher Award would not fall to her, given her youth and lack of experience. Nevertheless, Chu Xiuyan did not particularly value the notion of being an outstanding teacher. She was not a native of Linyuan City. Her arrival at 5th High as a teacher was merely a pretext, as she had other pressing matters. However, her astonishment at Zhou Jun awakening an SSS-level talent was genuine. Somewhere in her mind, she sensed that with Zhou Jun's emergence, the final days of this school year would become exceptionally thrilling. She just wondered what type of SSS-level talent little Zhou possessed. If it were a combat type, humanity might soon witness the rise of another unparalleled supreme being. The elderly principal took a sip of tea, unable to suppress his musings. The middle-aged man listened intently, his eyes filled with envy. An SSS-level talent with a unique attribute cannot be weak, even if Brother Zhou is not combat-oriented. He is destined to carve out a magnificent reputation in the future. Since the opening of this secret realm, one could discern a few insights. As the words fell, the three individuals in the room fell into deep contemplation. This dark forest secret realm marks Zhou Jun's debut. The extent of Zhou Jun's abilities will become apparent from the level he attains after the conclusion of the secret realm. After all, no matter how high the talent, it ultimately depends on the possessor's courage, methods, and temperament. Throughout the millennium of the Federation's history, there have been instances of individuals awakening with exceptionally high talent but possessing exceedingly weak characters. The result is a tragic waste of extraordinary potential, with such individuals failing to reach even the 100th level, becoming lost in the vast sea of humanity. Under normal circumstances, an SSS-level prodigy, adept in both temperament and methods, can expect to elevate their level by approximately 5 levels upon their first entry into a dungeon, which would be deemed satisfactory, given that they are all high school seniors. Achieving this level of performance during their initial hunt for monsters is indeed commendable. Zhou Jun appears to be far more composed than his peers. I believe that a 5-level increase should not pose a challenge for him. Chu Xiuyan, elegantly seated on the opposite side of the sofa, delicately holding a cup of tea, expressed her opinion at that moment. I concur with Teacher Chu's assessment. Aside from the final boss and the giant crocodile in the icy pond, the other monsters in the dark forest are not particularly formidable. As long as young Zhou does not provoke them, ascending 5 levels should be quite effortless. The middle-aged man chimed in agreement. However, upon hearing this, the old principal shook his head and confidently declared, 3 levels. If young Zhou can achieve a 3-level increase, that would be considered competent. At this proclamation, everyone was momentarily taken aback. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Principal's son, are you perhaps underestimating young Zhou? I do not underestimate him. On the contrary, I hold high expectations for him. The old principal chuckled, pouring himself another cup of tea before elaborating. Have you forgotten? Other SSS-level geniuses enter dungeons, but young Zhou is venturing into a secret realm. According to the rules of Blue Star, when an SSS-level talent enters a secret realm, the attributes of the monsters double. Indeed, young Zhou is a genius. But encountering monsters with doubled attributes on his first taste of battle and managing to rise 3 levels under such circumstances, in my view, is already remarkable talent. Upon hearing the old principal's explanation, the individuals in the room finally comprehended. The middle-aged man ceased his doubts, while Chu Xiuyan smiled and remarked, as his homeroom teacher, I shall place even greater expectations on him, betting that he can ascend 4 levels. There is still half an hour left until the secret realm concludes. Whether Zhou Jun rises 3 levels or 4 will soon reveal itself. The old principal laughed heartily, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed out the window towards the playground, watching the continuously swirling rift of the secret realm with anticipation. Meanwhile, within the core area of the secret realm, a palpable aura of slaughter soared to the heavens. 3 figures wove through the endless tide of beasts, harvesting the lives of the monsters without a hint of fear, even in the face of exhaustion. With each level gained, their fatigue and injuries would heal completely, allowing them to rejoin the fray. It was truly a case of fighting to sustain the fight, growing bolder with each encounter. As a result, the ground within this forest was littered with the bodies of monsters, forming piles nearly as high as mountains. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 10. As the brilliant blade light cut across the sky, Zhou Jun, drenched in blood, found himself surrounded by a 100-meter radius devoid of monsters. Naturally, his level ascended to LV10. He casually thrust his weapon into the ground before him and opened his personal panel with a flick of his hand in the void. Allocate points. Max out all 4 attributes for me. As his thoughts surged, the 4-dimensional attributes on his panel began to increase at a visible rate. His physical form also underwent changes. His already tall stature of 1.8 meters grew slightly, his seemingly slender body becoming robust once more. His arms became increasingly powerful, his abdominal muscles well-defined, and his physique remarkably aesthetically pleasing. Moments later, he took a deep breath, his body ceasing its transformation. His deep-set gaze fell upon the panel before him. Name: Zhou Jun. Level: LV10-3. Strength: 5,247. Agility: 5,297. Mentality: 5,200-102. Constitution: 5,200. Skill: Bone Crush LV1. Equipment: Starfall Pendant Epic. Thundering Blade Cataclysm Mythical. Talent: SSS level reallocation. SSS level infinite ascendance. Gazing at the panel before him, Zhou Jun felt a surge of exhilaration. Although he had long anticipated that the SSS level reallocation would become increasingly formidable in the later stages, witnessing the numbers on the panel at this moment still rendered him unable to contain his excitement. Individual attributes exceeding 5,000, a total of 20,800 across all attributes. What astonishing figures these are. Even during their youth, those divine kings would pale in comparison at the same level. Chapter 21, The Arrival of the Lord. Boom. Just as Zhou Jun was savoring his explosive surge of power, a tremendous noise reverberated in his ears. Turning his gaze, he beheld Yi Changshan, transformed into a colossal figure akin to a giant Buddha, striding towards him, leaving behind no surviving monsters. Little Junzi, I have reached level 9. With a tremor in the air, Wei Duoer, her figure melded with the shadows, materialized before Zhou Jun, her exquisite face brimming with excitement. A terrifying wave of beasts that could have led to numerous fatalities had, in their hands, transformed into a feast of experience points. Not only had the trio quelled the entire beast tide, but each had also reaped considerable rewards. Wei Duoer was utterly elated. Her gains from this venture into the secret realm had far exceeded her initial expectations. She flicked her glossy twin ponytails, her sharp gaze landing on Zhou Jun's face. Yet in the next moment, her expression froze slightly. You have reached level 10? The involuntary exclamation escaped her lips, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. Subsequently, she bit down on her delicate pink lips, her gaze towards Zhou Jun akin to that of a monster. While she had ascended to level 9 due to an item gifted by the principal, the Dragon's Roar Shining Belt, which doubled her experience gain, Zhou Jun, lacking any such item to hasten his experience acquisition, nonetheless stood far ahead of everyone in level. This could only imply that Zhou Jun had slain the most monsters among the 3 during that recent massacre. You must possess SSS level talent, Wei Duoer proclaimed with unwavering certainty. Previously, there had been lingering doubts about Zhou Jun's talent, but now, Wei Duoer could confidently assert this, patting her flat chest in assurance. This young man was undoubtedly extraordinary. His exceptional combat prowess had far surpassed the realm of ordinary geniuses. Classmate Wei, my elder brother harbors deep-seated enmity, so please refrain from discussing his talent once we exit. Yi Changshan's somber voice resonated from above. Wei Duoer glanced up at the fierce visage of the ancient Buddha, scoffing. That goes without saying. I am not one to gossip indiscriminately. By the way, Changshan, how many levels have you gained? Zhou Jun inquired at that moment. Yi Changshan shook his head, grinning broadly. Brother Jun, I am at level 7 now. Upon his transformation, his appearance was already fearsome, and when he smiled, his sharp fangs and menacing grin were fully revealed, complemented by the necklace of severed heads adorning his neck, resembling a malevolent monk from the depths of hell. Wei Duoer shivered at the sight, while Zhou Jun nodded in satisfaction. This time, their expedition into the secret realm had yielded bountiful rewards, and they had conveniently dealt with both Peng Yu and Wang Tong, achieving a near-perfect outcome. Now, only the Lord-level boss at the core remained. Before the beast tide erupted, the 3 of them needed to devise a strategy to conquer the ultimate foe. At this moment, The boss was bold enough not to flee upon spotting them. For a brief period, the trio rested and distributed the spoils scattered across the ground before proceeding towards the heart of the secret realm. Along the way, they formed a party. Without doing so, the one delivering the final blow would claim the entirety of the boss's experience points. After organizing into a team, they agreed to share the rewards equally, resulting in each receiving 333 experience points. Perhaps due to the beast tide's influence, the trio bantered and laughed throughout their journey. Encountering very few monsters, they traversed smoothly and soon arrived at the domain of the Lord Boss. This area lay at the very center of the secret realm, shrouded in darkness and silence, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer, both novices in confronting a secret realm's lord, felt a weight of seriousness settle upon them. In contrast, Zhou Jun maintained his usual composure, leading the way with unwavering confidence. As they navigated through the dense foliage, their vision suddenly opened up, revealing a clearing the size of a football field, the ground impeccably smooth and devoid of any obstructions. At the center of this clearing stood a remarkable edifice, a throne. Resembling the dragon chair of an ancient imperial palace, it was elevated high, surrounded by steps, and crowned with a chair of deep black jade that commanded the surroundings. "Brother Jun, is there someone seated upon that chair?" Yi Changshan exclaimed, pointing towards the throne in astonishment. Wei Duoer, rolling her eyes, gave him a light tap on the head and remarked, "What an uproar. That's clearly a statue. What are you seeing?" "Huh." Yi Changshan paused, squinting for a closer look. Indeed, he discovered that the figure on the lofty throne was not a living being, but a masterfully carved statue. It depicted a male figure, exuding an air of elegance akin to that of an ancient Western noble, sitting serenely, with a venerable sword in his left hand and a black chain in his right. The chain's end was tethered to a creature resembling a Western dragon, which was very much real, lying at the statue's feet with its eyes closed in repose. It only stirred when the trio approached within 50 meters of the throne, rising with an air of impatience. "Is that a dragon?" Yi Changshan was momentarily taken aback. "No." Zhou Jun shook his head, slowly drawing forth a pitch-black blade. "That is the Lord-level boss, the multi-eyed demon lizard." In his past life, Zhou Jun had accompanied numerous teams of Skyward Conquerors into this secret realm, and he was thoroughly familiar with this ultimate adversary, perhaps due to the secret realm's peculiar backstory. Each entry would reveal the multi-eyed demon lizard resting by the statue's feet, as if guarding it. It would only awaken when challengers ventured within 50 meters of the statue. As the trio drew nearer, the multi-eyed demon lizard rose to its full height, revealing its abdomen covered in countless eyes, each with vertical pupils, creating an unsettling sight. Yikes! Wei Duoer involuntarily shivered, forcing herself to avert her gaze from the creature's many eyes. Yi Changshan and Zhou Jun, however, remained unfazed, even brimming with eagerness. "Big brother, allow me to be the first to engage this wretched beast." Yi Changshan boldly stepped forward, activating his awakening ability. In a dazzling display of light, he instantly grew to a colossal size. The ancient malevolent Buddha seemed to manifest from thin air, startling the multi-eyed demon lizard into retreating a step. As a lord-level creature, the multi-eyed demon lizard was already considerable in size, comparable to an excavator. Yet, next to the wrathful Buddha, it appeared as a mere child's toy. "Thousand prison Arhat's hand," Yi Changshan bellowed, and with a resounding echo, the colossal form of the ancient Buddha extended 6 arms, channeling an overwhelming force that transformed into ethereal shadows, striking towards the multi-eyed demon lizard. This technique, known as the awakening skill of the wrathful Buddha, was akin to Wei Duoer's awakening skill, Shadow Flash Massacre. While the wrathful Buddha was primarily a top-tier tank talent, its strength enhancement was unparalleled. The Thousand Prison Arhat's hand unleashed the full might of the ancient giant Buddha. Renowned for its ability to shatter myriad defenses, upon activation, its power was astounding, and the 6 arms left trails in the air, accompanied by a piercing wind, raining down upon the multi-eyed demon lizard. The Thousand Prison Arhat's hand inflicted continuous damage, resulting in a series of notifications appearing above the multi-eyed demon lizard's head. After a few breaths, the onslaught ceased, and Yi Changshan, panting heavily, steadied himself. Before his massive form, the dust cleared to reveal the multi-eyed demon lizard, which emitted a pained shriek, its total health plummeting by a quarter. Impressive strength. Wei Duoer's eyes sparkled with excitement, momentarily forgetting her fear of the creature's multitude of eyes, as she pulled a chocolate-flavored lollipop from her hoodie pocket, preparing to pop it into her mouth. Zhou Jun, intrigued, inquired, "Why do you always choose different flavors of lollipops? Is there a significance to it?" Upon hearing this, Wei Duoer paused, her face brightening with pride as she proudly displayed a string of lollipops of various colors, explaining, "Of course, if I'm in a good mood, I indulge in strawberry. If I'm feeling down, I opt for grape. If I'm bored, I go for lemon. As for chocolate, it signifies that I am fired up and ready to enter battle mode." Observing Wei Duoer's beaming expression and the chocolate lollipop poised at her lips, Zhou Jun fell silent, contemplating that if candy had levels, she would undoubtedly be maxed out. Just as she declared, the moment the chocolate lollipop touched her lips, her gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. Behind her, ominous black mist swirled, with shadowy phantoms drifting within. In that instant, Wei Duoer resembled a merciless reaper, shedding her playful demeanor, gripping her dagger tightly, and dashing towards the multi-eyed demon lizard. Shadow Flash Massacre. She launched into her awakening skill without hesitation, enveloping the multi-eyed demon lizard in a storm of shadows, each strike targeting its vulnerabilities. A prominent red number flashed, 5600, confirming her talent as a warrior born for battle, delivering an outrageous burst of damage. The multi-eyed demon lizard's health was swiftly reduced to half. As a level 10 Lord-class monster, it had never felt so humiliated. In merely 2 rounds, it had lost over 10,000 health points. At that moment, the icy vertical pupil shifted, seemingly recognizing the formidable strength of the group of skybreakers before it. With a roar directed skyward, it entered a frenzied state, determined to fight back with all its might. The multi-eyed demon lizard rose upright, its numerous eyes on its abdomen glaring with fury at the trio, a sight that was unsettling in its density. The boss was about to unleash its ultimate move. With keen insight born from extensive experience, Zhou Jun immediately discerned the multi-eyed demon lizard's intentions. He swiftly drew his thunderblade, transforming into an afterimage as he executed a strike in midair. Although the 3 of them boasted high levels and exceptional combat prowess, underestimating the frenzied ultimate move of a Lord-class boss would undoubtedly come at a cost. One must remember that even the level 8 bloodthirsty crocodile, a mere leader-class monster from the cold pond, could inflict 2,400 damage with its ultimate move. How much more formidable would the multi-eyed demon lizard be? With its higher level and superior race, its ultimate move, Thousand-Eyed Demonic Light, was notoriously difficult to contend with among novice monsters. Not only was its range extensive, and its damage substantial, but its release speed was also rapid. If allowed to unleash it, everyone present would be in grave peril. Thus, the best course of action was to strike the moment it began to channel its ultimate move. At this juncture, one could either rely on high burst damage for an instant kill or employ strong crowd control to interrupt the casting. Zhou Jun, despite his remarkable attributes, still possessed a somewhat lacking offensive capability. His only skill, Bone Shatter, was merely of golden quality, adequate for clearing minor foes but insufficient against a Lord-class boss. Therefore, Zhou Jun resolved to utilize the latter strategy of strong control to disrupt the multi-eyed demon lizard's spellcasting. The paralysis effect of Thunder Calamity, exceeding 30, was no trivial matter, and combined with Zhou Jun's 5,200 agility, he could deliver 3 swift strikes in a fleeting moment. Clang! The first strike landed on the abdomen of the multi-eyed demon lizard, producing a dull thud, akin to striking heavy iron armor. Simultaneously, arcs of thunderous lightning surged from the blade, clearly indicating a fortuitous activation of the chain lightning effect. The multi-eyed demon lizard's roaring body froze in place, enveloped by an endless surge of electricity. The paralysis took effect. Zhou Jun's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he unleashed a second strike. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, he aimed to deliver a fatal blow. This strike, bolstered by his impressive 5,200 points of strength, cleaved a massive gash in the lizard's abdomen, with crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain. 6,100. The terrifying damage figure materialized above the monster's head. Behind him, Wei Duoer gritted her teeth in frustration. The Shadow Talent's awakening skill, renowned for its high damage, paled in comparison to Zhou Jun's casual attack. Who would believe such a thing? An SSS-grade talent, truly this overwhelming? Stubbornly, Wei Duoer resolved to one day match Zhou Jun's prowess. Meanwhile, Yi Changshan, witnessing Zhou Jun's ferocity, could only chuckle foolishly, his form shrinking back to human size. The outcome was already determined. The multi-eyed demon lizard, firmly restrained and unable to unleash its ultimate move, was nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Jun dispatched it with ease. Killed Lord-class monster, multi-eyed demon lizard. Experience gained, 201. Loot dropped, x2. The same notification appeared before all 3 of them. As a Lord-class boss, the experience for soloing the multi-eyed demon lizard was over 600 points. Even split among the trio, each would receive 201. One could not deny that it was a generous reward. Yi Changshan, who was on the brink of leveling up, immediately advanced to level 8 due to this. Wei Duoer remarked, I thought clearing this secret realm would require some effort, yet it was so effortless. Zhou Jun bent down to collect the loot, acutely aware that the ease of their victory was largely due to the previous beast tide. The experience from quelling the beast tide was extraordinarily abundant, nearly exterminating all the monsters in the core region of the Dark Forest. For a powerhouse like Zhou Jun, this was indeed a prime opportunity. Why haven't we exited yet? While the 3 conversed and awaited the settlement of rewards, Yi Changshan noticed something amiss. Normally, upon completing a secret realm or dungeon, the reward settlement would occur simultaneously. Yet now, the entire Dark Forest was eerily silent, devoid of the usual aftermath of a completed quest. Zhou Jun frowned, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. His gaze shifted to the towering throne, a chill running down his spine. In that instant, he felt the stone statue's eyes move. Little gentleman, something is wrong here. The typically carefree Wei Duoer suddenly adopted a rare seriousness, gazing intently at the statue. I feel as if that statue has come to life. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun's heart sank, realizing that his earlier suspicion was not unfounded. Although Yi Changshan, somewhat dull to the nuances, had not perceived the anomaly, he too felt a chill at Wei Duoer's words. Instinctively wrapping his arms around himself to ward off the goosebumps. Guys, don't scare me. The boss of the Dark Forest is dead, I assent it? In such a bizarre scenario, even the strongest of men would feel fear. Zhou Jun and Wei Duoer exchanged no words, their expressions gravely serious. Suddenly, both took a step forward, adopting defensive postures. At that moment, the statue on the high platform, which had been sitting still, slowly lowered its head. Its gray-white face seemed to come alive, its pupils rapidly engulfed by an eerie golden hue. The formerly expressionless corners of its mouth exaggeratedly curled upwards, revealing a bone-chilling smile. Divine judgment, punishing the sinful. To seek redemption, one must complete the trial of the divine. The statue opened its mouth, emitting a distorted and shrill voice, utterly bizarre. Chapter 23. Make your choice. In the heart of the secret realm, as the statue's words echoed, the entire forest was shrouded in a white mist that appeared from nowhere. The mist spread rapidly, enveloping everything in its wake within moments. Zhou Jun and his companions felt a blur before their eyes, and when they focused again, they found themselves in a vast expanse of whiteness. In this realm, aside from the three of them and the statue before them, there were no flowers, trees, or even a sky, as if they had been severed from their original world. Thud. Yi Changshan, somewhat alarmed, took a step back, the sound of his footfall echoing distantly in the white void, without even a reverberation. What is going on here? Yi Changshan was dumbfounded. Zhou Jun remained silent, surveying their surroundings. Meanwhile, the eerie statue had regained its composure. The golden hue of its pupils rapidly faded, and the exaggerated smile vanished. But the ancient sword it held was raised, pointed menacingly at the trio. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Zhou Jun and the others were bewildered, the surrounding space began to resonate with thunderous sounds. Subsequently, 7 circular patterns appeared on the ground before them, each differing in color and shape, resembling totems. Yi Changshan, somewhat bewildered, crouched down to scrutinize the intricate patterns, realizing that their dimensions were just right to accommodate a person standing upon them. Meanwhile, Wei Duo, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. It seems we have triggered the hidden mechanism of this secret realm. The statue just mentioned completing a certain trial, which I presume pertains to the current situation. Yet, I am left pondering the true meaning behind these patterns. In certain dungeons and secret realms, if a party of celestial slayers meets specific conditions, they may indeed summon a hidden boss. However, the Darkwood Forest, having been explored countless times over the millennia, had never been reported to harbor any hidden bosses. In other words, Zhou Jun and his companions might very well be the first on Blue Star to activate the hidden mechanism of the Darkwood Forest. This predicament rendered them devoid of any reference guides, compelling them to rely solely on their own exploration. At that moment, Zhou Jun was also observing. The engravings within the patterns were exquisitely crafted, each depicting an animal, a bear, a goat, a pig, a fox, a lion, a serpent, and a unicorn. The bizarre arrangement of these 7 creatures evoked a faint sense of familiarity in Zhou Jun's mind, as though he had encountered the significance behind these animals before. Just as he was racking his brain to decipher the hidden mechanism of the secret realm, an unexpected change occurred near Yi Changshan. Above his head, an emerald beam of light had mysteriously appeared, enveloping him. Sinner, make your choice. The statue upon the throne directed its massive sword towards Yi Changshan, its cold voice reverberating throughout the stark, white expanse. Choice? What choice? Yi Changshan exclaimed, bewildered, as he stared at the peculiar totems before him, scratching his head. Sinner, make your choice. The indifferent voice echoed once more, this time with an added sternness, as if urging him on. Growing increasingly irked by the incessant repetition, Yi Changshan's face flushed with annoyance as he casually approached one of the goat totems, muttering, Fine, fine, let's just pick, shall we? However, just as Yi Changshan stepped onto the totem, a sudden flash of insight struck Zhou Jun, prompting him to speak urgently. Yet, he was a moment too late. Yi Changshan had already positioned himself atop the goat symbol. A dull thud resonated through the air as the green light above him abruptly transformed into a crimson hue, engulfing him. Realizing he was unharmed, Yi Changshan scratched his head again, still perplexed, and asked, Jun, did you figure something out? Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he nodded. If I am not mistaken, these 7 patterns represent the 7 deadly sins. The so-called judgment is to compel us to select our own transgressions. As his gaze swept across the totems, Wei Duoer exclaimed in realization, so that's it. The bear symbolizes sloth, the pig represents gluttony, the fox stands for greed, The lion embodies pride, the serpent signifies envy, the unicorn denotes wrath, and the goat corresponds to lust. Big guy, you've definitely chosen incorrectly by standing on the goat. The 7 deadly sins are renowned, and with Zhou Jun's hint, Wei Duoer immediately grasped the implications. The meanings attributed to each animal were easily discernible. Given Yi Changshan's quick temper, the unicorn would have been the most fitting choice for him, while the goat was evidently mismatched. The transformation of the overhead green beam into red further confirmed that Yi Changshan had indeed made a wrong selection, though the nature of the ensuing punishment remained unclear. Sinner, make your choice. A cold reprimand rang out again as the statue's massive sword slowly pivoted, this time pointing toward Wei Duoer. Simultaneously, a beam of green light, seemingly descending from nowhere, enveloped her. Is it my turn now? She blinked, glancing over the 7 totems before reluctantly approaching the pig symbol, which represented gluttony. Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan exchanged puzzled looks. Wei Duoer's petite stature hardly seemed to align with gluttony. Yet, the green light above her remained unchanged after her selection. Could it be that Wei has chosen correctly? Yi Changshan's eyes widened as he compared the red glow hovering over him with the green light surrounding Wei Duoer. Scratching his head in confusion, his curiosity piqued. He yearned to comprehend the distinction between a correct and incorrect choice. However, before he could discern anything further, a colossal notification echoed throughout the stark expanse. Fallenholt's overall attributes decreased by 1/7. As this announcement resonated, while Yi Changshan remained in a daze, Zhou Jun and Wei Duoer suddenly understood the hidden mechanism of this secret realm. To select a sin that aligned with one's desires would diminish the boss's strength. It was that simple. Wei Duoer inhaled deeply, surprised that this hidden challenge, which initially seemed convoluted, was, in fact, quite straightforward. If they were a 7-member team, they could avoid combat entirely, provided everyone made correct choices regarding their sins. After 7 rounds, the boss's attributes would be entirely depleted, allowing them to triumph without a scratch. Alas, they realized this rule far too late. After all, they were merely a trio. Even if they correctly identified all 7 sins, they could only reduce the boss's attributes by 3/7. Not to mention that Yi Changshan had already erred once. With a sigh, Zhou Jun recognized that it was soon his turn. As expected, the green light swiftly descended upon him. Sinner, make your choice. The statue once again repeated its monotonous refrain. Meanwhile, Wei Duoer and the belatedly aware Yi Changshan turned their gazes toward him, eager to see which sin he would choose. No one is perfect. It is inevitable to possess the 7 deadly sins, yet the question lingered. Which sin would Zhou Jun embody? Chapter 24, The Terrifying Statue. Prideful lion? Greedy fox? Envious serpent? Amidst the swirling totems, Zhou Jun pondered his own transgressions. He soon realized that he seemed to embody all of them in some measure. Zhou Jun had never regarded himself as a saint. On the contrary, he possessed all the inherent flaws of humanity. He was greedy, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to plunge into the fray against the beast tide. He was prideful. Beneath his seemingly ordinary exterior, he had never regarded his peers as equals. Believing himself invincible, he felt envy. In his past life, he had lamented more than once that heaven had not bestowed upon him formidable talents. He was quick to anger. Upon learning of his parents' baseless accusations, he had wished to vanquish all who had slandered them. His sins were numerous. So, when a person embodies all 7 deadly sins, how should they choose? Zhou Jun stood still, his mind racing. Sinner, make your choice. The statue's voice echoed once more, evidently urging him. Yet, Zhou Jun appeared oblivious, standing calmly outside the circle of totems. Sinner, make your choice swiftly. This time, the statue's tone grew more urgent, even altering its script. Jun, why aren't you choosing? Yi Changshan, beside him, was growing increasingly anxious. Wei Duoer shot a glance at him, gesturing for silence, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. Time passed slowly. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. The tone of the statue grew increasingly urgent and severe. Sinner, make your choice swiftly. Sinner, make your choice without delay. Zhou Jun paid no heed to the proclamations, and after several fruitless repetitions, the statue's voice abruptly fell silent, plunging the entire white space into an unprecedented tranquility. Below, Zhou Jun's lips curled into a faint smile, for the green light enveloping him had not transformed into red. It seemed his gamble had proven correct. When a person's 7 sins dominate their being, choosing nothing equates to choosing everything. Holt's attributes have decreased by 2/7. A new prompt materialized as expected. Was the battle about to commence? Yi Changshan turned to glance around. Their small team comprised only 3 members, leaving 5 vacant slots on the surrounding totems. Even after completing the hidden trial entirely, it was evident that a smooth passage was utterly unattainable. What remained uncertain was the strength of this hidden boss. Hearing Yi Changshan's words stirred something within Zhou Jun, and his gaze shifted toward the throne atop the stone steps. He then witnessed the imposing statue, which appeared to come alive once more, its expression shifting anew. The golden pupils glimmered like a signal of activation, and as they brightened, the statue's mouth opened again, revealing a horrifying and eerie smile. Traversing the world, judging all souls. Fallen ones, you are deserving of death. Evildoers, prepare to face the judgment of the sacred sword. The statue's words, imbued with a sense of righteousness, might lead one to mistakenly believe that an angel had descended upon the earth. However, the discerning eyes of those present could not ignore the statue's grotesque grin, which was far from that of a virtuous figure. As the proclamation echoed, it slowly rose from the throne, the colossal sword dragging behind it as it advanced toward the crowd step by step. What a farcical hidden mechanism. The end result was still an inevitable confrontation. Upon seeing the statue move, Yi Changshan, shrouded in crimson light, could no longer remain seated. With a sneer, he grumbled as he activated his awakening ability. In the next instant, an ancient giant Buddha materialized, glaring fiercely at the statue. Hey, you false deity over there. Are you not here to judge the wicked? I am the greatest evil in this world. I wish to see how you shall pass judgment upon me. Yi Changshan bellowed, his aura surging as he charged toward the statue with unyielding might. Wei Duoer, witnessing Yi Changshan's transformation, felt a wave of relief wash over her as she casually indulged in a strawberry lollipop, observing the spectacle. The hidden boss would undoubtedly possess greater strength than the multi-eyed demon lizard, yet the intensity would not be excessively high, given that this was merely a level 10 secret realm. Thus, Wei Duoer remained unconcerned about the ostentatious statue before her. With Yi Changshan's robust defense, even if he could not prevail, he would certainly escape unscathed. Rebels, there can be no mercy. The statue's expression, now tinged with a more human-like excitement, faced the approaching giant Buddha. As it continued to recite its righteous lines, it raised the colossal sword in its hand and swung it violently toward Yi Changshan's neck. Wait. Zhou Jun's eyelid twitched. At the moment the statue swung its giant sword, an indescribable sense of dread washed over him. Wei Duoer felt a similar reaction. Her previously relaxed demeanor vanished in an instant, her hair standing on end, and danger perception, blaring warnings. Both of them simultaneously thought, Yi Changshan is doomed. The instant that thought crossed their minds, an unfathomable wave of sword energy surged from Yi Changshan's massive form, and a notable number appeared above his head. 30,390. In that moment, everything in the white space seemed to freeze. A white light enveloped Yi Changshan's massive body, triggering the first death immunity. Before he could even comprehend the situation, his transformation state was automatically lifted, leaving him weakly kneeling on the ground. Death immunity could only withstand lethal damage, not negate negative effects. The statue's strike had utterly depleted Yi Changshan's status. If the Slayer had a health bar displayed, it would reveal that Yi Changshan now had merely 1 point of health, barely clinging to life. What the hell kind of damage is this? Yi Changshan gasped, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, experiencing a profound sense of helplessness for the first time against a Lord Boss. Could even a hulking figure like him not withstand a single blow? Wei Duoer's pupils widened in disbelief. It was crucial to remember that he was the renowned Angered Buddha, known for his high tankiness, with an impressive 60 damage reduction and resistance equivalent to twice his total attributes. Such a physique should have dominated any dungeon. Yet now, against this nameless statue, he was merely a target for annihilation. The damage of 30,390 was utterly despairing. Most alarmingly, this was after completing 2 trials, with the opponent's attributes reduced by 2/7. It was unimaginable how powerful this statue must have been at its peak. Little gentleman, it seems we are destined to fail this time, Wei Duoer sighed ruefully. The chasm between them and the statue was insurmountable. They were far beyond the capabilities of novice slayers. Zhou Jun remained silent, yet his heart brimmed with an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Would he perish here? He had only just been reborn, and the path of the invincible prodigy had only just begun. He had yet to reclaim all he had lost from the Zhou family, and the truth behind his parents' disappearance remained uninvestigated. He could not accept it. He truly could not accept it. Intense emotions surged within him, as if some shackles were loosening within him at that moment. Chapter 25. In the midst of despair. In the vast expanse of white, an atmosphere of despair enveloped everyone. Just moments ago, they had been relaxed, not taking the statue seriously. Yet in the blink of an eye, it had displayed overwhelming strength, entirely exceeding the scope of novice monsters. The multi-eyed demon lizard paled in comparison to this statue, which was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Brother Jun, it seems our luck has run out. We can only wait for the next life. Yi Changshan lamented, his robust form curled up on the ground, utterly weakened. His words barely audible. Zhou Jun frowned and reproached, what nonsense are you spouting? I will lead you all out of here. I promise. The youth's tone was resolute as he summoned the thunder calamity, his sharp gaze locking onto the statue's golden pupils. Despite the vast disparity in strength, despite the likelihood that he could not withstand a single strike, he would still give it a try. Otherwise, he could not accept it. He would not rest in peace even in death. Allow me to take the lead. Suddenly, a pair of dark twin tails came into his view. As Wei Duoer stepped forward, you move the big guy to a safe area. I still have 1 death immunity left that should buy us some time. Wei Duoer turned to him with a smile, her pearly teeth and rosy lips revealing 2 charming dimples. Zhou Jun had never noticed how beautiful she could look when she smiled. He paused for a moment and said, "You don't have to risk your life for us." "Stop it." Wei Duoer raised a hand, rolling her eyes. "Don't talk as if you all are dead, as if I could survive alone." As she spoke, she retrieved a chocolate lollipop from her pocket, her face betraying an overwhelming sorrow. "Alas, this may very well be the last candy I ever consume in my lifetime. Now, we can only gamble that such an assault on that accursed statue can be executed but twice. Thus, as the strongest among us, you should still have a chance to defeat it." While speaking, Wei Duoer gingerly placed the lollipop in her mouth, dismissing any further unnecessary sentimentality as she resolutely charged forth. In an instant, shadows swirled and dark mist enveloped the air. The girl in the black hoodie, with her twin ponytails, appeared akin to a moth drawn to flame, her dagger unwaveringly slashing towards the statue. Flash shadow strike. A crisp and spirited cry resonated through the white expanse. Wei Duoer had transformed into a multitude of shadows, launching an onslaught against the statue. Observing this, Zhou Jun wasted no time. He swiftly moved to Yikangshan's side, hoisted him onto his back, and executed 3 backward leaps to retreat to a relatively safe position. Yikangshan had lost his immunity to death, and in his current state, even the slightest brush with the residual chaos of battle could result in permanent demise. Therefore, ensuring his safety was of utmost priority. As for the statue, Zhou Jun doubted that this mere novice-level dungeon could truly entrap them all. The more desperate the situation became, the clearer Zhou Jun's mind became, and he began to form a glimmer of strategy. Bang! Ahead, Wei Duoer had already launched into a fierce charge, relying on her speed advantage from her shadow abilities. She circled the statue, delivering rapid strikes like a bolt of lightning. Although the statue's damage was formidable, it seemed hindered by the weight of its colossal sword, rendering it relatively slow and continuously on the defensive. After sustaining several consecutive hits, a flurry of damage numbers erupted above its head, while its health and base attributes materialized before the onlookers. Name: Fallen Holt. Health: 124,000. Level: Class. Upon the appearance of this panel, both Wei Duoer and Zhou Jun's pupils constricted. A staggering health total of 120,000. An untraceable level and class. This was no mere novice creature. Even placed within a level 20 dungeon, it would undoubtedly be a boss-level entity. Yet, the Dark Forest was merely a dungeon with a monster cap of level 10. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, saturated with despair and futility, especially when Wei Duoer realized that each of her strikes only inflicted a little over 1,000 in damage. Her heart plummeted into the abyss. The statue's resistance was astoundingly high. Besides its sluggishness, it bore almost no weaknesses. Could it be that the only way to conquer it was to outlast it with speed? After a quick maneuver, Wei Duoer found herself in a relatively secure position. The collar of her hoodie drenched in sweat. Clearly, continuously unleashing her awakened abilities had taken a considerable toll on her. The glutton must be burned by the flames. The emotionless voice of the statue echoed once more as it raised its colossal sword, the tip igniting with flames that shimmered with a scorching heat, creating ripples in the air, exuding an aura of world-ending devastation. It could cast magic skills as well. Wei Duoer exclaimed in shock, having thought she could wear down the boss with her speed, only to discover it possessed multiple forms of attack. Cursed be it. Nearby, Zhou Jun, upon witnessing the fiery sword, disregarded Wei Duoer's earlier admonitions, darting forth like the wind, summoning a striking blue slash from the pendant around his neck. It was, indeed, the active skill of the Starfall pendant. Cost: 5 mental power, releases an unavoidable strike with a 1 chance to permanently reduce the target's race class. Since acquiring the Starfall pendant, Zhou Jun had never activated its active skill, primarily because it had never been necessary. All encountered foes were easily surmountable, rendering the gamble of that 1 chance unworthy of his mental energy. However, this time, the circumstances were evidently different. The statue's strength was beyond expectation, and in this life-and-death moment, Zhou Jun had no choice but to employ every means at his disposal. 103. The blue slash struck the statue with precision, inflicting minimal damage but successfully interrupting its casting motion. Its golden eyes shifted towards Zhou Jun, a glimmer of anger evident within them. It seemed unprepared for the presence of ranged attack capabilities from the Skybreaker team. Zhou Jun felt no surprise when the first use of the Starfall blade failed to reduce the opponent's level. After all, with a mere 1 chance, what kind of luck would be required for an immediate success? Without further hesitation, he summoned his mental energy once more, unleashing a series of Starfall blades. Congratulations. Starfall blade activated successfully. Target's race class reduced by 1 level. Fortune favored Zhou Jun as, just before his energy was nearly depleted, he managed to trigger the special effect. Instantly, the statue's attribute panel shifted. Name: Fallen Holt. Health: 88,000. Level: 21. Class: King. All the data was laid bare before them. Yet, Zhou Jun's heart sank anew. Despite having lost a level, the statue's race class remained at King? Did this imply that before the reduction, it was an exalted level monster? No wonder its power was so suffocating. with demon-level creatures absent. Exalted monsters stood at the pinnacle of the dungeon, unrivaled within the same level. Even an SS-level human prodigy would be ground beneath its heel. Wei Duoer and Yikangshan, upon comprehending the statue's panel, felt their spirits plummet. The term king rendered their hearts desolate. A deeper sense of despair began to permeate the atmosphere. As the statue sensed its class had been unexpectedly diminished, an intensely human-like fury emerged upon its face. 7 deadly sins. Unforgivable, their sins shall be purged. It raised its colossal sword, deep orange flames gathering upon it, then struck downwards with a ferocious swing. This release was both swift and precise, leaving no room for interruption. Clearly entering a frenzied state. Not good. Zhou Jun's expression shifted dramatically. This strike from the statue was undoubtedly of an ultimate level. How could one withstand the ultimate abilities of a king-level monster? As the statue swung its blade, a searing flame erupted from it, sweeping forth with a cataclysmic force that rapidly expanded in all directions. Zhou Jun had no time to ponder. He dashed towards Yikangshan, attempting to shield him from the impending blow. As long as it wasn't a penetrating attack, he could protect Yikangshan. Boom. In the next moment, the searing flames swept across the entire white space at a height of 1 meter above the ground. 98701. A white light flashed over Zhou Jun and Wei Duoer, activating their death immunity. Yikangshan, shielded by Zhou Jun, was spared from the devastating flames that swept through. However, his rugged face was now streaked with tears. For though Zhou Jun had survived, the searing attack had left a deep mark on his back, his skin charred. Wei Duoer was similarly affected. Her hoodie was mostly destroyed, revealing her smooth, flat abdomen. She was half kneeling on the ground, propping herself up with a dagger, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The ultimate power of a king, a level 21 monarch, was truly beyond the capacity of mere novices like them. Had it not been for the one-time death immunity, her demise would have been inevitable. What to do? Wei Duoer gazed at the approaching stone statue boss, now in a frenzied state, her face etched with despair. In this life-and-death crisis, her eyes instinctively darted toward Zhou Jun, and an absurd sense of anticipation surged within her. She hoped that this man might possess some hidden card yet to be revealed. Chapter 26. Zhou Jun's Awakening Skill. With a thunderous clang, the stone statue dragged its massive sword forward, each heavy step echoing ominously as it advanced toward Zhou Jun. The effect of the starfall blade had triggered, and an unprecedented aura of murderous intent radiated from the statuesque gaze, clearly indicating that Zhou Jun's actions had thoroughly enraged it. The wrath of a level 21 king boss could only be truly appreciated when faced head-on. Each step of the statue unleashed an indescribable oppressive force that felt almost tangible, causing Zhou Jun's clothes to billow and his hair to whip wildly in the air. Yet, Zhou Jun stood undaunted. He tore off his already tattered school uniform, revealing a well-defined torso, his eyes ablaze with determination as they locked onto the advancing stone figure. The sword in his hand, Thunderstorm Reaver, was gripped with increasing intensity. Indeed, the atmosphere of despair was palpable, yet Zhou Jun refused to relinquish his will to resist. This was the dignity and tenacity of an extraordinary prodigy. Even in the face of formidable foes, he would charge forward unflinchingly. Moreover, he had not yet reached a point of utter hopelessness, with his S-rank talent of Twin Tails granting him the awakening skill, Shadowy Slaughter, and A-rank talent Old E bestowing the awakening skill, Furious Bodhisattva. He pondered, what of my own awakening skill? What could it possibly be, as an SSS-rank talent? Zhou Jun murmured softly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet in this vast white expanse, it resonated clearly. Wei Duoer and Yi Changshan were momentarily taken aback. Zhou Jun's awakening skill? It seemed they had never before contemplated this matter. Their minds struggled to grasp it. Unlike skills obtained from monsters, awakening skills were abilities awakened from the depths of one's soul upon awakening a talent, serving as the ultimate trump card for every skyward challenger. Awakening skills varied in strength, contingent upon the talent's rank. Furthermore, these skills were not immediately accessible. Generally, the stronger the talent, the more challenging it was to unlock the awakening skill. Especially for talents starting from SS rank, awakening one S skill required immense fortuity and high demands on personal comprehension, mindset, and circumstances. Throughout the annals of the Federation, there had been instances of individuals awakening formidable talents above SS rank, yet never managing to awaken their skills before their demise. Zhou Jun possessed 2 SSS rank talents. Among them, reallocation was an elevation from D rank and did not include an awakening skill. However, infinite sublimation was genuinely awakened from within himself, entirely meeting the criteria for awakening a skill. Yet, the awakening skill of an SSS rank talent was notoriously difficult to unlock. Moreover, with infinite sublimation being a uniquely attributed talent, Zhou Jun had no predecessors to consult for guidance. No one knew what the awakening skill entailed. He could only rely on his own exploration. After entering the secret realm and leveling up through monster grinding, he had attempted to develop his awakening skill, but alas, he had gleaned no insights whatsoever. Until this moment. Faced with the stone statue's overwhelming power and the unprecedented terror of life and death, Zhou Jun felt as though some shackles within him were subtly loosening. Each release of infinite sublimation brought a mystical sensation, flowing within him like a drifting dragon. In a moment of clarity, Zhou Jun realized this was also why he dared to fight fiercely against the stone statue. The essence of infinite sublimation was the elevation of all things. If he was not mistaken, its awakening skill was, in fact, an elevation of himself. Zhou Jun closed his eyes, his heart calm as still water. Yet the power of sublimation within him surged ever more fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. At long last, the entirety of his sublimation power boiled over like a tempest, flooding every inch of his flesh and blood. In that instant, his body felt as though it had transformed into a furnace, surrounded by an infinite aura of vitality, resonating with a mysterious chime that echoed throughout the vast white realm. A dazzling nine-colored divine light suddenly descended from the heavens, piercing through the confines of the white world and enveloping him, illuminating Zhou Jun like a celestial being. Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer were left utterly speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Had he awakened his own awakening skill? Wei Duoer uttered incredulously, while Yi Changshan was rendered speechless, unable to articulate his astonishment. The spectacle before them was astonishing, an SSS-rank prodigy awakening his own skill, manifesting an otherworldly phenomenon that even the secret realm could not obscure. With nine-colored radiance unfurling across the heavens, overwhelming the 8 directions. Even the stone statue hesitated, its golden eyes fixed on Zhou Jun, a hidden terror unmistakably flickering within. Could this boundless sublimation truly be my power? Under the canopy of infinite brilliance, Zhou Jun comprehended everything at that moment. Ultimate Sublimation LV1, an SSS-rank awakening skill that amplifies all attributes and combat power tenfold for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 days. The skill description flooded his mind, and Zhou Jun clenched his fists tightly. How formidable! A tenfold increase in all attributes and combat power. What an unfathomable boon! No second ability in the entire Federation could boast such an extraordinary enhancement to oneself, though it lasted only 10 seconds. One must remember that ultimate sublimation was still at LV1. As his level increased and his development of the awakening skill deepened, he was confident that this duration would extend considerably. So this was my true trump card, the capital to turn the tide in desperate situations and ascend to the pinnacle. Zhou Jun inhaled deeply, and all feelings of oppression vanished. He fixed his gaze upon the stone statue, unleashing an invincible aura that, in that instant, caused the formidable king monster to stagger back half a step. Ultimate sublimation, activate! Zhou Jun exclaimed, laughter erupting from him as boundless power surged within. In an instant, every attribute within him exploded with remarkable growth. Strength, agility, constitution, and spirit skyrocketed from 5,200 to 52,000. His vitality roared like thunder, and his raw power felt capable of cleaving mountains in twain. Experiencing ultimate sublimation for the first time, Zhou Jun could hardly contain his exhilaration. The sensation of such a surge in combat power was simply exquisite. His gaze fixed upon the stone statue, as if it were prey, which recoiled in shock once more. Ever since this white expanse had enveloped everyone, the stone statue had held itself in divine superiority, mocking the trio with casual, devastating strikes that inflicted 5-digit damage, instilling despair in their hearts. Yet at this moment, the tides had turned. With ultimate sublimation activated, Zhou Jun wasted no time and transformed into a blur, darting forward. Bang! A humble yet unassuming kick, infused with a staggering agility and strength of 50,000, struck the stone statue with such ferocity that it was rendered incapable of evasion or defense. A glaring damage indicator materialized above its head. Zhou Jun raised an eyebrow slightly. Truly, this was a supreme tier creature. Even when demoted to a king tier, its resilience remained astonishingly high. Otherwise, with Zhou Jun's enhanced attributes, such a kick would have inflicted no less than 100,000 damage upon an ordinary monster. The bone-crushing blow inflicted considerable pain upon the statue, simultaneously triggering the skill effect, Break Defense. The emblem of a shattered shield appeared above its head. Observing this, Zhou Jun did not hesitate to deliver another punch. This strike, totaling 43,012, was executed with all his might, and the statue, now in a state of broken defense, clearly sustained even greater damage, nearly losing its grip on the massive sword it wielded as it staggered backward repeatedly. With these two attacks combined, the statue's nearly 90,000 health points plummeted below 30,000. At that moment, Zhou Jun had merely 5 seconds remaining before the enhancement would conclude. Chapter 27, Aftermath of Battle. The scene was enveloped in silence. Zhou Jun, having reached the pinnacle of his enhancement, truly resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens, each strike exuding an unstoppable force. With just a punch and a kick, he had reduced a king-tier monster to a state of near death. Wei Duer and Yi Changshan stood in stunned silence. They had anticipated that Zhou Jun's awakening skill would be formidable, yet the spectacle before them far exceeded their expectations. It was as if this was entirely beyond the realm of their comprehension. He was merely at level 10, and with the activation of his awakening skill, he was able to dominate a level 21 king tier boss. This was utterly terrifying. Brother Jun truly bore the aura of invincibility. Yi Changshan swallowed hard, and in his eyes, he vaguely envisioned a grand era to come, filled with prodigies and heroes. And there stood Zhou Jun at the pinnacle, gazing down upon the masses. Wei Duer, however, maintained a more grounded perspective, simply relieved and grateful that her comrade was indeed impressive and had survived another day. Clang. In the heart of the battlefield, Zhou Jun struck once more, this time drawing forth a blade as dark as ink. As a mythical weapon usable at level 20, the Thunder Cataclysm remained Zhou Jun's most potent defensive measure. Especially after his enhancement, his combat prowess had increased tenfold, elevating the weapon's power to an entirely different echelon. It was evident that as the chilling gleam of the Thunder Cataclysm shimmered in midair, the statue's movements grew increasingly frantic. It could not fathom how this seemingly insignificant human had transformed into a being it now feared. Helpless, it could only watch as the cold blade's radiance loomed larger in its vision, until it ultimately cleaved the creature in two. 51-023. Defeated LV-21 Supreme Tier Monster, Fallen Whole. Experience points, 1190. Loot dropped, X2. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared the LV-10 dungeon. The Dark Forest, rating, SSS. Clear reward. Choose any 3 pieces of mythical equipment. Dungeon-wide announcement. Wei Duer, Yi Changshan, and Zhou Jun's team has successfully cleared the dungeon. Rating, SSS. The dungeon will automatically close in 5 minutes. Dungeon-wide announcement. Wei Duer, Yi Changshan, and Zhou Jun's team has successfully cleared the dungeon. Rating, SSS. The dungeon will automatically close in 5 minutes. A series of kill notifications materialized before Zhou Jun. However, he lacked the energy to pay them any heed, for the 10 seconds of his utmost enhancement had elapsed, leaving him enveloped in an overwhelming sense of weakness that washed over him like a tide. He could barely stand, and the Thunder Cataclysm clattered to the ground. Little gentleman. Just as his body swayed, on the verge of collapse, an alluring fragrance wafted past him, and Zhou Jun felt himself supported by someone. Turning his head, he saw a familiar pair of ponytails swaying before him. At that moment, Wei Duer, exuding a sense of chivalry, was bracing Zhou Jun's sturdy left arm against her petite frame, bearing a significant part of his weight. Noticing Zhou Jun's gaze, she playfully raised an eyebrow. Yet, Zhou Jun was far too exhausted to utter a word. He strained a glance at the notifications before him. It was confirmed that they had indeed cleared the dungeon. The statue was the final boss, and the rewards for defeating it were exceedingly generous, calculated based on its original Supreme Tier classification, with the level reduction from the Blade of Diminution not factored in. Thus, even after dividing the experience among 3, Zhou Jun received a hefty 1190 points, propelling him close to level 11. Moreover, 2 pieces of loot had been generously dropped. Seeing this, Zhou Jun tilted his head, signaling to Wei Duer, who promptly understood and reached down to collect the 2 glowing orbs of loot. As the light faded, 2 skill books materialized. Brother Jun, Sister Duer, why are you 2 still embracing? Just as Zhou Jun was about to inspect the skill books, an untimely voice interrupted, revealing the already rejuvenated Yi Changshan sneaking over. Having been on the brink of death, the experience gained from the recent kill had catapulted him to level 9, instantly healing all his injuries, leading to the current scene. What nonsense! Zhou Jun shot him an exasperated glare, his voice hoarse from exhaustion, yet he managed to suppress his discomfort to utter a retort. Wei Duer's cheeks flushed slightly, and she feigned composure, clearing her throat. In the world of martial heroes, we do not concern ourselves with trifles. Since you've recovered, return your brother. With that, Wei Duer, like a nimble cat, swiftly darted from Zhou Jun's grasp, causing him to nearly stumble in surprise. Fortunately, Yi Changshan was quick to catch him. You 2 really want to kill me? Zhou Jun rasped, exuding a deep sense of helplessness regarding the side effects of his ultimate enhancement. Typically, he felt quite unwell when enhancing items or equipment. This time, enhancing himself magnified that discomfort tenfold, leaving him utterly weakened, as if his very essence had been drained. It was an unbearable ordeal. Zhou Jun envied Yi Changshan's ability to level up and refresh his state, wiping away all traces of discomfort. Observing Wei Duer's relaxed demeanor, he guessed she had leveled up as well. Only he remained ensnared in his suffering. With a quiet sigh, Zhou Jun beckoned the 2 to inspect their spoils. First, the 2 skill books dropped by the hidden boss statue. Name, Chapter of the Wrathful Blade. Tier, Excellent. Type, Sword and Blade Skill Book. Effect, grants a 5 critical hit when equipped with sword or blade type weapons. Cooldown, none. The first skill book that caught his eye was a rare sword and blade type, activated through passive triggers. Its effect was commendable, providing a critical hit attribute. One must note that while the human race possessed an upgrade panel, they were, after all, living beings in reality, significantly different from characters in online games, such as having only 4 basic attributes, and so forth. To unlock the critical hit attributes on a personal interface, one must equip the relevant items, gear, or skills. Consequently, items that can yield critical hits are often of exorbitant value. Skills related to swords and blades appear to be a boon for Zhou Jun. Wei Duoer cast a glance and couldn't help but curl her lip. Among the three of them, only Zhou Jun wielded blade-type weapons, so the distribution was quite evident. Yi Changshan naturally had no objections, and the trio then turned their attention to the second skill book. Name, Blade of Atonement. Grade, Mythical. Type, Sword and Blade Skill Book. Effect, condenses one's own sins and executes a forward slash, causing 500 magic damage equal to one's own attack. Cooldown, 1,500 seconds. Upon recognizing yet another sword and blade skill book, Yi Changshan averted his gaze. Wei Duoer let out a dismissive snort, popped a lemon-flavored lollipop into her mouth, and waved her hand, saying, "How fortunate for you. All the rewards from the hidden boss are tailored for you. Oh well, I possess a magnanimous heart, so I'll let you have it all." Magnanimous? Hearing this, Zhou Jun instinctively glanced at her flat chest, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Wei Duoer remained oblivious to this exchange. Otherwise, she would have drawn her dagger to enlighten Zhou Jun on the principles of the martial world. After a brief exchange of banter, the trio retrieved their spoils from defeating the first boss, the multi-eyed lizard. Once again, they unveiled 2 orbs of light, which Wei Duoer proceeded to open. This time, instead of skill books, they revealed 2 exceptional grade items. Given that these were rewards from a lord-level boss, the quality was quite commendable. However, since Zhou Jun had already claimed all rewards from the statue, he handed them over to Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer for distribution. Next, they assessed the spoils from the earlier Beast Wave encounter, which totaled 12 items, allowing each of them to select 4 according to their needs. The grand finale was the 3 pieces of mythical grade equipment, which were selectable rewards for defeating the hidden boss. Naturally, each person would claim one. Wei Duoer chose an exquisitely designed leather chest plate, while Yi Changshan opted for a heavy armor lower piece. As for Zhou Jun, after a moment of contemplation, he selected a ring among the accessories. The equipment's grade was fixed at mythical, but the other attributes were entirely random. Zhou Jun inspected the ring. Its attributes were not particularly impressive, merely average. Yet, he remained undeterred, for once he returned home and regained his strength, he could enhance it with the power of sublimation, transforming even the most mundane ring into a rare treasure. Chapter 28. Exiting the Secret Realm. While Zhou Jun and his companions were tallying their gains, the outskirts of the Secret Realm erupted in chaos. All the diligent senior students were wide-eyed, questioning whether they had misheard. Yet the repeated notifications, played 3 or 4 times, served as a reminder that this was no mere illusion. Consequently, after a brief silence, a cacophony of discussions erupted around the perimeter. My heavens, we are still grinding at the outskirts, yet someone has already delved deep into the core and successfully cleared it? Isn't Wei Duoer the girl who just registered her S-grade talent? That's her. I'm in the same class as her. I never imagined while I was grinding outside she would already have conquered the Lord Boss. They must be a trio. The other 2 surely aren't ordinary either. Of course, Yi Changshan is the only one in the entire school with an A-grade talent, the top-tier tank, Angry Buddha. No wonder. The combination of the high-damage S-grade Shadow with A-grade Angry Buddha could indeed take down the final boss. Wait, who is this Zhou Jun? To be with those 2 prodigies, he must also be a genius, right? Many students lamented the chasm between themselves and these talents, when suddenly someone who had not attended the talent registration earlier posed a question. As the discussion circled around Wei Duoer and Yi Changshan, Zhou Jun was conspicuously absent from the dialogue. Upon hearing this, those in the know scoffed. That Zhou Jun is merely a D-grade talent. Why would we discuss him? Indeed, in a boss battle of this caliber, do you still expect someone of D-grade strength to be of any use? He asked, just riding on Yi Changshan's coattails, tagging along for experience. Hearing the disdainful and envious remarks from the crowd, the person finally understood why Zhou Jun had been overlooked, feeling a mix of enlightenment and envy. Despite being only D-grade, he had an A-grade talent brother. Now he had also benefited from the clearance rewards. If he played his cards right, he might even leverage his connection to the S-grade prodigy Wei Duoer. Such a situation constituted a remarkable opportunity for countless lower-tier talent holders. Oh, now that the secret realm has been cleared, we can no longer continue leveling up. How unfortunate that I am just shy of the experience needed for level 4. If only the secret realm could persist a little longer. What are you thinking? Even if Wei and her companions didn't clear it, the secret realm would last at most another 10 minutes. After they exit, the news of their successful clearance will surely cause a stir at school, perhaps even prompting the principal to personally reward them. After all, they are prodigies. To clear the secret realm on their first attempt is a testament to their exceptional talent. Truly a rarity, even at our school. The senior students from the 5th school engaged in idle chatter, their words rife with admiration and envy for the unparalleled grace of the 2 prodigies. In their eyes, both Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer would henceforth be figures they could only look up to, existing on a different plane from themselves. Thus, even in addressing them, despite being of the same cohort, they unconsciously appended respectful titles of seniority. Being able to share 3 years with such prodigies was perhaps the most fortunate occurrence of their lives. At the very least, years down the line. While reminiscing with friends over drinks, they would have tales of bragging rights to share. A few minutes later, with a thunderous sound echoing within the secret realm, everyone's vision blurred, and the scene transformed into the playground of the 5th school. Where's Wei? Upon regaining their senses, many instinctively searched for Wei Duoer's figure. There she is, right next to Yi. Someone with keen eyesight pointed to a corner of the crowd, and soon, the attention of the entire playground converged there. 3 distinctly shaped figures were conversing and laughing as they walked toward the teaching building. Is that Yi, who has awakened angry Buddha? He looks so strong. Oh my. Wei's appearance is far more adorable than I imagined. To think such a girl possesses S-grade shadow talent is simply unbelievable. The presence of the 3 immediately captured the attention of countless students from the 5th school. Suddenly, someone inquired, why is it Zhou Jun, with only D-grade talent, who occupies the central position, rather than the exceptionally talented Wei or Yi? Everyone was taken aback, and as realization dawned, they confirmed the truth of the observation. Zhou Jun indeed occupied that significant central position, with Wei Duoer and Yi Changshan flanking him, engaging in lively conversation, seemingly oblivious to any irregularity. This bewildered the onlookers. Why does it seem that Zhou Jun is the true core of this small team? Isn't he just a slacker coasting on experience? As the crowd pondered this perplexity, a number of figures emerged from the entrance of the teaching building. Leading the group was the venerable headmaster, his hair as white as snow, followed closely by a middle-aged man responsible for registration from the Federation and several teachers from the 5th school. The headmaster's appearance suggested that the news of Senior Wei and the others successfully navigating the secret realm had already spread. It was quite unexpected to see the headmaster twice in a single day. Senior Wei and Senior Yi certainly wield considerable influence. With the headmaster present, how could Zhou Jun dare to walk at the center? He truly lacks any understanding of social etiquette. Indeed, the esteemed headmaster is here to meet geniuses. What business does a D-rank individual have mingling in such proximity? The students of the 5th school began to whisper amongst themselves upon the headmaster's arrival, some expressing discontent towards Zhou Jun's behavior. After all, a D-rank talent is regarded as the lowest tier, both within the 5th school and the entire Federation. It was not an intention to belittle those with lower talents, but one would expect some awareness of their place. Such reckless actions were certainly irksome. Many could not help but sneer, already preparing to enjoy the spectacle. Although the headmaster appeared amiable, he was indeed an 80-level powerhouse. And a mere D-rank talent daring to act so recklessly in such a setting would undoubtedly face consequences. Under the watchful eyes of those relishing in misfortune, the headmaster, with his hands clasped behind his back in a commanding stride, finally approached the trio. However, the ensuing scene left everyone dumbstruck, their eyes wide with disbelief. The headmaster displayed no sign of the anger one might expect. Instead, he wore a warm smile and extended his hand. To everyone's astonishment, he greeted none other than Zhou Jun. He seemed to completely disregard Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer standing beside him, focusing solely on Zhou Jun as if he were the true genius. What on earth is happening? Zhou Jun, this deadweight, daring to occupy the central position of the team is one thing, but how is it that even the headmaster holds him in such high regard? Can someone please explain what is going on? Everyone was bewildered, staring blankly at the unfolding scene, their minds a chaotic whirl. Those who had intended to mock Zhou Jun were now equally stunned, rendered speechless. Chapter 29, The Astounding Headmaster. It wasn't until the headmaster led Zhou Jun and his team away from the playground and into the teaching building that the surrounding students began to regain their composure. They exchanged glances, unable to comprehend the spectacle that had just unfolded. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that Zhou Jun's image in their eyes had transformed. He was no longer seen as insignificant, but rather draped in an air of mystery that commanded respect. Meanwhile, in the spacious headmaster's office, only Zhou Jun, the headmaster, the middle-aged man, and the homeroom teacher, Chu Xiuyan, remained. Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer had received only a few words of praise from the headmaster upon entering the teaching building and were not even permitted to enter the office. In the presence of an SSS-level genius, even the most outstanding students faded into the background. Witnessing such a stark contrast in treatment, Zhou Jun, no matter how dull-witted, could not fail to grasp the situation. He understood clearly that the headmaster must have learned of his second talent. Thus, when Zhou Jun entered the headmaster's office, he maintained a composed demeanor, accepting the headmaster's offer of tea with a sense of rightful satisfaction. Such poise was befitting of a young prodigy. The heir of the Zhou family. Unbeknownst to him, his seemingly casual demeanor appeared quite different in the eyes of the headmaster and the middle-aged man. They perceived a young talent who remained unfazed and confident in the face of even the most formidable figures. This composure and charisma surpassed that of many of his peers. "Zhou, I am aware of your second talent," the headmaster said with a gentle smile. Observing Zhou Jun finish the Bai Luo Chun tea he had prepared and promptly refilling his cup, his demeanor devoid of the sternness one would expect from a headmaster. Such is the privilege of genius. Before an SSS-level talent, even a school leader must bow their head. The delay in the response from the Divine Pearl was regrettable, but the fifth school will not allow any SSS-level prodigy to be tarnished. Your matter has already been reported to the Federation's upper echelons. The headmaster continued after a moment of consideration. The middle-aged man, Su Yuan, standing nearby, wore an expression of embarrassment as he bowed his head towards Zhou Jun and sincerely said, "Young Zhou, the responsibility for the registration lies entirely with me." Upon learning of this, the Federation's higher-ups have swiftly made compensations. Additionally, this is my personal business card and a token of goodwill. I have a modest reputation in Linyuan City. Should you encounter difficulties, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. As he spoke, the middle-aged man produced a collection of valuable secret medicines and a business card from his backpack, presenting them to Zhou Jun with the utmost humility. His demeanor a stark contrast to his previous indifference during the registration at the gymnasium. Zhou Jun cast a casual glance at him, disregarding the offerings. His silence left the others in the headmaster's office exchanging uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. After several seconds, as the middle-aged man began to sweat profusely, Zhou Jun nonchalantly accepted the items without so much as a glance, this time out of respect for the headmaster. Zhou Jun's expression remained unchanged. His voice calm as he spoke. The middle-aged man, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, expressed his gratitude profusely. After all, offending an SSS-level prodigy would indeed make one restless even in sleep. The headmaster, witnessing this, smiled and attempted to ease the tension. "Haha, old Su. I have always said that Zhou Jun is not the petty sort." He continued pouring tea for Zhou Jun before leisurely retrieving an ancient bronze key from his pocket. "Zhou Jun, your awakening of the SSS-level talent is a blessing for our Federation and a source of pride for the fifth school. Naturally, we cannot allow the heart of a genius to be neglected. This LV-20 Secret Realm key is a personal reward from me. I hope you will remain true to your aspirations and continue to forge ahead, elevating the reputation of our human race." As the headmaster's words echoed, Zhou Jun's previously indifferent expression finally showed a hint of surprise. He had clearly not anticipated that the fifth school's reward would be a secret realm key. Such realms were rare, and the higher the level, the more so. This LV-20 secret realm was vastly superior to the previously mentioned Dark Forest. Most importantly, this secret realm belonged solely to him, with all its resources at his disposal. One could not help but commend the headmaster for such a generous gesture. Zhou Jun now owed a favor to the headmaster. Casually stowing the secret realm key, Zhou Jun's gaze finally turned towards the middle-aged man, for he knew the main event was yet to come. As anticipated, after fulfilling their personal interests, they finally moved on to the main topic. Su Yuan's expression grew serious as he retrieved 3 luxurious cards from his spatial backpack, each a different color, silver, gold, and red, adorned with dragon motifs and the emblem of the Federation, catching the eye. "Young Zhou, these are the rewards from the Federation for SSS-level geniuses. They were urgently airlifted from the divine capital of Daxia, just for you." The middle-aged man bearing the surname Su wore a solemn expression, representing the Federation in bestowing an accolade upon Zhou Jun, thus comporting himself with utmost formality. As he unfolded 3 cards, he introduced them to Zhou Jun. These cards are all universally accepted within the Federation. They can be utilized in any city across Blue Star. The silver card is a monetary card, containing 50 million Federation coins, which you may allocate at your discretion. The gold card serves as a resource card, allowing you to claim any resources of exceptional grade or below for free at any official trading post, be they equipment, items, or skill books. For resources rated above exceptional, you will receive a generous 30% discount. As for the final red card, it represents a special reward from the Federation, compensating for an oversight in your registration. Pausing momentarily, Su's tone shifted slightly with envy as he continued. "With this card, young Zhou, you can exchange it at official institutions for a full set of beginner's mythic quality gear." Clearly, this was the true substantial reward, for mythic-grade equipment was notoriously rare, and sets of such quality were exceedingly difficult to procure, with few existing throughout the Federation. To grant an entire set outright was indeed a remarkable gesture. Despite the old principal and Su having been informed of this matter beforehand, the sight of that exceedingly precious red card still stirred profound emotions within them. Meanwhile, Chu Xiuyan, who had been oblivious to the details, gazed in wide-eyed astonishment, her face a canvas of surprise. She never anticipated that Zhou Jun's talents would garner such significant attention from the Federation's upper echelons. What kind of prodigy has emerged from my class? At that moment, Chu Xiuyan's heart was a whirlpool of complexity, overwhelmed by wonder. In contrast, Zhou Jun remained composed, exhibiting no overt excitement even after learning the card's purpose. Having traversed the ebb and flow of life in both his past and present incarnations, his mindset was far from that of an ordinary individual. Moreover, after awakening his boundless exaltation talent, mythic-grade equipment no longer seemed unattainable in his eyes. Casually stowing the 3 cards away, Zhou Jun rose and, with an air of dignified calm, addressed the old principal. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." This unwavering demeanor, akin to an immovable mountain amidst a tempest, left the three witnesses exchanging glances, each feeling a deep sense of admiration. If it were another youth receiving such bounteous rewards, he would have likely erupted in joyous exuberance. Yet Zhou Jun, since entering this office, he had maintained an effortless poise, as if nothing could provoke him to lose his composure. As he prepared to depart, the old principal, lost in contemplation, posed one final inquiry. Student Zhou, I have heard that you completed the secret realm. May I inquire how many levels you have ascended? At this utterance, all eyes turned toward him with keen anticipation. They had speculated on Zhou Jun's performance during his inaugural venture into the secret realm, particularly given that the creatures within possessed double attributes. The principal was certain that ascending 3 levels would be the utmost limit, while Chu Xiuyan humorously conjectured a rise to 4. Only when the secret realm collapsed prematurely did they grasp that Zhou Jun and his companions had indeed achieved a complete conquest. Although accomplished as a team, it was still an impressive feat. The question lingered. How many levels had Zhou Jun attained? The principal silently pondered, suspecting that he might have reached level 4. Or perhaps even 5. Such conservative estimations were not unwarranted, as a typical individual would assume that conquering a secret realm entailed a direct assault on the central boss, resulting in enough experience to elevate one by 4 or 5 levels. However, they were unaware that, due to the beast tide, Zhou Jun and his companions had eradicated all high-level creatures in the core region. Thus, at this moment, faced with the curiosity of those present, Zhou Jun remained silent, revealing his level panel instead. Name: Zhou Jun, level, LV 1098. As the level bar materialized above his head, an almost palpable silence enveloped the principal's office. The stillness so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 30. Let us meet at the pinnacle. Zhou Jun departed the principal's office with effortless grace. Yet the astonishment within the 3 remaining individuals lingered, unresolved. The principal, stripped of his usual composure, sat deep in thought, occasionally sighing heavily. The middle-aged man trembled as he lit a cigarette, his expression one of bewilderment. How could someone enter the secret realm at level 3 and emerge at level 10? What had transpired within? No matter how he speculated, he could never fathom that Zhou Jun and his companions had quelled a beast tide, clearing the core region of all monsters. Chu Xiuyan's face mirrored her astonishment, her gaze following the figure of Zhou Jun as he gradually vanished down the corridor. Her eyes alight with curiosity. Brother Jun. Upon reaching the entrance of the teaching building, Wei Duoer and Yi Changshan awaited him, surrounded by a throng of students who kept their distance, too intimidated to approach. As Zhou Jun's figure appeared, they rushed forward, prompting the onlookers to disperse. Yi Changshan felt somewhat exasperated, having first garnered attention for registering an A-level talent and subsequently gaining fame from a battle in the Twilight Forest. He had become a prominent figure within the school, attracting scrutiny wherever he went. This newfound attention felt uncomfortable to him, as he had always been perceived as an anomaly due to his robust physique throughout his 3 years of high school. Accustomed to solitude, he had never imagined becoming an object of such adulation. It was a sensation he found disconcerting, as if all his secrets were laid bare for scrutiny. Thus, upon spotting Zhou Jun, he rushed forward as if seeking salvation. Wei Duoer, however, remained unfazed, maintaining her usual nonchalant demeanor, her arms crossed behind her head, a lollipop dangling from her mouth as she sauntered behind. A few daring students called out slogans in reverence of the goddess Wei, only to promptly retract their voices under the chilling glare of her indifferent gaze. Brother Jun, have you completed everything? Yi Changshan inquired as he stepped closer. The old principal, beaming, had invited Zhou Jun into his office, and Yi Changshan surmised that it must pertain to the compensatory rewards for the talent registration. All done. Zhou Jun replied with a nod. Changshan, I don't plan to attend school in the coming days. I intend to venture into the wild to grind levels in dungeons and prepare for the college entrance examination. Upon hearing Zhou Jun's words, Yi Changshan was not taken aback. With only half a month remaining until the entrance exams, there was little chance for further improvement in academic subjects. Moreover, in Blue Star, the scores for academic subjects constituted only a minor fraction of the overall results, with martial assessments holding far more weight. Thus, candidates at various universities, upon awakening their talents and exceeding level LV5, could apply to their schools for permission to forego classes and train in the wild instead. Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer had recently discussed this very matter, and upon hearing Zhou Jun's statement, they were all on the same wavelength. Given their collective abilities and levels, they could easily dominate any typical beginner dungeon. Brother Jun, I too do not intend to return to school. My father's team of sky hunters is embarking on an expedition to explore a level 30 dungeon tomorrow, and he wishes to take me along for some training. Perhaps by the time the college entrance examination arrives, my level will catch up to yours. Yi Changshan beamed with a broad smile, brimming with confidence as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun nodded eagerly in response, playfully teasing, then give it your all. When that day truly comes, I shall call you brother. Heh, I wouldn't dare. Yi Changshan chuckled, scratching his head. In his eyes, Zhou Jun would always be his elder brother for a lifetime. Even if one day their strengths were to reverse, respect would still prevail. Zhou Jun smiled at this, and after exchanging a few more casual remarks, Yi Changshan took his leave from school, heading home to prepare for the dungeon expedition the next day. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow as students from the first and second years poured out of the school, filling the hallways and playgrounds. The trio was now reduced to just Zhou Jun and Wei Duoer, who exchanged knowing glances before leisurely making their way toward the school gate. As they passed the running track, Wei Duoer bit into her lollipop, her bright eyes turning to Zhou Jun. Little gentleman, after the college entrance examination, would you consider attending the same university as me? She pouted playfully, extending a sincere and fervent invitation to the boy she had known for a long time, but had only truly come to understand today. I already have a university in mind. Zhou Jun paused, slightly entranced by her sparkling gaze, but after a moment, he shook his head. Wei Duoer's beautiful brows furrowed. You haven't even asked where I plan to go. What if we want to attend the same one? Impossible, Zhou Jun replied. How can it be impossible? You want to go to Yaoqi University, while my goal has always been Kunlun University. A radiant smile illuminated Zhou Jun's face as he spoke cheerfully. This time, it was Wei Duoer who was taken aback. She blinked her captivating eyes, full of curiosity. Little gentleman, how did you know I wanted to attend Yaoqi University? Zhou Jun chuckled softly, remaining silent. He had, of course, heard about it in his previous life. On the day the results were announced, everyone was discussing where Wei Duoer, the top genius of Wuzhong, would go. Thus, Zhou Jun had a vivid impression, for Yaoqi University was no ordinary institution. Across the vast expanse of Blue Star, countless universities exist, yet only 4 dare to claim the title of the pinnacle. Coincidentally, all 4 of these esteemed institutions hail from the great Xia Kingdom, Kunlun University, Yaoqi University, Nanshimen Academy, and Taichu Academy. These 4 universities stand proudly on Blue Star, nurturing countless talents for humanity. Among them, Kunlun University undoubtedly ranks first, while the remaining 3 are neck and neck. For Zhou Jun, attending Kunlun University was a must. This was not solely due to its unparalleled strength, but also for a more profound reason. He had once heard from the elders of the Zhou family that his father, Zhou Xianrong, had also been a student at Kunlun University. Zhou Xianrong's mysterious disappearance left many questions unanswered. Zhou Jun yearned to walk the path his father once trod, seeking the truth along the road his father left behind. Thus, no matter what, Zhou Jun would make his way to Kunlun University. Seeing Zhou Jun's silence and observing his expression, Wei Duoer had already discerned the answer in her heart. She fell into silence as well. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched the shadows of the young couple as they ambled along the verdant field. Upon reaching the school gate, Wei Duoer tossed a strawberry-flavored lollipop into her mouth and looked up, saying, Little gentleman, since you have your own goals, strive to achieve them. The future is long. Those like us will ultimately step into the battlefield of the stars, so. At this point, Wei Duoer raised her hand and pointed to the sky, breaking into a bright smile. Let us meet at the pinnacle. Chapter 31, the first immortal level skill. In the evening, the weather turned slightly cool. Upon returning home, Zhou Jun prepared a simple stir-fry in the kitchen. Years of living independently had honed his culinary skills, enabling him to whip up whatever he desired. Today, he made garlic crab legs, which not only tasted exquisite, but were also highly nutritious, greatly satisfying the dietary needs of novice sky hunters. After devouring 2 large crab legs, Zhou Jun felt a significant restoration of the stamina he had expended while using his awakening abilities. He no longer felt as weak. After stretching his body slightly, he settled cross-legged on the sofa and retrieved 2 skill books dropped by the hidden boss. Both of these swordsmanship skill books were of high caliber. Notably, the mythic level Blade of Atonement was likely to transcend to epic quality upon enhancement. There was even a possibility it could reach the legendary immortal level. Whether a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle hinged on this gamble. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Jun contemplated the 2 skill books before ultimately deciding to leave the suspense for later. He resolved first to enhance the book of excellent quality. Name: Chapter of the Fury Sword. Quality: excellent. Type: swordsmanship skill book. Effect: when equipped with sword-type weapons, the user gains 5 critical strike. Cooldown: none. As a passive skill that enhances critical strike, Zhou Jun found it quite appealing. He eagerly anticipated what it would evolve into after enhancement. At that moment, with a directive of intent, the familiar mystic power surged from within him, coalescing around the chapter of the Fury Sword. In the next instant, the already pristine book transformed into a more splendid and noble appearance. When opened, the ordinary pages became soft lambskin. Congratulations! The chapter of the Fury Sword has been advanced to the Heart of the Sword. Name: Heart of the Sword. Quality: epic. Type: swordsmanship skill book. Effect: when equipped with sword-type weapons, the user gains 30 critical strike and 10 damage. Cooldown: none. Holding the luxurious lambskin book, Zhou Jun's face was overtaken by a radiant expression of joy, even overshadowing the remnants of weakness he felt. He had not anticipated such fortuitous luck on his first enhancement, resulting in an epic-level skill book. Heart of the Sword. Like its predecessor, Chapter of the Fury Sword, it remained a passive skill, yet the effects were vastly different. While Chapter of the Fury Sword merely offered 5 critical strike, Heart of the Sword boasted 30 critical strike and 10 damage. These two attributes were already rare, and their high additions were remarkable. It was no exaggeration to say that if this skill book were placed on the black market, even level 100 powerhouses would clamor for it. Its value was immeasurable. Zhou Jun's smile nearly became uncontainable. Having enhanced an excellent quality skill book with such substantial gains heightened his anticipation for the forthcoming enhancement of the mythic quality Blade of Atonement. Just as he was about to proceed with the enhancement, a wave of intense weakness surged through him, causing his mind to momentarily falter. Zhou Jun then realized his body was beginning to falter. Damn, that curse side effect. Zhou Jun sighed. He had overexerted himself with enhancements today, draining all his energy. Wait, I believe I have some secret potions on me. Just as Zhou Jun was mulling over this, a thought struck him, and with a flip of his hand, a collection of bottles and jars appeared before him. These were the secret potions gifted to him by the middle-aged Su as compensation. Zhou Jun yearned to ascertain whether any restorative elixirs were among the items. After all, potions of this nature bear a resemblance to health potions in online games, predominantly serving to restore one's vitality, with only a select few possessing extraordinary effects. After a thorough search, Zhou Jun indeed stumbled upon several vials of healing potions, one of which was labeled Purifying Blood Essence, a silver-grade potion that could restore 20 points of vitality upon consumption. Without hesitation, Zhou Jun consumed 5 vials in quick succession. Instantly, he felt invigorated, as all traces of fatigue vanished. This invaluable find prompted him to consider keeping a stock of restorative potions for future endeavors. Zhou Jun's expression brightened, as he perceived he had discovered a means to counteract the adverse effects of the infinite ascension. With newfound confidence, he produced the Blade of Atonement and commenced the process of ascension. A thunderous roar erupted as the profound power of ascension surged within him, momentarily overwhelming his recently restored clarity. Yet, he paid it no heed. Instead, he swiftly consumed another vial of Purifying Blood Essence, which immediately alleviated his discomfort. Simultaneously, the appearance of the skill book in his hand transformed dramatically. It no longer bore the opulence of its former self, nor was it crafted from parchment. Instead, it morphed into a slender golden page. Though thin, the golden page emanated an ancient and weighty aura, as if it contained the essence of existence itself, capable of overshadowing the heavens and the earth. Zhou Jun's eyes gleamed with intensity. He had never encountered such a remarkable skill book. As his thoughts surged, the information inscribed on the ancient golden page unfolded before him. Name, Rhapsody of Condemnation. Grade, Immortal. Type, Swordsmanship Skill Book. Effect 1. Transformed from a mythic level skill. Known as the Blade of Righteousness, it cleaves through all evils of the world. Upon release, it triggers multiple successive attacks, namely, the Point of Lust, the Stab of Gluttony, the Provoke of Greed, the Band of Sloth, the Rupture of Wrath, the Tease of Envy, and the Strike of Pride, all consisting of 7 distinct sword techniques. Effect 2. The 7 techniques can be used individually or in combination, amplifying damage by 200 during the release phase, while also granting 50 damage immunity. Cooldown, 1,200 seconds. As the contents of the golden page materialized, Zhou Jun's breath momentarily faltered. Immortal, a skill of the immortal grade. Though he had been prepared for such a revelation, witnessing it firsthand still sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. The immortal grade represents the pinnacle of quality in this realm. Any being of immortal stature is a rare encounter, a tremendous fortuity. The same can be said for immortal skills. After all, the strength of a celestial slayer is significantly influenced by their skills. For instance, Zhou Jun found it exceedingly arduous to vanquish high-level monsters in the secret realm without any skills. Yet, upon acquiring the golden grade skill, Bone Shatter, he experienced a dramatic alleviation of his burdens. Thus, it was evident that mastering this immortal grade skill would greatly enhance his combat prowess. Rhapsody of Condemnation. As he regained his composure, Zhou Jun meticulously examined the skill description. After a brief moment, he gasped in awe, captivated by the intricacies of the skill's mechanics. The Rhapsody of Condemnation comprises 7 forms. Perhaps due to its origin, the Blade of Atonement, which emerged from a statue. These 7 forms encompass the characteristics of the 7 deadly sins, aptly named. The terms point, stab, provoke, band, rupture, tease, and strike are traditional sword maneuvers. When combined, they forge a unique array of minor skills. These minor skills possess various functions within the execution of swordsmanship, demonstrating a harmonious balance of offense and defense. Furthermore, it is evident that these minor skills do not require a cooldown, relying solely on the user's physical prowess for execution. When combined, they culminate in a true immortal grade skill, unleashing unimaginable might. Setting aside the notable 200 damage amplification, the 50 damage immunity, if wielded with precise timing, could prove life-saving in critical moments. Zhou Jun murmured softly, clearly most enthralled by the portion of the inscription concerning damage immunity. After all, a 50 damage reduction is extraordinarily formidable. This could yield remarkable results in many high-difficulty dungeons, even turning the tide of battle. With numerous minor skills, formidable major skills, and the ability to both attack and defend, this truly epitomizes immortal-grade swordsmanship. Zhou Jun pondered. The value of this golden page is indeed incalculable. Without hesitation, he chose to learn both skill books in his possession, one an epic passive skill, the other an immortal active skill. The simultaneous acquisition left Zhou Jun's mind momentarily overwhelmed with a throbbing ache. An infinite realm of swordsmanship flooded into his being. In merely a few minutes, it felt as though he had immersed himself in the art of the sword for an entire lifetime. When Zhou Jun opened his eyes once more, a glimmer of sword light coalesced within his pupils, and his aura ascended to unprecedented heights, resembling a divine sword soaring towards the heavens. Chapter 32. The True Essence of Swordsmanship. You have acquired the skill Rhapsody of Condemnation LV1. You have comprehended the true essence of swordsmanship. Your swordsmanship proficiency has reached LV1. Two notifications appeared before him. Zhou Jun momentarily paused. Then a look of delight spread across his face once more. In this world, upon reaching a certain zenith in the mastery of any weapon, one attains an understanding of the essence of power, thereby unlocking the proficiency system. Do not underestimate this proficiency. It comprises a significant portion of the strength of human warriors. In simple terms, the higher the proficiency level, the greater the combat prowess one can exhibit. When two celestial slayers of the same level confront each other, disregarding their innate awakened talents, a warrior with high weapon proficiency will inevitably dominate one with low proficiency. Moreover, to grasp the true essence and unlock proficiency, one must rely on both opportunities and the accumulation of skill books. The former is a rare encounter, while the latter necessitates considerable financial resources. After all, without sufficient funds, one cannot procure an adequate number of skill books. In this regard, high-quality skill books provide the greatest assistance. All in all, the weapon proficiency system is not something an ordinary individual can aspire to. Common folk may go their entire lives without unlocking proficiency in even a single weapon. Zhou Jun was one such individual. In his previous life, he reached level 54, acquiring an array of various skills, yet he failed to unlock proficiency in a single weapon. Now, having been reborn, merely on the second day, he had grasped the legendary and elusive true essence of swordsmanship. Additionally, he had unlocked swordsmanship proficiency in one fell swoop. It can be said that the immortal grade skill is indeed formidable. The benefits of learning this singular skill book equate to those of studying dozens of others. It seems that in this life, I am destined to walk the path of the swordsman, Zhou Jun reflected. In the realm of Blue Star, the presence of skill books has given rise to a multitude of martial arts schools. Swords and spears, among others, boast rich and profound lineages. Many individuals select a weapon they favor as their future developmental trajectory. Currently, amidst the starry expanse, there exists a divine king with maxed proficiency in spear and staff, wielding a black dragon spear, single-handedly guarding the Martian encampment. Under the might of his spear's intent, no dark creature has breached the Martian defenses for years. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of maxed weapon proficiency. Previously, Zhou Jun had contemplated which weapon school to pursue in the future, ultimately deciding to leave it to fate. After all, the type of skill books dropped from vanquished monsters is beyond his control. Now, having comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, it is indeed a favorable outcome. Although increasing swordsmanship proficiency is challenging, the power it wields upon mastery is not inferior to that of spears or staffs. Among all weapons, it stands as one of the foremost. With a single sword to quell evil and a single blade to vanquish malice, such a notion is indeed commendable. Zhou Jun gazed upward, lost in contemplation. Moments later, he retrieved 5 pieces of equipment from his backpack, all treasures acquired from the depths of a secret realm. 4 of these were rewards shared equally during the vanquishing of a beast tide, while one was a mythic-grade ring chosen upon completing a challenging quest. Zhou Jun's gaze flitted over each item before finally resting upon the ring. The preceding common artifacts dropped by mundane monsters boasted a maximum quality of silver, even after enhancement. They would unlikely surpass gold or the extraordinary tier. With his possession of a universally mythic-grade set awarded by the Federation, he found little merit in these lesser items, feeling it a waste of his energy to enhance them. Thus, it was only the mythic-grade ring that piqued his interest slightly. Its basic attributes were rather ordinary, and Zhou Jun was uncertain of its potential post-enhancement. Embracing a mindset of experimentation, he consumed a restorative potion while activating his innate abilities. In a flash, a torrent of enhancement energy surged forth, enveloping the ancient ring in a radiant glow. Moments later, tranquility returned, and a jet-black crystal ring manifested in Zhou Jun's hand. Congratulations! The Siren's ring has been advanced to the Ring of Everlasting Life. Name: Ring of Everlasting Life. Tier: Epic. Type: Accessory. Restrictions: Level 10, Level 25. Constitution: 236. Agility: 161. Description: An epic item born from the enhancement of the Siren's Ring, endowed with the property of perpetual rejuvenation, allowing the wearer to restore 1 to all attributes per minute, which escalates to 3 in combat. Upon reading the equipment description, Zhou Jun's eyes gleamed with delight. This item possessed unexpectedly commendable attributes, being exceedingly rare in its ability to restore the wearer's state. With his already elevated base attributes, even a restoration rate of 3 in combat would yield significant benefits. Indeed, epic equipment never lacked strength, even if it was merely a minor epic usable only until level 20. Without hesitation, he adorned the ring upon his finger. Currently, Zhou Jun's arsenal of equipment was quite formidable. He possessed weapons and accessories, and aside from the mythic grade set yet to be claimed, his other items could be deemed luxurious. With a mere thought, a new personal panel materialized before him. Name: Zhou Jun. Level: LV 1098. Strength: 5247. Agility: 5200-258. Mentality: 5200-102. Constitution: 5200-236. Skills: Bone Shatter LV1, Sword Heart Clarity LV1, Judgment Rhapsody LV1. Equipment: Starfall Pendant Epic, Thunderblade Cataclysm Mythic, Ring of Everlasting Life Epic. Talent: SSS Level Redistribution, SSS Level Infinite Enhancement. Awakening Skill: Ultimate Enhancement LV1. Weapon Proficiency: Swords LV1. Gazing upon this panel, which now exuded an air of burgeoning magnificence, Zhou Jun nodded in satisfaction. Just yesterday, he had returned from rebirth, merely an unnoticed figure upon awakening. Today, however, his name had begun to circulate among the upper echelons of the Federation, and he stood on the threshold of reaching LV11. All these developments elicited profound reflections within Zhou Jun. Tomorrow, he would establish a record for having the highest level 10 attributes in the Federation, collect the rewards from his red card, and then proceed to hunt monsters in the outer city dungeons. That night, before succumbing to slumber, Zhou Jun closed his eyes and mapped out the plans for the morrow, then drifted into a deep sleep. The following day, despite not needing to attend school, Zhou Jun arose early. He adhered to his routine, jogging a few laps downstairs before addressing his breakfast at a nearby eatery. Subsequently, he made his way to the main street of Linyuan City, for it was here that the Federation's registry for attribute records was located, housed within the illustrious Flying Dragon Tower. This establishment, present in every city, was dedicated to managing the affairs of the Celestial Slayers, its significance undeniable. It was rumored that each lord of the Flying Dragon Tower was a formidable figure, capable of traversing the void and tearing through space, possessing the might to guard an entire city. The lord presiding over Linyuan City was known for his aloofness and profound mystery, making him an elusive figure rarely glimpsed by the common populace. Even the heads of noble families within the city required appointments to meet him. However, such matters bore little relevance to Zhou Jun, who had come solely to register his level 10 attributes and claim his rewards. Chapter 33: An Encounter with an Old Friend. While Linyuan City may not be classified as a colossal metropolis on Blue Star, it boasts a staggering population of 70 million residents. Given such a vast demographic, it is evident how many individuals awaken as Celestial Slayers. Yet, within Linyuan City, there exists but a single Flying Dragon Tower to handle all matters concerning Celestial Slayers. Consequently, this building is perpetually bustling, with even the early morning hours witnessing a throng of people in the lobby. Every counter was inundated with applicants, and at times, one must queue for an entire day to handle simple transactions. During such instances, those laboriously waiting in line would often cast envious glances toward the innermost section of the first floor. There lay a row of vacant counters, yet the number of individuals conducting business there was scant. This was the VIP area, accessible only to the scions of noble families who had made exceptional contributions to Linyuan City. In other words, it was a passage reserved exclusively for the elite. At that moment, under the envious gazes of many, within the spacious VIP area, two young individuals engaged in casual conversation. They were a young man and woman. While the man's identity remained inconsequential for now, the woman was undeniably captivating. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her figure was as graceful as a model, and her beauty was strikingly exquisite, though her demeanor radiated an air of aloofness, accompanied by the haughtiness typical of a noble lady. Her gaze, when cast upon others, bore a hint of disdain, yet when it swept over her equally distinguished male companion, she offered a modicum of regard. "Miss Morong, I am well acquainted with Manager Xiao here. Rest assured, today's matters will be resolved without issue," spoke the refined young man with a smile, his tone gentle and imbued with a hint of deference. "My thanks to you, young Master Zhou," replied the coolly elegant woman, a smile gracing her lips as she nodded toward the young man. Upon hearing this, the young man, Zhou Tong, shook his head with a chuckle. "Do not hold me in such high esteem, Miss Morong. In the Zhou family, I am but a minor character. The true bearer of the title Young Master Zhou is my brother Wang." Though Zhou Tong spoke with apparent humility, there was no trace of subservience in his countenance, for his identity was that of a direct descendant of the Zhou family. While he may not possess the prestige of his brother Zhou Wang, compared to the myriad other offspring of the city's elite, he remained a figure of considerable influence, capable of commanding respect within the second-generation circles of Linyuan City. Today, he had been invited to assist the second daughter of the Murong family in resolving a long-standing official matter at the Flying Dragon Tower. "How has Zhou Wang been lately?" inquired the coolly composed girl, her eyes brightening slightly at the mention of Zhou Wang, a hint of curiosity evident in her tone. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Tong felt an inexplicable sense of desolation creeping into his once eager heart, yet he ultimately responded candidly. "Wang Gu has reached level 18. He went to Tianxiang City with the clan leader today and may not return until after the college entrance examination." The cool girl merely acknowledged this with a soft "oh," her expression turning somewhat pensive. Noticing her distracted demeanor, Zhou Tong swiftly changed the subject. "However, last night, Wang Gu shared something rather intriguing with me, which I believe you would find interesting." The cool girl raised an elegantly shaped eyebrow in response, signaling him to continue. Zhou Tong grinned mischievously. "Did you know?" The young scion of the Zhou family, Zhou Jun, who had run away from home, registered his awakening information at Wuzhong yesterday and, shockingly, only attained a D level. Isn't that laughable? It seems the decision to expel him from the Zhou family was indeed justified. Having such a failure linger in the Zhou family would only bring disgrace to our lineage in Linyuan City. As he spoke, Zhou Tong's face was filled with derision, his laughter dripping with scorn. Opposite him, the cool girl, upon hearing these remarks, was momentarily taken aback. Her exquisite features morphed into a complex expression. "Jun Gu. No. Zhou Jun. He has ultimately become a failure. It appears my decision to distance myself from him was indeed the right one." Murong Shui tightened her grip on her clothing, memories of the past surfacing in her mind. In earlier years, the Zhou family and the Murong family were quite close, with their younger generations often playing together. Zhou Jun, exceptionally gifted and basking in the brilliance of his father, Zhou Xinrong, a prodigy in his own right, had already emerged as the leader among the children of both families at a tender age. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention, and even Zhou Wang followed him like a shadow, obediently adhering to his cousin's words. Zhou Jun's youthful charisma naturally attracted a multitude of admirers from both families, with Murong Shui being one of them. She had once regarded Zhou Jun as the most radiant person in the world, dreaming of the day she would grow up to marry him. However, when the incident involving Zhou Xinrong transpired, and Zhou Jun found himself ostracized from the Zhou family, these children soon realized that the once dazzling Zhou Jun was merely an ordinary individual stripped of his numerous accolades. Upon learning of Zhou Jun's expulsion from the Zhou family, Murong Shui was at a loss for how to confront the situation, ultimately opting to avoid him altogether. Years slipped by, and upon hearing news of Zhou Jun again, it was merely the scandal of his awakening a D-level talent. In a world where talent dictated one's future, a D-level talent offered no prospects whatsoever. This also signified that Zhou Jun would irrevocably lose his eligibility to return to the Zhou family. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Murong Shui's heart felt unexpectedly relieved. It was as if the guilt of deliberately distancing herself from Zhou Jun over the years had dissipated entirely. For she and Zhou Jun had become inhabitants of entirely different worlds. Reflecting on this, Murong Shui's expression regained its former coolness. That person resembles Zhou Jun? Just as she thought she had come to terms with the situation, Zhou Tong suddenly pointed toward the entrance of Filong Building, exclaiming in astonishment. This statement immediately captured Murong Shui's attention, causing her to instinctively look up. Sure enough, at the entrance of Filong Building, a familiar youth was stepping into the hall. Murong Shui stared blankly, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment flashing in her eyes. The Zhou Jun before her appeared taciturn, clad in a simple white tracksuit. Devoid of any of the arrogance or brilliance expected of a scion of the elite, he was so unremarkable that he could easily be lost in a crowd. Where was the youthful spirit of the former heir of the Zhou family? Perhaps witnessing Zhou Jun's downfall firsthand, Murong Shui's expression gradually returned to neutrality. Her previous concerns laid to rest. Her eyes regained their cool demeanor. However, Zhou Jun's subsequent actions once again captured her attention. He was making a beeline for the VIP area. What was he doing? Did he not realize that the VIP area does not accommodate commoners? This young man truly lacked awareness, daring to intrude upon the VIP section as though he were still the young master of the Zhou family. Zhou Tong could hardly contain his derisive laughter, reveling in the spectacle. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun had already reached the VIP area, in stark contrast to the crowded hall. The VIP section was quite spacious, with only a handful of individuals present. As he approached, Zhou Jun noticed Zhou Tong and Murong Shui. His gaze lingered momentarily on Murong Shui before he coldly diverted his eyes. In his previous life, Zhou Jun had once harbored feelings for Murong Shui. Captivated by her beauty and ethereal presence, renowned even among the elite of Linyuan City as a stunning beauty, who willingly played the role of his little admirer. What boy could avoid developing feelings under such circumstances? He had foolishly believed that one day, their relationship would naturally progress. Yet, years later, as he fell from grace and Murong Shui deliberately distanced herself from him, Zhou Jun finally awakened to the truth. The sweet and compliant girl who only acted charmingly in his presence had never truly cared for him as a person, but rather for his status as the young master of the Zhou family. Otherwise, she would not have soon after been rumored to be flying in tandem with Zhou Wang following the college entrance examination. At that time, Zhou Jun had mourned for a considerable period. Now, reborn and encountering Murong Shui once more, Zhou Jun felt nothing but indifference towards the past. In this life, his sole focus was to grow stronger, striving to ascend as the supreme being of humanity. Everything else was but a fleeting illusion. Not to mention Murong Shui. Even the Zhou family and the entirety of Linyuan City held no significance in his eyes. The stars above were his only aspiration. Thus, when he saw Murong Shui and Zhou Tong again, Zhou Jun's demeanor remained unperturbed. He had no desire to engage with them, intent solely on attending to his own affairs. His entry into the VIP area was merely to expedite his business. Indeed, Zhou Jun was no longer a noble scion. Yet, let it not be forgotten that he still possessed a red card awarded by the Federation, redeemable for mythic-grade equipment. The worth of this red card far surpassed that of any noble status in a city. Sir, please stop. This is a VIP-only area. Kindly present your identification. Just as Zhou Jun stepped into the VIP area, a staff member approached, blocking his path. From a distance, Zhou Tong watched this unfold, his mocking grin widening. Once a mere follower of Zhou Jun, he had now become the staunchest supporter of Zhou Wang. He was all too aware of the animosity Zhou Wang harbored towards Zhou Jun, so witnessing Zhou Jun's embarrassment was a source of delight for him. Feeling that a mere sneer was insufficient, he even approached the scene. Murong Shui, sighing inwardly, followed suit. What is going on? Zhou Tong inquired, adopting an air of superiority as he approached, feigning ignorance. Upon recognizing Zhou Tong, the staff member immediately lowered his head, responding with a humble demeanor, "Young Master Tong. This individual wishes to enter the VIP area, and I am currently checking his credentials." Huh, then you best conduct a thorough check. This person's name is Zhou Jun. He was once a member of the Zhou family, but now he is merely a discarded child expelled from the family, stripped of his noble status long ago. Now appearing here, I cannot help but suspect that he harbors intentions of impersonating a noble disciple to deceive and flaunt himself. Zhou Tong recited the carefully prepared retort with a playful demeanor, a mocking smile directed at Zhou Jun. Upon hearing this, the staff member's expression immediately turned grave, and his gaze toward Zhou Jun was tinged with an added layer of coldness and vigilance. "Sir, please present your noble identification, otherwise, I shall have to summon the guards." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Even from the hall, numerous curious onlookers began to cast their glances this way. Zhou Jun, who had initially intended to present his red card, furrowed his brow at this scene. He shot a frosty look at Zhou Tong, the instigator. Clearly, he had not anticipated that while he chose to ignore Zhou Tong, the latter would dare to provoke him instead. If memory served him correctly, in his past life, Zhou Tong had merely awakened an A-rank talent. And due to his playful nature, he had not even reached level 10 by the end of the college entrance examination. In other words, with Zhou Jun's current prowess, extinguishing Zhou Tong would be as effortless as swatting a fly. Were it not for the prohibition of combat within Linyuan City, Zhou Tong would likely be groveling on the ground to converse with him at this moment. Upon this realization, Zhou Jun decided to spare no mercy, coldly declaring, "Zhou Tong, even Zhou Wang must lower his head to speak with me here. What audacity do you possess? Did you forget how I used to thrash you in our childhood?" This statement was not an exaggeration. He had been the reigning child king, unafraid to confront any noble offspring in Linyuan City who displeased him. Not only Zhou Tong, but even Zhou Wang had received their fair share of slaps from Zhou Jun. At this moment, hearing those words, memories surged within Zhou Tong, igniting a furious embarrassment, and he bellowed, "Preposterous! Zhou Jun, do you still consider yourself the young master of the Zhou family? Currently, you are, to put it mildly, a discarded pawn, or more bluntly, a defeated hound. How dare you slander us noble disciples here?" This proclamation elicited gasps of astonishment from the nearby crowd. The staff member's countenance darkened further, and he spoke again, "Sir, kindly refrain from causing a ruckus. The Phylong Tower is not a place for you to run wild." His tone was laced with an unmistakable hint of threat. Yet, the one who instigated the conflict was Zhou Tong. However, he paid no heed to Zhou Tong's actions, clearly indicating that both were cut from the same cloth. Understanding all this, Zhou Jun's gaze turned completely indifferent. He recognized that further words would be futile and thus directly stated, "Whether I have the right to stand here will soon be made clear by those in charge." The staff member before him was merely a minor character. 1,000 words from him could not compare to a single word from someone in power. "We are in charge?" The staff member was momentarily taken aback, hesitating as he regarded Zhou Jun's confident demeanor, uncertain of how to proceed. Could it be that he had misjudged, and the young man truly possessed a different identity? Otherwise, how could he dare to summon the management of Phylong Tower? "Zhou Jun, you are indeed becoming increasingly foolish. You dare to demand the presence of Manager Xiao from Phylong Tower, a figure of such high stature who certainly would not recognize a mere D-rank talent like you." However, before he could ponder further, Zhou Tong burst into laughter, his words dripping with derision. Even Morong Shui, who had been a mere observer, now displayed a profound disappointment on her face. In her eyes, the current Zhou Jun resembled those who, having clearly failed, stubbornly refused to accept reality. The boy she had once admired, her white moonlight, had ultimately succumbed to the shadows of memory. The person standing before her now was merely a shameless braggart. With this thought, Morong Shui's disappointed gaze intensified with contempt, making her view Zhou Jun no different than any other commoner. Yet, under the scrutiny of so many differing gazes, Zhou Jun remained unfazed. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance, and proclaimed as if stating an undeniable truth. Why should I need to know Manager Xiao? When he comes forth to meet me, he shall undoubtedly treat me with utmost respect, honoring me as a distinguished guest. Chapter 34. Zhou Jun's Resolve. Zhou Jun's voice was as calm as still water, yet it stirred waves within the hearts of those who heard it. Who exactly is this young man to utter such audacious claims? The Filong Tower consists of 33 floors, each overseen by a manager. And I recall that the one responsible for the first floor, Manager Xiao, is a level 47 powerhouse, known for his arrogance and disregard for the common folk like us. Indeed, Manager Xiao typically only associates with noble offspring. Has this youth lost his mind to dare offend him? Perhaps he has a hidden identity, supported by significant figures? Within the hall, many whispered amongst themselves, their eyes glimmering with curiosity as they regarded Zhou Jun. At this moment, despite his inexpensive sportswear, Zhou Jun's demeanor resembled that of a sword drawn from its sheath. An innate confidence radiated from him, captivating the onlookers who could not help but speculate whether he indeed possessed the means to confront the manager of Filong Tower. His performance had left the staff member utterly intimidated, rendering him at a loss for how to proceed. Even Morong Shui, who had previously been thoroughly disappointed in Zhou Jun, now bore a momentary look of bewilderment. It seemed she had glimpsed the spirited Zhou family young master from years past once more. Could it be that Zhou Jun was not merely exaggerating, but truly had some backing? Morong Shui's eyes flickered. She suddenly found herself amused, feeling a hint of anticipation for Zhou Jun in that moment. Among the crowd, only Zhou Tong maintained a sullen expression, a cold smirk plastered on his face. As Zhou Wan's confidant, he was privy to many hidden secrets, even having participated in the incident where the falling star stone was secretly hidden at Zhou Jun's residence. Thus, he was certain that Zhou Jun's talent was merely D rank. Such a talent was akin to an ant in the eyes of the elite, utterly unworthy of any notable figure's attention. Therefore, he firmly believed that Zhou Jun was merely putting on a facade. When Manager Xiao emerges, we shall see how you handle this. Zhou Tong observed the crowd's reactions with growing mockery, hands tucked into his pockets, assuming a posture of idle amusement. Under the watchful eyes of all, the staff member felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Unlike Zhou Tong, who possessed detailed information, he could not ascertain whether this young man truly had something to rely on, for the confidence radiating from him was undeniably potent. Caught in a dilemma, he was unsure how to conclude the situation. I want to see who dares to disregard me, Xiao Xingyan. Just as the atmosphere reached a peak of tension, a cold voice echoed from afar. The crowd turned to look, and in an instant, they parted like the tide. At the edge of the throng, a stout middle-aged man was striding forward. Though in his 40s and somewhat out of shape, his expression was fierce, with piercing eyes surveying the surroundings. As he scanned the crowd, all present hurriedly lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. The newcomer was none other than Manager Xiao, as referenced by Zhou Tong. With the sound of his polished shoes striking the ground, Xiao Xingyan approached the VIP area with deliberate steps. Manager, before he could even come to a standstill, the previously flustered staff member rushed over, his expression one of utter trepidation. Slap. However, in the face of his subordinate's greeting, Xiao Xingyan did not even spare a glance, instead delivering a resounding slap. Such blind fools, what manner of person could possibly intimidate you? Should I open a VIP passage for every Tom, Dick, and Harry that shows up at Filong Tower? His words were drawn out, and his strike was heavy, leaving the staff member's right cheek swollen and bruised. Yet, the latter dared not utter a word, merely nodding and bowing, dutifully standing behind Xiao Xingyan. Once this was done, Xiao Xingyan turned his gaze towards Zhou Tong. The defiance that had always characterized his expression finally softened, revealing a hint of amiability as he smiled at him. Young Master Tong, I trust you are well. Rest assured, I will ensure that Miss Morong's matters are attended to today. Zhou Tong, upon hearing this, smiled back with his hands clasped behind him, exuding the charm of a distinguished young master, and replied, I am grateful, Manager Xiao. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before Xiao Xingyan finally directed his attention to Zhou Jun. His demeanor reverted to one of lofty superiority, now tinged with palpable disdain. In a voice as cold as ice, he declared, It is you, who just moments ago, boasted that this manager would treat you with utmost respect. Now that I stand before you, I am curious to know what audacity a lowly wretch like you possesses to expect such reverence from me, Xiao Xingyan. Xiao Xingyan's gaze was sharp, his imposing aura bearing down, eager to witness the terror that would surely mar Zhou Jun's face upon being unmasked. Yet, disappointment awaited him. For the youth before him remained composed, hands clasped behind his back, showing no signs of surprise even as Xiao personally confronted him. You are the manager here? If today's affairs do not yield a satisfactory explanation for Zhou, then you can forget about your position. Zhou Jun's words were audacious even in the face of the gathered crowd and before manager Xiao. The atmosphere grew tense, the air thick with silence. The corner of Xiao Xingyan's mouth, which had been lifted in a sneer, fell completely as shadows darkened his face. At such a moment, still daring to speak recklessly, did he not seek his own demise? Zhou Tong chuckled coldly, casting a glance at Zhou Jun as if watching a farcical spectacle. Morong Shui, who had initially harbored expectations for Zhou Jun, now shook her head in disappointment, having descended into the depths of failure. Was it not wiser to bow low and accept his fate? Did he still naively believe that mere empty boasts could alter his circumstances? With a sigh, Morong Shui resigned herself to despair, turning away from Zhou Jun, for Xiao Xingyan now teetered on the brink of fury. And a conflict with a foregone conclusion was about to erupt. The surrounding onlookers shook their heads in unison. Those familiar with Feilong Tower knew well the temperament of manager Xiao. To offend him was to court disaster. Yet, Zhou Jun, after a calm glance towards Xiao Xingyan, remained unfazed, for in his hand, a crimson card had quietly manifested. Young brother Zhou, what brings you here? Just as Zhou Jun was poised to act, a voice of surprise broke through, capturing everyone's attention. All eyes turned towards the entrance of Feilong Tower, where a middle-aged man, his face alight with joy, hurried forward. It was none other than Su, the talent registrar from yesterday's session at Wuzhong. In truth, as a talent registrar who reported directly to the federal hierarchy, Su already held considerable status in Linyuan City. Within Feilong Tower, he served as an attendant. It should be noted that Feilong Tower boasts 33 floors, each with its own manager. Yet, there are only 3 attendants across the entire establishment. They wield immense power, serving as the supreme overseers of the floor managers, each possessing deep connections within Linyuan City, often engaging directly with the heads of prominent families and university presidents. Now, as Su hastened forward, a flurry of warm greetings flowed from his lips. Young brother Zhou, why did you not give me a heads up before coming to Feilong Tower? Whatever business you have, just say the word, and I will see to it with all my might. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, his tone almost obsequious. This left the crowd in astonishment. Xiao Xingyan's expression shifted dramatically upon Su's arrival. Su Yuan, attendant Su, what brings you here? Were you not supposed to be inspecting every high school for 3 days? His anxious inquiry belied the earlier air of superiority, for he had keenly observed Su's attitude towards Zhou Jun. How humble it was. The esteemed attendant of Feilong Tower, at this moment, acted like a sycophant, eager to welcome him. What manner of status does this youth possess? It is no wonder he had the audacity to claim that he would be treated with deference. Xiao Xingyan felt a bitter pang of foreboding, realizing that the events of this day could spiral out of control. The crowd, comprised of common folk unfamiliar with such high-ranking individuals, could nonetheless perceive the palpable fear in Xiao Xingyan's demeanor after Su's entrance. Furthermore, Su's demeanor was telling. This prominent figure entered Feilong Tower, yet turned a blind eye to the manager Xiao Xingyan, instead directing his first words to the young Zhou Jun. Such a scene mirrored Xiao Xingyan's earlier arrival. Yet one was marked by extreme reverence towards Zhou Jun, while the other was marked by utter disdain. As Su Yuan processed Xiao Xingyan's words, his brow furrowed in realization. Xiao Xingyan apologized. A seasoned figure like Su, merely taking in the scene, deduced the situation with remarkable accuracy. He could not even be bothered to inquire about the reasons, commanding directly. Manager Su, Yet, before he could defend himself, Su shot him a cold glare. Seething with anger. What blind fool are you? Young brother Zhou is a person of remarkable stature, not someone you can insult with such ease. I am making it clear today. If you refuse to apologize, the position of floor manager can easily be reassigned. Su's voice was frigid, his fury unmistakable. No one understood better than he how exalted Zhou Jun's status truly was. After all, he possessed the exceedingly rare SSS grade talent. Moreover, he had entered the secret realm and ascended to level 10 in a single breath. Beyond that, he had caught the attention of the federal hierarchy, entering the preliminary selection list. Such an extraordinary prodigy, destined to become a level 100 powerhouse, or even a 500 level god king, was a prospect far too significant to overlook. How could Su not be enraged? In the midst of his speech, his level information, a formidable LV60, became evident, signaling his unwavering resolve to resolve the situation at hand. At this moment, the unfolding events left Xiao Xingyan utterly dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that Su Yuan would go to such lengths for the seemingly inconspicuous Zhou Jun. Confusion and resentment swirled within him, yet he dared not express a hint of it, clenching his teeth as he bowed respectfully to Zhou Jun. Young Master Zhou, it is I who has looked down upon you. I am in the wrong. A tremor tinged his voice as Xiao Xingyan found himself in a state of utter humiliation. The commanding demeanor he had exhibited upon his arrival was now a stark contrast to his present plight. At this moment, Zhou Jun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the unfolding scene with a sense of unexpected familiarity. He had not anticipated encountering an acquaintance at the Filong Tower, nor did he foresee that the middle-aged man, Zhou Yuan, would indeed possess considerable influence in Linyuan City and would be willing to advocate on his behalf. Yet, Zhou Jun was acutely aware that this intervention was not an act of chivalry, but rather a recognition of his innate talent. There was nothing amiss in this, after all. In the realm of the celestial conquerors, the gifted are entitled to privileges. Brother Zhou, what do you think of this outcome? Zhou Yuan inquired. Turning to him with a smile, Zhou Jun merely responded with a nonchalant expression of gratitude, his gaze never lingering on the bowing Shao manager. To him, both Zhou Tong and the suddenly emerging Shao manager were inconsequential. He remained focused on accomplishing his tasks and swiftly moving on to train outside the city. Sensing Zhou Jun's demeanor, Zhou Yuan comprehended his thoughts and promptly remarked, "If you do not mind, I shall personally oversee your business today, ensuring that such a situation does not recur." "I appreciate it," Zhou Jun replied with a calm nod, and together, they departed from the scene of conflict. Making their way deeper into the VIP area. Once they were out of earshot, a cacophony erupted among the spectators. Good heavens, someone has truly humbled Shao manager. The powerful figures who had previously commanded his respect now seemed trivial, as they realized that the boy had managed to elicit such a reaction from someone of Shao manager's stature. How astonishing it was that the lad, dressed in what appeared to be inexpensive attire, wielded such formidable power. Who exactly was this youth? Today had proven worthwhile, witnessing Shao manager's downfall. The crowd buzzed with awe as they beheld Zhou Jun's composed retreat. Only Zhou Tong wore a scowl as dark as stormy waters. How could Zhou Jun know the steward of Filong Tower? He seethed, gritting his teeth in displeasure, feeling both irked and astonished. After all, even with his status as a direct descendant of the Zhou family, it was unfathomable that a steward would risk revealing his rank to support him. Zhou Jun was merely a discarded pawn. What gave him such standing? His fists clenched tightly. Zhou Tong's eyes simmered with jealousy. Meanwhile, Morong Shui, who had been a silent observer of the entire farce, bit her lip, a bitter sensation swelling within her. Time and again, she had regarded Zhou Jun as a braggart. Yet reality had delivered a resounding slap to her face. The boy's self-assured declarations from earlier echoed in her mind. With a sigh, Morong Shui pondered, indeed. Knowing a steward of Filong Tower grants you such confidence. She lifted her gaze, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 35, The Son of Heaven. Morong Shui would never come to realize that Zhou Jun's confidence stemmed not from connections, but from his indomitable spirit, exceptional talent, and the belief in his own invincibility. Since his rebirth, every action he undertook had been to grow stronger. His visit to Filong Tower to register for the highest level attributes was merely a quest for the coveted first-place reward. The specifics of this reward remained undisclosed by the Federation, yet rumors circulated online, suggesting it could be an epic-grade item or a wealth of high-level resources. Regardless of its nature, this reward sparked immense envy. For centuries, countless prodigies had vied for the record of highest attributes, with only a few achieving the pinnacle. Over time, the Federation's record of the highest attributes became an obsession for numerous gifted individuals, evolving into an alternative ranking system. Many talented individuals took pride in the prospect of ascending this list, with the once coveted rewards transforming into mere incentives. The list chronicling these honors became known as the Divine List, signifying that anyone who ascended it would inevitably become a king among humanity. The emergence of the Divine List catalyzed the flourishing of martial arts among humanity. To motivate challenges against it, the Federation established display boards for the list in every Filong Tower across the globe, inviting prodigies from any city to attempt their luck. The Filong Tower in Linyuan City naturally housed such a board, located on the 3rd floor. At this moment, Zhou Jun and Zhou Yuan had arrived at this very place. Unlike the bustling 1st floor, the 3rd floor was primarily designated for testing one's attribute values, resulting in an almost deserted atmosphere. Upon ascending, Zhou Jun surveyed the expansive area, noting its emptiness, save for a few scattered bystanders and a large, technologically advanced screen at the center displaying rows of text. Brother Zhou, that is the Divine List. Zhou Yuan seemed to sense Zhou Jun's gaze and smiled as he led him closer. Upon reaching the screen, Zhou Jun discovered it was enormous, towering 4 to 5 meters high, with characters that danced elegantly across its surface, shimmering with a golden glow, exuding an overwhelming presence. As he gazed up, he beheld names that resonated like thunder. Federation LV 10 Highest Attribute Record, Divine List, N01. Yen Lai Total Attribute Points, 13912, N02. Punching Small Monsters Total Attribute Points, 11292, N03. Hao Ian Total Attribute Points, 10104, N04. A Black Dragon Spear Total Attribute Points, 10008, N05. Dominating the World Total Attribute Points, 9999, N06. Zhao Yaxian Total Attribute Points, 9923, N07. The list displayed only the top 10, with no further entries. Additionally, most names were pseudonyms rather than real names, reminiscent of in-game nicknames. resulting in an array of eclectic titles. Su Yuan appeared to notice Zhou Jun's reaction and let out a wry laugh, explaining, "While it may seem peculiar, the Federation undertakes this measure to protect our talented individuals. Given the turbulent state of Blue Star and the lurking dark entities in the cosmos, aspiring to ascend the divine list before fully developing their strength necessitates such a precaution. Of course, once one's power is sufficiently formidable, one can apply to the Federation to replace their pseudonym with their true name. For instance, Yanlai, the current God King of Flames, used a pseudonym until he reached level 500, at which point he felt secure enough to revert to his original name." Zhou Jun nodded in understanding upon hearing Su Yuan's explanation. The Federation's divine list was renowned, often regarded as a prospective roster of future kings among humanity. Such prominence inevitably attracted the attention of various nefarious factions. Thus, it was entirely reasonable to adopt a pseudonym during one's lower-level ascent to safeguard oneself. Regardless, it does not affect the acquisition of rewards. Little Zhou, since you aspire to challenge the divine rankings, it would be prudent to adopt a code name. Su Yuan interjected at this moment. Regardless of whether Zhou Jun's overall attributes could ascend the leaderboard, such formalities must be observed, for he is undoubtedly an SSS-level prodigy. A codename, you say? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun did not refuse. Having lived a second life, he understood well when to be ostentatious and when to exercise discretion. The record for the highest federal rank is updated globally in real time. Once he makes the list, it will undoubtedly draw the attention of everyone. Perhaps even the dark entities lurking in the cosmos. Zhou Jun would not gamble with his own life, and after a moment of contemplation, he reached a decision: the Son of Heaven. This was the code name he had chosen, as it resonated with his own name, which contains the character Jun. In antiquity, Jun symbolized sovereigns and could also be referred to as the Son of Heaven, a perfect alignment. The Son of Heaven? Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhou Jun's chosen codename, his heart filled with astonishment. Did he perceive that he would one day wield power over the world like the supreme rulers of ancient times? Su Yuan dared not ponder the answer to this question. But undoubtedly, from this moment forth, Zhou Jun held a weightier significance in his mind. A few minutes later, having completed all necessary information, Zhou Jun found himself in a sealed training chamber. To challenge the record for the highest federal attributes, it was not merely a matter of displaying a panel. The data on the panel could potentially be temporarily altered through certain special items, allowing for the possibility of deceit. Thus, the Federation employed the most primitive registration method, namely, the combat detection method. Within the training chamber, a specially crafted puppet summoned by a mythic-grade artifact awaited. The registrant need only engage in battle with it, as it would automatically record their attributes, with precision aligning perfectly with their own panel, a truly extraordinary phenomenon. This measure effectively thwarted the potential for cheating. Naturally, since this was an assessment of one's attributes, any bonuses derived from equipment were strictly prohibited. When Zhou Jun entered the training chamber, he had already removed all his gear. "Little Zhou, if you are prepared, I shall commence," Su Yuan's voice echoed from the intercom above. As a staff member of the Flying Dragon Tower, he could not enter the training chamber and was responsible for activating the puppet from outside. "Let us begin." Zhou Jun inhaled deeply, channeling his entire being to its zenith, then signaled readiness to the overhead camera. Chapter 36. The Fist Shakes the Flying Dragon Tower. In the tranquil training chamber, Zhou Jun took his stance and adjusted his breathing rhythm. A torrent of surging power filled his limbs and bones with each exhalation and inhalation, ready to unleash at a moment's notice. Before him, the trial puppet slowly activated. The puppet bore no visage, crafted entirely of fine steel, adorned with intricate array patterns. Upon closer inspection, one could discern its grade information atop its head. Name: Universal Attribute Detection Puppet. Level: LV10. Grade: Mythic. Type: Summoning Artifact. Description: lacking sufficient offensive capability to inflict harm, yet possessing exceptional resilience against damage. It features various attack modes capable of effectively assessing the comprehensive attributes of an adversary. The description was unremarkable, lacking in any noteworthy details. At that moment, sensing Zhou Jun's presence, the trial puppet raised its arms, and with a series of mechanical clicks, two large barrel-like structures materialized from its forearms. Zhou Jun raised an eyebrow at this sight, intrigued by the spectacle. Under his scrutiny, a green sphere was poised to be launched from the gaping maw of the barrel. Bang! With a sharp gunshot, the green sphere shot forth, aimed directly at Zhou Jun's vital points. Upon exiting the barrel's concealment, the airborne green sphere revealed itself to be a solid rubber ball, akin to a baseball. While such a rubber ball might sting upon impact, it posed no substantial threat. "Is this a test of my agility?" Zhou Jun deftly evaded the projectile, already surmising the puppet's intent. As expected, following this initial strike, the puppet seemed to have been fully activated, commencing a relentless barrage of rubber balls aimed at Zhou Jun's vital areas, increasing in speed and frequency until it formed a nearly impenetrable wall of attack. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. The sound of projectiles echoed continuously within the silent training chamber. At this moment, Zhou Jun gradually entered a state of focus, his figure darting with remarkable agility, masterfully demonstrating what it meant to possess unparalleled movement. After all, with all his attribute points maximized, he boasted an astounding agility of 5,200. This trial puppet, at LV10, would not be able to graze even a hair on Zhou Jun's body, even if its barrels were to explode. Faster, even faster. Zhou Jun seemed to revel in the challenge, calling out to the puppet amidst his evasive maneuvers. This audacious display thoroughly provoked the trial puppet, its gem-like eyes shifting slightly as the steel plate on its chest unfolded, revealing 2 additional dark barrels extending forth. Now there were 4 barrels. The number of rubber balls being fired doubled, and their speed increased, unleashing a relentless onslaught towards Zhou Jun. The space available for him to maneuver was diminishing rapidly. One moment of inattention could lead to being struck. Zhou Jun's expression grew unusually focused, summoning an unprecedented level of energy as his form transformed into a swift dragon, deftly weaving and darting. Meanwhile, in the observation room just a wall away from the training chamber, Su Yuan sat in stunned silence, his mouth agape, his face etched with disbelief. 4 barrels, all firing at maximum speed, and yet not a single shot had landed. How could this be possible? It seemed reminiscent of the performance of Yen Lai during his testing years ago, but how could Zhou Jun's agility be so astonishing? The scenes unfolding before Su Yuan's eyes left him utterly bewildered. The current holder of the highest attributes in the Federation, Yen Lai, had emerged 50 years prior. Su Yuan, a veteran of the Flying Dragon Tower, had been fortunate enough to witness Yen Lai's testing records. The resemblance between Zhou Jun's performance and the legendary Yen Lai was striking. It must be noted, Yen Lai was an extraordinary individual, arguably among the most gifted talents of the past century in the Federation. At level 10, his total attributes soared to 13,000, with agility alone reaching 3,000. Such feats were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. It was well known that a typical person, without any training or external aid, relying solely on the attribute points awarded through leveling, would not surpass an average of 200 across their 4 dimensions by level 10. Yen Lai, a prodigious talent from an illustrious family, had consumed various attribute-enhancing elixirs before reaching level 10 and had trained rigorously, battling fierce beasts daily in the remote mountains. Even before awakening, he dared to hunt monsters alone, relying on relentless training day and night, which ultimately bestowed upon him the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle at level 10 and gaze down upon the world with pride. But what of Zhou Jun? He is merely an ordinary high school student, yet his agility attribute rivals that of Yen Lai. How astonishing is that? No, it is beyond astonishing. His performance has already surpassed that of Yen Lai. As Su Yuan pondered this, a sudden realization struck him, causing his pupils to dilate in shock. Yen Lai's performance during his test had indeed pushed the trial puppet to unleash its full-speed 4-gun assault, yet he had not evaded all attacks. Over the course of the 5-minute test, he had been struck 7 times. But Zhou Jun? 4 minutes had elapsed since the agility test commenced, and his expression remained utterly composed. Not a single rubber ball grazed his clothing. Regardless of how deviously the trial puppet attacked, Zhou Jun deftly evaded with his agile movements. Su Yuan, upon recognizing this, was filled with astonishment and awe. Could it be that he intends to pass the agility test without sustaining any injuries? This thought suddenly blossomed in Su Yuan's mind, quickly spiraling into an uncontrollable surge of excitement. To be honest, when he learned that Zhou Jun had come to the Flying Dragon Tower to challenge the divine rankings, he had not taken it seriously. Although Zhou Jun possessed an SSS-level talent, it seemed insufficient in the face of the divine rankings. After all, the divine rankings had been established 500 years ago, encompassing a global scope. Throughout those 5 centuries, countless prodigies had emerged from Blue Star, vying for a place on the list. Despite the temporal distance separating them, they continued to compete fiercely, ultimately shaping the current landscape. In light of this, an SSS talent had become the least noteworthy of attributes, as it was something everyone possessed. Thus, when Su Yuan learned of Zhou Jun's intention to challenge the divine rankings, he offered mere pleasantries while harboring skepticism in his heart. He considered Zhou Jun's ambition to be a youthful folly, a naive misunderstanding of the formidable prestige associated with the divine rankings. In his eyes, Zhou Jun was far from reaching the summit. Even making it into the top 1,000 would already be a commendable feat, deserving of the title of an extraordinary talent. Yet, to his astonishment, the test had barely begun, and Zhou Jun was already showcasing an extraordinary prowess that eclipsed that of Yen Lai from years past. It was terrifying. His agility surely exceeded 4,000. With such an attribute alone, he could easily secure a position within the top 500 of the divine rankings. Ironically, Su Yuan had doubted whether he could even breach the top 1,000. Shaking his head in disbelief, Su Yuan finally grasped the magnitude of the terrifying genius he had encountered. Old Su, who was in the training room, just as Su Yuan was fixated on the monitor. The door behind him was suddenly pushed open. A woman clad in a fiery red gown hurriedly entered, her expression brimming with excitement. It was Steward Chun. Su Yuan paused upon seeing the woman in the red gown, for she, like him, was a steward of the Flying Dragon Tower, wielding considerable authority. Her gaze was fervent as she exclaimed, "As I passed by the training room, I sensed that the trial puppet unleashed its full-speed four-gun assault. It has been years since anyone in Linyuan City has triggered such testing conditions. Which genius could it be? The youngest son of the Wang family, the eldest son of the Murong family, or the new heir of the Zhou family? It is said that martial arts lead to divinity, and in this world, it is no different. Once an individual's level reaches a certain height, their five senses are greatly heightened, allowing them to perceive distant events. It is rumored that top-tier powerhouses in the cosmos possess extraordinary senses, capable of penetrating star domains with a single thought to discern what transpires on the other side. Steward Chun, whose level surpassed that of Su Yuan, had already faintly unlocked a fragment of this ability. Thus, she had sensed the movements of the trial puppet merely by passing the training room. This led to the current scene. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan wryly smiled and stepped aside to reveal the monitor's display, showcasing a junior member of the Zhou family. Zhou Wang. Steward Chen stammered, seemingly taken aback by this revelation. The young prodigies of Linyuan City were few and well known to her. She had even encountered Zhou Wang a few times, but perceived him as somewhat insincere, failing to notice his exceptional attributes. However, in response to this inquiry, Su Yuan shook his head. No. He is a junior who has already been expelled from the Zhou family. His name is Zhou Jun. His father is Zhou Xinrong. The plain words reverberated like thunder across the night sky. Steward Chen's pupils widened in disbelief as she hurried to the monitor to confirm. And upon realizing that the figure within was indeed not Zhou Wang, she was utterly astonished. This is Zhou Xinrong's son? His agility attribute must exceed 4,000. Not just that. Su Yuan sighed, adding, as of now, he has yet to be struck even once. Moreover, he possesses the rare dual talent, with his second talent reaching SSS level, which I personally registered. What? At this revelation, Steward Chun was once again shaken, her graceful figure swaying unsteadily. Having lived half a lifetime, she had never encountered such a terrifying genius. Could he truly be the young God King? Oh, and he has also been recognized by the Federation as a potential candidate for the sequence. After a brief pause, Su Yuan dropped yet another bombshell. This. Steward Chen's beautiful eyes widened, her mind swirling in dizziness, leaving her utterly speechless. The sensation was akin to stepping out for a leisurely stroll, only to discover that the sounds of basketball from the adjacent gym belonged to NBA superstars. Absurd and surreal. Bang. Just as the two in the monitoring room were overwhelmed by their thoughts, the sound of the last rubber ball hitting the ground echoed through their headsets, revealing that Zhou Jun had completed the test. Under the full-speed assault of the four guns, not a single ball had hit him. The results of his agility attribute test appeared in real time on the monitoring room's data feedback. Citizen name, Zhou Jun, agility value, 5,200. When that dazzling number was displayed, both Su Yuan and Steward Chun were rendered speechless. It was terrifying, absolutely horrifying. Although they had anticipated something remarkable, they had not expected it to be this high. An individual attribute exceeding 5,000. What kind of concept is that? It was simply unprecedented and unseen. Even the Yen Lai and Hao Tian of your paled in comparison. Su Steward. Proceed. The confident voice of the youth pulled the two from their stupor. Su Yuan, regaining his composure, dared not delay and hastily controlled the trial puppet to commence the next test. In the following minutes, Su Yuan and Steward Chen witnessed scenes they would remember for a lifetime. Whether in physical or mental testing, Zhou Jun exhibited no weaknesses, and as with the agility test, he directly compelled the trial puppet to activate its highest difficulty. His attribute test results were uniformly staggering, rendering observers at a loss for words. Both his mental and physical attributes, like his agility, reached the astounding value of 5,200. The cumulative total of these three attribute values alone soared to 15,000, far surpassing Yen Lai, who held the top position on the divine rankings. Yet, let us not forget that Zhou Jun still possesses a power attribute that remains untested. Should it still stand at 5,200 points, it would utterly shatter all historical records within the Federation, sending ripples throughout the Blue Star. Lao Su, does he know he is a candidate for the quasi-sequence? In the midst of silence, Steward Chun posed this question. Su Yuan was taken aback, shaking his head in response. I have not disclosed this to him. You are aware of how brutal the competition for the sequence can be. Moreover, even the identity of a quasi-sequence brings no substantial benefits before one truly becomes a sequence. Rather, it merely invites the covetous gazes of many. I feared that informing him prematurely might disturb his state of mind. In due time, he will come to know. The competition for the sequence within the Federation is a merciless battleground, often referred to as the genius meat grinder. Even before one attains true sequence status, the risk of falling as a quasi-sequence is ever present. What is even more daunting is that this rivalry quietly begins during the scramble for quasi-sequence slots. Some, blinded by youthful arrogance, believe themselves to possess extraordinary abilities once granted the title of quasi-sequence candidate, leading them to become complacent and prideful, ultimately undermining their own ambition. Consequently, When the time comes to genuinely compete for the quasi-sequence, they find themselves utterly defeated. Thus, when Zhou Jun was included in the quasi-sequence candidate list, Su Yuan conferred with the old principal and decided not to inform him, considering it a form of protection for the prodigy. It must be said that while Su Yuan may be somewhat opportunistic, he possesses a good heart, capable of acknowledging his mistakes and understanding the nuances of timing. Upon hearing this, Steward Chun sighed with a strange expression. With the boy's capabilities, once the sequence competition begins, it would be a blessing if he merely refrains from hunting others. Anyone who dares to provoke him is simply courting death. Your protection seems rather pointless. It would do no harm to tell him directly. Alas, I had not anticipated his strength. Having merely tested 3 attributes, he has already shattered records on the divine leaderboard. Now I comprehend why he was able to ascend to level 10 upon his first entry into the secret realm yesterday. Su Yuan's expression turned bitter as he recalled Zhou Jun's calm demeanor in the principal's office, finally understanding the source of his confidence. At this moment, on the surveillance screen, Zhou Jun commenced the final power test. Compared to the other 3 attributes, the power assessment is relatively straightforward. It merely requires delivering the most powerful strike against the trial puppet. The latter will naturally calculate the power attribute based on the force endured. Zhou Jun, with unhurried grace, positioned himself, squatting low with his waist straight, his right hand clenched into a fist, gathering strength at his abdomen. When he had summoned his entire strength to its zenith, he unleashed a powerful straight punch. The force shattered the air, and the wind howled. This punch reverberated through heaven and earth, shaking the very cosmos. Chapter 37. The Master appears. At the moment Zhou Jun was testing his attribute values, on the 33rd floor of the Flying Dragon Tower, in an elegantly decorated tea room, a man seemingly in his late 20s, yet with a full head of white hair, sat cross-legged in quiet meditation. On the tea table before him, a bowl of freshly brewed green tea emitted a gentle steam. Should a discerning individual be present, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For the tea brewed by this man was no ordinary brew, but rather a mythical quality tea, sourced exclusively from level 100 difficult dungeons. The sacred tea. This sacred tea, weighing merely an ounce, is valued at a staggering 1 million Federation coins, and long-term consumption can enhance various attributes and gradually increase experience points. Yet at this moment, the white-haired youth regarded it with indifference, even pouring the remaining half of the bowl onto the tea table due to dissatisfaction with its flavor. Such extravagant wastefulness would surely prompt exclamations of folly from any observer. Yet, placed upon the white-haired youth, it seemed oddly justified. For his name was Chu Tiange, the master of the Flying Dragon Tower, a figure truly standing at the pinnacle of power in Linyuan City. Chu Tiange himself was an undeniable legend. At merely 28 years of age, he had attained level 194 in his cultivation, subsequently being appointed by the Federation to oversee the Flying Dragon Tower, wielding unimaginable power. Even the heads of noble families and esteemed clans treated him with respect, daring not to underestimate him. After all, to reach the position of master of the Flying Dragon Tower at such a young age foretold an exceptionally bright future. Indeed, there were rumors circulating in the city that Chu Tiange's role as master was merely a temporary assignment for experience, and that within a few years, he would surely ascend to higher echelons within the Federation, perhaps even within its core structures. Therefore, many sought opportunities to befriend Chu Tiange, with countless dignitaries wishing to pay him a visit each day. However, he declined all such requests. Over time, this led to the perception of the master of the Flying Dragon Tower as mysterious and aloof. And now, this master, renowned in whispers, was about to dispose of the remaining tea residue when he suddenly froze. His ears twitched ever so slightly, and he uttered a soft exclamation. What a light and agile movement! To evade the assault of the trial puppets for projectiles with such finesse. Who is this prodigy? As his astonishment lingered, Chu Tiange lowered his head, his keen eyes intently fixed on the tea table. Yet there was nothing upon it. Nonetheless, he continued to gaze, as if his sight transcended the physical realm, piercing through layers of obstruction to witness the happenings on the 3rd floor. Of course, Chu Tiange did not possess true X-ray vision. It was his heightened senses, a trait of a level 100 powerhouse, that granted him absolute perception within a certain radius. For instance, at this moment, his ears, having merely twitched, significantly enhanced his hearing ability, allowing him to clearly discern every sound from the 3rd floor despite being situated on the 33rd. The conversations between Su Yuan and Steward Chun, the sounds of Zhou Jun's agile movements against the air, and the whooshing of the trial puppet's rubber projectiles. All of these auditory trails distinctly reached Chu Tiange's ears, enabling him to construct a vivid mental image of the scene, such as the terror of a level 100 powerhouse. While not divine, they are not far removed from it. The son of Zhou Xianrong, he mused after observing for a moment, clearly having gleaned Zhou Jun's identity from the conversation between Su Yuan and Chun. In Linyuan, there is a dragon, by the name of Zhou, is the praise bestowed upon Zhou Xianrong. This moniker holds considerable renown even among the stars. And Chu Tiange had certainly heard of it. He contemplated that if Zhou Xianrong's son were to exhibit such prowess, it would be entirely unremarkable. After a moment's distraction, Chu Tiange intended to refocus his senses and resume brewing tea. Yet just then, he overheard Su Yuan mention that Zhou Jun's second talent was of SSS grade, and that he had been included in the Federation's quasi-sequence candidate list. This caused him to momentarily pause his tea-making, his expression shifting once more. SSS grade? And a quasi-sequence candidate? Chu Tiange, astonished, ceased his tea brewing, sharpening his perception, as if his gaze pierced through layers of obstruction to alight upon Zhou Jun, an immensely formidable talent. Coupled with exceptional agility, he contemplated whether he should make an effort to befriend him. After all, the status of quasi-sequence candidate is undeniably worthy of attention. Although the competition among the ranks is fiercely brutal, with countless prodigies falling along the way in each iteration, it remains true that for every individual who falters, another will inevitably rise. If one can discern the potential of a formidable contender ahead of time and forge a profound friendship with them, when that individual ascends to the pinnacle of divine kingship in the future, such camaraderie will be worth its weight in gold. Thus, Chu Tiange found himself contemplating deeply, wavering in uncertainty. While Zhou Jun possessed an SSS-level talent, Chu Tiange was no slouch himself, hailing from a prestigious lineage. He had already achieved the formidable status of a centurion before the age of 30, wielding considerable influence and commanding respect in his domain. Such accomplishments undoubtedly warranted the title of a celestial prodigy. Prodigies, however, are inherently proud and seldom willing to humble themselves before others. Thus, even upon learning of Zhou Jun's extraordinary talent and remarkable agility, Chu Tiange remained merely an observer, hesitant and contemplative. It was only when he sensed Zhou Jun undergoing tests of mental fortitude and physical prowess that his expression underwent a dramatic transformation. Especially when Zhou Jun executed a magnificently powerful punch during the strength assessment, Chu Tiange could no longer maintain his composure. He sprang to his feet, unable to remain seated for another moment. With a swift motion, he tore through the void before him, conjuring a spatial passage, and without hesitation, the figure clad in white stepped into it, vanishing from sight. On the third floor, within the training chamber, a thunderous quake resonated as Zhou Jun stood poised, having retracted his fist. Before him, the trial automaton bore a distinct imprint upon its steel chest. Simultaneously, a liquid crystal display overhead revealed Zhou Jun's quadrimensional attribute assessment, with each parameter registering at a staggering 5,200, precisely mirroring Zhou Jun's personal panel. This revelation astonished Zhou Jun. Just as he pondered the operational principles of the trial automaton and the precision of its readings, the surrounding void trembled, and in an instant, a figure with flowing white hair emerged from thin air. This sight caused Zhou Jun to recoil in shock, taking 2 steps back. The figure before him, the white-haired man, could only be Chu Tiange. At that moment, Chu Tiange scrutinized Zhou Jun quietly. His shoulder-length white hair framed a visage that appeared calm, yet within, tumultuous waves of emotion surged. Being present at the scene, he felt Zhou Jun's formidable physique more acutely, and he had witnessed the attributes displayed on the training chamber ceiling. All quadrimensional scores stood at 5,200, an aggregate total of 20,800, even with prior expectations. The sheer magnitude of this result was staggering. To put it into perspective, the legendary Yin Lai, who had dominated the divine rankings for 50 years, had an aggregate total of merely 13912. Zhou Jun's attributes nearly doubled that figure. What he exhibited transcended humanity. It was akin to the progeny of ancient mythical beasts. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Zhou Jun, regaining his composure, gazed at the white-haired man with a hint of perplexity and hesitance, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. The white-haired man's eyes flickered with a complex blend of shock, admiration, and reverence. After a prolonged moment, he reined in his emotions and replied with a light chuckle, "I am Chu Tiange, the master of the Flying Dragon Tower. If my younger brother does not mind, from this moment forth, I shall oversee all your affairs within the Flying Dragon Tower. How does that sound?" At this pronouncement, Zhou Jun stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, in the adjacent monitoring room, 2 observant attendants were so taken aback that they fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 38. Ascending to the pinnacle of the divine rankings. Upon witnessing Chu Tiange's appearance in the training chamber, Su Yuan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Little Zhou has indeed stirred the master, he stammered, struggling to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before him. Chun, the attendant beside him, mirrored his astonishment. Her lips parted and her gaze wide, as if struck by lightning. Their exaggerated reactions were not without reason. The scene was utterly astonishing. As attendants of the Flying Dragon Tower, they were acutely aware of their master's character, a person who held little regard for the heads of noble families in Linyuan City, whose pride soared to the heavens. Typically, he resided on the 33rd floor, sipping tea and practicing calligraphy, indifferent to the noble patrons queuing outside, gifts in hand, seeking an audience. Even they, the attendants, had only a handful of opportunities to meet Chu Tiange throughout the year. Yet, this proud and exceptional figure had now emerged, compelled to personally attend to a high school student. This was nothing short of astonishing. In this moment, Su Yuan and his companion realized that even someone as formidable as Chu Tiange would willingly set aside his pride in the face of absolute genius. Zhou Jun might indeed rise to prominence in the ranks of competition. Su Yuan sighed deeply, his gaze drifting to the two figures displayed on the monitor, each exuding their unique presence, while contemplating the extraordinary quadrimensional attributes that defied explanation. He understood that from this day forth, the title of the divine rankings #1 would soon change hands. Yanlai's 50-year reign would ultimately yield to a new contender. In a daze, Su Yuan felt as though he were witnessing the rise and fall of an era, becoming a participant in an event destined to be etched in history. Within the training chamber, the two striking figures stood facing one another, both observing the other intently. Frankly, Zhou Jun was somewhat surprised by Chu Tiange's sudden arrival, yet not overly so. After all, his quadrimensional attributes were so fearsome that they eclipsed all competitors on the divine rankings. He had anticipated that his testing would generate considerable commotion, but he had not expected it would draw out the mysterious master of the Flying Dragon Tower so soon. Chu Tiange, noting Zhou Jun's swift return to calmness, felt a surge of admiration for the latter's unflappable demeanor, which deepened his respect. With a subtle smile, he remarked, "You, my younger brother, are truly a dragon among men. To possess such profound quadrimensional attributes at level 10 is indeed an eye-opener for me. If you do not mind, may I assist in recording your attribute data into the Federation's intelligence system? It would be an honor to share in your glory." Chu Tiange's tone was gentle, his demeanor humble, devoid of any airs of superiority, despite Zhou Jun's youth and lower level. He had suppressed all trace of arrogance, presenting himself as utterly unpretentious. Were this scene to be witnessed by the elders of the noble families in Linyuan City, they would surely be left astounded. When had the esteemed master of the Flying Dragon Tower ever been so accommodating, especially to a high school student? It was simply inconceivable. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun, upon hearing this, humbly waved his hand, saying, "I am unworthy of such praise. To earn your recognition, master, is a privilege for me." His principle was simple: respect begets respect. No matter the master's intentions, he had at least extended the courtesy expected, ensuring Zhou Jun felt no discomfort, and thus he reciprocated with equal courtesy, intentionally lowering his own status. However, upon hearing this, Chu Tiange repeatedly gestured with his hands, smiling, "There is no need for such formality, my younger brother. I am merely 10 years your senior. If you do not mind, you may call me elder brother. Since the esteemed brother has made such a request, I shall boldly comply." Zhou Jun, understanding the gravity of the moment, readily acquiesced. The two shared a hearty laugh, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. After an engaging conversation, Zhou Jun, under the guidance of Chu Tiange, exited the training room and approached a sophisticated intelligence terminal. There, Chu Tiange raised his hand to unlock the permissions, his demeanor turning serious as he personally recorded the data Zhou Jun had just obtained. Simultaneously, the enormous luminous screen at the center of the third floor underwent a transformation. A brand new name, akin to a deity descending from the heavens, suddenly appeared in the #1 position on the leaderboard. This shift rippled through the entire Federation like a stone cast into a pond, swiftly spreading its influence. The Dragon Tower's divine rankings across all cities in Blue Star updated in unison. Although the divine leaderboard was not constantly monitored, any significant changes on a global scale would invariably capture someone's attention. In a city of the Great Xia, within the registration office of the Dragon Tower's highest attributes, a passerby, a celestial slayer, casually glanced at the divine leaderboard as he had done countless times before, preparing to move on. However, he suddenly halted. As if struck by an epiphany, his feet frozen mid-step. In the next moment, he turned in astonishment, staring wide-eyed at the once familiar leaderboard, his mouth agape. What on earth is happening? Why has the leaderboard changed? Why is Yanlai no longer in first place? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, convinced he must have been mistaken. Yet, no matter how many times he cast his gaze upon the divine leaderboard, its contents were undeniably different from before. Heavens, the divine leaderboard has changed hands. This heralds a new era. With a gasp, he hastily retrieved his phone to capture this moment. Simultaneously, his peculiar actions drew the attention of more passers-by, who curiously gathered around, their gazes fixed on the divine leaderboard, unable to tear their eyes away. The ensuing chorus of gasps was overwhelming. After reigning supreme for 50 years, Yanlai had fallen from the top, leaving countless individuals in disbelief as they rushed to share the news. A similar scene unfolded in countless cities across Blue Star, all experiencing this remarkable phenomenon in tandem. The internet erupted in a frenzy, with numerous media outlets clamoring to report the event. Breaking news. The divine leaderboard has a new champion. In an unexpected turn of events, a mysterious genius has ascended to the top. Yanlai's record has been shattered. Who is this new king? After dominating for half a century, he has been surpassed by a newcomer, with an astonishing total attribute of 2,800. Is this truly a feat achievable by humanity? Articles proliferated, quickly saturating the entire network. Countless citizens of the Federation became aware of the monumental shift on the divine leaderboard. Initially, some were skeptical, dismissing it as mere marketing hype or media sensationalism. However, upon discovering that everyone around them was discussing the matter, they were eventually convinced that the divine leaderboard had indeed changed hands. A mysterious genius, with an overwhelming advantage, has rewritten the record set by Yin Lai. Yin Lai had once claimed the top spot with a total attribute of 13,912, reigning for 50 years. In contrast, this new king boasts an astounding total attribute of 20,800. How long will he dominate the divine leaderboard? The mere thought left many in shock. Furthermore, numerous level 100 powerhouses observed this moment in secret, aware that an unparalleled prodigy had emerged today. Perhaps in the near future, this prodigy would ascend to the stars, earning the title of the new divine king, known as the Son of Heaven. Chapter 39. The name of the Son of Heaven resonates globally. With a sudden burst, the waters surged forth, and the clang of iron steeds echoed. The news of the Son of Heaven ascending to the #1 spot on the divine leaderboard detonated across the Federation like a flood bomb. On this day, countless individuals who heard the news were utterly astonished, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the event. The enigmatic Son of Heaven became the most discussed topic of the moment. To ascend with the title of Son of Heaven, surpassing Yin Lai, this individual truly possesses remarkable audacity. A total attribute of 20,000. How can future challengers hope to surpass such an achievement? In the realm of level 10 on the divine leaderboard, he is destined to dominate for an eternity. In recent years, the Federation has witnessed a continuous emergence of extraordinary talents. Could this be a sign of a great era dawning, heralding the rise of our human race? Indeed, if the Son of Heaven can maintain this momentum and secure the #1 position in the upcoming divine rankings, the starry skies may witness the emergence of another unparalleled sovereign. Yet, this is no easy feat. Throughout history, how many have managed to hold the top position consistently? Even Yin Lai only claimed the #1 spot at level 10. By level 50, his total attributes ranked him outside the top 5. This illustrates the immense difficulty of achieving supremacy across all 3 divine rankings. The Son of Heaven, celebrated today for his overwhelming total attribute of 20,800, leaves many skeptical about his ability to maintain his dominance at levels 50 and 100. Nevertheless, the fervor surrounding the Son of Heaven's abrupt emergence has swept through the Federation. His impression remains one of mystery and strength, captivating not only ordinary citizens, but also many seasoned powerhouses and transcendent factions. In the Great Xia, atop Kunlun Mountain, lies a city of strikingly futuristic steel, an extraordinary sight perched upon the peaks. This city, dazzling as if plucked from a science fiction film, is devoid of ordinary citizens. For it is the domain of the Federation's foremost institution, Kunlun University. In other words, this entire steel metropolis is the territory of Kunlun University. At this moment, within the highest office building of Kunlun University, a figure stumbled in, panic-stricken, brandishing a tablet computer and exclaiming, "Principal, there has been a grave incident. Calm yourself. What is this commotion?" A stern voice interjected. Before him stood an elderly man with graying hair, exuding an air of authority even without raising his voice. This venerable figure is none other than the renowned leader of Kunlun University, the Federation's prestigious institution. Approaching a century in age, he still radiates vitality. His rosy complexion more vibrant than many younger individuals. His keen gaze seems capable of piercing through the hearts of others, filled with an intense charisma that commands attention. Resembling a seasoned general returning from the battlefield rather than an educator, after receiving a reprimand, the assistant instinctively shrank back, diligently calming himself before approaching the desk to speak softly. "The principal, the record of the federal level 10 attributes has just been shattered. A mysterious individual known as the Son of Heaven has supplanted Yin Lai with a staggering total of 20,800 points." What? As soon as the assistant's words fell, the elderly principal, who had just reprimanded him for his flustered demeanor, abruptly sprang to his feet and seized the tablet. The content before him was the news report regarding the change in the rankings. The assistant stared in astonishment at this scene, feeling as though the principal's imposing persona had momentarily crumbled. After years of companionship, it was the first time he witnessed such a loss of composure from the venerable man. Especially upon observing the elder's inconsistent reactions, he felt an urge to laugh, yet dared not. His face flushed crimson. After a considerable time, the principal finally finished reading the entire news article and set the tablet down, casting a somewhat displeased glance at his assistant. He then stroked his grizzled beard with one hand and remarked, "This is indeed a good thing. Our human race thrives precisely because of the emergence of geniuses who continuously break records, allowing us to withstand the dark creatures of the cosmos. It is a pity, however, that I ultimately lost the wager with that old scoundrel, Wu." At this point, the principal let out a rather disgruntled huff. Wu, the old rascal, was the headmaster of the Taichu Academy. 50 years prior, the two elders had made a bet based on Yin Lai's ranking. The wager concerned how long Yin Lai's record would stand before being surpassed. The principal bet that it would last at least 50 years, while Wu was confident it would be broken within that time frame. This year marked the 50th anniversary. Clearly, Wu emerged victorious, and the principal had come tantalizingly close to winning the wager. This was precisely why the assistant had rushed in with an air of urgency. The thought of Wu's smug face gloating before him only fueled the principal's ire. After venting his frustration with a scowl, he commanded, "Look into the personal information of this son of heaven. If he is indeed a candidate from this year's college entrance examination, persuade him to choose Kunlun University. What if he declines?" The assistant asked, taken aback. The principal, calmly sipping from his thermos, replied with unwavering conviction, "He will not refuse, for we are Kunlun University." His words exuded an immense confidence, embodying the formidable spirit of the foremost academy in the Federation. Simultaneously, within the other three top-tier institutions, similar scenes unfolded. The upper echelons of Yaotai University, Taichu Academy, and Nanshimen College had all become aware of the news regarding the change in the rankings. Among them, the Taichu Academy, led by the aforementioned Wu, moved swiftly, securing detailed information about Zhou Jun from the Federal Core Hub. Upon confirming that he was indeed a high school senior, Wu promptly decided to offer Zhou Jun a guaranteed admission slot. The decisiveness of this decision left many within the academy dumbfounded. It was worth noting that the college entrance examination had yet to commence, yet the prestigious four universities of Blue Star were already preparing to compete for this prodigy. This unprecedented occurrence in the history of the Federation, spanning hundreds, if not thousands of years, stirred a frenzy among various extraordinary factions. The heads of billion-dollar conglomerates announced online their willingness to offer 10% of their shares as compensation, should the Son of Heaven agree to become their spokesperson, causing a sensation on social media. Renowned experts and scholars from the Federation appealed to the internet, pleading for the Son of Heaven to disclose the maximum data of his four-dimensional attributes at each level, claiming that such information held monumental significance for martial arts research, leaving onlookers astounded. Additionally, assassins from the dark web had already received bounty orders from nefarious organizations, scouring the globe for the Son of Heaven himself. The ripple effect of this phenomenon had even reached the core of the Federation. In the capital of the Great Xia, within the Council Tower, symbolizing the highest authority in the Eastern Hemisphere, prominent figures were poring over Zhou Jun's detailed dossier. From Zhou Jun's birth to his precocious childhood, the upheaval during his youth, his various performances during the talent registration, and even the conversation he had 10 minutes prior with Chu Tiange. Every detail was meticulously laid out before them. The dual talent, with the second talent being the rare SSS grade, piqued their interest. However, the true nature of his talent capabilities remained unclear, undoubtedly linked to enhancing one's attributes. It was inconceivable that any human could achieve over 20,000 total attributes at level 10 through training alone. Could it be a talent that leads to physical sanctification? Setting aside the talent discussion for now, it was indeed impressive that he reached level 10 upon first entering the secret realm. There were certainly commendable aspects. Yet his family background bore some blemishes. His father was branded a traitor to the Federation. Around the circular conference table, one prominent figure after another engaged in dialogue. When the name Zhou Xianrong was mentioned, a palpable silence ensued. After a lengthy pause, conversations resumed. Was the Federation's conviction regarding the betrayal of Zhou Xianrong and his wife perhaps somewhat hasty? Where's the haste? The couple slaughtered their kin, witnessed by the divine King Ji, with irrefutable evidence. Is Ji the only eyewitness? Is that not sufficient? I believe it is not enough. The Zhou family of Linyuan City has always been loyal to the Federation. We have investigated Zhou Xianrong's past, and he does not strike me as someone who would betray our kind. Even if there are ulterior motives, it matters not. The fact remains that he indeed raised a knife against his own people, and that is sufficient. But his son Zhou Jun now stands at the pinnacle of the rankings. Indeed, based on Zhou Jun's current performance, he excels in every aspect, rightfully belonging to the first tier of the Federation's prodigies. We cannot allow a genius to be estranged from our Federation. I propose we withdraw the bounty and reopen the investigation into Zhou Xianrong and his wife. I concur. So do I. Around the round table, many prominent figures voiced their opinions, and in a matter of moments, the case concerning Zhou Xianrong and his wife was reopened for investigation. Although some voiced dissent, the majority were in favor. And in accordance with the principle of the majority ruling, the matter was settled. Observers with discerning eyes sighed internally. For years, this case had remained untouched. Yet now, with Zhou Jun's brilliance shining through, it had suddenly acquired the potential for redemption from a grave sin of betrayal against humanity. This was the true essence of a child rising to prominence through parental accolades. The Zhou family was indeed remarkable, having produced a genuine dragon among men. Although this dragon was still in its juvenile phase, it already possessed the capability to stir the winds and clouds. At this moment, in Linyuan City, Zhou Jun remained unaware of the tumult surrounding him. After completing his registration, he followed Chu Tiange to the 33rd floor for tea. In the tranquil tea room, savoring the mythical grade tea worth millions per ounce, Zhou Jun's expression was one of astonishment. His personal panel displayed a flurry of notifications that continued to emerge. Consuming LV 100 mythical tea, experience points. 1. Consuming LV 100 mythical T, experience points, 1. Consuming LV 100 mythical T, experience points, 1. Although the increase is quite modest, it surpasses the tedious practice of meditation by an immeasurable degree. In the span of just a moment, he is nearly propelled to level 11. Zhou Jun cannot help but marvel at the fact that even a mere fragment of what a 100-level powerhouse possesses is sufficient to leave novices like him salivating. With this thought, his resolve to hasten his ascension solidifies considerably. If my younger brother desires, feel free to take this tea, Chu Tiange remarked, having observed Zhou Jun's expression. And after brewing a fresh pot of tea for the two, he smiled and suggested, I am deeply grateful, brother, Zhou Jun replied with a slight bow, not wishing to decline, for at this moment, the tea was indeed quite tempting. Perhaps for Chu Tiange, this tea, which only grants a single experience point, is of little consequence. However, for Zhou Jun, who possesses the potential for infinite elevation, its value is immeasurable. To procure even a small amount from a 100-level powerhouse like Chu Tiange is undeniably a significant gain. After all, such sacred tea is rarely found outside of those as formidable as Chu Tiange. Haha, there is no need for such formality, my brother. Your ascent to the pinnacle of the divine rankings has truly opened my eyes. As the saying goes, a fine steed is gifted to a hero. While I lack a steed, I do have some sacred tea, Chu Tiange chuckled, tossing the remaining 2 liang of tea directly to Zhou Jun with an air of nonchalance. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Jun was equally inspired by that spirit of generosity, and the two soon engaged in a lively conversation. They discussed the past, present, and future, critiquing the illustrious figures of their time, and before they realized it, a pot of tea had been entirely consumed. Brother, I actually have some equipment to exchange during my visit to the Flying Dragon Pavilion, Zhou Jun mentioned, seizing the opportune moment as he finished the last sip of tea. Producing a red card and placing it on the table, a radiant white light enveloping him as he unknowingly ascended to level 11. Chu Tiange was initially astonished by the glow of Zhou Jun's upgrade, but his attention was soon captured by the red card. Is this the Federal Supreme card? He exclaimed, momentarily losing his composure in Zhou Jun's presence. He then shook his head with a wry smile, saying, I had thought your provisional sequence identity would be sufficiently impressive, but it seems I underestimated the Federation's High Command's regard for you. To bestow upon you even the Supreme card. Provisional sequence? Zhou Jun was taken aback, somewhat perplexed. Noticing his confusion, Chu Tiange slapped his forehead. I nearly forgot that you are still unaware of this matter. He then recounted the details of the sequence competition to Zhou Jun. After hearing this, Zhou Jun was indeed surprised, yet he refrained from elaborating further. After all, his original ambition was to become the supreme of the human race and uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance. This path is inherently fraught with thorns, and he has long been prepared to contend against numerous prodigies. Thus, the notion of a sequence identity holds little significance for him, merely an embellishment to his journey. My younger brother, I do happen to possess a set of mythical-grade universal equipment that you can exchange with your red card here at the Flying Dragon Pavilion, Chu Tiange remarked, transitioning back to the topic of equipment rewards after discussing the sequence matter. With a flick of his hand, 5 dazzling pieces of equipment appeared before them. Take a look. If you find them unsatisfactory, I can request a different set from the Federation. No need. I shall take whatever comes my way. Zhou Jun replied with a wry smile upon hearing Chu Tiange's words. After all, regardless of the attributes of the equipment, it would undergo a process of elevation in his hands, rendering the exchange irrelevant. Nevertheless, a glimmer of anticipation danced in his eyes as he gazed upon the mythical-grade equipment. Chapter 41, Summit Rewards and Mythical-Grade Set. Name, Fury of the Earth Serpent Chestplate. Rank, Mythical. Type, Heavy Armor, Upper Body. Restrictions, LV 10, LV 25. Constitution, 331. Strength, 423. Magical Defense, 562. Description, forged from materials collected from the Lord-level monster, the Rampaging Earth Serpent. This armor grants 2 damage immunity, 2 damage amplification, and 2 additional experience points when equipped. Note, this equipment is part of a set. Collecting other pieces will unlock additional attributes. The first piece of equipment that caught his eye was a chestplate. Zhou Jun casually scanned its attributes and description, pausing slightly at its category. The heavy armor classification indeed aligned with his initial thoughts. His physical prowess and vitality far exceed that of ordinary individuals, making heavy armor the most suitable choice for him, as it would yield the highest proportional attribute enhancement. As for the notion of encumbrance, Zhou Jun scarcely perceives it due to his robust physique. Shifting his gaze from the chestplate, he examined the attributes of the other 4 pieces of equipment in turn. The Fury of the Earth Serpent Pauldrons, Fury of the Earth Serpent Pants, Fury of the Earth Serpent Belt, and Fury of the Earth Serpent Boots. A complete set of 5 pieces, each with attributes that are quite comparable and providing similar effects. This means that donning all 5 pieces would grant a total of 10 damage immunity, 10 damage amplification, and 10 additional experience points. Moreover, there are additional set bonuses. Fury of the Earth Serpent Set Description. The wearer gains the power of the Earth Serpent. with a 5 chance to summon the Earth Serpent's might for a synchronous attack when striking. My younger brother is fortunate. This Earth Serpent set is renowned during the novice period, boasting outstanding attribute enhancements, and the heavy armor attributes align perfectly with your physicality. Noticing Zhou Jun's satisfied expression, Chu Tiange offered a compliment and handed the Fury of the Earth Serpent set to him. Zhou Jun held the weighty equipment in his hands, feeling an unexpected surge of joy within. With his extensive experience from his previous life, he could discern that Chu Tiange's appraisal of this equipment was not exaggerated. Each individual attribute, as well as the combined set effect, was remarkably powerful, befitting the name of mythical equipment. Even without the enhancement of elevation powers, it would suffice to grant him an edge over various novice-level dungeons. Once elevated, the combat capabilities would only grow stronger. At that point, he could likely conquer dungeons beyond his level with comprehensive dominance. Casually storing the equipment in his spatial bag, Zhou Jun turned his attention back to Chu Tiange, contemplating how to broach the subject of the rewards for topping the divine rankings with this newly acquainted brother. After all, his motivation for breaking the record was not for fame, but rather for the substantial rewards rumored to await. In this regard, Zhou Jun is notably more pragmatic compared to other prodigies. Perceptive as ever, Chu Tiange sensed the depth in Zhou Jun's gaze and immediately grasped his intent. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "Do not rush, my younger brother. The rewards for reaching the pinnacle of the divine rankings are significant and cannot be determined by my humble Flying Dragon Pavilion, which operates only at a city-level authority. This reward will be confirmed by the Federation's Central Command and expedited from the capital city over a distance of 100,000 miles." As he spoke, he began to silently calculate the time with his fingers, adding, "If they act swiftly, it should be arriving shortly." After listening, Zhou Jun did not express any doubts, but gently nodded. Although this world is dominated by those who challenge the heavens, the power of technology is by no means insignificant. Especially after the area of Blue Star expanded 1,000-fold, the primary focus of human scholars shifted toward transportation. There have been tremendous breakthroughs in both terrestrial and aerial transport. The speeds of ordinary passenger aircraft have reached supersonic levels, and for the transportation of such essential goods, cutting-edge military aircraft are uniformly employed. Traveling around the globe takes hardly any time at all. Brother Chu, I wonder what rewards the Federation will bestow upon the one who tops the divine rankings? Zhou Jun inquired curiously, blinking his eyes. Well, Chu Tiange, upon hearing this, exhibited a rare moment of awkwardness on his otherwise confident face. To be honest, I am not entirely sure. After all, the top position on the divine rankings has remained unchanged for 50 years. Perhaps only the Flame King Yan Lai truly knows what the rewards entail. Yan Lai has held the top spot for 5 decades, indicating that the Federation has not granted any rewards for the first place in the divine rankings for just as long. The passage of time has been exceedingly long. Not only would the master of the local Flying Dragon Tower, Chu Tiange, be uncertain, but many high-ranking officials in the divine capital might also be in the dark. It is likely that only a few elders who have served for over 50 years have heard tales of it. Seeing that Chu Tiange was also unaware, Zhou Jun's curiosity surged to new heights. What could this legendary reward that countless individuals covet truly be? Equipment? Secret elixirs? Skill books? Beyond these, what else could possibly be rewarded? Just as Zhou Jun pondered these questions, Chu Tiange suddenly perked up, his ears twitching with excitement. "It's here," he exclaimed, his hands tearing through the air as if rending the very fabric of reality, turning to Zhou Jun and saying, "Wait for me a moment, little brother." In the next instant, he stepped into the rift and vanished from sight. At that moment, the thunderous roar of aircraft echoed above the Flying Dragon Tower. Zhou Jun gazed in astonishment at the scene, then shook his head with a smile, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea. The Federation's procedures for the transfer of valuable items are quite cumbersome, and Zhou Jun had no idea how long he would need to wait for Chu Tiange's return. Thus, he decided to sip his tea while taking out the recently acquired Earth Serpent set, beginning to elevate each piece. Now, thanks to the effect of the epic equipment, Ring of Eternal Vitality, his restoration of all attributes had significantly improved, allowing him to utilize the power of elevation multiple times in succession. After a series of operations, all the equipment in his possession transformed entirely in appearance. Picking up the breastplate he had initially inspected, it bore no resemblance to its former self in either appearance or attributes. Name: Skyward Dragon Breastplate. Rank: Epic. Type: Heavy Armor, Upper Body. Restrictions: LV10, LV30. Constitution: 531. Strength: 427. Magical Defense: 890. Description: a powerful epic-grade armor forged from the power of elevation. Grants 5 damage immunity, 5 damage amplification, and an additional 5 experience points upon equipping. As expected, Zhou Jun triggered a high-level elevation, directly upgrading it to epic equipment. The level cap had increased. Attribute bonuses had strengthened. The equipment effects were comprehensively enhanced. The strength of epic gear is entirely incomparable to that of mythical gear. Most astonishingly, the other 4 pieces of gear had also triggered high-level elevation. In other words, Zhou Jun now possessed a complete set of epic-grade armor. A smile spread across his face as he eagerly examined the set's effects. Skyward Dragon set description. The wearer is enveloped by the power of the Skyward Dragon. Each attack has a 30 chance to trigger Dragon's Breath, inflicting burning damage for 5 seconds. During the burning period, the target's healing effects are halved. Upon seeing the set's special effects, Zhou Jun's eyes lit up. The Skyward Dragon set truly lived up to its epic quality. The difference in set effects compared to the previous Earth Serpent's Fury set was like heaven and earth. Not only was the chance to trigger special effects significantly increased, but it also included a burning effect. Having reached level 54 in his previous life, Zhou Jun was well aware of the terrifying nature of burning damage. Its greatest advantage lies not merely in the sustained damage, but in its ability to disrupt healing effects. It can be said that any skill or equipment possessing a burning attribute can command exorbitant prices in the market. Furthermore, having burning capabilities within a team is an indispensable condition for conquering top-tier dungeons. Chapter 42, Dragon Egg. This time, Zhou Jun felt he had truly hit the jackpot. With a smile playing on his lips, he donned the shimmering epic armor set. At this moment, he finally felt affluent in the realm of equipment. Aside from accessories like earrings and bracelets, he was nearly fully equipped. Moreover, aside from the weapon Thunderstorm, which was of mythical quality, all his other items were epic grade. This resulted in an extraordinarily lavish total of attributes. Summoning his personal panel for inspection, he felt increasingly satisfied. Suddenly, he noticed that the plus signs next to his 4-dimensional attributes were all flashing with light, reminding him that he had just leveled up, thus increasing the upper limit of his 4-dimensional attributes. With a slight smile, he decided to allocate all points to his attributes while waiting for Chu Tiange's return. Moments later, a formidable power surged within him. Zhou Jun's personal panel was updated once again. Name, Zhou Jun level, LV11-1. Strength, 6,300, 1392. Agility, 6,300, 958. Mentality, 6,300, 502. Constitution, 6,300, 1136. Skills, Bone Shatter LV1, Sword Heart Clarity LV1, Judgment's Rhapsody LV1. Equipment, Falling Star Pendant, Epic. Thunderstorm, Mythical, Ring of Eternal Vitality, Epic. Skyward Dragon Set, Epic. Talent, SSS Level Redistribution, SSS Level Infinite Elevation. Awakening Skill, Ultimate Elevation LV1. Weapon Proficiency, Sword LV1. As an epic grade heavy armor, the Skyward Dragon set significantly boosted all 3 attributes aside from mentality. Coupled with Zhou Jun's personal attributes of 6,300 points upon reaching LV11, his strength, constitution, and agility collectively surpassed 7,000 points. What does this signify? It means that against monsters of the same level, any casual strike from Zhou Jun could inflict 5-digit damage. And should he activate his awakening skill, a single strike could potentially deal 2 to 300,000 damage. Now, facing bosses of the same caliber as the statue, Zhou Jun could easily achieve an instant kill. His heart raced, but he forcefully suppressed his urge to plunge into a dungeon to slay monsters, for he sensed that Chu Tiange had returned. Sure enough, in the next moment, outside the window on the 33rd floor, Chu Tiange cautiously entered through the balcony without tearing the void. The reason for his actions was that he cradled a colossal egg in his hands. Brother. As Chu Tiange entered the room, he hurriedly approached Zhou Jun, his face still marked by profound shock and disbelief. Did you not wish to know the reward for topping the divine list? Here it is. His voice trembled slightly as he placed the enormous egg before Zhou Jun. His expression a tumultuous blend of emotions, difficult to quell. This unfolding scene left Zhou Jun utterly astounded. His gaze fell upon the white egg adorned with blue patterns. And in the next moment, he too was shaken to his core. An inscription emerged upon the surface of the egg. Name, Howling Sky Dragon Egg, Grade, Epic, Type, Magical Pet, Growth Direction, Dragon Description, an egg of a supreme level magical creature. Exclusively produced in the LV300 Howling Sky Dragon's dedicated dungeon, with a drop rate of merely 1. Upon successful hatching, it yields a Howling Sky Dragon hatchling. The introduction was succinct, yet it captivated the attention of all who laid eyes upon it. This was indeed an exceedingly rare magical creature's egg, belonging to the most precious lineage of dragon-type beings. Its racial classification soared to the supreme tier. This was nothing short of madness. It was no wonder that even Chu Tiange found it challenging to regain his composure. Zhou Jun too felt a tempest of emotions within him. He had contemplated numerous rewards that the Federation might bestow for ascending the divine list, skill tomes, equipment, secret potions, and so forth, but never had he anticipated that it would manifest as a magical pet. These so-called magical pets were unique products that emerged following the advent of dungeons. Only by vanquishing king-tier or higher lord bosses in high-level dungeons could one hope for a minuscule chance of obtaining one. Once a magical pet successfully hatches, it binds its soul to its master, swearing eternal loyalty. A fully matured magical pet possesses strength that rivals that of the lord bosses within the dungeons. Moreover, as these magical pets are exclusively spawned in high-level dungeons, Each one harbors the potential to reach level 100. This signifies that possessing a magical pet equates to having an additional ally with a combat power equivalent to that level. It is evident how monumental the benefits of having a magical pet can be to oneself. Alas, the difficulty of acquiring such a pet is insurmountably high. For 99% of the Federation's populace, the notion of a magical pet exists solely in the realm of legend. Only the top-tier powerhouses could even aspire to lay claim to such a coveted creature. However, this was merely an aspiration, as even those capable of defeating king-tier lord bosses could not guarantee the drop of a magical pet egg. For instance, the Howling Sky Dragon egg before them had a drop probability of only 1. Aside from the luckiest of souls, one would need to conquer the Howling Sky Dragon dungeon 100 times to achieve the most favorable outcome. Was that even feasible? The Howling Sky Dragon dungeon was a level 300 instance, and its lord, the Howling Sky Dragon, was not merely a king-tier magical creature but a rare supreme-tier being. Merely a step away from the apex of the demonic gods. Creatures of such caliber could easily overpower SS-tier human prodigies of the same level. To mount an assault, one would require a team of at least 3 SS-tier members to even have a chance. Yet even under such conditions, managing to clear the dungeon once could be deemed a stroke of luck. Who could possibly risk their life to clear it 100 times solely for the sake of farming a dragon egg? It was precisely these myriad reasons that rendered Chu Tiange, the soon-to-be level 200 master of the Flying Dragon Tower, so utterly flabbergasted and overwhelmed. Heaven only knows how the Federation acquired this dragon egg. In that moment, Chu Tiange felt an intense envy towards Zhou Jun. The successful hatching of the Howling Sky Dragon would mean Zhou Jun gained an ally capable of reaching at least level 300, which was terrifying. After all, Zhou Jun himself was no less extraordinary, and with the combination of his SSS-Tier talent and the Howling Sky Dragon, it was entirely possible that he could sweep through all contemporary prodigies in the future. At this moment, Zhou Jun's gaze was fixed upon the dragon egg, his heart brimming with an immense shock and indescribable joy. The cause of this emotional surge stemmed not only from the Federation's willingness to bestow the Howling Sky Dragon upon him, but, more significantly, from his possession of the power of sublimation. This was the true source of his excitement. While the Howling Sky Dragon was formidable, it could only mature to level 300. Zhou Jun, however, was destined to surpass that level. His aspirations lay with the deity kings of level 500, or even the supreme beings of level 1000. Thus, although the Howling Sky Dragon might provide immense assistance in the early stages, it would inevitably become less effective as time progressed. However, if he were to sublimate the still unhatched Howling Sky Dragon egg now, everything would change. A dragon egg of epic quality, once sublimated, would inevitably ascend to the level of the immortal. This could very well lead to the hatching of a demon god-level pet. Demon god-level beings represent the pinnacle of all magical creatures, reigning over the starry skies, and must not be underestimated. After all, even now, there remain many level 500 demon god-level lord dungeons on Blue Star that have yet to be conquered. Therefore, the advantages of possessing a demon god-level pet are, without question, immense. This was the source of Zhou Jun's genuine exhilaration. Chapter 43, The World Tree and Core Skills. I, Chu Tiange, pride myself on being a dragon among men. A leading figure of the youth generation, yet when compared to this young brother Zhou before me, I realize there are indeed greater talents beyond my own. Perhaps he truly can emerge victorious in the sequence war, or even one day ascend to the starry skies, etching his name in history. Chu Tiange gazed at the youth before him, who was gently caressing the colossal egg, and silently mused. He had a faint premonition that his decision to step out of his comfort zone to befriend Zhou Jun today might be the most prudent choice of his life. Though outsiders might find this incredulous, after all, he had once been a youthful genius himself, now serving as the master of a city tower, wielding significant power. He should be the one receiving the flattery. Yet, the reality was known only to Chu Tiange. The path of advancement is akin to sailing against the current. One must strive harder the further one ascends. Especially at his level, the experience required to level up becomes exponentially vast. The strength of magical creatures within dungeons doubles, and the gap that equipment and items can bridge becomes increasingly negligible. Often, defeating a single dungeon boss is not merely about leveling up. Surviving the encounter is already a profound blessing. Now, Chu Tiange had come to deeply understand that relying solely on equipment, secret potions, and other external aids would not carry one far in high-level dungeons. To continue forging ahead, one must depend solely on their unparalleled innate talent and formidable skills. Thus, in the presence of a truly exceptional genius, the disparity in levels between them should not be viewed as an obstacle to friendship, but rather as an opportunity. This was why Chu Tiange's attitude toward Zhou Jun had become increasingly amiable as he gradually came to understand the young man's character. As his thoughts shifted to this point, an idea suddenly struck Chu Tiange. He gazed at Zhou Jun, who had just stowed away the colossal egg, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke up. "Brother, are you aware that everyone unlocks a core skill slot upon reaching level 18? Hearing Chu Tiange's inquiry, Zhou Jun looked up in surprise, somewhat puzzled. yet still nodded in affirmation. Of course, that is a fundamental question on the high school entrance exam. In this world, although humanity possesses an upgrade panel that allows them to transcend into godhood, there has never been any notion of job change. Perhaps this is because Blue Star is a reality, where humans genuinely grow stronger physically after leveling up, rather than merely accumulating a string of virtual data as in games. However, despite the inability to change classes, there exist alternative paths akin to class transitions. Upon reaching level 18, every individual gains an additional core skill slot on their character panel. This core skill, reminiscent of the fabled techniques found in fantastical novels, provides unparalleled assistance on one's journey of advancement. A formidable core skill has the power to defy fate, allowing even those cursed with D-grade talents to carve out a pathway to success. In his previous life, Zhou Jun ascended to level 54, not only thanks to the support of Yichangshan, but also due to a fortuitous acquisition of a golden tier core skill book. Without the aid of others, how could he have truly established himself in this realm? Thus, for the Celestial Slayers, mastering a powerful core skill is of paramount importance, capable of influencing the entirety of one's existence. Yet, regrettably, obtaining high-grade core skill books is an arduous endeavor, especially for the common folk, akin to chasing phantoms. The reason for this is not merely the low drop rate of core skill books, for they do not spawn in dungeons at all. According to ancient lore, there exists a primordial world tree standing tall on Blue Star. This tree is immense, its branches and leaves casting shadows across the heavens, growing at the world's end. The core skill books are, in fact, products of the world tree. It is said that within the leaves of the world tree lies an expansive cosmos, concealing these coveted core skill books. Undoubtedly, since the dawn of humanity on Blue Star, the world tree has remained in the possession of the most formidable beings. Dynasties have risen and fallen, nations have vied for dominance, the mightiest claim ownership. In modern times, after the formation of a global federation, the world tree naturally came under the Federation's control. Each year, the Federation regularly prunes portions of the tree's leaves, distributing them to the dragon towers in various cities. These leaves, imbued with core skill books, vary significantly in quality. It is rumored that the leaves plucked from the apex of the world tree harbor higher-tier core skill books. However, such leaves are scarce, with the world tree producing only a limited number each year, making them a rare commodity across Blue Star. Many smaller cities, lacking in power, are not even qualified to receive them. Lin Yuan City, where Zhou Jun resides, ranks among the upper echelon of cities on Blue Star and manages to secure a single high-grade leaf annually. Yet, even if they secure it, it holds little relevance for the average person. After all, the energy contained within a high-grade leaf is finite. Only the aristocratic families and the exceptional talents of the city are granted the privilege to seek core skill books within these high-grade leaves. In his previous life, Zhou Jun, of course, had no access to high-grade leaves. He was just like the countless ordinary citizens of Lin Yuan City, applying for a chance, waiting in line. And after expending over half a month, he barely managed to procure a golden tier core skill book from an ordinary leaf. Reflecting on it now brings a pang of nostalgia. At that moment, upon hearing Chu Tiange suddenly mention core skills, he was momentarily perplexed about his intentions. Chu Tiange pondered for a moment before speaking. Younger brother, in 3 days, on the 1st of next month, our Lin Yuan City's allocation of high-grade leaves will arrive. And there will be a ceremony at the Dragon Tower to distribute core skill books. I would like to extend an invitation to you, as the master of the Dragon Tower, to attend this ceremony. As Chu Tiange's words fell, Zhou Jun's body involuntarily shuddered. His expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this year's high-grade leaves would arrive so swiftly. He had been troubled, contemplating where to seek an opportunity to comprehend the high-grade leaves once he reached level 18. Little did he know that his newly recognized elder brother would bring this matter to light. It was indeed a timely boon. Zhou Jun understood that he would owe Chu Tiange a significant favor, yet there was no way to evade it. The choice of a core skill was of immense consequence. If he were to comprehend from an ordinary leaf, he would likely only receive a golden tier skill book, as in his previous life. However, with a high-grade leaf, the minimum guarantee would be an exceptional tier. Moreover, with Zhou Jun possessing the infinite Ascension ability, once he secured an opportunity to comprehend the high-grade leaf, he had no fear of failing to acquire a top-tier core skill. Younger brother, the only challenge lies in the urgency of the ceremony's timing. If you wish to participate, you must reach level 18 within 3 days. Chu Tiange's tone shifted, adding a note of concern. The ceremony for distributing core skill books was a pre-established protocol, one that even he, as the master of the Dragon Tower, could not arbitrarily alter. According to Federation regulations, one must reach level LV18 to obtain a core skill book. Early collection is not permitted. Thus, for Zhou Jun to catch this ceremony, he must ascend to level 18 within 3 days. Otherwise, he would have to wait until next year. This condition is daunting. The experience required for leveling up increases exponentially with each level. Ascending from level 11 to level 18 is far more challenging than advancing from level 3 to level 10. This poses a colossal challenge for anyone. Therefore, Chu Tiange felt a twinge of worry. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun, however, remained unfazed, smiling lightly. Brother Chu, if it's merely reaching level 18, I am confident. His tone was light and spirited, his face radiating an indescribable sense of unwavering conviction. Seeing this, Chu Tiange momentarily lost focus, for he recognized that feeling all too well. It was the indomitable aura that only youthful prodigies possessed, one he had witnessed in many others. With a soft sigh, regaining his composure, Chu Tiange clasped his hands toward Zhou Jun, exclaiming, "Then I shall wish you a smooth journey. May all your endeavors come to fruition. In 3 days, I shall await you at the Dragon Tower." Chapter 44. The Gale Valley Dungeon and the New Dragon Egg. 10 minutes later, Zhou Jun exited the Dragon Tower. As he passed through the first floor, he did not see Zhou Tong, Morong Shui, and the others. They had likely completed their matters and departed. Zhou Jun paid little heed to such trivialities, his steps brisk as he hurried towards the nearest subway station. Time was of the essence if he wished to attend the core skill book distribution ceremony in 3 days. This urgency was not related to his own strength. Rather, it stemmed from the limited experience points that monsters could provide. Zhou Jun could only strive to slay as many as possible within the allotted time. Thus, he dared not squander a single moment. He quickly arrived at the subway station closest to the Dragon Tower and purchased a ticket bound for the northern gate of Linyuan City. The city was congested, far slower than the speed of the subway. The reason for heading to the northern gate was that there lay a vast expanse of mountains, dotted with various beginner-level dungeons, making it the most suitable locale for leveling up for those below level 20. In his previous life, Zhou Jun had spent considerable time in this area. Thus he was quite familiar with it in all aspects. Once he entered the dungeon, he would elevate the Howling Dragon Egg. Sitting on the subway, Zhou Jun contemplated. That dragon egg was exceptionally precious. He needed to find a secluded, uninhabited place to bring it out for enhancement. To do so brazenly within the city would be tantamount to courting disaster. After all, this was a treasure that could make even 100-level divine kings envious. With such thoughts, time slipped away swiftly. Half an hour later, Zhou Jun's figure finally appeared amidst the mountains to the north of Linyuan City. Though nestled within the mountains, it was not as tranquil as one might imagine. Rather, a multitude of individuals were scattered across the slopes, creating quite a lively scene. "We need one more for a level 5 dungeon. Experienced players leading the way. Come quickly. Are there any brothers forming a team for a level 10 dungeon? I possess a B-class combat talent. Just a level 6 newcomer here, support talent, beautiful and sweet-voiced, seeking a brother to guide me. I have a legitimate team of skybreakers under my command, currently recruiting experts above level 15. Those interested hurry over." As Zhou Jun walked along the mountain path, his gaze swept over these enthusiastic individuals, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Not long ago, he too was one of this crowd, dragging Yi Changshan and Xiao Sei to stand expectantly at the dungeon entrance, hoping someone would be willing to team up with them. Yet now, reborn and with unparalleled strength, he no longer needed to endure such hardships. Teaming up would allow for shared experience points, and not to mention, Zhou Jun had a task to reach level 18 within 3 days. Even without it, he had originally intended to solo the dungeon. With steady steps, he ventured deeper into the mountains, and minutes later, he found himself in front of a swirling teleportation portal. Dungeon name, Valley of the Howling Winds. Recommended level, LV15, LV20. Before him lay the most formidable dungeon in the entire Northgate mountain range, recognized as the most challenging of all. According to Zhou Jun's experiences from his previous life, a proper strategy to conquer this dungeon would require a team of at least 10 members, each possessing an average B-class talent, to have a fighting chance. The perilous nature of this place was self-evident. It was precisely because of this that the Valley of the Howling Winds was deemed the least popular dungeon within the Northgate Mountains. After all, the threshold for challenge was exceedingly high, and most novices struggled even to form teams for ordinary low-level dungeons, let alone daring to challenge such a daunting existence. Of course, the difficulty of the Valley of the Howling Winds was merely relative to others. In Zhou Jun's eyes, it was of no consequence. Armed with 2 SSS-class talents and equipped with epic-grade armor and immortal-level skills, if he couldn't solo this dungeon, he might as well find a piece of tofu to throw himself against. As he stood before the dungeon entrance, prepared to enter, he suddenly noticed someone crouching nearby. The individual was incessantly smoking, and upon spotting Zhou Jun, his eyes lit up, discarding his cigarette but on the ground with a firm stomp. He rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, "Brother, I'm from First High, awakened with an A-class talent, currently at level 17. I see you're here for the Valley of the Howling Winds as well. How about teaming up?" The person wore an eager expression. Although he was unaware of Zhou Jun's level or talent, he instinctively felt that someone daring to loiter at the entrance of the Valley of the Howling Winds must possess some skill. Thus, he extended the invitation to team up. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun did not hesitate for even a second, shaking his head and replying, "I'm only level 11. I probably wouldn't be of much help." Without waiting for the First High student to recover from his shock, Zhou Jun stepped into the swirling portal. Warning: current level is significantly below the recommended dungeon level. This may increase the risk of death. Do you wish to force entry? Enter. With a thought, Zhou Jun's figure vanished. All that remained was the stunned individual. Standing in place, utterly bewildered. Where did this god come from? Just a second ago, he claimed to be level 11, and the next moment, he entered the Valley of the Howling Winds solo, without a moment's hesitation? Surely, even reincarnation wouldn't be this hasty. The first high student stood dumbfounded, uncertain of Zhou Jun's capabilities. After a moment, he shook his head in disappointment, lamenting, I thought I had found a master to team up with. Turns out, he's just a lunatic looking for a suicide mission. Indeed, in his eyes, Zhou Jun's actions were akin to self-destruction. This was the Valley of the Howling Winds. Let alone level 11. Even level 20 players rarely boasted they could conquer it solo. After all, in such perilous dungeon environments, the distinction between solo and team gameplay was monumental. He had already lost hope for Zhou Jun's survival and resumed his position on the ground, waiting for a fateful encounter. Meanwhile, amidst a valley filled with swirling yellow sand, Zhou Jun's figure materialized. As he landed, he manifested his formidable dragon ascended set, instantly replacing his athletic attire with a dazzling golden armor. His form slightly sank as his feet sank into the earth, revealing the weight effect of heavy armor. However, Zhou Jun paid it no mind. After a casual stretch to acclimate himself, he fixed his gaze ahead, in the midst of the swirling yellow sands. Over 20 fearsome magic wolves were encircling him, slowly closing in. The lead wolf, a fearsome wolf king, exuded an aura of bloody ferocity. Name, Desert Blood Demon Wolf. Health, 44,000. Level, LV19. Rank, Boss Level. Skills, Frenzied Wolf's Bite, Blood Transformation, Wolf King's Laser Cannon. Gazing at the creature's stats, Zhou Jun was somewhat astonished. He had not expected to encounter a boss-level monster upon entering the dungeon. After all, this was the outer region. No wonder it was said that the Valley of the Howling Winds was the most challenging novice dungeon in the Northgate area. The reputation was well-deserved. Yet, in the face of all this, Zhou Jun felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with excitement. Let us see what you've got, little treasure. A delighted smile graced his lips as he reached into the void with his right hand, summoning a pitch-black broadsword, crackling with arcs of lightning. In the next moment, before the pack of wolves could launch their attack, Zhou Jun transformed into a blur, diving into their midst. Swish! The blade flashed, and wolf blood sprayed. With over 7,000 points in strength attributes, Zhou Jun resembled a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, each strike delivering devastating force. With every swing, ensuring a magic wolf fell into a pool of blood. Experience points, 207. Experience points, 198. Experience points, 211. A stream of notifications flooded the screen. Due to Zhou Jun's ability to defeat monsters above his level and the additional 25 experience points granted by the Dragon Ascended set, the experience gained from each regular magic wolf was equivalent to that of a boss in the Dark Forest. What a splendid delight! Before he had even completed the wave of wolves, Zhou Jun leveled up to 12. At this moment, the boss-level Wolf King was thoroughly terrified. Gazing at the human before it with fear, its usually merciless eyes now betraying a desire to flee. However, Zhou Jun would not grant it the opportunity. He charged forward, wielding his Thunder Fury in a beautiful arc, slicing upward through the Wolf King. Greedy Strike. This blow was one of the 7 techniques from the immortal level skill, Judgment Rhapsody. 52,109. A prominent damage number floated into view as the health bar of the Desert Blood Demon Wolf was instantly depleted. The formidable boss-level creature had not withstood even a single strike, having not even had the chance to unleash its ultimate ability before collapsing into the yellow sands. Defeated the boss-level creature, Desert Blood Demon Wolf. Experience points, 531. Loot acquired, X1. Once again, a trio of notifications emerged, yet Zhou Jun paid them no heed. Resolutely charging into the throng of wolves until he had exterminated the last of the magical beasts. Moments later, he stood alone atop a mound of wolf carcasses, his bloodied blade in hand, calmly perusing the spoils of battle amid the howling winds. Among the loot was a vial of golden great elixir, which granted immunity to any form of control for a limited duration. It was a decent find, and Zhou Jun casually tossed it into his backpack. He then sought out a relatively clean patch of ground and retrieved the howling sky dragon egg. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to imbibe the restorative elixir while channeling the power of sublimation. Boom! An unprecedented wave of weakness washed over him. This was the first time since awakening his second talent that the side effects had been so pronounced. Though his complexion turned somewhat pale, his eyes shimmered with hope. He could sense that the results of this sublimation were extraordinarily promising. Congratulations! Your Howling Sky Dragon Egg has been perfectly sublimated into a Frost Feather Dragon Egg. Name, Frost Feather Dragon Egg. Grade, Immortal. Type, Magical Pet, Growth Direction, Dragon. Hatching Conditions, 3 drops of blood from a Divine Class Magical Beast. Description, the Egg of the Frost Feather Dragon. A ruler of the skies and a Divine Class Magical Beast, can grow to level 600 in its complete form, possessing unparalleled speed and formidable aerial combat skills. Its combat power will double when in icy terrains. Gazing at the attributes of this brand new dragon egg, Zhou Jun was utterly astounded. Chapter 45. Today, not a single monster shall escape. In the Windstorm Valley dungeon, Zhou Jun stroked the enormous dragon egg before him, scrutinizing its features. The egg stood over a meter tall. Its oval shape encased in a pristine white shell adorned with peculiar ice crystals, exuding an enchanting beauty. Frostfeather dragon, Zhou Jun murmured, as memories from his past life surged forth, culminating in an image of a majestic, snow-white dragon soaring through the skies. This vision was drawn from a news segment he had once watched on television about the Frostfeather dragon. He recalled a time when the entrance to the Frostfeather dragon's dungeon in the frigid mountains of the Northern Territories had shattered, resulting in a catastrophic incursion of magical beasts into reality, causing widespread panic. In response to this upheaval, the Federation dispatched over 100 elite fighters, each above level 400, along with countless modern troops and advanced weaponry to quell the chaos. The ensuing battle lasted nearly a month, with the Federation suffering heavy casualties, losing nearly all of its elite fighters, while the Frostfeather dragon continued to wreak havoc in the northern lands. Ultimately, it was only the intervention of the Celestial King, reigning from the starry skies, that subdued this divine-class boss. This incident had sparked tremendous uproar across Blue Star, marking the first encounter for many, including Zhou Jun, with the might of a divine-class beast. To think that the Frostfeather dragon, which had instilled fear in countless hearts in his past life, had now become his pet in this existence. Recollecting his thoughts, Zhou Jun could not help but smile, thoroughly pleased with the outcome of the sublimation. Once the Frostfeather dragon successfully hatched, it would accompany him for a long time, perhaps even joining him in soaring through the cosmos one day. However, the hatching conditions for this immortal-grade dragon egg required 3 drops of blood from a divine-class beast. After the initial thrill, Zhou Jun scrutinized the egg's description once more, furrowing his brow. The requirement for hatching was indeed somewhat extravagant. After all, the Frostfeather dragon was merely a divine-class beast. Yet it demanded the blood of creatures of the same caliber for its hatching. In terms of strength, Zhou Jun was not intimidated by the so-called divine classes. Although the most formidable magical beast he had defeated thus far was merely a statue, albeit one that had been weakened by his Starfall blade, he retained confidence in his ability to slay even creatures far superior to that statue. After all, while divine-class beasts were apex predators among magical creatures, his dual SSS-level talents positioned him as a paragon among humanity. On this front, they were equals. Moreover, Zhou Jun could continuously amplify his combat power through skills and equipment, a capability that magical beasts lacked. The fundamental difference between humans and beasts is that humans wield tools, a truth that has remained unchanged throughout history. Thus, Zhou Jun never doubted his strength. What truly troubled him was the quest for a divine-class boss. Typically, higher-tier magical beasts are born within high-level dungeons. The Frostfeather dragon, for instance, only exists in a super-hard dungeon at level 600. Dungeons below level 100 generally do not harbor beasts above the king class, unless in specific designated dungeons where certain hidden conditions are triggered. Much like their previous encounter in the gloomy forest, what was supposed to be an ordinary novice dungeon had inadvertently summoned a supreme-class statue. Even now, Zhou Jun remained uncertain of how they had triggered the hidden boss conditions. He speculated that it might have been related to their complete annihilation of the magical creatures in the core area of the gloomy forest, or perhaps the presence of an SSS-level talent among their ranks. In any case, triggering hidden levels within dungeons or secret realms was a challenging feat, often reliant on luck. Therefore, Zhou Jun found himself in distress. He possessed the skills to slay dragons, yet lacked a dragon to slay. He could only take one step at a time, hoping to find high-level magical beast blood in the trading market. If all else fails, he could always purchase some for his own sublimation. Zhou Jun sighed. While divine-class magical beasts were hard to come by, supreme-class beast blood would suffice for his purposes, as he could still achieve sublimation. For now, the hatching of the Frostfeather dragon had to be set aside. The most pressing matter was to resume his leveling up. Zhou Jun had just utilized the power of sublimation, leaving him somewhat pale, yet he felt no worry. His combat prowess was exceedingly high. Even if he could only exert half of his strength, he would remain unparalleled within this dungeon. Moreover, with the Ring of Eternal Vitality in his possession, his condition was recovering every moment. This weakness would soon dissipate. Drawing his blade from the carcass of a wolf, Zhou Jun strode forth, braving the fierce winds as he ventured deeper into the dungeon. As he walked, he allocated his points. Having just leveled up, his attribute limits expanded once more, as Zhou Jun transformed into a relentless machine of allocation, filling his attributes to the brim. His four-dimensional stats surged to an astonishing 7,500 points. The surging power coursing through his body alleviated much of his weakness. At first, Zhou Jun's spirits lifted, but upon glancing at his level, he could not help but grimace. Name, Zhou Jun level, LV12-3. The experience required for the next level had increased once again. Though he had just slain that magical wolf, which had granted him substantial experience, his overall experience bar had only increased by 3. Despite being prepared for this after his past experiences, witnessing it firsthand still elicited a sigh. The path to becoming a celestial slayer was indeed arduous. The further one progresses, the greater the accumulation of experience points required. Had Zhou Jun not been slaying monsters at an accelerated pace, his recent ascent from level 11 to level 12 would have been implausibly swift. Such shortcuts, however, are evidently unsustainable. As his level escalates rapidly, the disparity between him and the monsters within this dungeon diminishes correspondingly. The experience points earned from hunting these creatures will likewise decrease. There exists no remedy for this predicament. The only course of action is to slay as many as possible, to the point of a veritable bloodbath. Zhou Jun even resolved not to return to town until he reached level 18, opting instead to remain in the wild, guarding the dungeon and killing. After all, with 7,500 points of spirit, his vitality was boundless. He could easily go days and nights without sleep. As he was deep in thought, a dark rodent-like creature suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. Without breaking stride, Zhou Jun casually slashed the air with his blade, instantly dispatching it. Killed LV-17 yellow sandmouse. Experience points, 135. The sudden influx of experience flashed before him, yet it was dismally meager. At this rate, upon completing the dungeon, he would be fortunate to gain a single additional level. Should he return to town first to procure some monster attractant? Zhou Jun furrowed his brow at the paltry sum of experience points, pondering. He recalled the scene in the secret realm where Wong had summoned a beast tide. Such potions that attract monsters serve as a mobile repository of experience for a top-tier challenger like him, significantly reducing the time spent seeking out foes. However, the only issue is that while monster attractant is not expensive, it is classified as a banned substance in the Federation and is thus quite difficult to acquire. Only the black market occasionally stocks it. Zhou Jun did have connections to the black market, but he was uncertain whether he would find such a potion there today. Additionally, the time spent traveling would disrupt his leveling momentum. This left Zhou Jun in a quandary. Perhaps he should take it step by step, focusing on clearing the dungeon first. Perhaps he might even stumble upon a bottle of monster attractant from the monsters themselves. With a faint sigh, Zhou Jun resolved not to dwell further on it and pressed onward. The outer region of the Galewind Valley was not particularly vast. The wolf pack he had encountered upon teleporting in was likely the largest group of monsters in the vicinity. Consequently, as he traversed the route, he encountered increasingly fewer creatures. An hour later, fully rejuvenated, Zhou Jun finally stepped into the core area. This was a canyon encircled by towering cliffs, devoid of any vegetation or branching paths. With only a straight stony road filled with howling sand and wind, Zhou Jun was taken aback, and then enlightenment dawned upon him. He finally understood why the Galewind Valley was renowned as the most challenging dungeon of the Northern Gate mountain range. The terrain of this core area was utterly confounding. For several thousand meters, there existed only this single pathway for movement. This meant that all monsters within the core area would inevitably encounter the challengers who dared to enter, with no retreat available for either side. For ordinary challengers, this scenario was undoubtedly fraught with peril. Yet for someone like Zhou Jun, it was a rare paradise. It seemed there was no need to procure monster attractant. The heavens had already gathered the monsters for him. A grin spread across Zhou Jun's face, his eyes gleaming with a fervent bloodlust as he brandished his sword, positioning himself at the sole entrance of the canyon. Today, not a single creature shall escape. Chapter 46, The Blood-Melting God, Anubis. Amidst the fierce winds, the imposing figure wielding a great sword stood resolute at the canyon's entrance, exuding the aura of an indomitable guardian. Sensing the presence of a living being, the monsters within the canyon began to stir restlessly. A vulture, circling closest to Zhou Jun, rotated its cold-blooded gaze, testing the waters. It sensed the overwhelming vitality emanating from Zhou Jun, recognizing that this human was not to be trifled with. Yet its bloodthirsty instincts compelled it to dive down uncontrollably. After a brief hesitation, the beastly instinct ultimately triumphed over reason, and the circling vulture surged downwards, crackling with electricity, launching its assault on Zhou Jun's sizzle. Before the attack could land, a torrent of lightning descended, as if the wrath of the thunder god had been unleashed, overwhelming in its ferocity. 11. An unremarkable damage number appeared above Zhou Jun. Though the assault of this monster appeared daunting, it barely stirred the waters against Zhou Jun's epic-grade gear. He merely felt a tingling sensation. It neither pained him nor caused discomfort, but rather felt somewhat pleasant. 259. A faint green light flashed as the healing effect of the Ring of Eternal Life activated, instantly restoring Zhou Jun's health to full. The vulture's ferocious strike not only failed to inflict damage, but inadvertently cost Zhou Jun 248 health points. This left Zhou Jun, who had been preparing for a fierce battle, momentarily dumbfounded, rendered speechless. Simultaneously, a shrill cry echoed throughout the canyon, as the vulture seemed to finally comprehend the terrifying existence of the human before it, instantly harboring thoughts of retreat. But Zhou Jun would not grant it such an opportunity. With a cold chuckle, he unleashed a flash of lightning from his sword, propelling himself with tremendous force, leaping several meters into the air and delivering a decisive strike that sent the vulture crashing to the ground. Fury's descent. The sword technique, symbolizing wrath from the sect of seven sins, descended like a cataclysm, obliterating the vulture's health bar in one fell swoop. Killed LV 20 boss level monster. Corrupted Wind Eagle. Experience points, 316. To his surprise, this turned out to be a level 20 boss level monster, yielding over 300 points of experience. Zhou Jun's heart surged with delight. Indeed, the core area offered monsters of far greater value than the periphery. Now tasting the sweetness of victory, he felt invigorated. Gazing ahead at the sandy canyon path, all the monsters along the way appeared to him as mere bundles of experience points. An inexhaustible urge for slaughter blossomed within him. Zhou Jun took a deep breath, and in the next moment, he dashed forward with blinding speed, leaving a trail of afterimages on the ground. Flash. A powerful blow severed a hefty yellow python, which fell lifelessly. Another 200 points of experience were added to his tally. Zhou Jun didn't even glance at the python's corpse. Instead, he swiftly turned and kicked a charging rhinoceros monster several meters away, its massive body embedding itself into a nearby wall. Shatter. Although Zhou Jun had mastered the immortal-level sword skills, the bone-crushing effect remained exceptionally effective. Coupled with his attributes soaring to 30,000, this kick was immensely powerful, and even a golden-grade skill could deliver unparalleled results. The rhinoceros monster, embedded in the stone wall, struggled feebly before succumbing to its injuries. At that moment, after Zhou Jun had swiftly dispatched two ferocious monsters, the remaining creatures in the vicinity were filled with dread. However, rather than retreating, their bloodlust was amplified, driving them forward in a relentless wave of attacks against Zhou Jun. If one were to gaze from above, they would be astonished to discover that within this not particularly wide canyon, an innumerable horde of monstrous creatures is surging forth from the depths, racing toward Zhou Jun. The magnitude of this spectacle rivals that of a beast tide. Especially when viewed from behind, the sight is truly horrifying. Endless clouds of yellow sand swirl, with countless shadows of beasts flickering within, their roars echoing chaotically throughout the canyon, while the stones beneath tremble under the stampede of the creatures. It is as if the apocalypse has descended. Such a scene would surely terrify any novice skyslayer, leaving them quaking in fear, utterly stripped of any desire to resist, only wishing to flee for their lives. Yet, in the face of this terrifying spectacle, Zhou Jun's towering figure remains utterly unmoved. Armed with his fierce blade, his eyes reflect only a thirst for battle and exhilaration. To him, the endless swarm of monsters appears no different than mere paper. Kill. With a fierce roar, Zhou Jun charges forward, unleashing the 7 deadly sword techniques of lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride, as the light of his blade slices through the air, sending blood and flesh flying. A spectral golden dragon swirls around him, occasionally unleashing a terrifying breath of fire that incinerates everything in its path. At this moment, Zhou Jun resembles a deity of slaughter, advancing steadily against the tide of beasts, where silence reigns in his wake, no creature able to withstand his blade. I possess unparalleled strength, capable of slaying all monsters in this world. Zhou Jun has completely succumbed to his bloodlust, leaving a trail of carnage behind him. The canyon strewn with the remains of fallen beasts. With sheer will, he has pushed through the several-mile-long canyon. He seems tireless, continuously striking and withdrawing his blade. Time is lost to him. The sky darkens, his vision obscured by swirling sands, rendering day and night indistinguishable. At this moment, Zhou Jun stands at the deepest point of the canyon. He looks back. The long path of shattered stones is devoid of life. No beastly roars to be heard. Only the corpses of monsters lie scattered across the entire canyon. Zhou Jun has utterly flattened the core area of the Windstorm Canyon, except for the final boss. All monsters have fallen beneath his blade. The ferocity of his actions would leave even seasoned players of levels 20 or 30 trembling in fear. Defeated LV-19 Elite Monster, Frenzied Desert Rhino. Experience gained, 189. Defeated LV-20 Boss Monster, Four-Horned Wind Bull. Experience gained, 334. Defeated LV-18 Boss Monster, Flame-Fanged Hound. Experience gained, 241. Loot acquired, X1. In a corner of his vision, a flurry of kill notifications continues to flash. Zhou Jun, however, dismisses them with indifference, opting to mute the notifications and summon his personal panel to check his level. Level, LV-13, 7. He has leveled up again. The advantageous terrain of the Windstorm Canyon has afforded Zhou Jun significant benefits, with experience gained far exceeding his expectations, resulting in yet another level increase, a delightful surprise. As he prepares to confront the boss, Zhou Jun unhesitatingly maximizes his newly expanded attribute limits. Each of his 4 primary attributes has successfully reached 8,800 points. How terrifying! At merely level 13, he possesses the attribute values that would take others' arduous effort to achieve at levels 30 or 40, with an abundance of vitality surging within him. A rarity in the world, as his formidable strength pulsates. Indeed, the SSS class redistribution becomes increasingly formidable in the later stages. After all, while others train diligently, Even with daily physical exertion, they inevitably reach their limits, encountering various bottlenecks that hinder progress. Yet Zhou Jun can effortlessly maximize his attribute limits at each level. If this continues, he will one day surpass all of humanity throughout history, shattering galaxies with sheer physical strength, transcending into divinity. This is a path of invincibility, a path that solely belongs to Zhou Jun. He takes a deep breath, quelling the surging power within him, and casts a sharp gaze toward the circular pit before him. There, amidst the dim yellow sands, a humanoid figure slowly emerges, tall and slender. Adorned in ancient Egyptian-style metallic armor, it bears the head of a jackal, its eyes reflecting a semblance of humanity. Announcement: Challenger Zhou Jun has arrived at the abyss of the canyon within 3 hours, meeting the trigger conditions for a hidden level. The original final boss has been replaced by the king-level Anubis. Warning: Anubis's level is significantly higher than that of the dungeon challengers. Proceed with caution. As the imposing figure strides forth from the sands, 2 grand announcements resonate throughout the valley. Chapter 47. I wield a blade capable of burying gods. Yellow sand swirl. Winds sweep through the canyon. Zhou Jun, his armor stained with the blood of monsters, stands defiantly with his blade in one hand, resembling an unparalleled deity of slaughter. Not far before him, amidst the howling winds, the humanoid creature meets his gaze with an expressionless demeanor. Anubis, the legendary ancient Egyptian deity, possessing immense divine power. Known as the god of funerals, master of the underworld, Zhou Jun had not anticipated that by a twist of fate, he would inadvertently summon a hidden boss. Furthermore, perhaps due to the Windstorm Canyon being a relatively common dungeon, differing from the rules of secret realms, the system had even provided an announcement when triggering the hidden level, kindly warning him of the significant level disparity. This piqued Zhou Jun's curiosity, and he glanced at the creature's status. Name: Fallen Anubis. Health: 215,000. Level: 27. Rank: King. Description: the legendary master of the underworld, for reasons unknown, has lost his divinity and found himself in the Windstorm Canyon. Nonetheless, his power remains formidable. Upon discerning the specific panel information, Zhou Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. This so-called hidden boss, Anubis, not only approaches level 30, but also boasts a staggering health pool of 215,000. This is merely the basic information. As a king-level monster, his resistances, skills, and attributes remain unknown. However, recalling his previous encounter with a statue, Zhou Jun would not underestimate a humanoid monster again. Facing a level 13 against a level 27 king boss, this battle is destined to be arduous. He tightens his grip on the blade, regulates his breathing, and every muscle in his body quivers as he channels his combat prowess to its zenith. Human, you have summoned my true form. Your abilities are indeed remarkable. I offer you a chance. Take your own life, and I shall reclaim your soul for the underworld. Simultaneously, from within the yellow sands, Anubis, having scrutinized Zhou Jun, speaks in a most peculiar manner, articulating human words. Zhou Jun, unfazed, recognizes that many high-level monsters possess considerable intelligence, even the capacity for human conversation. Upon hearing Anubis's words, he merely raises an eyebrow, a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Just a little dog, and you dare to speak so boldly. Upon uttering these words, it is evident that Anubis's previously calm and proud demeanor has shifted to one of profound displeasure. As a deity with the head of a jackal, he harbored an intense disdain for being referred to as a mere canine, a designation he deemed an egregious affront. Humans, you have struck a nerve. Prepare to face the wrath of the underworld's reaper. Anubis thundered, suddenly brandishing a staff of dark brown in the swirling sands. In an instant, from the sand-laden ground, emerged arms wrapped in white cloth. Within mere breaths, like zombies resurrected from their eternal slumber, dozens of mummified abominations, swathed in bandages, crawled forth from the earth. Their limbs appeared grotesquely disjointed, their bodies ensnared in wrappings, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes, fixated on Zhou Jun's name, the Mummy of Despair. Health: 80,000. Level: 24. Description: loyal soldiers summoned by Anubis, the Reaper of the Underworld. Each mummy, though seemingly uncoordinated, moved with alarming speed, roaring as they lunged towards Zhou Jun. The scene was exceedingly bizarre, accompanied by a stench of decay that filled the valley with an aura of terror, overwhelming for most mortals. However, Zhou Jun, having traversed mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, was thoroughly imbued with the essence of the fallen, his composure as steady as a mountain. He charged forward, wielding his long sword against the advancing army of mummies. Zhou Jun's combat style was inherently aggressive. He detested passivity and was averse to probing tactics. From the very outset, he sought to seize the advantage, unleashing his full might to dominate his adversaries through sheer force of will. This confidence was emblematic of his status as an unparalleled prodigy, an embodiment of his own invincible path. In that moment, the blade gleamed with lethal intent, exuding an aura of death. Gluttony-s stab, greed-s provocation, envy-s tease, pride-s strike. A series of immortal-level sword techniques were deftly unleashed. Not a single mummy could withstand his onslaught. Severed limbs flew in all directions. Zhou Jun's remarkable agility allowed him to flit through the ranks of mummies like a specter, evading all incoming attacks. In swift maneuvers, he carved a bloody path through the horde. Humans, dare you to provoke me so? Behind him, Anubis, who had stood impassively amidst the sandstorm, visibly altered in demeanor. His eyes blazed with fury as he swung his staff, conjuring a massive tornado composed entirely of yellow sand, towering over 100 meters, its force overwhelming. The terrifying vortex, imbued with an aura of annihilation, rushed towards Zhou Jun with alarming speed. As it swept by, it uprooted rocks and sent debris flying, heralding destruction. Zhou Jun's expression shifted. He recognized this as a grand area of effect magical assault. Truly, a king-level boss, Anubis's might and array of skills were far beyond that of ordinary monsters. Yet, Zhou Jun remained undaunted. His physical attributes exceeded 10,000 points, bolstered by his epic armor, rendering his resistances formidable. He was no longer the novice who had required Wei Duoer's assistance to slay a mere bloodthirsty crocodile. With a surge of overwhelming power, he charged directly into the tempest. He was, in fact, braving it with his own flesh and blood. This was not mere bravado. He understood that his SSS-level combat talent, being his sole fighting affinity, endowed him with a physique of unmatched resilience. He was not merely a warrior of high attack and agility, but also a tank with substantial health and defense. 444, 421, 258. Upon entering the maelstrom, Zhou Jun's health visibly dwindled, yet he remained unfazed, striking with precision to eliminate the last remaining mummies around him. He was fully aware that such a large-scale AoE skill could not last indefinitely. With his vitality, complemented by the restorative effects of the Ring of Eternal Life, he could withstand this barrage of damage. As anticipated, mere seconds later, the cataclysmic tornado dissipated into nothingness. At that moment, Zhou Jun had breached the final defenses, now merely 10 meters from Anubis. The haughty jackal-headed god finally displayed signs of shock. Fixating on Zhou Jun, he brandished his staff and let out a piercing howl. "Human, I am the Reaper of the Underworld. How dare you offend the gods? Kneel and atone," Anubis bellowed. As a wave of crimson light radiated from his feet, enveloping the entire valley, an infinite aura of death swirled chaotically within. This was Anubis's ultimate skill, the domain of the Reaper, a rare form of mental attack, which could easily lead a typical challenger to despair and self-destruction. Yet, Zhou Jun was different. With a staggering mental attribute of 800 points, Anubis's psychological assault held no sway over him. "Little dog, you claim to be a Reaper. But do you know that I hold the utmost disdain for deities?" Zhou Jun maintained his composure, his voice cold as he advanced, gripping his sword. When he was 5 meters away from Anubis, a dazzling flash of lightning erupted from his blade, piercing the void. "I possess a strike that can slay gods." Chapter 48. Perfect Clearance, the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone, the Judgment Rhapsody. As the resplendent blade light flickered, the 7 deadly sins sword techniques were unleashed in their entirety. Zhou Jun's form split into 4, encircling Anubis with meteoric assaults. His speed was blinding, and each strike bore an indomitable force. Intriguingly, amidst the chaotic flurry of blades, there lingered an air of elegant nobility reminiscent of ancient European aristocracy. However, one should not be deceived by the grandeur of his swordplay. Each strike unleashed a devastating fury. "Cursed!" Anubis roared, his sharp howl echoing through the valley, as intricate runes glimmered upon his skin, momentarily enhancing his defenses. Yet, the might of an immortal skill was not something a mere king-level monster could withstand. Despite the disparity of over 10 levels and Anubis's own considerable resistances, it was still insufficient. The Judgment Rhapsody amplified damage by 200 during its activation, a characteristic potent enough to obliterate all of Anubis's defenses. Moreover, amidst Zhou Jun's rapid succession of strikes, the effects of the dragon's fury set triggered relentlessly. The breath of the dragon surged forth, each blow igniting fierce flames, effectively nullifying Anubis's regenerative capabilities. This relentless onslaught forced the legendary deity into a position where he could not retaliate. He raised his wolfish head, issuing an impotent roar of rage. As the lights danced and thunder rumbled, Zhou Jun completed his 7-fold sword technique, causing the 3 illusory doppelgangers to dissipate. At that moment, Anubis's health bar finally dwindled to nothing amidst his reluctant howls. Defeated the LV-27 king-level monster, Anubis, and cast him from his pedestal. Experience points, 2, 519. Loot, x2. Congratulations. You have cleared the LV-20 dungeon, Gale Valley, with a rating of SSS. Completion reward. Earned an additional 2,225 experience points. A cascade of notifications materialized before him. Zhou Jun drove the Thunder Calamity staff into the ground, using one hand to support the hilt of his sword as he gasped for breath. The violent rise and fall of his chest clearly indicated the substantial energy expended in unleashing his first immortal-level skill. After all, prior to this, He had engaged in relentless combat for several hours and had withstood Anubis's tempest unscathed. Yet, these were mere trifles. His formidable physique endowed him with an unparalleled recovery speed, allowing him to quickly regain his composure. Rather than dwell on his own fatigue, he found himself astonished by the might of Judgment Rhapsody as an immortal-level swordsmanship skill. Zhou Jun had anticipated its formidable efficacy in battle, but the sheer power unleashed upon activation astonished him beyond measure. A level 27 king-tier monster, boasting impressive resistances and damage reduction, was effortlessly vanquished in mere moments, despite Zhou Jun exceeding his level by over 10 ranks. If this scene were to spread, who would dare believe it? Even the divine kings of the starry skies would have struggled to achieve such a feat in their youth. It is crucial to understand that not everyone who attains an immortal-level skill can achieve the terrifying output he demonstrated. Zhou Jun's ability to eliminate Anubis in one strike was attributable not only to the overwhelming strength of his immortal skill, but also to his robust four-dimensional attributes. In this world, all skill damage caps are determined by the foundational four-dimensional attributes of the Slayer. The higher the four-dimensional attributes, the more potent the skill's effects. Just as a wooden sword wielded by a 3-year-old cannot compare in power to one wielded by an adult, the same principle applies to the Slayers. Four-dimensional attributes are the bedrock of all skill releases. Otherwise, how could top-tier powerhouses, during their novice phases, strive tirelessly to hone their foundations and enhance their four-dimensional attributes? Thus, the reassignment of SSS-level attributes is indeed exceedingly powerful. At this moment, exhaling deeply, Zhou Jun ceased his contemplations and turned his gaze toward his level. Anubis, true to its nature as a king-level boss, bestowed a bountiful experience reward of 2,519 points, filling Zhou Jun with immense satisfaction. The reward for clearing the hidden level was slightly less, yet still substantial at 2,225 points. The cumulative total resulted in a significant surge in his overall experience, bringing him tantalizingly close to reaching level 14. A smile of triumph graced his features as he shifted his attention to the glowing orb of loot. With Wei Duor, his little lucky star, absent, he had no choice but to open the chest himself. He reached into the orb, and upon a gentle touch, a bottle of elixir and a skill book materialized in his hand. Zhou Jun first examined the former. It was an exceptional grade elixir that promised a permanent increase of 500 points to his strength, spirit, and physique upon consumption. Frankly, the elixir's effects were quite impressive. In Blue Star, anything capable of permanently augmenting attribute points is exceedingly coveted. Alas, what others deemed invaluable attribute points were of little use to Zhou Jun, who found himself unable to exhaust them. The only purpose of this elixir would be to sell it for a bit of wealth in the trading market upon returning to town. Shaking his head, Zhou Jun casually tossed it into his spatial backpack and eagerly turned his gaze to the skill book. Name: Realm of the Nether. Grade: Mythical. Type: Spellcasting skill book. Effect: releases a field centered around oneself, inflicting a potent mental attack. Additionally, while within the field, all attributes are enhanced by 10. Cooldown: 1,000 seconds. Upon comprehending the skill book specifics, Zhou Jun's mind jolted with exhilaration. Finally, a worthy treasure had graced him. With a quality rating of mythical, it was a rare spellcasting skill book. The moment he read the skill's description, he instinctively recalled the crimson circle of light that Anubis unleashed in its final moments. Surely, the Realm of the Nether must be that very skill. To be fair, when Anubis activated this field, it inflicted no harm upon Zhou Jun, as his mental fortitude was sufficiently high to render him immune to its effects. Nevertheless, this did not detract from the fact that the Realm of the Nether was a formidable skill. A broad area spell attack, coupled with a beneficial effect, makes it an enviable asset in any context. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Jun decided to enhance it immediately. A familiar wave of weakness washed over him, though not as intense as when he had previously evolved the dragon egg. Before him, a finely crafted tome of parchment now floated gracefully. Name: Divine Forbidden Realm. Grade: Epic. Type: Spellcasting skill book. Effect: releases an absolute field centered around oneself, inflicting 2 consecutive powerful mental attacks. Furthermore, while within the field, all attributes are enhanced by 30. Cooldown: 370 seconds. The new effects unfolded before him, reminiscent of the previous Realm of the Nether, yet with significantly augmented values and a reduced cooldown. Zhou Jun nodded in satisfaction and promptly chose to learn it. Soon, a new epic-level skill appeared on his personal panel. Stretching lazily, Zhou Jun, feeling thoroughly content, opted to exit the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside, the sky had darkened. At the entrance to the Gale Valley dungeon, a figure crouched, a slowly burning cigarette dangling from his mouth, surrounded by discarded butts. Damn it! Has no one come to clear Gale Valley after a whole day? The man exhaled a puff of smoke, muttering curses under his breath. Glancing once more at the bright moon overhead, he finally resolved to leave. Just as he made up his mind to depart, however, he was suddenly captivated by a series of energy fluctuations emanating from the dungeon entrance behind him. He turned in astonishment to witness a blood-soaked figure emerging from the dark. mysterious vortex, exuding a palpable aura of carnage, as if a demonic deity had stepped forth. Yu. The man stood frozen in shock as he recognized the figure, his cigarette dropping to the ground unnoticed, his mouth agape, as if witnessing a scene he would never forget. Hey, you haven't left yet? Zhou Jun emerged from the dungeon, colliding headlong with the previously self-proclaimed high school student, his own surprise evident. What time is it? Isn't this person going home for dinner? However, faced with Zhou Jun's nonchalant inquiry, the high school student was utterly unable to maintain his composure. Brother. No, dude. God. How? How did you survive? His eyes widened, lips trembling, his words tumbling forth in a disjointed manner. I just cleared it and came out, Zhou Jun replied, looking at him as if he were a fool. At these words, the high school student's mind went blank. If he recalled correctly, this person had entered Gale Valley alone several hours prior. Yet now, he was being told that he had cleared it. Cleared the most challenging dungeon in the Northgate mountain range solo. Was this still human? The high school student found himself unable to remain calm, standing in the wind while grappling with the absurdity of life. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun paid him no mind, standing with his hands clasped behind him before the vortex, silently awaiting the dungeon's cooldown to conclude. A dungeon is not a place to be accessed without restraint. Generally speaking, a typical dungeon refreshes within 2 to 3 hours after its completion. The Gale Valley is the dungeon that offers the most experience points in the Northgate Mountains. In pursuit of leveling up, Zhou Jun plans to traverse the Gale Valley twice more tonight. In fact, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he intends to diligently tackle this dungeon over the next couple of days. Meanwhile, a high school student, whose astonishment had somewhat subsided, seemed to have divined Zhou Jun's intentions upon witnessing his actions, and exclaimed in utter surprise, Great One, you don't intend to conquer the Gale Valley once more, do you? Is there a problem? Zhou Jun replied, perplexed. The student appeared momentarily taken aback, then managed a bittersweet smile, saying, Great One, with your prowess, why bother competing with us for the Gale Valley? You could simply venture into the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone instead. The 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone? Zhou Jun blinked, now at a loss for words. Are you serious, Great One? You, such a formidable individual, are unaware of the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone? The student from the high school seemed even more astonished than Zhou Jun. However, after a brief moment, he seemed to piece something together, expressing with a hint of regret. Great One, I thought someone as strong as you must surely hail from a prominent family, for this Forbidden Zone is an exclusive hunting ground for noble prodigies. Ordinary folk seldom hear of its name. Zhou Jun furrowed his brow. From the words of this high school student, it was evident that the so-called Forbidden Zone was entirely beyond the comprehension of common people. At least, Zhou Jun had never heard of it. Although he belonged to the Zhou family, a prestigious clan in Linyuan City, he had not returned to that cold family in many years since leaving. Consequently, he had no access to many secrets reserved for the elite. In his previous life, despite struggling to reach level 54, he remained at the base of the pyramid relative to the vast federation. Thus, he truly knew nothing about the Forbidden Hunting Zone. Do elaborate, Zhou Jun said, placing his hands behind his back, sensing that this student was quite talkative. Certainly, the student, indeed a loquacious one, began to regale him. Great One, you cannot fathom the significance of this Forbidden Hunting Zone. It was proposed by the higher echelons of the Federation last year as a scheme to facilitate the rapid growth of youthful prodigies. The gist of it is to designate a specific area within some wild mountainous regions on Blue Star, where various Lord-level boss creatures are cultivated for the hunting of human geniuses, aimed at accelerating their leveling process. The revelation was astonishing, and the student continued. Due to its extraordinary nature, along with the fact that most geniuses originate from powerful families, this information remains highly confidential, inaccessible to ordinary people. Listening to the student's animated description, Zhou Jun felt a surge of excitement within. The cultivation of Lord-level boss creatures was an unprecedented endeavor. It is known that such creatures typically only respawn within dungeons. To manifest them in reality would require either special items or the collapse of the dungeon entrance, leading to the creature's spontaneous invasion of the real world. Either scenario demands a perfect confluence of circumstances, unless the Federation has mastered a method for mass production of Lord-level boss creatures. Now it makes sense why I haven't seen many of the privileged offspring of Linyuan City in the Northgate Mountains, Zhou Jun mused, stroking his chin. Having grasped a basic understanding of the Forbidden Hunting Zone, however, he suddenly questioned, but shouldn't it be called the Hunting Zone instead? Why is it referred to as the Forbidden Zone? Upon hearing this, the high school student let out a wry smile. That's because the Forbidden Zone applies to us common folk. His expression was one of discontent, tinged with bitterness. Within the Forbidden Hunting Zone, all creatures are of the Lord Boss caliber, posing immense danger. The Federation only permits entry to the offspring of prominent families, primarily due to the limited number of boss creatures available for cultivation, which cannot accommodate everyone seeking to level up. Furthermore, the likelihood of prodigies emerging from noble families is considerably higher. Thus, sharing such information with ordinary individuals serves no purpose. Even if someone accidentally discovers the existence of the Forbidden Zone, they would be barred from entry. Moreover, even those from prominent families who have not awakened extraordinary talents lack the qualifications to enter. Take me, for instance, though I hail from the Liu family, which is considered a second-tier family, my talent is merely A-grade, making it impossible for me to access the forbidden hunting zone. The student, Liu Baho, unconsciously lit another cigarette. Appearing somewhat melancholic, Zhou Jun, having finally grasped the concept of the forbidden hunting zone, paused for a moment before inquiring, "What is your name?" The high school student, unperturbed, candidly replied, "Great one, my name is Liu Baho." Liu Baho? Zhou Jun was taken aback, perplexed by the peculiar name. He was about to ask when the loquacious Liu Baho preemptively explained, "I am naturally cautious and always prefer to leave myself several avenues of retreat. Initially, my father named me Liu Yishio, but later realized that Isho was unworthy of me, hence the change to Bashu." As he spoke, a flicker of confidence appeared on Liu Bashu's face. And he chuckled, "For instance, in our expedition to the Gale Valley, I've prepared no less than 10 backup plans. I have stocked up on 20 to 30 types of potions and items, including a rare forced dungeon exit token to ensure that I can escape unscathed even in the face of unforeseen dangers within the dungeon. Otherwise, would I dare to loiter before the Gale Valley?" Listening to Liu Bashu's self-satisfied remarks, Zhou Jun fell into silence. This individual, though labeled timid, had the audacity to venture into the Gale Valley. While he could be seen as bold, his extensive preparations for retreat revealed a stark contrast to the fearless demeanor often exhibited by other prodigies. It was a rather contradictory disposition. Nevertheless, there was no denying that this uniquely characterized and garrulous Liu Baho had left a profound impression on Zhou Jun. At that moment, he glanced up at the sky and posed his final inquiry. "Why is it designated as the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone? Where is its location?" Liu Baho extinguished his cigarette on the ground and replied, "It is categorized by strength levels, and the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone is the most suitable for novices like us. I've heard that the creatures inside do not exceed level 30. As for the location," Liu Baho hesitated for a moment as if recalling, then said, "I believe number 98 is not far from here, in this vicinity." He produced an electronic map from his spatial backpack and marked the location for Zhou Jun. The 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone is not to imply that there are only 10 such zones. The designation is based on the ranking of the Lord Boss levels within them. In fact, numerous 10th Forbidden Hunting Zones exist across Blue Star, particularly in the southern region of Daxia, where there are a total of 18, with the nearest to Linyuan City being the one numbered 98. According to Liu Bashu's description, number 98 lies within a deep mountainous area situated between the cities of Linyuan, Jinling, and Luoxue. The prodigies from these three cities frequently come here to hone their skills. Great one, do you wish to venture into the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone? Liu Baho observed Zhou Jun's meticulous inquiries and surmised the essence of his curiosity. Zhou Jun, gazing at the map, nodded affirmatively at the relatively nearby location. Indeed, he harbored thoughts of venturing into the 10th Restricted Hunting Area, a domain teeming with Lord-level bosses, an irresistible allure. Rather than languishing at the Gale Valley waiting for respawns, it seemed far more advantageous to explore the 10th Restricted Hunting Area for potential opportunities. As for the so-called rule restricting access solely to noble offspring, he brushed it aside. After all, rules are rigid, yet humans are dynamic. The specifics would only become clear upon arrival. Furthermore, Liu Bashu's lengthy discourse was merely hearsay, as he himself had never set foot in the hunting area. These myriad reasons emboldened Zhou Jun's resolve. After all, the restricted area was not far from his current location, and attempting to explore it bore little risk. After expressing his gratitude to Liu Baho, Zhou Jun turned and strode towards the mountains. Meanwhile, Liu Baho stood rooted in place, watching the gallant figure of Zhou Jun recede into the distance, his heart a tumult of admiration and envy. It was some time before he finally departed from the northern mountain range. Several hours later, as the dawn light began to break, Zhou Jun, who had been traversing the forest, unexpectedly leveled up to 14. This was due to his chance encounters with several monsters of level 20 or above. Indeed, monsters do not dwell solely within dungeons. In fact, incursions of ordinary monsters into reality are not uncommon on Blue Star, often driven by various circumstances. Typically, these creatures conceal themselves in deep forests, rarely approaching human settlements, unless they are formidable boss-level monsters of over 100 levels, which exhibit overt aggression towards human territories. Upon filling his upgraded attribute cap, Zhou Jun found each attribute soaring to 10,200. His overall attributes surpassed an impressive total of 40,000. At this moment, Zhou Jun emanated a profound and formidable aura, exuding a sense of returning to one's true essence. No one would suspect that beneath his seemingly ordinary exterior lay a power of unimaginable magnitude. Exhaling a long stream of white vapor, Zhou Jun halted his steps, for he found himself before an unusual expanse of woodland, encircled by a tall electric fence. Following the line of the fence, he beheld two fortresses equipped with advanced weaponry and a massive steel gate in a broad area beyond. The 10th Restricted Hunting Area. Zhou Jun's eyes sparkled with recognition. He had indeed found the right place. He promptly advanced towards the portal, only to be surprised to discover that, apart from himself, several individuals resembling students were gathered there, all girls, adorned in what appeared to be expensive gear, their faces meticulously made up, exuding an air of nobility. To his astonishment, among the group was none other than his old acquaintance, Murong Shui from the Murong family, Zhou Jun. Murong Shui, noticing the approaching youth, momentarily froze, uttering the first words they had exchanged in years. Her utterance drew the attention of the two other girls beside her, who turned their exquisite gazes towards Zhou Jun. "Who is this dashing young man? And he knows our Shui?" inquired one tall woman with flowing waves, her eyes sparkling with a hint of playful charm. Although Zhou Jun appeared ordinary in attire, his features were striking, with well-defined contours. As he reached the entrance, he cast his gaze over the trio of girls. Besides Murong Shui, he recognized the tall woman. They had briefly teamed up in a dungeon due to a series of fortunate events in his past life. She was Lung Xiaoxiao, the sole daughter of the Lung family, proprietors of the Tianji Hotel in Lingyuan City, a family worth billions, emblematic of high society. As the only child, Lung Xiaoxiao was highly sought after in the circles of the second generation and enjoyed considerable popularity, clearly occupying the role of the leader among the trio. At Lung Xiaoxiao's playful jibe, Murong Shui's expression shifted slightly as she replied, "Xiaoxiao, this is Zhou Jun from the Zhou family." Zhou Jun. Lung Xiaoxiao blinked in surprise, her gaze shifting to Zhou Jun with newfound intrigue. Is this the boy that Shui once fancied? Being part of the same social circle as Murong Shui, she was aware that her friend had once harbored a youthful infatuation with a shining star, Zhou Jun, the former favored scion of the Zhou family. However, she had heard rumors of a downfall that led to his obscurity. To encounter him here today was unexpected. "So, you are the former heir of the Zhou family. You don't seem all that remarkable." As Lung Xiaoxiao contemplated Zhou Jun, the third girl among them candidly voiced her thoughts. She was not particularly tall, yet her delicate features were striking. Unlike the others, she donned an extravagant white dress rather than armor, adorned with globally renowned jewelry, unmistakably the attire of a pampered princess. Her tone, imbued with a haughty air, suggested she was accustomed to being doted upon at home. "Seems the Zhou family has truly fallen. I can't even regard Zhou Wang," she scoffed, shaking her head, her gaze towards Zhou Jun laced with unabashed disdain. She had anticipated that someone who had once captivated Murong Shui would possess extraordinary qualities, but upon their first encounter, she found Zhou Jun dressed in plain attire, devoid of any aura befitting a prodigy, as if he would make no waves in a crowd. This stark contrast to the talented youth she had encountered throughout her life left her sorely disappointed. Moreover, as a cherished jewel of a top-tier aristocratic family, possessing an exceptionally rare SS-level talent, she had grown up amidst adulation and admiration, cultivating an exceedingly arrogant disposition, which further diminished her regard for someone like Zhou Jun, a mere commoner. This attitude, however, rendered Lung Xiaoxiao somewhat uncomfortable. As a child raised in a business family, she had learned to read the room. While she might not excel in diplomacy, she was certainly capable of uttering the requisite pleasantries. Thus, she discreetly tugged at the haughty girl's sleeve, whispering, "You might want to tone it down a bit." "Tch." Wang Mantai scoffed, somewhat unconcerned, yet ultimately relented, sparing Lung Xiaoxiao's feelings by refraining from further remarks. Turning her gaze elsewhere, she dismissed the ongoing exchange. "Apologies, Mantai is just like that." Lung Xiaoxiao offered Zhou Jun an apologetic smile. "It's quite all right." Zhou Jun replied casually. He harbored no offense. After 3 lifetimes, his mindset was far from that of an impetuous youth. Do not mention Wang Manting. Even the feigned maturity of Lung Xiaoxiao appears to him as that of a mere child. At this moment, he finally cast his gaze upon Murong Shui. It had been quite some time since they last met. He nodded gently, acknowledging her presence. Despite seeing the youthful beauty of her visage once more, his heart remained untouched by any emotional upheaval. The memories of their past life drifted like ephemeral clouds, and the fondness of their youthful days had long since faded with the passage of time. In this life, his aspirations soared high, destined to traverse the cosmos. In contrast, Murong Shui seemed increasingly insignificant in his eyes. However, while Zhou Jun felt at ease, Murong Shui harbored a different sentiment. Confronted once again by someone she had genuinely admired years ago, a myriad of emotions surged within her. Her mind involuntarily recalled Zhou Jun's confident demeanor during his time at Feilong Tower just days prior. Although she later realized that his confidence stemmed from external connections rather than his own capabilities, she could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. With gritted teeth, she finally spoke after a prolonged silence. "You should not have come here. I do not know how you acquired information about the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone, but it is far too perilous for someone with your D-grade talent to navigate. Your only support is merely Elder Su from Feilong Tower. But in this Forbidden Zone, how could Elder Su possibly assist you?" Murong Shui's gaze was earnest as she addressed Zhou Jun. The Forbidden Hunting Zone was established by the Federation to cultivate young prodigies. Each level of the Forbidden Zone permits entry only to individuals of the corresponding level. Relying on the influence of family elders to gain assistance is utterly impossible. After all, The essence of training lies in personal effort. What the Federation seeks is true talent forged through trials of blood and fire, not those who merely ride on the coattails of others to level up. Thus, in Murongshue's eyes, Zhou Jun's appearance seemed utterly senseless, akin to someone obliviously courting death. Degrade. With such talent, you dare to enter the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone? Oh, I see now. You must be here to pursue Schwer. I advise you to reconsider. If you wish to win Schwer's favor, you must first assess your own worth. Although Wang Manting had previously turned her gaze away, she could not refrain from interjecting upon hearing these words, her tone dripping with disdain, clearly looking down upon Zhou Jun's actions. It was evident that she had misconstrued the situation. Upon hearing Wang Manting's remarks, Murongshue was momentarily taken aback, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Leng Xiaoxiao observed the unfolding drama with detached amusement. At this juncture, Zhou Jun finally spoke up. I have no intention of pursuing anyone. I am here solely to level up. Level up? Such a pleasant way to put it. As a D-grade talent, how do you intend to level up? Inside are all Lord-level bosses. Which one do you think you can defeat? Wang Manting continued her mockery. Even Murongshue, upon hearing this, furrowed her delicate brows. Zhou Jun, for the sake of preserving our dignity, let us not engage in grandiose claims any further. Depart now, and we shall pretend this encounter never happened. Her cold visage tilted slightly upward, her voice regaining a measure of indifference as she seemed displeased with those who spoke falsely. Yet, Zhou Jun was hardly swayed by her opinion. With a sudden cold laugh, he retorted, Murongshue, you are far too self-assured. Zhou Jun transformed, emanating an aura even more formidable than when he had served as the heir of the Zhou family. The world may have misjudged me yesterday, may misjudge me again today, and perhaps will misjudge me once more tomorrow. But so what? I remain who I am. His voice, though not loud, resonated with a deafening clarity. A chilling presence exclusive to the truly exceptional sweeping through the surroundings. Not even casting a glance at Murongshue, he turned and strode towards the entrance of the Forbidden Hunting Zone. Chapter 51. Zhou Jun's Qualification. As Zhou Jun's formidable aura emerged, the three girls present were momentarily taken aback. Murongshue found Zhou Jun's words echoing in her ears, her lips pressed tightly together, her expression a tumult of emotions. Had she been overly sentimental? As she gazed at the youth's retreating figure, his demeanor mirrored that of her memories from years past, complicating her feelings further, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. Perhaps it is best to let it go, Schwer. It is futile to advise a fool. He cannot discern his own limitations. So why should we waste our breath? Wang Manting remarked, hands on her hips, a cold smirk on her face. Although she had been startled by Zhou Jun's sudden display of power, upon regaining her composure, her preconceived notions led her to believe Zhou Jun was merely putting on a facade. Hearing Wang Manting's words, Murongshue loosened her grip on her hands hidden within her sleeves, her expression betraying a hint of contemplation. After a brief sigh, she ultimately reverted to her previous demeanor of indifference. Wang Manting then glanced at Zhou Jun, who was nearing the gates, a mocking smile curving her lips. I recall that to gain entry to the Forbidden Hunting Zone, one must pass a talent assessment, correct? Zhou Jun possesses only D-grade talent. How can he swagger so confidently, only to be turned away at the door? Her eyes gleamed with amusement, embodying a spectator eager for entertainment. Though Leng Xiaoxiao did not openly revel in Zhou Jun's predicament, she raised her beautiful eyes to observe him. She refused to believe that there were fools in this world. Zhou Jun's earlier display of power was no ordinary feat yet. The more she pondered, the more curious she became about the source of Zhou Jun's confidence. With her captivating eyes fixed on Zhou Jun's retreating silhouette, he soon arrived at the Iron Gate. Wang Manting, eagerly anticipating the spectacle, could barely contain her mirth. I relish watching scenes of inflated egos being deflated in an instant. Her tone dripped with scorn, exuding the arrogance of a noble mocking a commoner. Murongshue remained silent. Yet her exquisite features were etched with disappointment, clearly believing that Zhou Jun would soon be expelled. However, perhaps this was for the best. The 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone was fraught with peril, and preserving dignity now was preferable to risking one's life within. Under the watchful gazes of the three women, Zhou Jun, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached the Iron Gate, only to be halted by an officer clad in a captain's uniform, exuding a robust aura. Stop. This is a military-restricted area. The captain, in his early 40s with a trim physique, did not show any signs of contempt for Zhou Jun's attire or age. He simply stated the regulations in a businesslike manner. I wish to enter the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone. What conditions must I fulfill? Zhou Jun inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. He was straightforward in expressing his intentions. Upon hearing this, the captain displayed no visible surprise but patiently explained, since you are aware of the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone, you must also understand its dangers. If you wish to enter, you must first prove you possess the requisite strength. In other words, we need to assess your talent. Very well, Zhou Jun nodded, his expression tranquil. True gold fears no fire. As long as there is a way in, that is sufficient. The captain, noting Zhou Jun's calmness, harbored a hint of skepticism. After a moment, he retrieved a tablet from his spatial pouch. The process of proving one's strength was not as complex as Zhou Jun had envisioned. It merely involved verifying the individual's personal information. As long as all criteria were met, there would be no issues. With Zhou Jun placing his thumb on the tablet to scan his fingerprint, his personal information page appeared before the captain's eyes. Unexpectedly, the captain merely cast a glance, yet his pupils instantly contracted, revealing an unmistakable expression of shock. The information page before him boldly displayed: name, Zhou Jun; age, untraceable; hometown, untraceable; talent, untraceable; past experience, untraceable; remarks, insufficient clearance for access. This citizen's data has been encrypted to Azure Dragon level. In the brief span of a single page, apart from a name, everything else was obscured. The conspicuous remark sent a chill coursing through the captain's veins. Azure Dragon level encryption. Who exactly was this youth before him? The captain scrutinized Zhou Jun, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. At his rank, though still far from the upper echelons of the Federation, he had gained a vague acquaintance with matters beyond the comprehension of the ordinary. Hence, he understood all too well the implications of Azure Dragon level encryption. This was a protective measure enacted by the Federation for certain extraordinary individuals. In other words, this seemingly ordinary youth was, in fact, a significant figure already acknowledged by the upper echelons of the Federation. Yet, as a mere captain, he was leagues away from accessing Azure Dragon level files. Contemplating this, the captain's gaze towards Zhou Jun was imbued with newfound respect. Suddenly raising his hand in salute, he declared, "Mr. Zhou, I beg your pardon. You, of course, possess the qualifications to enter the hunting zone." His voice resonated, echoing through the vicinity. Even the numerous young women nearby, who had been observing the scene, could hear him clearly. Subsequently, Wang Manting, who had initially anticipated a spectacle, was utterly taken aback. Her face shifted through shades of disbelief, struggling to comprehend how Zhou Jun could qualify for the restricted hunting area and command such deference from the captain. Just moments ago, when the three of them had validated their qualifications, the captain had maintained a cold and impersonal demeanor. Yet, the very Zhou Jun she had disparaged as worthless received such esteemed treatment. Did this not imply that she, the esteemed second daughter of the Wang family, was deemed inferior to a discarded pawn in the captain's eyes? Proud and haughty, Wang Manting, who had been egotistical since childhood, found it nearly impossible to accept this, her entire being trembling with indignation. Meanwhile, the ever-quiet Lung Xiaoxiao watched with a glimmer of intrigue in her alluring eyes. This individual was indeed no ordinary person. As a daughter from a family of merchants, Lung Xiaoxiao exhibited a maturity far beyond Wang Manting. Having gleaned a great deal of insight from her father regarding the art of discernment, she increasingly concluded that Zhou Jun was far more complex than he appeared. As for Murong Shui, she stood rooted in astonishment, her typically aloof expression now one of bewilderment. How could this be? She too was perplexed, unable to fathom the situation. In her eyes, Zhou Jun's only advantage was the steward of Filong Tower. However, no matter how powerful Filong Tower was, it could not influence matters concerning the hunting zone. Why, then, would the officer show such respect to Zhou Jun? Swear, is this fellow truly of D-level talent? Surely, your information cannot be erroneous? Wang Manting bit her silver teeth and inquired of Murong Shui. Murong Shui found herself momentarily uncertain, as she had only heard such claims from Zhou Tong. Although Zhou Tong was known for his irreverence, he had no reason to jest about such matters. Moreover, Murong Shui had discreetly inquired afterward, confirming that Zhou Jun had indeed registered as a D-level talent at the 5th Institute, with thousands of eyes bearing witness. There could be no mistake. Perhaps he possessed some fortuitous skill that elevated his status? Just then, Lung Xiaoxiao's voice broke the silence. The other two girls were momentarily taken aback, then began to find some validity in her words. While talent constituted the most significant measure of a person's strength, mastery of a formidable skill could substantially enhance one's standing. Particularly during the novice phase, when everyone was still developing, possessing a powerful skill would confer a considerable advantage. I was expecting something truly remarkable. If he merely relied on skills to gain entry into the hunting zone, that hardly signifies any real prowess. Wang Manting, seemingly attempting to reclaim her dignity, scoffed once more. As a noblewoman from a prestigious family, she believed her skills were at least comparable to her peers. Upon hearing her friend's words, Murong Shui's brow furrowed deeply. Was it truly so? She found herself uncertain of the facts. Regardless, one thing was clear. Zhou Jun had indeed passed the strength assessment. Meanwhile, at the imposing steel gates, Zhou Jun, having successfully validated his qualifications, inquired further. May I enter now? Certainly. However, the hunting zone requires a minimum group of 5 to commence, and we are currently 1 short, the captain replied respectfully. Yet his words surprised Zhou Jun. What a bunch of simpletons. Did you think we were merely standing here for no reason? Wang Manting, overhearing, let out a derisive laugh, casting Zhou Jun a look laced with a sense of superiority derived from the information gap. Yet, in truth, they had only learned this information slightly ahead of Zhou Jun. Wang Manting harbored a palpable disdain for Zhou Jun and aimed to belittle him with her remarks. On the other hand, Zhou Jun dismissed Wang Manting's taunts. his brow furrowing involuntarily. He had not anticipated that entering the hunting zone would come with a numerical limitation. It seemed Liu Beihe's intel was still lacking in comprehensiveness. The captain, noticing Zhou Jun's evident confusion, understood that this youth, whose file was encrypted at Azure Dragon level, was unfamiliar with the rules of the hunting zone. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to offer a clarification. Mr. Zhou, the hunting zone is exceedingly perilous, and unlike the realms of the secret world, where one enjoys immunity from death, the Federation has imposed restrictions on entry, mandating a minimum of 5 individuals per group. The Federation's intention is that, should any danger arise, the team can support one another, thereby minimizing casualties. The captain did not shy away from revealing the explicit regulations. However, upon observing Zhou Jun's deeply furrowed brow, he leaned in slightly and added in a hushed tone, "In truth, this is merely the official guideline. If Mr. Zhou possesses the absolute strength to sweep through the hunting zone, accustomed to working alone, you may certainly detach from the group once inside." Such words, as a captain of the Federation, he should not have uttered. Yet, recognizing Zhou Jun's Azure Dragon level encrypted file and his youthful demeanor, he inferred from past experiences that the youth was likely a talent of SSS level and thus felt compelled to offer this advice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun's expression shifted to one of understanding. It appeared that the Federation's regulations were not as rigid as they seemed. Due to the dangers of the hunting zone, most of the prodigies venturing here were of S level, necessitating forced team formation with a minimum of 5 participants. However, beyond this, there existed unwritten rules, allowing individuals of SSS level strength to enter and subsequently break away from their teams to hunt solo, with the Federation turning a blind eye to such occurrences. Moreover, the dynamics of team formation in Blue Star differed significantly from those in Realms and Dungeons. In the realm of the game, forming a party is a tangible process, executed through system-generated invitations akin to a covenant, which facilitates the equitable distribution of experience points acquired from hunting monsters. However, in reality, the option to form parties does not exist. Thus, the so-called teamwork upon entering the forbidden hunting zone is merely a verbal agreement. Consequently, should one wish to depart from the group, they may do so freely, without any reservations. Chapter 52. The thoughts of Zhao Tai before the entrance to the forbidden hunting zone. Zhou Jun contemplated all of this and ceased further discourse, patiently awaiting the arrival of the last member to complete their quintet. Meanwhile, Wang Mantai, who harbored a palpable disdain for Zhou Jun, crossed her arms and let out a sardonic huff, remarking, "I never expected the last addition to our wild party would be a slacker. Thankfully, I had the foresight to invite Zhao Tai. Otherwise, I fear that the 3 of us girls would hardly make it far in this forbidden zone." Evidently, Wang Mantai regarded Zhou Jun as nothing more than a hapless teammate randomly matched in a game, her words dripping with disdain. Zhou Jun, however, did not spare her a glance, dismissing the need for a rebuttal. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. "Mantai, do refrain from such remarks. We are all teammates here. Why create unnecessary tension?" It was the ever-courteous Lung Xiaoxiao, who had consistently treated Zhou Jun with respect, stepping forward to admonish Wang Mantai. She then turned to Zhou Jun, offering an apologetic explanation. "Young Master Zhou, please disregard her. She is merely a young girl throwing a tantrum." One must admit, Lung Xiaoxiao possessed a remarkable talent for navigating social dynamics. Yet, upon hearing her words, Wang Mantai's displeasure was palpable. As her close friend, Lung Xiaoxiao's repeated attempts to distance herself from Mantai irked her greatly. With a scrutinizing gaze, she suddenly quipped, "Tell me, Xiaoxiao, could it be that you have taken a fancy to this fellow, always defending him?" At this statement, both Lung Xiaoxiao and Murong Shui were taken aback. "Are you looking for trouble?" Lung Xiaoxiao retorted, raising her small fist in mock anger. Meanwhile, Murong Shui felt an inexplicable discomfort wash over her upon hearing Wang Mantai's words. "My apologies for being late." Just as the atmosphere became increasingly awkward, a voice resonated from below the hillside. The group turned to see a well-dressed young man ascending towards them. He exuded an extraordinary aura, a subtle smile gracing his lips, presenting an air of amiability. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a flicker of harshness in his gaze, revealing that he was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. "Zhao Tai, if you don't hurry, Xiao might get snatched away." Wang Mantai seemed quite familiar with the young man, immediately standing beside him as if to report. Her tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Her gaze intentionally lingered on Zhou Jun, evoking a sense of mischief. "Mantai, you have a penchant for saying the most outrageous things." Lung Xiaoxiao shot a glare at Wang Mantai, her expression a mixture of annoyance and reproach. Murong Shui, upon hearing these remarks, pressed her lips together, her mind lost in thought. As the approaching young man caught wind of Wang Mantai's words, his gaze naturally fell upon Zhou Jun. Initially taken aback, he seemed surprised to find a second male among the 3 women. Soon after, a trace of barely perceptible ire flickered in his eyes. As the eldest son of the Zhao Corporation, a renowned S-rank prodigy and heir to a $10 billion conglomerate, who in the upper echelons of Linyuan City was unaware of his relentless pursuit of Lung Xiaoxiao. Though Lung Xiaoxiao had never reciprocated his affections, it did not diminish the fact that he had already regarded her as his personal treasure. This time, he had enlisted the aid of his childhood friend Wang Mantai, going to great lengths to secure a chance to team up with Lung Xiaoxiao in the forbidden hunting zone. He had envisioned showcasing his prowess within the zone to win her heart. However, upon arriving, he was greeted with the disheartening news relayed by Wang Mantai. Setting aside any potential relationship between Zhou Jun and Lung Xiaoxiao, the mere presence of another man was enough to provoke his annoyance. Mantai, what on earth is happening here? Countless thoughts raced through his mind, yet Zhao Tai's expression remained inscrutable. His demeanor relaxed as he smiled at the women and discreetly inquired of Wang Mantai. To enter the forbidden hunting zone, we need a group of 5. This fellow's name is Zhou Jun, formerly of the Zhou family. Wang Mantai did not conceal the information, swiftly summarizing the situation in hushed tones, particularly emphasizing Zhou Jun's background and Lung Xiaoxiao's unusual attitude towards him. Naturally, her narrative was tinged with personal bias. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tai's expression lightened considerably. When he looked back at Zhou Jun, his eyes now held a hint of disdain. He had initially expected this unexpected newcomer to impress Lung Xiaoxiao, perhaps someone of significant stature. To his dismay, he discovered that Zhou Jun was merely a discarded pawn, cast out by his family, and had only awakened a D-rank talent. Such a character was hardly worthy of polishing Zhao Tai's shoes. Consequently, Zhao Tai felt an overwhelming sense of relief. In his estimation, he could never be overshadowed by such a minor player. If it were Zhou Wang, perhaps he would feel some pressure, but Zhou Jun? He would merely serve as a stepping stone. Zhao Tai mused inwardly, regarding Zhou Jun with palpable contempt. Beauty has always favored heroes. What does it matter if we're on the same team? Once we enter the forbidden hunting zone and encounter those lord-level bosses, he might very well soil his pants in fear. In contrast, Zhao Tai believed that merely demonstrating his strength would starkly contrast with Zhou Jun, making it effortless to win over Lung Xiaoxiao. As Zhao Tai's thoughts whirled, he even devised a strategy. He stepped forward and addressed Zhou Jun, my friend. Every encounter is fated. Since Xiaoxiao does not mind you, I shall also respect her judgment. However, once we enter the forbidden zone, please do not hinder us too much, as I fear I may not be able to look after you. His words flowed smoothly, seemingly embodying the demeanor of a noble scion, yet each sentence concealed a blade, subtly elevating his own status at Zhou Jun's expense. Zhou Jun, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, chose to disregard Zhao Tai entirely. From the moment Zhao Tai made his entrance, he had perceived the hostility directed at him, followed by the sudden ease and condescension upon learning of his background. He was acutely aware of Zhao Tai's veiled barbs, all too clear in his eyes. Having lived 3 lifetimes, Zhou Jun understood Zhao Tai's intentions well. Attempting to elevate his standing in the eyes of the girls through belittlement was a tiresome tactic. Zhou Jun had no interest in engaging with such antics. His sole desire was to progress swiftly into the hunting zone and level up. At this moment, upon realizing that Zhou Jun had completely ignored him, Zhao Tai's expression darkened slightly. Very well, you have quite the bravado. Let us see if you can maintain that demeanor when faced with those bosses in the forbidden zone. Zhao Tai thought unpleased, yet outwardly, he maintained a facade of cultivated elegance. Since our friend here is not inclined to converse, I shall proceed with the formalities for entering the forbidden hunting zone. He proactively stepped forward to address the 3 ladies, his tone already suggesting that he considered himself the captain of the squad. After concluding his remarks, he approached the captain with an air of confidence, showcasing the demeanor befitting a scion of a prestigious family. Alas, the 3 ladies behind him, with the exception of Wang Manting, scarcely paid him any heed. Lung Xiaoxiao subtly inched closer to Zhou Jun, whispering, I'm truly sorry. I intended to ease the tension between you and Manting, but I never anticipated encountering such a situation. Her eyes were filled with remorse. Having accompanied her father to various business affairs since childhood, she was not deceived by Zhao Tai's petty antics, and she harbored a strong dislike for his scheming nature. It's of no consequence, Zhou Jun replied, shaking his head, dismissing Zhao Tai entirely. In his eyes, individuals like him, who merely indulged in hedonistic pursuits and the chase of women, were utterly unworthy of the title of talent. Even to compete with him was a form of insult. Naturally, Zhou Jun had no inclination to engage with such a character. Not long after, Zhao Tai returned, brimming with self-satisfaction, brandishing the completed paperwork. This officer is quite amusing. Initially, he wore a stern expression, but upon learning that the 5 of us would enter the restricted hunting zone, his demeanor turned remarkably cordial. He must have discovered my identity while checking the documents. A smug smile graced Zhao Tai's face. His posture straightened as if he were basking in glory. His gaze lingered on Zhou Jun, either intentionally or inadvertently, as if to flaunt his authority. He is merely a captain, among those present, whose family background could not overshadow him. Wang Manting chuckled at Zhao Tai's recounting, exhibiting the arrogance characteristic of the elite. Murong Shui remained silent, yet her expression suggested tacit agreement, as if it were a matter of course. The only one among them whose brow furrowed was Lung Xiaoxiao. Rather than being swayed by Zhao Tai's ostentatious display, she felt a growing aversion towards him. How utterly presumptuous. A mere captain, supported by the Federated Army, achieved his current standing through bloodshed on the battlefield. And being assigned to guard the restricted hunting zone clearly indicated he possessed a formidable web of connections within the military. How could he possibly fear a young scion of a wealthy family? It was likely that his true change in attitude stemmed from another source. Lost in thought, Lung Xiaoxiao's gaze quietly shifted to Zhou Jun. Memories of the military salute the captain had rendered him during the qualification verification replayed in her mind. It was evident that the officer's sudden shift in demeanor was likely due to Zhou Jun's mysterious identity, which only deepened her curiosity. What had transpired over the years that transformed the once oppressed young master, forced to leave his family, into someone so extraordinary? Initially perceived as a mere fallen noble, today's encounter revealed layers of exceptionalism about him. As Lung Xiaoxiao contemplated, her intrigue in Zhou Jun intensified. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun remained unfazed throughout, indifferent to the scrutiny of those around him. The curiosity of Lung Xiaoxiao and the subtle pressures exerted by Zhao Tai were trivial in his eyes. This reflected a profound disparity in mindset. It was akin to a colossal sea creature that had ventured into shallow waters, unconcerned with the thoughts of the small fish around it. Zhao Tai and Wang Manting were simply beneath his notice. Had true prodigies like Yan Lai or Hao Qian been present, Zhou Jun might have regarded them with the respect they deserved. But Zhao Tai? He was not worthy of such consideration. Unbeknownst to Zhao Tai, he misinterpreted Zhou Jun's silence as a sign of being intimidated by his perceived authority, which only inflated his sense of self-importance. With this fool as my stepping stone to highlight my uniqueness, capturing Lung Xiaoxiao should be a trivial endeavor, he mused, feeling quite clever. Little did he know, Lung Xiaoxiao's emotional and intellectual acuity far surpassed his own. Her discerning gaze had already seen through his clumsy attempts at belittlement, and she had mentally marked him down. A rumble echoed as the massive iron gate slowly swung open, unveiling the entrance to the 10th restricted hunting zone before them. Ladies, once we enter, ensure you stay close to me. A lord-level boss is not to be trifled with, Zhao Tai declared, positioning himself at the forefront as if he were the leader of the team, donning a self-satisfied smile as he addressed Lung Xiaoxiao and the other girls. He then directed a pointed look at Zhou Jun, adding, Brother Zhou, my capabilities are limited, so I can only prioritize the protection of the ladies. Please don't hold it against me. Though his words seemed grandiose and innocuous at first glance, they were laced with veiled condescension, subtly undermining Zhou Jun while elevating his own image as if he were exceptionally capable. Yet, Zhou Jun remained indifferent to Zhao Tai's insincere remarks, continuing to walk toward the hunting zone's entrance with his hands in his pockets. This display evidently caused Zhao Tai's composure to falter once more, his gaze toward Zhou Jun now tinged with a colder animosity. Damn it, ignoring me time and again. What right does this discarded pawn have to act so arrogantly? Just wait until we enter the hunting zone. Watch how I put you in your place. Suppressing his irritation, Zhao Tai forced a refined smile, leading Wang Manting and the other ladies to catch up with Zhou Jun as they all stepped into the restricted hunting zone together. As the gates slowly closed behind them, a dense, primordial forest emerged before their eyes. The 10th restricted hunting zone was vast and did not conform to their expectations of being teeming with magical beasts upon entry. In fact, at first glance, there was not a single trace of life to be seen. Everyone, including Lung Xiaoxiao, was perplexed. At this moment, Zhao Tai took center stage once more, speaking confidently. While there are many lord-level bosses in this hunting zone, their distribution is quite irregular. Some areas are abundant, while others are scarce. Currently, we find ourselves on the periphery, where no magical creatures reside. Upon hearing this, Wang Manting immediately furrowed her brow. Isn't that purely a matter of luck? This hunting zone is so expansive, what if we don't encounter many bosses throughout the day? Wouldn't that render our journey futile? As her words left her lips, a heavy silence fell upon Lung Xiaoxiao, Murong Shui, and even Zhou Jun, all feeling a sense of foreboding. They had traveled a long distance for the allure of the hunting zone, filled with lord-level bosses, only to be informed that their distribution was erratic. Their chances of hunting depended solely on luck. This revelation unsettled even Zhou Jun, who was typically composed. Plans were easily derailed by unforeseen circumstances. Very well, since we are already here, we might as well take a chance, Zhou Jun thought to himself, intending to part ways with this group to seek out bosses independently. Just then, Zhao Tai suddenly interjected. Ladies, do not rush. Knowing the irregular distribution of monsters in this forbidden hunting area, would I arrive unprepared? Although this project is classified as a top secret by the Federation, the influence of the Zhao family is quite formidable. Prior to my arrival, my father provided me with coordinates indicating the gathering locations of high-tier lord bosses. His expression radiated pride, as if he were reveling in his uniqueness, eager to garner admiration and attention from the women around him. Upon hearing this, everyone was indeed taken aback. Wang Manting, with a beaming smile, exclaimed, Impressive Zhao Tai. You've even obtained the distribution map of the monsters in the forbidden hunting area. Zhou Jun, who was initially planning to leave, paused with a soft gasp, astonished that this seemingly frivolous playboy had accomplished something commendable. The planning map of monsters in the Forbidden Zone was indeed an unexpected delight. Chapter 54, Arrival at the Coordinates, Yang Family of Jinling. The 10th Forbidden Hunting Area. Amidst a dense forest, Zhou Jun and his party of 5 walked along a narrow path. An hour had passed since they entered the Forbidden Zone, yet they had not encountered a single boss. Instead, they spotted 2 wild rabbits. Wang Manting, appearing as if on a leisurely outing, was ecstatic upon seeing the rabbits. She swiftly dispatched one with a low-tier magical skill, claiming it was merely practice. Her demeanor was akin to that of a pampered young lady enjoying a countryside excursion, completely devoid of any sense of urgency for training. Zhou Jun couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. She was nothing more than an ignorant child, raised in an environment of luxury, fostering a haughty and arrogant disposition. While she seemed to be someone of significance, in reality, she was a complete underachiever, lacking the skills to match her lofty aspirations. If she were to be cast alone into this forbidden area, she would likely not survive 3 days. Such a mindset renders even an SS-level talent futile, Zhou Jun mused. Having painstakingly ascended to level 54 in his previous life, a relatively modest achievement, he had gleaned a profound truth. The measure of a true powerhouse is not solely based on talent, which constitutes only half the equation. More critical are one's capabilities, temperament, and courage. There is ample evidence from the history of the deities among the stars. Each one carved their path through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Many of these deities did not possess SSS-level talents. Take, for instance, the Shadow God. Her talent is comparable to Wei Duer's, merely an S level. Yet today, she safeguards a realm of stars for humanity, revered by countless mortals. During her rise, many peers with SSS-level talents emerged, but in terms of temperament and strategy, they ultimately fell short. Thus, the victor who traversed the cosmos, triumphantly asserting dominance, was she, the S-level Shadow. Such examples unequivocally demonstrate that while one's talent may be lacking, their character must meet the requisite standards. Wang Manting before him was a prime example of what not to emulate. Her talent surpassed Wei Duer's, yet their performances were worlds apart. Zhou Jun was certain that beyond level 100, the chasm in their accomplishments would be as vast as heaven and earth. Unless someone of great insight were to guide Wang Manting towards self-awareness and a change of character, she would have little chance for redemption. Of course, Zhou Jun had no intention of playing the role of that mentor. Setting aside the fact that they were not related, even if he were to kindly point out her shortcomings, she would likely dismiss him with mockery. Therefore, he opted to respect her fate, allowing her to continue in her ignorant arrogance, gradually falling behind everyone else, which he considered quite acceptable. With such thoughts in mind, Zhou Jun leisurely trailed behind, akin to an invisible observer, watching the antics of the others ahead. Zhao Tai forged ahead, incessantly chattering, offering commentary on everything they encountered, as though such discourse could showcase his erudition. However, apart from Wang Manting's cheerful applause and Murong Shue's occasional attentive glance, Leng Xiaoxiao remained utterly indifferent, appearing as though she were lost in another realm. This struck Zhou Jun as somewhat amusing, as if he were a spectator enjoying a comedic performance. After another half-hour of travel, they finally encountered their first monster, a level 15 Lord Boss. The moment Zhao Tai laid eyes on the boss, a look of sheer delight washed over his face. Ladies, it seems we have moved beyond the outer region. From this point forward, we shall encounter an increasing number of Lord-level bosses. The coordinates my father provided are home to numerous high-tier bosses, the weakest among them being level 25. We are not far from that location. His face beamed with joy as he conjured a blue ice spike and hurled it at the Lord Boss. With a tremendous crash, the monster's health plummeted by a quarter, its massive form ensnared by a chilling effect, rendered immobile. Seeing his attack succeed, Zhao Tai's expression transformed into one of smugness as he proudly declared, "Rest assured, ladies, this monster poses no threat to you. I alone can vanquish it." As he spoke, he unleashed a barrage of attacks, taking nearly half a minute to finally defeat the level 15 Lord Boss. Xiao Xiao, did you see that? If you're looking for a boyfriend, it should be someone like Zhao Tai. He took down a level 15 boss with ease. Unlike certain individuals who merely dragged the team down, Wang Manting crossed her arms, staunchly defending her childhood friend. Growing up in the same circle, she clearly supported Zhao Tai's pursuit of Leng Xiaoxiao. Moreover, while playing the supportive role, she did not hesitate to take a jab at Zhou Jun. After all, with only 2 males in the group, highlighting the strengths of the formidable required a contrast with the weaker. Upon hearing this, Leng Xiaoxiao's elegantly arched brows knitted together. She disapproved of Wang Manting's matchmaking attempts between herself and Zhao Tai, yet objectively speaking, Zhao Tai's performance in single-handedly dispatching the boss was commendable, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Haha, it was merely a stroke of luck. In terms of strength, perhaps Zhou Jun here far surpasses me. Manting, it would be wise not to speak recklessly. Zhao Tai, basking in Wang Manting's timely support, cast a challenging glance at Zhou Jun, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Come now. With a D-level talent, whether he can even breach the defenses of a Lord-level boss is questionable. Wang Manting shot a derisive glance at Zhou Jun, her lips curling into a smirk. Witnessing this unfold, Zhou Jun's gaze remained indifferent, filled with contempt. For monsters of this caliber, he could dispatch them with a single strike, achieving a genuine instant kill. Yet Zhao Tai, after expending a plethora of skills, took half a minute to fell the beast, leaving Zhou Jun perplexed as to where such confidence to boast originated. Zhao Tai, are you done yet? Zhou Jun is also my friend. Are you dissatisfied with him or with me? If it's the latter, I can leave with Zhou Jun and form our own team. Just as Zhou Jun was about to voice his thoughts, Lung Xiaoxiao preemptively erupted. As a strikingly beautiful woman with an air of icy elegance, her anger radiated a powerful aura that rendered Wang Manting speechless. Zhao Tai was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting between shades of green and white, leaving one to wonder if he was more embarrassed or infuriated. After several transformations of his countenance, he finally managed to force out a smile, apologizing. Xiao, please do not be upset. My intentions towards Brother Zhou were not what you think. Let us continue on our way. Once we reach the coordinates provided by my father, I assure you, you will ascend several levels. Indeed, Xiao, we are all friends here. You know Zhao Tai's character well enough, Morong Shui interjected, attempting to smooth over the situation. Yet, she felt a twinge of discomfort within her, while she recognized that Zhou Jun, with his D-grade talent, could hardly compare to someone of Zhao Tai's caliber. She was inexplicably unsettled by Lung Xiaoxiao's outburst on his behalf. Following this brief interlude, the group resumed their journey with a renewed sense of purpose. However, Zhao Tai no longer spoke as freely as before. The shadows of his expression deepened as he walked at the front, clearly perturbed, even enraged by Lung Xiaoxiao's defense of Zhou Jun. How blind can this woman be? After pursuing her for so long without success, she now dares to defend a country bumpkin. Just wait until we reach the heart of the monster-infested area, and that kid proves utterly useless. Then she will see how incompetent he truly is. Zhao Tai thought bitterly, quickening his pace in anticipation of Zhou Jun's impending humiliation. The group hurried along, and after half an hour, the trees began to thin, revealing a vast expanse of open grassland before them, where an array of Lord-level boss monsters resided. The sight ignited a spark of excitement in their eyes. They had finally discovered the core area of monster aggregation. Zhao Tai let out a sigh of relief, once again donning a congenial smile. Xiao, look. This is exactly where my father's coordinates led us. No deception here. He flaunted his family's status, and Lung Xiaoxiao, with a slight huff, found her expression softening. See, Xiao. Zhao Tai is indeed reliable. Who else would possess such information even in a forbidden hunting zone? Wang Manting chimed in, noting the easing of Lung Xiaoxiao's ire. Zhao Tai, feeling pleased and triumphant, laughed heartily as he led the group towards the grassland. Yet, just as he was about to step out of the woods completely, a small stone suddenly whizzed through the air and struck him. At the same moment, he noticed another group of youths appearing at the other end of the path, clad in expensive gear and exuding an air of arrogance. The leader, particularly imposing, was tall and robust, his piercing gaze suggesting he was not to be trifled with. With a mere glance at Zhao Tai, he waved dismissively, barking commandingly. This territory has been claimed by the Yang family of Jinling. You lot, get as far away from here as possible. Chapter 55. The overbearing Yang Tianhu. The mention of the Jinling Yang family caught Zhao Tai off guard. In the southern regions of the Great Xia, thousands of cities existed, most of which were newly established following the massive expansion of Blue Star. However, Jinling was different. It was a historic stronghold that had thrived long before the upheaval of Blue Star, boasting immense power and currently ranking among the foremost cities in the south, verging on a position of supremacy, a veritable supermetropolis. Its comprehensive strength dwarfed that of Linyuan City by several magnitudes. Thus, when the leader of the opposing group revealed his identity, Zhao Tai's heart sank. The Yang family? Could it be the influential Yang family that controlled the Kunyuan auction house? Lung Xiaoxiao's brow furrowed as she recalled the formidable Yang clan known throughout Jinling. Her family had long been involved in commerce, particularly within Linyuan, Jinling, and Luoxu, granting her insight into the various powers at play in Jinling. Upon hearing Lung Xiaoxiao's speculation, Zhao Tai's anxiety deepened. Clearly, he had also heard of the esteemed Jinling Yang family, a distinguished lineage with significant influence. Centuries ago, their enterprises spanned numerous sectors including energy, jewelry, and construction. With the advent of the era of the Celestial Hunter, they gradually shifted to the business of equipment trading, establishing the Kunyuan auction house, which not only dominated Jinling, but also held considerable sway across half the southern region. Though the Zhao family, of which Zhao Tai was a member, was a prominent clan in Linyuan, managing a billion-dollar conglomerate, such stature paled in comparison to the Yang family's might. The Kunyuan auction house boasted an annual turnover in the hundreds of billions, with profits in the hundreds of millions, utterly eclipsing the Zhao family's operations. Moreover, the Yang family was not only wealthy but also teeming with talent, possessing numerous level 100-strong warriors among their ranks. Damn it! What are the odds of encountering members of the Yang family in a forbidden hunting zone? Zhao Tai furrowed his brows, realizing the predicament was becoming increasingly precarious. The brash demeanor of the opposing group suggested they were not the type to negotiate amicably. Indeed, the leader of this group was Yang Tianhu, a direct descendant of the Yang family, third in line. Unlike the typical spoiled second-generation heirs, Yang Tianhu spent most of his time honing his skills in dungeons rather than indulging in frivolous pursuits, endowing him with combat experience and courage far beyond his peers. Additionally, he possessed the rare S-grade talent, Devour, a growth-type combat ability that allowed him to consume the blood and flesh of slain monsters to continuously enhance his physical prowess. As he stood among his peers, Yang Tianhu radiated an astonishing presence, towering above his companions with an air of dominance. With a flicker of impatience in his eyes, he directed his voice towards Zhao Tai. I said to get lost. Are you deaf? His booming tone was dismissive, akin to shooing away a stray dog, leaving Zhao Tai's face a tumult of green and white, clearly distressed. Truth be told, had Zhao Tai been alone, he might have indeed backed down before someone from the Yang family. However, with 3 exquisite women at his side, including the object of his affections, Lung Xiaoxiao, he could not allow himself to be intimidated by Yang Tianhu's brashness. The thought of retreating at the sound of his voice would be an utter humiliation. His expression darkened as he contemplated his response. Brother, I am Zhao Tai from the Zhao group of Linyuan City. We are both esteemed families in the southern region. There is no need for this to escalate unnecessarily. With so many lord-level bosses in this expansive area, our 2 groups can easily hunt together. As he spoke, Zhao Tai stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, attempting to project an aura that matched Yang Tianhu's. Yet, upon hearing this, Yang Tianhu merely scoffed. His eyes filled with disdain. The Zhao family of Linyuan, a mere small group with a paltry fortune of 10 billion, dares to call itself a prestigious family? You truly have a gift for self-aggrandizement. I must inform you, regardless of whether it is you, Zhao Tai, or even your father himself, I cannot afford to grant you this face today. Yang Tianhu's voice thundered like a storm, his words laden with disdain, rendering Zhao Tai's lineage utterly inconsequential. He audaciously included Zhao Tai's father in his scorn. The young men and women from Jinling City who accompanied him erupted into boisterous laughter, their glances at Zhao Tai rife with amusement. Hey, did you not hear what Brother Yang said? Hurry up and scram. One particularly lanky man, adorned with elaborate tattoos, dressed in a checkered shirt, and shouldering a hefty sword, mockingly dug at his ear with his pinky finger. This unfolding scene left Zhao Tai's expression fluctuating between anger and despair. He had anticipated that invoking the Zhao family name would command at least a modicum of respect. Yet Yang Tianhu dismissed him entirely. Even one of his subordinates exhibited no trepidation towards the Zhao family whatsoever. Hey, you are being utterly outrageous. A voice pierced through the tension, revealing Wang Manting, her brow furrowed as she stepped forth. As a noblewoman of the Wang family, she was accustomed to being surrounded by attendants, never having encountered such indignity. She defiantly placed her hands on her hips, proclaiming, "The magical beasts in this forbidden hunting area are essentially unclaimed, so what right do you have to demand our retreat? Who are you?" Yang Tianhu regarded the exquisitely featured girl with keen interest. "I am Wang Manting, a member of the Linyuan Wang family," she asserted, lifting her chin with undeniable pride. To be candid, the Wang family's influence surpassed that of the Zhao family to which Zhao Tai belonged, making it one of the most formidable clans in Linyuan City, second only to the Zhou family. Thus, her heritage was a source of immense pride for Wang Manting. The Wang family. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianhu stroked his chin and inquired, "Is your brother Wang Cheng?" "Indeed." Wang Manting crossed her arms, her countenance radiating pride. The current head of the Linyuan Wang family had 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, over 30, had commenced handling family affairs, while the youngest son, Wang Cheng, was a sophomore endowed with an SS-level talent, celebrated as the Wang family's prodigy, currently studying at Nantiangmen Academy, where it was rumored he had already achieved level 80 the previous year. Without a doubt, having such an extraordinary older brother was a point of pride for Wang Manting, and the reason she often looked down upon other young talents. This time, she had presumed that revealing the Wang family's name and the connection to Wang Cheng would compel her adversaries to retreat and afford her family some respect. However, to her astonishment, upon receiving confirmation, Yang Tianhu threw back his head and laughed derisively. "Wang family girl, what are you boasting about? Do you not know that your brother was beaten to a pulp by my elder brother, Yang Tianlong, last month at the Nantiangmen Academy competition?" His booming voice left everyone startled. Wang Manting, in particular, was struck with disbelief, her body trembling as she exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? My second brother could never lose." In that moment, the proud noblewoman of the Wang family was stripped of her lofty demeanor. Her composure shattered, she clung to disbelief, but suddenly recalled that Wang Cheng had not communicated with the family for over a month. Could it be that her invincible second brother truly suffered defeat at the hands of Yang Tianlong? As this thought crossed her mind, a sense of hopelessness enveloped Wang Manting, leaving her feeling absurd and unreal. Yet, Yang Tianhu remained indifferent to her reaction, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Tai and his companions. With a cold smile, he declared, "It seems fate has brought us together, You refused to leave when asked, so now you may stay. Today, I shall demonstrate to everyone that I, Yang Tianhu, can incapacitate the pride of Linyuan City just as easily as my brother Yang Tianlong. The atmosphere grew tense, brimming with animosity. The conflict between the two factions escalated upon learning of Wang Manting's lineage. Yang Tianhu clearly had no intention of letting Zhao Tai and his companions off the hook. He sought to emulate his elder brother Yang Tianlong and impart a profound lesson to these second-generation elites of Linyuan City. Brother Yang is formidable. Let these Linyuan City folks witness what true prodigies are like, and how the scions of illustrious families ought to comport themselves. Hey, Wang family's little sister. Care to exchange a few moves with me? Let us show them that they entered upright, but shall leave in defeat. The young talents from Jinling City erupted in wild cheers. All of them, aged 17 or 18, came from families of power and influence and possessed considerable innate talents, inevitably fueled with fervor when gathered together. However, under the mounting pressure of their taunts, Zhao Tai's face grew increasingly grim. The numerical advantage was against him, and Yang Tianhu's notorious reputation for ferocity made him a formidable adversary within the second-generation circles of Jinling. Despite his growing trepidation, he could not abandon the three girls behind him. Cold Xiao Xiao was watching. If he fled now, he would be shunned in Linyuan City henceforth, forever unable to hold his head high. Zhao Tai, you must teach them a lesson. Provoked by the persistent taunts from the Jinling's second generation, Wang Manting, who had always been the center of attention, felt both anger and frustration, instinctively turning to Zhao Tai for support. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tai realized he could not evade the confrontation any longer and steeled himself to step forward. Yang Tianhu possesses an S-level talent, but so do I. Moreover, I am equipped with an exceptional set of armor and a mythical skill. In a real fight, I might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. As he advanced, Zhao Tai silently reassured himself. Ah, you do have some courage. Yang Tianhu observed Zhao Tai's boldness with an unexpected measure of approval. He then extended a finger toward him. Beckoning, I shall grant you an opportunity. Unleash your most powerful skill, and let me witness the prowess of Linyuan City's prodigies. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Yang Tianhu exuded arrogance, completely dismissing Zhao Tai. This is intolerable. Zhao Tai felt a surge of indignation rise within him. He focused intently on Yang Tianhu, inhaling deeply as he conjured a sphere of crackling lightning in his hands. This was a mythical-level skill that his father had labored tirelessly to acquire, a spell renowned for its formidable single-target explosive damage. As Zhao Tai unleashed it, the sphere shimmered with ominous lightning, showcasing his might. Go, he bellowed, sending the lightning orb hurtling toward Yang Tianhu with blinding speed, lightning crackling in its wake, creating a fearsome spectacle. Well done, Zhao Tai, Wang Manting cheered. Morong Shui was also somewhat moved. This was the foundation of the scions of noble families. Their innate talents and training resources were on an entirely different level from ordinary individuals. Even Cold Xiao Xiao regarded Zhao Tai with newfound respect. Although she harbored no fondness for him, she could not deny that his attack was impressive, embodying a measure of prodigious might. At this moment, Zhao Tai's confidence surged. The Jinling Yang family was, after all, merely that. A smile crept onto his lips as he envisioned himself displaying unparalleled prowess, vanquishing Yang Tianhu and winning Cold Xiao Xiao's admiration. Unfortunately, reality did not unfold as he had envisioned. In the face of the overwhelming lightning sphere, the Jinling talents remained remarkably composed, even wearing expressions of amusement. Yang Tianhu, unfazed, scoffed derisively. Is this all you've got? His voice dripped with disappointment as he effortlessly seized the colossal sword from the heavily tattooed man's shoulder. When the bolt of lightning hurtled towards him, he struck first with a mighty swing of the heavy sword, an attack meant to cleave through thunder itself. This strike was cataclysmic, the sword's energy surging forth, utterly obliterating Zhao Tai's skill midair. How utterly disappointing. Your mental fortitude is feeble, unworthy of wielding such a mythic skill. Your timing is abysmal. Is this the extent of the talents from the celestial city of Lianyuan? As Yang Tianhu spoke, he transformed into a whirlwind, crossing the distance between them with astonishing speed, before delivering a devastating punch to Zhao Tai's abdomen. The latter was caught off guard. His eyes rolled back as he was sent flying several meters, collapsing like a discarded ragdoll at Wang Manting's feet, spewing bile and blood. Zhao Tai, Wang Manting gasped in alarm, rushing to support him. She found her childhood friend, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, trembling, completely stripped of his combat capabilities. Not daring to hesitate, she quickly retrieved restorative potions from her spatial backpack and administered 2 bottles, reviving Zhao Tai's consciousness. Yet, fear was etched across his face, and he couldn't bear to cast even a glance at Yang Tianhu. Useless. With your pathetic skills, do you even have the right to lead 3 sisters? Yang Tianhu shook his head, his gaze towards Zhao Tai dripping with mockery. Then, turning his attention to Wang Manting and the others, his interest waned significantly. With an impatient wave of his hand, he barked, I do not strike women. Take this useless dog and leave. Remember to steer clear of us, disciples of Jinling. Following his words, The group of Jinling's elites erupted into laughter. In that moment, Wang Manting felt utterly lost, her spirit crushed. Her elder brother had never faced a member of the Yang family, and now her childhood friend Zhao Tai had been defeated in a single blow. Years of pride shattered in an instant. Although she possessed an extraordinary SS-level talent, she found herself lacking the resolve to stand against Yang Tianhu, who exuded an intimidating presence. Mu Rongshue's face was equally pale, her heart heavy with humiliation, feeling utterly powerless. Even Leng Xiaoxiao bit her lip, ultimately letting out a sigh. Yang Tianhu's overwhelming display of power had stunned the crowd. He was an unstoppable force. "Let us leave," Manting, Mu Rongshue said, placing a comforting hand on Wang Manting's shoulder as they prepared to depart. Yet, just as she turned, she froze in disbelief. For at that moment, in her line of sight, Zhou Jun, who had been overlooked at the back of the group, was stepping forward, hands in his pockets, striding confidently ahead. His pace was unwavering, his demeanor composed, as though the chaos that had just unfolded held no bearing on him. "What do you think you're doing?" Mu Rongshue furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Wang Manting and the pale-faced Zhao Tai also stared at Zhou Jun in disbelief. Leng Xiaoxiao, witnessing this scene, wore a contemplative expression, a daring thought flashing through her mind. He can't possibly be thinking of. With that thought, shock washed over her features. At that moment, Zhou Jun had traversed past the crowd, his slender figure drawing closer to the expanse littered with formidable boss monsters. Halt! The talents from Jinling also noticed Zhou Jun's unusual behavior, their expressions tinged with curiosity. The tattooed youth shouted, "Hey, didn't you hear me telling you to get lost?" He rolled up his sleeves, adopting a fierce stance. Simultaneously, as if finally acknowledging the call, Zhou Jun came to a stop, slowly turning his head to reveal an utterly indifferent gaze. "Are you addressing me?" Chapter 57. A kick to cripple. Zhou Jun stood between the two factions, hands still in his pockets. At that moment, his aura was subdued, appearing utterly ordinary, yet his expression remained calm and unwavering, as steady as a mountain. The tranquility in his brow contrasted sharply with the rudeness of the tattooed man's provocation. The tattooed youth, taken aback, responded with surprise, "Kid, you're quite audacious. Aren't you?" He stepped closer, sizing up Zhou Jun with a cocky demeanor. Seemingly astonished that anyone dared to confront the Jinling disciples after Zhao Tai's swift defeat and Wang's surrender. "Seems like you don't need to mind your words, Wei Xiao. The little pretty boy from Lianyuan City clearly doesn't regard you." The Jinling disciples erupted into jeers. A girl with exquisite makeup laughed gleefully, relishing the chaos. The tattooed Wei Xiao, feeling humiliated by his companion's jests, glowered at Zhou Jun, his expression darkening. "Kid, I don't care what your background is. Kneel and bow 3 times. Call me Wei Yi, and I'll let you off today. Otherwise, I'll make sure you leave on your knees." He slammed his massive sword into the ground, stirring up dust, his level of LV-24 glowing ominously above him, exuding an imposing pressure. These scions of prestigious families typically awakened far earlier than the average student. Many had reached level 3 by their sophomore year, or even earlier. Compared to their peers taking the college entrance exam, they had significantly more time to develop, resulting in a considerable level disparity. Moreover, although Wei Xiao was merely a subordinate of Yang Tianhu, his family was among the second tier in Jinling, affluent enough to have donned a complete set of superior grade armor at a young age. Coupled with his A-level combat talent, he ranked highly among his peers. As he unleashed his threat, the surrounding Jinling disciples wore expressions of amusement, eagerly anticipating the moment they would witness the so-called prodigy from Lianyuan kneeling in disgrace. Yang Tianhu, however, merely sneered and shook his head, his eyes filled with contempt. Zhao Tai's crushing defeat had left him utterly disillusioned with the so-called prodigies from Lianyuan. To him, if even the leader Zhao Tai had to retreat in disgrace, what could this nameless figure standing at the back possibly achieve? He deemed it unnecessary to sully his hands. Wei Xiao was more than sufficient to handle this insolence. This is madness. Meanwhile, Wang Manting's exquisite face contorted with frustration. The Jinling people had already let us go. Why does he insist on showing off? Is he not embarrassed enough? Clenching her silver teeth, she had always looked down upon Zhou Jun, and at this moment, she felt even more convinced that this discarded son of the Zhou family was nothing but a nuisance. Mu Rongshue, equally shaken, clenched her fists, bewildered by Zhou Jun's decision to provoke their adversaries at such a critical juncture. Her autumn-like eyes brimmed with confusion and disappointment. As for Zhao Tai, barely able to stand with Wang Manting's support, he suddenly wore a gloating expression upon witnessing Zhou Jun's defiance. Having been repeatedly snubbed by Zhou Jun, he had long harbored resentment, waiting for the opportunity to retaliate. However, at this moment, this fellow, utterly oblivious to his own peril, dares to act so arrogantly in the presence of the formidable Yang family of Jinling, displaying an attitude of utter disdain. He is truly courting death. If I am no match for them, what audacity does he possess to continue meddling with those monstrous beings? Does he fancy himself a sovereign? Zhao Tai's face was a mask of derision. Such is human nature. After one's own failure, There is a fervent desire to witness others meet the same fate. Among the crowd, only Lung Xiaoxiao remained silent, her beautiful eyes quietly fixed upon Zhou Jun, an inexplicable sense of anticipation stirring within her heart. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, under the scrutiny of numerous diverse gazes, Zhou Jun maintained an expression devoid of emotion, his eyes growing colder by the moment. I shall grant you a chance. Now, cripple your own hands and feet, and I may spare your life. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhou Jun's indifferent gaze regarded the tattooed man as one would regard an insignificant ant by the roadside. Very well, you possess some spirit. Wei Xiao, in a fit of rage, laughed maniacally, a vivid green radiance suddenly enveloping his body, exuding an overwhelming aura. Boy, I hope that when my great sword descends upon you, you will still maintain your bravado. He sneered. This was the manifestation of Wei Xiao's awakened talent, surrounded by the green light. His entire body experienced a significant enhancement in resistance and agility, rendering him immune to control effects. Gripping his exceptional grade great sword, he charged forth, his speed increasing rather than being hindered by the weight, the air seeming to tear apart as he swung, exuding an awe-inspiring momentum. Haha. Wei Xiao has consumed numerous blade and sword skill tomes, and is on the verge of unlocking mastery. What can this boy possibly use to defend against him? I wager that he won't last 3 seconds beneath Wei Xiao's colossal sword before he kneels and begs for mercy. The geniuses of Lingyuan City are truly pitiful compared to us from Jinling. The Jinling disciples, witnessing the spectacle, felt certain of victory, each one either mocking or shaking their heads in disbelief. It's over. Morong Shui observed that the tattooed man showed no signs of holding back, her heart sinking to the depths. It was as if she could already envision the moment Zhou Jun's downfall would occur. Lung Xiaoxiao, too, clenched her fists tightly, anxiety evident on her radiant face, clearly unsettled. Though she was certain Zhou Jun was no ordinary individual, it was their first encounter today, leaving her uncertain of his true combat prowess. And just then, under Lung Xiaoxiao's anxious gaze, the imposing Wei Xiao had already closed the distance to Zhou Jun. He showed no mercy, swinging his great sword with a howling wind, unleashing an exceptional grade sword skill with the intent to teach Zhou Jun a harsh lesson. Boy, kneel and address me as your master. With a thunderous roar, the colossal sword came crashing down, a strike that could likely reduce any ordinary person to mere pulp. However, Zhou Jun merely cast a glance, his deep-set eyes revealing no flicker of emotion. As the enormous sword was about to cleave down upon him, he casually raised his right hand. In that moment, to the astonishment of the tattooed man, Zhou Jun's fair hand, akin to a steel claw, swiftly and decisively grasped the sword's blade. At this instant, the tattooed man felt as though his sword had struck upon solid steel, no matter how hard he exerted himself. He could not advance even a fraction. His expression morphed into one of sheer terror, as if he had encountered a ghost. He was acutely aware that he had wielded all his strength in that strike. To say it was as heavy as a mountain would not be an exaggeration. Yet his opponent had effortlessly caught it with a single hand. What level of strength must one possess to achieve such a feat? A sense of foreboding began to rise within him. In his astonished gaze, Zhou Jun's calm and indifferent visage finally turned to face him directly. You are inadequate. A voice laced with disdain resonated through the air, accompanied by Zhou Jun's lightning-fast kick. With 9/10 of his strength behind it, the kick was swift and merciless. The tattooed man was unable to react, feeling as though he had been struck by a speeding truck, his insides shattering. He soared like a meteor, hurtling 20 to 30 meters away in the blink of an eye, crashing through countless trees along his path. Ultimately, he lay sprawled upon the ground like a lifeless dog, teetering on the brink of death. In that moment, the arena was engulfed in an eerie silence. Chapter 58, Suppressing Yang Tianhu. Within the woods of the restricted hunting area, the atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The expressions of the Jinling disciples, once filled with mockery and derision, were now frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Morong Shui and Wang Manting stood as if struck by lightning, their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. Zhao Tai, who had intended to revel in the misfortune of others, was now utterly dumbfounded, appearing as though he had lost his wits, eventually collapsing onto the ground. He. Trembling, he pointed at Zhou Jun for what felt like an eternity, yet could not manage to articulate a complete thought, his demeanor that of a lost fool. In contrast, Lung Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, her lovely face lit up with joy, akin to a gambler who had struck the jackpot. To be frank, everything unfolded far too rapidly for those present. In their eyes, the tattooed man had barely made contact with Zhou Jun before he was sent flying like a projectile, 20 to 30 meters away. Just how immense was the force behind that kick? The figure was nearly lost to sight. After a considerable pause, a Jinling scion finally snapped back to reality, hastily rushing towards the tattooed man to assess his condition. What he found was a figure barely resembling a human, with a sunken chest and countless broken ribs. The exceptional grade chest armor, which had once protected him, lay shattered, rendered utterly useless. The scion could not help but inhale sharply. A single kick had obliterated an exceptional grade piece of armor. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? He had only heard tales of fearsome high-tier boss creatures in dungeons that could shatter equipment of the same level, yet had never witnessed a mere human achieve such a feat in reality. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the boy from Linyuan City was merely at level 14, while Wei Xiao boasted a level of 24 and was clad in a level 20 exceptional grade chest armor, to crush armor of a higher tier, and under the influence of his awakened talent that enhanced his own resilience. How could this be possible? This was more ferocious than the super boss in a dungeon. Even the young God King would pale in comparison, he thought, swallowing hard, his eyes wide with astonishment and fear. In that moment, he finally grasped the magnitude of the entity his group had provoked. Casting one last glance at the tattooed man, who lay nearly lifeless and on the brink of death, he dared not linger, swiftly carrying him back to Yang Tianhu's side. Brother Yang. He was drenched in cold sweat as he placed the tattooed man among the group. The Jinling disciples, upon witnessing his pitiful condition, collectively gasped in shock. Such injuries would require at least 10 days to 2 weeks of recovery, even with potent elixirs. Laughter faded from all, replaced by a heavy silence and an undercurrent of fear. Yang Tianhu, however, bore the gravest expression, his face as dark as storm clouds. After briefly glancing at the battered Wei Xiao, the veins on his forehead throbbed uncontrollably. Clearly, for one as proud as he. Witnessing his subordinate in such a dismal state incited profound rage. I never anticipated that Linyuan City would harbor a true prodigy such as yourself. I must confess. I misjudged you. At last, Yang Tianhu stretched his limbs and slowly emerged, his keen gaze fixated on Zhou Jun, brimming with both fury and indomitable fighting spirit. Yang Tianhu was indeed a commendable prodigy. Unlike ordinary scions indulging in hedonism, he yearned to compete with other gifted individuals and refine his skills. Otherwise, he would not have displayed such disappointment after effortlessly vanquishing Zhao Tai with a single strike. Now, witnessing Zhou Jun's formidable power unleashed in that kick, even someone as proud as he could not help but regard him with newfound respect, feeling he had found a worthy adversary. What is your name? He asked earnestly, standing before Zhou Jun, his blood surging with intensity, as his innate abilities began to manifest. Zhou Jun, came the response, as Zhou Jun, hands in his pockets and demeanor haughty, spoke with a nonchalant air. His attitude remained unchanged despite facing Yang Tianhu. However, this scene ignited further ire within Yang Tianhu, who coldly retorted, "You are exceedingly arrogant. I acknowledge your capabilities, but how can you dismiss me, Yang Tianhu, as anything less than an extraordinary talent? I have been rigorously trained by my family in military camps since the age of 10, ceaselessly honing my skills. At 15, I ventured into dungeons for the first time, battling third-tier demon tigers unawakened and unarmed. By 16, I had triumphed over all peers at Jinling Third High School, and by 18, I ascended to LV30. Comprehending the essence of boxing, unlocking proficiency in the boxing arts, and wielding 2 mythic-level skills along with 1 epic-level skill. What gives you the audacity to look down upon me?" As he spoke, his confidence surged with each word, stepping closer to Zhou Jun, his aura intensifying. By the time his final words echoed through the woods, he stood less than 3 meters away from Zhou Jun, his indomitable spirit reaching its zenith. His fiery eyes, sharp as blades, sought an explanation from his opponent. Yet, Zhou Jun remained unfazed, responding coolly, "Perhaps in your world, your accomplishments are unparalleled, leading to your self-satisfaction. However, in my eyes, you fall short." His words were astonishing, belittling Yang Tianhu's achievements, yet delivered in such a calm tone that everyone understood it was merely a statement of fact rather than a deliberate insult. This fellow is truly arrogant beyond measure. Who exactly is he to disregard even Yang Ge? In Jinling City, many exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting shock intermingled with humiliation. Yang Tianhu, at the forefront, felt his once indomitable spirit wane under Zhou Jun's words. Gritting his teeth, he rekindled his fierce combat spirit. "Enough talk, let us battle," he bellowed, his blood boiling once more. Remarkably, his skin exhibited rapid hair growth, transforming him into a wild, primal figure, reminiscent of a savage ancestor. This was the manifestation of his awakened talent, Rumi Yingshu, which enhanced his physical attributes through the consumption of magical beast's blood and flesh, albeit at the cost of his appearance becoming feral. Yet, Yang Tianhu cared little for such trivialities. With the growth of his hair, his fighting spirit only intensified. Seeing this, Zhou Jun merely shook his head. One does not weep until they see the coffin. Make your move. This casual display mirrored Yang Tianhu's earlier demeanor toward Zhao Tai, displaying composure only when facing someone significantly weaker. This incited further fury within Yang Tianhu, who, the moment Zhou Jun's words settled, stepped forward, coiling his powerful torso to concentrate all his upper body strength into his right fist, delivering a punch that resonated with the force of a tempest. This punch, imbued with a torrent of boxing essence and accompanied by a phantom golden dragon entwined around his arm, was the epitome of his skills, Dragon Battle in the Wild. An epic melee skill. When unleashed, it was truly sensational, capable of astonishing the onlookers. Yang Ji's punch could certainly annihilate a level 30 boss. Someone exclaimed. Can that kid withstand it? Another questioned, as curious gazes fixated on the battlefield. At that moment, Zhou Jun finally adopted a more serious demeanor. Though it was still only slightly so, he remained unmoving, neither dodging nor evading, and similarly unleashed a punch. This strike, devoid of any name, rank, or boxing essence, was merely an overwhelming force of 200 points. With a resounding clash, the two fists collided, producing a cataclysmic shockwave that sent a tempest of debris swirling around them, rustling the surrounding foliage. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Zhou Jun stood steadfast, while Yang Tianhu stumbled back uncontrollably, taking 3 steps in retreat. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The renowned Yang Tianhu, celebrated for his dual physical attributes, had been forced back in a contest of strength. Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Even Yang Tianhu himself wore an expression of disbelief, his mind churning with turmoil. After all, his S-class Rumiyingshu was a pure physical enhancement skill, promising to elevate his attributes to unprecedented heights. In terms of potential, this talent could lead to unparalleled achievements in the future. Yang Tianhu had always walked the path of close combat, and through relentless effort, he had developed his strength to over 6,000 points and his physique to over 4,000. Truth be told, possessing such terrifying dual attributes at his age made him a standout even in a city teeming with prodigies like Jinling. Yet today, he found himself defeated in his most esteemed domain by this unremarkable individual named Zhou Jun. This was a bitter pill to swallow, leading him to question his very existence. After all, that punch had been executed without any hint of hesitation. He had poured forth his full power, even employing his epic skill. The most incomprehensible aspect for Yang Tianhu was that he clearly observed Zhou Jun merely meeting his earth-shattering punch with a standard jab, entirely devoid of any skill. Did this not imply that, despite exerting his utmost, he could not surpass the might of an ordinary punch from his opponent? Just how high was this guy's strength attribute? Yang Tianhu's expression grew complex, utterly astonished by Zhou Jun's prowess. You possess some skill, but it is insufficient, Zhou Jun remarked, having gauged his opponent's offensive power. In truth, Yang Tianhu's capabilities aligned with the standards of a prodigy. Anyone would commend his prowess. Unfortunately, he had crossed paths with Zhou Jun, another genius who walked a similar path of physical prowess. The SSS level reallocation was essentially a superior version of the S-level Rumiyingshu, with both relying on augmenting their attributes to achieve overwhelming power. However, the extraordinary effects of the reallocation far surpassed what Rumiyingshu could ever hope to match. Among his peers, Zhou Jun was an invincible force. Moreover, while Yang Tianhu's Rumiyingshu could only enhance dual physical attributes, Zhou Jun experienced synchronized growth across all 4 dimensions, leaving him without any weaknesses. With attributes exceeding 40,000, every movement exudes colossal strength, rendering one almost unstoppable. Unyielding, I will rise again. Upon hearing Zhou Jun's words, Yang Tianhu clenched his teeth and prepared for battle once more. He possessed an indomitable heart for the path of invincibility, with a journey he wished to pursue, unwilling to be extinguished by Zhou Jun. Thus, he chose to engage anew. This time, Yang Tianhu was even more ferocious. He let out a thunderous roar, his hair bristling with vitality, as his human traits gradually diminished, overtaken by an overwhelming aura of wildness. Astonishingly, his ears elongated and narrowed, covered in soft fur, while his nails grew rapidly, becoming razor-sharp, and a pair of pristine white fangs extended grotesquely from his mouth. At a glance, he resembled anything but a human. He was a true beast in human form. Yang Ge has unleashed his awakening technique. A gasp spread among the disciples of Jinling. At this moment, Yang Tianhu was brimming with ferocity, his blood surging, his rationality waning, nearly consumed by a frenzied wildness. This was the adverse effect brought forth by his innate ability, feasting on flesh and blood, once his awakening technique was activated. Although this technique amplified his combat prowess, it came at the cost of his sanity, which is why he seldom employed it even during dungeon raids. This time, however, he was pushed to the brink, unwilling to let his heart's resolve falter. Thus he activated his awakening technique to confront his foe. Roar. A sound reminiscent of a creature rather than a human reverberated through the woods, instilling fear in all who heard it. A genius of level LV30, endowed with an S-class talent, was risking his life to battle. Such a scene was indeed awe-inspiring. Even among the elite youth present, it was a rare sight. Among the crowd, Zhao Tai's complexion turned pale. At this moment, he realized the vast chasm that lay between himself and a true prodigy like Yang Tianhu, who, in a single strike, had likely only unleashed a fraction of his power. Yet, in stark contrast, it made him question Zhou Jun's depth of strength. How profound it must be to draw out Yang Tianhu's ultimate capabilities with merely a fleeting encounter. The thought left Zhao Tai's face burning with humiliation. Previously, he had looked down upon Zhou Jun, subjected him to various forms of open and covert oppression. In hindsight, he felt utterly ridiculous, akin to a mere clown. No wonder Zhou Jun had never deigned to glance at him. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Zhao Tai sank into despair. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, the clash between these two unparalleled prodigies had erupted. Yang Tianhu, transformed by the awakening technique, resembled a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. He leaped several meters, launching a powerful strike towards Zhou Jun, stirring gusts of wind in his wake. However, Zhou Jun merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the attack. Frustrated by his failure, Yang Tianhu unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike imbued with tremendous force, even producing sonic booms. Yet, in the face of this dazzling barrage, Zhou Jun stood firm like a mountain, hands clasped behind his back, relying solely on his keen eyesight to evade the relentless onslaught. What? Not a single hit. Just how high is his agility attribute? Is he truly one of our peers? Observers were left speechless at Zhou Jun's exceptional agility. Yang Tianhu, growing increasingly enraged, poured every ounce of strength into his punches, yet he couldn't even graze the hem of his opponent's clothing. The sensation was utterly unbearable. Do you only know how to evade? Dare you face me head-on? He bellowed, his hair standing on end, his blood-red eyes blazing with fury. Zhou Jun, upon witnessing this, let out a soft sigh. Then with a flick of his wrist, a gleaming black long knife materialized in his hand. Since you are so insistent on battle, I shall indulge you. One strike. You need only withstand my blade without dying for this contest to be deemed your victory, Zhou Jun proclaimed, wielding the knife with astonishing nonchalance. Those present were taken aback, especially the Jinling disciples, their faces reflecting humiliation. This individual is excessively arrogant. Indeed, Yang Gu has activated his awakening technique, and he dares to claim he will only strike once? Such disdain. Even if you are a prodigy, such grandiloquence is unwarranted. The Jinling disciples gritted their teeth, deeming Zhou Jun's arrogance intolerable, with some shaking their heads in disbelief, convinced that his claim of victory with a single strike was utterly implausible. As the primary party involved, Yang Tianhu was pushed to the edge of fury, wordlessly launching another punch. The air surged with energy, his fists brimming with power, clearly invoking a hidden skill. Many Jinling disciples cheered inwardly, their hopes ignited. Simultaneously, Zhou Jun also made his move. He did not employ any extravagant techniques, merely thrusting forward with a straightforward stab. This strike, though seemingly mundane, sent ripples through the air, causing the void to tremble, imbued with a terrifying intent. The piercing gluttony. This technique was, in fact, a subskill of the immortal-level sword skill, Judgment's Rhapsody. Enhanced by his sword mastery at LV1, it truly became an unstoppable force. In a fleeting moment, the two figures crossed paths amidst a flurry of blade and shadow. Zhou Jun retracted his blade without casting a glance at Yang Tianhu, stowing it away in his spatial bag. Behind him, Yang Tianhu's robust form remained motionless, a wound the size of a coin gaping in his chest, blood flowing forth. Zhou Jun had spared him. Otherwise, the blade would have struck his heart. You. At this moment, Yang Tianhu's body stiffened. He did not lower his gaze to assess his injury, but instead turned to Zhou Jun, his lips trembling as he attempted to speak, yet ultimately fell silent. With a bitter smile, his formidable frame collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. One strike, and Yang Tianhu was defeated. In that instant, the arena fell silent. The disciples from Jinling were struck as if by lightning, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. They had previously questioned Zhou Jun's audacity, incredulous that he could defeat and awaken Yang Tianhu with merely a single strike. Yet, now confronted with the undeniable reality, silence enveloped them, each one akin to mourning a loss. Who dares to dispute this? Zhou Jun's calm and unwavering gaze swept over the crowd, and wherever his eyes landed, none dared to meet his gaze. The young nobles and ladies of Jinling, hailing from illustrious families, huddled together like quail, too fearful to speak. Even the formidable Wei Xiao was reduced to insignificance, and the invincible Yang Tianhu was bested by Zhou Jun's singular blow. They could hardly muster the courage to speak out again. All they wished for was to avoid Zhou Jun's ire, feeling immense gratitude for such a small mercy. Begone. Zhou Jun, observing their demeanor, casually waved his hand, his expression akin to shooing away a bothersome swarm of flies. He had no time to quibble with them. Defeating Yang Tianhu was not his intention, but rather a consequence of the latter's insistence on battle. His sole desire was to venture into the area teeming with monstrous beings and revel in the thrill of leveling up. The Jinling disciples, witnessing Zhou Jun's indifference, felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. A number of affluent young scions approached Zhou Jun with a subservient demeanor, cautiously lifting the gravely injured Yang Tianhu before hastily retreating, disappearing into the depths of the forest without a backward glance. Thus, all the prodigies from Jinling were utterly vanquished. What an unparalleled display of charisma it was for a single individual to dominate an entire city. Not far away, Lung Xiaoxiao observed the unfolding spectacle, her delicate visage flushed with vibrant hues. The image of Zhou Jun, effortlessly commanding respect and compelling the Jinling elites to bow their heads, would undoubtedly be etched in her memory forever, an indelible mark that time could never erase. Simultaneously, Murong Shue's expression was a tapestry of emotions, confusion, doubt, shock, and a bitter smile intertwined upon her pure countenance. Countless sentiments surged within her, ultimately coalescing into profound regret. She had been gravely mistaken. Her steadfast belief that Zhou Jun was devoid of talent, relying solely on external forces like the Steward Su of Filong Tower, had been utterly misguided. Even moments prior, she had perceived Zhou Jun as merely posturing, lost in the fantasy of being the young master of the Zhou family, which left her feeling disillusioned. Yet, reality dealt her a resounding blow. Regardless of his familial ties, Zhou Jun remained the incandescent young genius he had always been. The notion of a D-rank talent or being inferior to Zhou Wang was a fallacy. To vanquish Yang Tianhu with a single strike was beyond the capabilities of mere D-rank talent. Zhou Wang would have fared no better. Brother Jun, a flood of regret overwhelmed Murong Shue as she gazed at the towering figure ahead, gradually reconciling him with the ever-confident and radiant boy from her memories. Yet, though the person remained unchanged, the feelings had transformed irreversibly. The moment Zhou Jun was expelled from the Zhou family, her choice to distance herself sealed their fates, ensuring their futures would diverge indefinitely. Henceforth, the mountains would be mere mountains, and the waters, mere waters, as the misty rain fell upon the golden city, with one holding an umbrella while the other walked alongside. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Murong Shue's lips as she clenched her fists, ultimately lacking the courage to approach the spirited Zhou Jun to utter a single word. In contrast, Wang Manting stood equally speechless, her exquisite features flushed, her whole being rigid with uncertainty. The brief encounter in the hunting zone had shattered years of her pride. From Yang Tianhu's merciless dominance to the calm demeanor with which Zhou Jun had dispatched him, subduing the Jinling elite single-handedly, it all transpired too swiftly, leaving her mind in disarray. Feeling like a mere jest, now standing there in silence, she felt utterly devoid of her former arrogance. Zhao Tai, on the other hand, had succumbed to a state of utter shock, too intimidated even to glance at Zhou Jun's retreating figure, his thoughts of Lung Xiaoxiao dissipating entirely. He understood that from this moment onward, he could never again meet her gaze with confidence. The bitterness in Zhao Tai's heart was profound as he contemplated the irony of life. At that moment, Zhou Jun, standing tall, finally turned to face the onlookers. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Manting, her eyes reddened and fists clenched, interjected, "You needn't say more. I'll take my leave." Though she had lost the pride nurtured over the years, Wang Manting still possessed her dignity. She refused to bask in Zhou Jun's glory. Trailing behind someone she had once belittled, such a fate was intolerable for her. Thus, she chose to depart on her own accord. Zhao Tai, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of desire for the nearby cluster of elite boss monsters, yet ultimately gritted his teeth and followed in Wang Manting's footsteps. Consequently, only Lung Xiaoxiao and Murong Shue remained. Murong Shue dared not meet Zhou Jun's gaze. She lowered her head, hesitating for an extended moment before sighing in resignation and choosing to leave. Lung Xiaoxiao, however, flashed a charming smile at Zhou Jun and remarked, "I'll just be on the outskirts, upgrading here. It won't interfere with you, will it?" She gestured towards the edge of the grassland, where several level 25 boss monsters resided, her utmost limit for solo endeavors. Zhou Jun, observing her, nodded lightly. Logically, this area, teeming with monsters, had been brought to their attention by Zhao Tai, and even if he and Wang Manting remained, Zhou Jun wouldn't have objected. Moreover, given the sheer abundance of monsters in this vicinity, Zhou Jun had no interest in the level 25 bosses. His sights were set on the level 30 bosses deeper in the grassland. Thus, there were more than enough resources to be allocated. With a silent shake of his head, Zhou Jun resolved not to linger any longer. He transformed into a streak of wind, swiftly plunging into the heart of the grassland. Chapter 61, Slaughter in the Hunting Zone. Frenzied leveling up. Within the 10th hunting zone, the boundless expanse of grassland was meandered through by numerous lord-level monsters. Zhou Jun disregarded the lower-tier creatures on the periphery and made a beeline for the depths of the grassland, where a plethora of level 30 lord monsters awaited him. This marked the upper limit of the 10th hunting zone's capacity. Objectively speaking, such formidable creatures far exceeded the capabilities of novice slayers. In the federated system, only levels 1 to 20 were deemed the novice period. The rationale was that after level 20, monsters exhibited a marked increase in strength, with certain boss-level monsters possessing multiple skills, rendering them increasingly perilous. Therefore, the monsters below level 20 were not overly formidable, providing a relatively gentle growth phase for novice slayers, hence referred to as the novice period. During this phase, the casualty rate remained the lowest. As long as one wasn't excessively foolish, steady leveling up was generally achievable. Conversely, upon surpassing this novice phase, one had to exercise utmost caution, as a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Rarely did anyone challenge monsters beyond their level during this initial phase, save for those with extraordinary talent capable of slaying foes above their level to hone their skills. Zhou Jun was one such prodigy. At this moment, he remained silent, wielding his blade as he advanced into the depths of the grassland. As a top-tier talent, even when exceeding his own level by a considerable margin, he could still navigate through with impunity. Every monster that dared to show its fangs met its demise at the edge of his blade. Defeated LV-27 Lord Boss 6-Horned Rampaging Rhino. Experience gained, 1765. Defeated LV-29 Lord Boss Dark Cat. Experience gained, 1900. Defeated LV-30 Lord Boss Whirling Bear. Experience gained, 2313. Zhou Jun pressed on, each strike finding its mark. With every successful blow, a corresponding notification of his kills appeared in his peripheral vision, each one yielding 4-digit experience points. This exhilaration ignited a fervor within him, filling his heart with unrestrained joy. To consecutively slay monsters exceeding his level by a significant margin and amass a wealth of experience from Lord-level bosses rendered this hunting zone a veritable paradise for him. Since his rebirth, he had never experienced such thrilling leveling up. Especially as he ventured deeper into the core, the presence of lower-level monsters became almost non-existent. With only level 30 bosses in sight, this led to a consistent influx of over 2,000 experience points with each encounter. At that moment, Zhou Jun's level soared like a rocket. His fervor in battle intensified, becoming ever more audacious and relentless. Truly remarkable. This was the essence of an unparalleled prodigy. On the periphery of the monster congregation, Lung Xiaoxiao had just managed to single-handedly slay a level 25 creature, panting for breath. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld the distant depths where Zhou Jun effortlessly dispatched a level 30 boss with a single strike. For a brief moment, she was utterly mesmerized, her strikingly beautiful face reflecting shock, while her heart raced with a mix of admiration and yearning. Yet, a bitter smile soon graced her lips, for she understood that she and Zhou Jun inhabited entirely different realms. Despite possessing an S-class talent and hailing from a prestigious family, the disparity between her and Zhou Jun, this extraordinary anomaly, was insurmountable. The chasm between them was destined to widen with time. This realization instilled in the typically proud Lung Xiaoxiao a sense of inferiority and disappointment. No, I refuse to merely gaze up at your back. I must pursue your footsteps. History has shown that there are indeed those with S-class talents who have ascended to the throne of divinity. I, Lung Xiaoxiao, am not inferior. However, after a few breaths, she seemed to come to a resolution. Her countenance brightened with newfound determination, her eyes gleaming with an unprecedented resolve. Though she lacked the overwhelming power to plunge into the heart of the monster horde as Zhou Jun did, she remained undeterred in her fighting spirit. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly charged towards another level 25 creature, her tall and graceful figure radiating an aura of elegance. Zhou Jun remained oblivious to the turmoil within Lung Xiaoxiao's heart. To him, she was merely an ordinary friend, far less significant than the task at hand of hunting monsters. At this moment, he had decisively penetrated deep into the monster-infested area, surveying his surroundings where level 30 boss monsters brimmed with vitality, perhaps due to the overwhelming aura of slaughter he exuded. The normally solitary bosses had united to encircle him, launching their attacks. Yet, how could Zhou Jun be intimidated? He laughed heartily, wielding his blood-stained blade with a flourish, its intent soaring skyward. A mere cluster of aberrations, what could they achieve together? His confident voice resonated through the air as he stepped forward, unleashing a power exceeding 10,000 points, coupled with the skills of the immortal grade 7 deadly sins, leaving carnage in his wake. Despite the relentless onslaught, a few of the monsters managed to land their abilities upon him. However, with his impressive physique and the resistance provided by his epic grade armor set, the damage was negligible. Furthermore, the restorative effects of the Ring of Eternal Vitality ensured that he grew ever stronger, akin to a perpetual motion machine. Kill LV-30 boss, Thunder Snow Ape. Experience points, 2,210. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 15. With another boss slain, Zhou Jun's aura shimmered, marking his ascension. His capabilities surged to their zenith, and his attribute points were expanded. Without hesitation, he allocated all his 4-dimensional attribute points to their maximum. Moments later, his attributes soared to 11,700, further enhancing his prowess. However, when he cast a glance at his experience bar, his fervent enthusiasm dwindled slightly. The experience required to reach level 15 had doubled. Were it not for the multitude of boss monsters in this hunting ban zone, he could hardly fathom how long it would take to reach level 18, relying solely on the likes of the Gale Valley dungeon. After all, in the core area of Gale Valley, slaying 10 monsters yielded the equivalent experience of one here. This was compounded by the fact that he was at a lower level, benefiting from the rewards for slaying higher-level foes. Otherwise, once he surpassed level 15, the experience gained from defeating monsters in a dungeon where the maximum level was only 20 would be dismally insufficient. In contrast, within the hunting ban zone, he faced no such concerns. The level 30 bosses, far exceeding his novice status, would still grant him experience bonuses even after reaching level 20. Of course, the hunting ban zone was not without its drawbacks. After slaughtering so many creatures, Zhou Jun realized that experience was the sole reward obtainable here. There were no drops. In fact, It seemed that monsters existing in reality did not yield loot. Loot appeared to be a unique reward mechanism tied to dungeons. It became clear to him that he could not rely solely on the hunting ban zone for continual upgrades, as acquiring better equipment and skills necessitated delving into dungeons. Within dungeons lay infinite possibilities. Therein lay true opportunity. With a silent sigh, Zhou Jun immersed himself once more into the fray of boss monsters, resolutely continuing his quest for advancement. Chapter 62. The Emergence of a Level 40 Dungeon, the City of Oblivion. As time flowed slowly, a crescent moon ascended into the sky. Zhou Jun had spent an entire day in the depths of the monster congregation, and his level had risen to LV-17. Throughout this day, he had lost count of the number of level 30 bosses he had slain, his garments and armor drenched in blood. The path he traversed was littered with the remains of monsters, reminiscent of a hellish landscape. At this moment, Zhou Jun sat upon the ground, using a piece of beast hide, torn from an unknown creature, to meticulously clean his long blade. Under the moonlight, the edge of his blade glimmered with a cold sheen, reflecting the determination etched upon the young man's face. After a brief respite, Zhou Jun lifted his gaze. Around him, scarcely any living monsters remained. As he ventured deeper, seemingly tireless, he found himself uncertain of his exact location within the hunting ban zone. The once expansive, prairie-like terrain had vanished, replaced by rugged mountains. An air of desolation permeating the surroundings. Yet Zhou Jun remained unperturbed. The size of a hunting ban zone was inherently limited. He estimated that he would soon reach the opposite exit. Regrettably, he hadn't yet sated his thirst for battle. He was still a measure of experience away from reaching level 18, and he resolved to search for any overlooked monsters throughout the night. Shaking his head, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. He had obliterated all the level 30 bosses in the last area. Finding another such congregation of monsters would not be easy. It was uncertain whether a second gathering of monsters even existed within this hunting ban zone. He could only wander aimlessly, hoping that luck would guide him to a few straggling creatures. With this thought, Zhou Jun rose to his feet, stepping into the embrace of the moonlight as he ventured deeper into the forest. In the blink of an eye, 2 to 3 hours slipped by. Having thoroughly ventured into the mountainous expanse, Zhou Jun furrowed his brow deeply. Over this period, he had encountered a mere 2 level 26 magical beasts. Although the experience points provided were substantial, exceeding 1,000, they paled in comparison to the formidable level 30 creatures he had previously hunted. What vexed him further was the scarcity of these beasts. Had there been more, he could have tolerated the situation. However, with only 2 in sight, the prospect of reaching level 18 seemed bleak, even if he searched until dawn. The dearth of magical creatures left Zhou Jun feeling quite perturbed. He cast another glance at the dark, tranquil mountains, which seemed to stretch endlessly before him, weighing the decision of whether to forge ahead or retrace his steps. After all, this route appeared to harbor little in the way of magical beasts. Ultimately, he resolved to change his course. Yet, as he prepared to turn back, a flicker of light caught his peripheral vision, causing him to freeze in place. In the distance, amidst the shadows, a peculiar glow pierced through the trees. What could this be? A thought flickered through his mind, prompting him to swiftly approach the source of the light. Moments later, upon reaching this luminous phenomenon, Zhou Jun's face was etched with astonishment. Before him, the very fabric of the void seemed to rupture, ripples in the air giving rise to a deep purple vortex that slowly coalesced in midair. Could it be that I have stumbled upon a random refresh of a wilderness dungeon? Zhou Jun's expression was one of utter disbelief. He had not anticipated that. Despite his failure to locate any magical beasts, he would encounter the formation of an entirely new dungeon deep within this forbidden hunting zone. Indeed, the number of dungeons is not fixed. In addition to permanent dungeons like Windstorm Valley, many others emerge sporadically in the wild. Experts assert that nearly 200 new dungeons materialize randomly across the vast expanse of Blue Star each day. They may manifest in remote forests, untrammeled snow-capped mountains, or even the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Consequently, the number of undiscovered dungeons on Blue Star continues to rise daily. Zhou Jun had evidently struck a stroke of luck. Encountering a newly forming dungeon, he abandoned his pursuit of magical beasts and sat cross-legged on the ground, eager to discern the level of this unprecedented dungeon. Time passed, and approximately an hour later, under the shimmering moonlight, the deep purple vortex finally completed its formation. Dungeon name: City of Forgotten. Recommended level: LV-30, LV-40. A line of information materialized before him, causing Zhou Jun's heart to race as he sprang to his feet, his face alight with joy. This was indeed a high-tier dungeon with a recommended level peaking at LV-40, signifying that the magical beasts within would reach this level. Level 40. The experience points each beast could yield were unfathomable. Although Zhou Jun was currently only at level 17, he felt no fear, for he was the son of heaven, the foremost contender on the Federation's divine rankings for centuries. Regardless of how formidable the magical beasts in this dungeon might be, he believed he possessed the strength to contend with them. Even if the final boss reached level 40, what of it? His total attributes approached 60,000, bolstered by immortal-level skills and a remarkable awakening technique that could temporarily amplify his combat prowess tenfold. Once activated, his total attributes would surge to an astonishing 600,000. Even if this state lasted but 10 seconds, it would suffice to annihilate any formidable foe. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Jun strode toward the vortex. Warning: current level severely lags behind dungeon's recommended level. Death risk reaches 99. Do you wish to forcibly enter? Confirmed. With a mere thought, Zhou Jun vanished into the vortex. He paid no heed to the so-called warning or the 99 death risk. These were merely advisories aimed at ordinary level 17 adventurers. And he was anything but ordinary. Armed with absolute strength and an unwavering belief in his invincibility, Zhou Jun feared nothing. Simultaneously, as he stepped through, his surroundings blurred, and he found himself in a bizarre ruin. Before him lay a dilapidated ancient city, the air thick with the stench of decay. As he surveyed the landscape, it was filled with crumbling walls and shattered structures. Even the occasional intact building appeared exceedingly ancient. Upon stepping into this new dungeon for the first time, Zhou Jun's demeanor became serious. He refrained from acting impulsively, instead taking a moment to observe his surroundings before selecting a direction to advance. With each step he took, the ancient city, long abandoned for countless years, seemed to awaken, a sudden gust of eerie wind swirling through, causing the banners of a nearby tavern to flutter ominously. Concurrently, various strange sounds echoed throughout the city. In the face of this spectacle, Zhou Jun merely snorted dismissively, continuing onward with unwavering composure. It was only after rounding a street corner that he abruptly halted. Before him, a skeleton creature, dressed in tattered clothing and little more than a bony frame, ambled slowly toward him. Chapter 63, Crushing Through, Assaulting the Core Zone. Name: Sand-Consumed Civilian Undead. Health: 108,000. Level: 35. Class: Elite. Gazing at the information of this skeletal creature, Zhou Jun couldn't help but marvel. Unlike the previous beasts he had encountered, which were akin to mindless beasts, within the realm of level 30 to 40 dungeons, one could gradually begin to encounter undead, elves, goblins, and other humanoid creatures. Nevertheless, this skeleton was merely the lowest tier within the undead species. Given Zhou Jun's strength, he could easily overwhelm it. With a staggering power attribute of 15,000, coupled with his minor sword techniques from the 7 deadly sins, a single strike would suffice to deplete the creature's 108,000 health points. Thus, without any further ado, Zhou Jun charged forth, blade in hand. With a swift motion, a flash of cold light cut through the air, extinguishing the flicker of life within the creature's empty eye sockets, resulting in its instant demise. Defeated LV-35 Elite Undead Creature. Experience points: 1, 882. Loot acquired: X1. 3 lines of notifications drifted before him, yet Zhou Jun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although this creature was level 35, its low racial classification meant that the experience gained from its defeat fell short compared to the level 30 boss in the Forbidden Hunting Zone. However, the fact that he had obtained loot on his very first kill within the dungeon surprised him. He wasted no time, moving swiftly toward the glowing orb of loot. Open loot, acquired special item, Imperial City Token X1. Name: Imperial City Token 1100. Tier: Silver. Description: a designated item from the dungeon city of Forgotten. Guaranteed to drop from slain magical beasts. Collecting a certain quantity will trigger unforeseen effects. Gazing at the golden token that resembled one forged from pure gold, Zhou Jun gasped in surprise. This indeed represents a rare, instance-specific item within the dungeon, necessitating the collection of a certain quantity before it can take effect. It appears that this Forsaken City is far from ordinary. Dungeons featuring designated items such as this are exceedingly uncommon. In his past life and the present, Zhou Jun has lived for many years, yet he has only heard of such instances online and has never encountered them in reality. However, does slaying a single creature yield only one item? Must I vanquish 100 such undead to amass enough? Zhou Jun stroked his chin, gazing at the Royal City token in his hand, suddenly experiencing a twinge of discomfort. Killing 100 monsters is not a challenge for him. The real difficulty lies in whether this dungeon truly harbors so many creatures to slay. Throughout the Federation's millennium of exploration, it has been discovered that the number of monsters in most dungeons typically hovers around 50 or 60. Thus, Zhou Jun harbored such doubts. If indeed one monster yields one Royal City token, he might need to enter this dungeon twice consecutively. However, perhaps each monster's loot could contain multiple Royal City tokens. It was merely his luck that resulted in the acquisition of just one earlier. Zhou Jun shook his head again, sensing that the mechanics of this dungeon would not be so convoluted. Even if they were, pondering over it now serves little purpose. He must first venture forth to uncover the truth. Consequently, Zhou Jun hastened his pace, sweeping through the periphery of this abandoned ancient city over the next hour. During this time, he defeated 23 elite monsters and 2 boss-level creatures, ultimately acquiring 35 Royal City tokens. Just as he later surmised, The quantity of Royal City tokens in the loot was not fixed. It appeared that the higher the monster's rank, the greater the number obtained. Now, the outskirts of this dungeon were devoid of any remaining living creatures. The remaining Royal City tokens could only be procured from entering the core area. Zhou Jun walked forward with his hands clasped behind his back, soon stepping into a notably more expansive urban area. The buildings here were grand and towering. Even though many had succumbed to the ravages of time, the remnants still revealed hints of their former splendor. As Zhou Jun strolled through the ancient city streets, a piercing howl echoed from afar. He turned his gaze to discover several skeletal, dog-shaped undead monsters suddenly emerging from the collapsed houses lining the road. Their bared teeth a stark contrast to their skeletal remains. Above them, the prominent LV-38 level marker was quite conspicuous. It seems I have indeed entered the core area. Gazing at the monsters that were evidently of a higher level than those in the outskirts, Zhou Jun felt a surge of elation. As if waves of experience points beckoned to him, he swiftly transformed into a shooting star, launching himself forward. Delivering a crushing kick that sent the first undead dog sprawling to the ground. Raising his hand, lightning crackled forth, and the thunderous strike followed suit. Defeated LV-38 boss-level monster. Corrupted undead hound. Experience gained, 2,499. Loot acquired, X1. The system notifications materialized before him, yet Zhou Jun paid them no mind and continued his assault. Only after vanquishing all the undead hounds in the vicinity did he take a moment to assess his haul. He had defeated 4 creatures, garnering approximately 10,000 experience points. From the loot orb, he extracted 32 Royal City tokens, a considerable quantity. This brought him some reassurance. It seemed he would not need to revisit the dungeon a second time, as the tokens obtained in a single run should suffice to gather the requisite 100, perhaps even exceeding that number. With this thought in mind, he proceeded resolutely deeper into the dungeon. Along the way, he encountered numerous creatures similar to the corrupted undead hound. Yet none posed a threat to him. After defeating another LV-39 monster, Zhou Jun finally experienced an upgrade. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 18. You have unlocked the core skill slot. 2 notifications chimed, prompting Zhou Jun to promptly check his personal panel. As anticipated, he discovered a brand new status bar, albeit currently empty. Drawing from his past experiences, Zhou Jun paid it little heed. Once the core skill slot was activated, he could equip core skills at any time, and it would not hinder his progression. Instead, with each monster slain, Zhou Jun realized that his weapon was beginning to lag behind the current intensity of combat. Although Thunderous Blade of Ruin possessed mythical quality, it was ultimately a drop from a level 7 boss monster in the Shadowy Thicket. Even after its enhancement, its effectiveness would only last until level 20 at most. Now, however, the monsters he faced were often at levels 30 or 40. The strength of the Thunderous Blade was evidently insufficient. In fact, were it not for Zhou Jun's exceptionally high strength attributes, the attacks delivered by the Thunderous Blade might not even breach the defenses of these creatures. Alas, it seems it's time to update my equipment. Zhou Jun sighed, feeling somewhat vexed. Currently, due to his immortal-level swordsmanship skills, his weapon was temporarily classified as a sword type. Any new weapon must align with this category. Chapter 64. A triple level up, slaying the Lord. Since ancient times, the learned have been impoverished while the martial have prospered. This holds true for those who challenge the heavens as well. Given the level restrictions on equipment, once one's strength increases, it becomes imperative to begin the process of replacing gear. Typically, the applicability of a piece of equipment spans only within a range of 20 levels. In other words, a challenger aiming to ascend from level 0 to level 100 must transition through at least 5 sets of equipment. However, acquiring equipment is no simple task. It is crucial to acknowledge that such items are solely produced within dungeons, and the drop rates are not particularly high. After all, even if one fortuitously defeats monsters to obtain a loot orb, there is no guarantee that they will secure equipment. What if it is merely a consumable, potion, or skill book? Moreover, even if one does manage to obtain equipment, it may not necessarily be what one desires. There exists a significant distinction between different types of equipment, varying in quality and category. Take Zhou Jun, for instance. He can tolerate a degree of variance in jewelry, provided it is not drastically different. However, in terms of armor, it must be heavy armor. The same applies to weapons. They must be compatible with the skills he has mastered. With his understanding of swordsmanship and possession of immortal-level sword skills, he can only opt for weapons within that classification. He could either rely on luck to find a new sword in the dungeon or return to town to purchase one from a trading post. After all, he still had several million in his account, allowing him to buy a mythical quality weapon and enhance it further. Rubbing his chin, Zhou Jun mused inwardly. Possessing the infinite enhancement, talent, a gift of extraordinary caliber, assured him that he would never lack top-tier resources in this lifetime. Even if the dungeon fails to yield what he seeks, he can still procure it through the auction house. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell further on equipment matters. Following his principle of spontaneity, he continued deeper into the dungeon. Although the Thunderous Blade had diminished in power, Zhou Jun was no ordinary individual. With over 10,000 attribute points, he could still deliver impressive damage even wielding a mere shovel. Thus, hunting monsters remained a seamless endeavor. Even boss-level creatures could be dispatched within 3 strikes. In contrast to the outer regions, the monsters in the core area not only boasted higher levels, but also exhibited a staggering increase in numbers. This brought immense joy to Zhou Jun, who transformed into a veritable harbinger of death, unleashing his prowess with unrestrained ferocity, charging forth with abandon. The sight of monsters thrilled him more than the presence of beautiful women. Each creature he dispatched yielded no less than 500 experience points, a bounty he had never before encountered in his numerous years of existence. What kind of meager existence had he endured previously? Reflecting on his past was an unbearable task, and he chose to cast it aside. All the frustrations from his previous life were now channeled into his relentless hunt for monsters. Wielding his blade with a fierce vigor as he plowed through the horde. By the afternoon, Zhou Jun had eradicated every monster in the core area. Given that this dungeon was populated exclusively by undead creatures, Zhou Jun emerged relatively unscathed, free from the filth of battle. He had changed into clean clothing before entering the dungeon, standing with poise before the final boss, his handsome visage radiating an air of triumph. Above his head, a striking LV-20 level indicator gleamed brightly. Indeed, after a vigorous afternoon of combat, he had risen 2 levels, nourished by the monsters he had vanquished. Zhou Jun had officially transcended the realm of beginners in terms of level. His attributes had become increasingly impressive. Name, Zhou Jun level, LV-20, 1, Strength, 20, 701, 392, Agility, 20, 700, 958, Mentality, 20, 700, 502, Constitution, 20, 700, 1, 136, Skills, Bone Shatter LV-2, Sword Mastery LV-1, Wrath of Judgment LV-1, Domain of the Divine LV-1, Equipment, Starfall Pendant, Epic, Thunderblade Cataclysm, Mythic, Ring of Eternal Life, Epic, Frenzied Dragon Ascendance Set, Epic, Talent, SSS Level Redistribution, SSS Level Infinite Ascendance, Awakening Skill, Ultimate Ascendance LV-1, Core Skill, None, Weapon Proficiency, Sword and Blade LV-1 with his Ascension to LV-20, Zhou Jun's panel was updated once more. The most notable change was the upgrade of his Bone Shatter skill. Although it was merely of golden rank, its utility was undeniable, proving highly effective in breaking defenses during combat. Thus, Zhou Jun had developed a habit of casting Bone Shatter, first to weaken monsters before executing his finishing move with Thunderblade Cataclysm. Over time, this practice elevated his Bone Shatter to LV-2, significantly increasing the chance of triggering defense breaks and enhancing the subsequent shockwave effect. Coupled with his formidable strength of 20,700, his attacks became lethally devastating. Should he face an opponent of Yang Tianhu's caliber, even clad in a complete set of epic gear, he could easily send them to the ICU. His prowess could only be described as terrifying, rendering him unmatched among his peers. Having adjusted his state, Zhou Jun gazed at the final challenge ahead without hesitation, striding boldly into the fray. Before him lay a desolate square, strewn with jagged stones, exuding an air of decay. Without needing to search, he immediately spotted the formidable boss due to its conspicuous presence. It was a skeleton towering over 10 meters, its original form unrecognizable. Yet its vague outline suggested it had once been a fearsome beast. It lay prostrate on the ground, its enormous eye sockets ablaze with flickering flames. Name, the Loyal Undead of the Manticore, Health, 568,000 level, 40 rank, Lord Class, Description, a divine beast that served the Emperor of the Forgotten City, tasked with guarding the palace gates. After the fall of the palace, it remained foolishly stationed in place until it withered away. As the information materialized before him, Zhou Jun raised an eyebrow. Although this was merely an ordinary Lord-class monster, its formidable level of 40 endowed it with a staggering 568,000 health points, suggesting its resistance would be equally formidable. Undoubtedly, this would be a fierce battle. Yet, Zhou Jun felt no fear. His current strength far surpassed what it had been upon entering the dungeon. He had grown more than twice as powerful. With an attribute score of 20,800, his total attributes exceeded 80,000. With such prowess, Zhou Jun was confident of victory. Even facing a foe 20 levels his senior, he remained composed, hands behind his back. Unperturbed, a monstrous roar erupted from the skeletal creature, the source of which was puzzling given its skeletal form. After a brief moment of mutual regard, neither party retreated. Instead, they lunged at each other with ferocity, almost in synchrony. Chapter 65. The reversal against a level 40 lord, a stunning strike. In the expansive square, the two figures darted past one another. In the shadow of the colossal lord-class boss, Zhou Jun appeared diminutive. Yet, his presence was remarkably imposing. His eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle, infused with an unwavering belief in his invincibility. With an agility score exceeding 20,000, he effortlessly evaded the creature's attacks, moving with fluid grace, while his dark blade whirled, delivering a series of 3 devastating strikes to the Lord-class monster. 33,001, 37,014, 61, 879. 3 prominent damage figures materialized above the monster's head. Despite the boss's commendable defenses and resistances, Zhou Jun's extraordinary strength enabled him to inflict considerable damage through ordinary attacks. The final blow even fortuitously triggered a critical hit. Had his weapon been a divine artifact of level 20 or higher, those 3 strikes would have undoubtedly reduced its health by half. Zhou Jun gazed at the damage figures, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. In his estimation, given his staggering strength of 2,700, even with the boss's impressive resistance, an ordinary attack should not yield merely over 30,000 damage. Ultimately, it was the weapon's level that held him back. The attributes of Thunderblade Cataclysm were simply inadequate to shine in such a high-level dungeon. With a quiet sigh, Zhou Jun did not dwell in despair. If his equipment was lacking, he would rely on his skills. He possessed the immortal-grade swordsmanship skills that could provide substantial damage enhancement, even if it required some effort. He was determined that the Lord-class boss would meet its demise today. At that moment, the grotesquely fearsome Lord monster sensed the latent power hidden within this seemingly frail human. Its eyes, aglow with ethereal flames, reflected an instinctual wariness. It took a cautious step back, scrutinizing Zhou Jun as if searching for a weakness. "Did your mother never tell you that staring at others is impolite?" Zhou Jun scoffed, and as he spoke, the blade in his hand crackled with lightning. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaping 30 meters toward the towering skeleton, delivering a powerful strike. Unleashed fury. A chilling aura erupted from him, accompanied by a visible wave of energy radiating from the blade's edge, sweeping across the surroundings and causing the air to ripple. A striking number materialized once more. After employing the Seven Sins Sect's sword technique, the damage dealt was indeed significantly greater than a standard slash. Should a critical hit be triggered, it was highly likely that a single strike could surpass 100,000. The most terrifying aspect was that such a minor sword technique could be unleashed an infinite number of times without any cooldown. As long as his stamina remained intact, he could execute the 7-fold sword style in succession without concern. With each successive strike, Zhou Jun successfully reduced the health of the formidable boss before him to 2/3. The latter was evidently left somewhat dazed by the onslaught. This was swiftly followed by an uncontrollable rage. As an undead creature, its greatest advantages were its tirelessness and fearlessness. Thus, after a brief moment of astonishment, it charged at Zhou Jun once more, showing no signs of retreat. With a thunderous roar, it gathered an energy imbued with the essence of death within its maw, forming a dazzling beam akin to a laser. As it sprinted forward, it accurately unleashed this energy towards Zhou Jun, starting to cast skills. Zhou Jun raised an eyebrow, yet his expression remained largely unperturbed. In a flicker of movement, his agility manifested once again. He evaded the boss's skills with an almost ethereal grace. Such dexterous maneuvers were not solely attributed to his high agility attribute, but were also a testament to his vast combat experience. It is worth noting that Zhou Jun had traversed through the forbidden hunting zone, where he had faced countless lord-level bosses, each wielding unique skills. They did not behave like lambs to the slaughter, but were rather ferocious, relentlessly assaulting him with a barrage of skills. Amidst this intense combat, his agility had naturally grown immensely, elevating him beyond the ordinary. As for the undead lord boss before him, although it possessed a high level, its offensive methods appeared rather monotonous. The skills it wielded were not those of dazzling, hard-to-evade area of effect magical damage, allowing Zhou Jun to navigate the battle with considerable ease. Even when occasionally grazed by attacks, it merely brushed against him, posing no significant threat. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange within this hidden realm. Minutes later, the colossal skeletal form of the Lord Boss was marred with the scars left by Zhou Jun's strikes. Its health had finally been reduced to a mere sliver. Damn invader. At this moment, it emanated a terrifying aura, bizarrely articulating human speech, while an intense blaze of necrotic fire engulfed its entire being. As the flames of the undead surged, the boss's health began to recover at a visibly rapid pace, potentially reaching its prime state within 30 to 40 seconds. Has it entered a berserk state? Zhou Jun furrowed his brow. The distinguishing feature of Lord Bosses was their possession of powerful berserk characteristics, which would trigger under certain conditions. Typically, these conditions involved having their health drop below a specific threshold. For this undead skeletal beast, the condition for berserk activation was no different. However, what Zhou Jun did not anticipate was that, unlike other bosses that increased their damage upon entering a berserk state, this one restored its health instead. You seem quite afraid of death, yet you dare to recover in my presence, thinking me a mere ornament? Zhou Jun sneered, his voice laced with a chill of intent. He glanced at the steadily rising health bar, no longer holding back as he raised his long blade mercilessly. In an instant, countless sword shadows manifested around him, all surging towards the creature with a roaring blast of energy. Judgment's Rhapsody. Once again, Zhou Jun unleashed an immortal level skill, the overwhelming might sweeping through the vicinity. Under the immense damage amplification, the thunderous calamity struck anew, arcs of lightning illuminating the battlefield, paralyzing the boss's massive form. Simultaneously, as the sword shadows danced, the effects of the frenzied dragon ascendance set activated continuously, unleashing wave after wave of dragon breath, effectively stifling the boss's relentless health regeneration. At this juncture, the offensive from all the shadows dissipated, signaling the conclusion of the immortal level skill. After delivering a final horizontal slash, Zhou Jun leaped into the air, hurling his blade directly at the skeletal head of the undead boss. With a resounding crack, the long blade pierced through the center of the skull, embedding itself deeply, leaving only the hilt visible. At that moment, the formidable undead creature's health bar was finally depleted entirely. Its life force extinguished as its massive body collapsed heavily to the ground. Zhou Jun descended gracefully, a glimmer of confidence illuminating his eyes. Victory over the level 40 Lord Boss achieved. Chapter 66. Bountiful Harvest. Another immortal level skill acquired. Defeated level 40 Lord Class Monster, the loyal undead of the Royal City. Experience gained. 56,905. Treasure acquired. X3. In the midst of the ruins that had once been a grand plaza, Zhou Jun stood before the vast corpse. Beneath his feet lay 3 glowing orbs of spoils emanating a gentle radiance. He first glanced at the system prompt before looking down at the dazzling treasures, a smile breaking across his face. True to its nature, the level 40 Lord Boss had indeed been exceedingly generous with its rewards. Over 50,000 experience points were credited, nearly propelling him to level 21 in one swift motion. As for the treasures, it went without saying that obtaining 3 orbs at once was akin to the favor of fortune. What a thrill. Let us see what rewards await me. Zhou Jun mused with a gleam in his eye, crouching down to begin unboxing. He extended his right hand, swiftly sweeping over the 3 orbs in succession. In the next moment, the radiant light faded, revealing 3 items before him: an accessory, a skill book, and a familiar Royal City token. Upon seeing the 3rd item, Zhou Jun couldn't help but curl his lip. Does even the Lord Boss drop the Royal City token? To be frank, he had long since fulfilled the collection requirements for the Royal City token during his journey. Currently, his spatial backpack held a staggering 107 of these items, far exceeding the need. Casting a disdainful glance at the newly obtained Royal City token, Zhou Jun intended to casually toss it into his backpack as well, only to suddenly pause in surprise. The information description of this token was markedly different from those he had previously collected. Name: Royal City King's Token. Tier: Mythical. Description: an artifact of the Forgotten City's monarch. Possessing it will inflict true damage upon all monsters within the Forgotten Palace. This is... Gazing at the utterly unique description before him, Zhou Jun was left astounded. This Royal City King's token was entirely distinct from the previous Royal City tokens, resembling more of a special piece of equipment. A vague sense of intuition stirred within him, suggesting that this item would prove to be of considerable significance. Contemplating this, Zhou Jun solemnly stowed it away, then resolved to examine the other 2 treasures before drawing any further conclusions. The gaze fell upon the first piece of jewelry. Name: earrings forged from the bones of the fallen spirit of the Nai. Grade: exceptional. Type: accessory. Restrictions: level 35, level 50. Spirit: 2367. Agility: 2589. Description: a trophy rewarded for slaying the treacherously loyal fallen spirits. Equipping it grants a 14 damage increase against all undead entities. This item, though of exceptional quality, is rather mundane. Due to the formidable level of the recent boss, the dropped equipment is restricted to those at least level 35. At present, Zhou Jun is utterly unable to don it, left only to gaze upon it longingly. This dampened his fervor entirely, leaving him in a state of discontent. He had hoped to upgrade his arsenal, to acquire another noteworthy piece of equipment, yet it seemed fate had denied him the opportunity. Consequently, Zhou Jun found himself too disheartened to engage in any enhancements whatsoever, reasoning that he would wait until he reached level 35 to consider it further. After a slight disappointment, he redirected his attention toward the skill book. Unlike equipment, skill books bear no level restrictions, thus Zhou Jun held high expectations. Name: Palm of the Undying Flame. Grade: mythical. Type: melee combat skill book. Effect: a martial technique derived from the undead. It harnesses the wrath of death within the palm, unleashing a distant wave of fiery impact, inflicting 150 damage based on one's spirit attribute, while additionally applying the flames of the undead, causing a lingering burn for 5 seconds. Upon scrutinizing the details, an unmistakable astonishment washed over Zhou Jun's face. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a rare melee skill book. To be frank, this type of skill book aligns perfectly with Zhou Jun's capabilities. With the opportunity for redistribution, his robust constitution follows the path of physical ascendance. Once he acquires a legitimate melee skill, his extraordinary attributes will have the chance to shine through. His combat prowess will witness a significant enhancement. Regrettably, the skill book before him, titled Palm of the Undying Flame, appeared somewhat lacking. Its effect description seemed more akin to a ranged magical attack. diverging from the close-quarter combat style he had envisioned. Thus, there was no sense of loss as Zhou Jun promptly activated the power of sublimation upon it. At that moment, as the sublimation power surged forth, a familiar wave of profound fatigue coursed through his entire being. Yet, rather than alarm, Zhou Jun felt a surge of elation. He recognized this sensation all too well. It signified the triggering of a perfect sublimation, a testament to a significant qualitative leap in the item's quality. Surely, a remarkable transformation awaited. As anticipated, with his gaze fixed upon it, the opulent skill book began to morph before his eyes, ultimately culminating in a unique, ancient golden page characteristic of an immortal grade skill book. Name: Fist of the Abyssal Flame. Grade: Immortal. Type: Melee Combat Skill Book. Effect 1. A formidable immortal combat technique born from the sublimation of a mythical skill. The wielder of this technique, with each fist strike, becomes enveloped in the flames of death, augmenting damage with every attack, while simultaneously inflicting burn and defense-breaking states upon the adversary. Effect 2. Upon active release, the user dashes towards enemies within range like a flash of lightning, unleashing thunderous, tempestuous assaults. The final strike manifests the force of a shattering fist, inflicting a terrifying damage based on 200 of the user's total attributes. Cooldown: 1000 seconds. As the description of the skill book emblazoned upon the golden page caught Zhou Jun's eye, his breath hitched. It was overwhelmingly powerful. He had never envisioned that, despite its underwhelming performance as a mythical skill book, it would transform into an unparalleled martial art upon sublimation. This was a true melee skill. Much like Judgment's Rhapsody, it possessed two distinct effects. The first effect required no prerequisites or cooldown, as the flames of death would automatically accompany his strikes. It was, in essence, a potent passive skill. The second effect, detailed in the active release, was what left Zhou Jun most astounded. It allowed him to actively pursue enemies within range. Just this aspect alone justified its immortal designation, deserving the title of Divine Technique. Not to mention, during the final strike, it could inflict damage proportional to his total attributes. This was, quite literally, tailor-made for Zhou Jun. It is worth noting that his total attributes were maximized at every level. Clearly, as he ascended in levels, the damage of this skill would only continue to escalate. One could argue that while this characteristic might not seem as impressive in the hands of others, for Zhou Jun, it represented a transformative leap. This instilled in him a profound premonition. As an immortal grade skill, Fist of the Abyssal Flame would undoubtedly elevate his combat capabilities beyond those offered by Judgment's Rhapsody.